Isn't the
And
horizon meant for human eyes?
the horizon should be a certain distance away from you, depending on the height of the observer, right? So if you're 6 foot tall and you're standing at the water, the horizon should be around 3 miles away if the Earth's a globe. Okay, so when a ship's sailing out, after 3 miles, it should start to disappear behind the curvature of the Earth. But that's not what we find when we go out and test in reality. Do you understand?
Yes.
Do you have any more questions about the boats?
Not about the boats, but I do have other questions.
Okay, if you want to ask another question, maybe someone else can, Jan or someone can answer the next question. All right, go ahead. What's your next question?
Eratosthenes' experiment. Over 2000 years ago, he calculated Earth's circumference using shadows.
Okay, so you're talking about the Eratosthenes. Well, the first thing is this, yeah? With the Eratosthenes experiment, we're not sure that the man lived first and foremost, okay? But let's take what he did anyway. He used some sticks, okay, and shadows, right? And assumed where the sun would be at a certain time, the distance to the sun. And what we say to you is that if you bring that sun closer to the earth, you get the exact same result. So sticks and shadows don't really prove a shape. You're just measuring shadows. Okay. So it can work on a globe, or it can work on it's working on the flat earth because the earth is flat. I've yet to see it work on a globe actually. Okay. But there you are. Okay. So, sticks in the ground, between one area and another. What was that? 500 miles between two cities, Alexandra and Syene. Yeah. It
800
would be very
kilometers.
difficult to know exactly what was going on there. So, unfortunately, we don't hold that as a standard of measuring curvature. Okay. The thing about that is, if Aristophanes did that 2,500 years ago, why is it with my modern technology today, nanotechnology today, I can't find a single degree? But yet a man in a loincloth, some smashed up sandals, walking up and down there can measure the curvature with sticks and shadows. But we can't use modern technology to prove that. Doesn't that seem a bit strange?
Well, there are a lot of things that people at that time discovered that we cannot discover right now.
Well, the curvature is an easy thing, either it is curving or not. It's simple, isn't it? It's the point A, point B, how much curvature there. That's it. That's not difficult. We can do this. Remember, if a man 2,500 years ago could do it with sticks and shadows, why can't I do it with my telescope, for example, or with my radio signals, or with my aeroplane, or with my GPS, or with a theodolite? Can you see now? Or with my submarine and my torpedoes, okay? Or with my hot air balloon. Why is it with these technologies I cannot measure, photograph, and capture the curvature of the Earth? Why is that? Modern technology, more precise. They know where you are when you're in the toilet. GPS, you understand? They even know it with your phone. So come on. Why can't we measure curvature? Because we can't measure it. Okay? And if Aristophanes did it 2,000 years ago, and we're living in the modern era with look at the mobile phones we've got now. Yeah? And we cannot measure curvature, but a man did it. I ask you again, does that sound logical? Is that correct? Can it be true?
Kind of.
Not kind of. I mean, just to add something to the Eratosthenes
Please.
story, right? you know, he wasn't trying to determine if the Earth was a globe or if it was flat, right? He already assumed that the Earth was a globe.
Yeah.
Before he even did the test, right? He was trying to work out the circumference of the Earth. Okay, so what he did was he pre-assumed that the Earth was a globe, and then he pre-assumed that the sun rays come in parallel, perfectly parallel. Okay, so he measured the angle of a shadow, and based on the assumption that the Earth is a globe, he did math, right, based off 360-degree circle of the Earth, right, like a sphere. He did spherical mathematics. Okay, so it was an invalid experiment, right? An invalid test because of the assumptions that he made. Now, even modern scientists from the globe Earth side, like Neil deGrasse Tyson, he made a video saying, look, Eratosthenes did not prove flat or globe. He made assumptions that the Earth was already a globe, right? He did mathematics based off those assumptions. So you could do this, right? You could do the same experiment that Eratosthenes did in a room in your house,
On a
right?
table.
And yeah, on a table, right? And if you made the same assumptions that Eratosthenes made, you could calculate the circumference of your flat table or your flat floor, right? Do you see the flaw, right? The problem? It's based on the assumptions. Okay, because he did the 7.2 degree shadow angle, right? And he divided that by 360 degrees. Okay, and then he times it by 800 kilometers, and then that came out to 40,000 kilometers, right? You know, which is roughly close to what they say the circumference of the Earth is in kilometers. So it was just based on assumptions. It's not proof of curvature. He didn't measure any curvature. He assumed it. Hopefully that makes sense.
Yeah, thanks for that. That's a good bit of filling in there. So basically, that's the Aristophanes, and the problem that we have is that that's the story, but we can't validate that the man actually lived. No records, no peers talking about Aristophanes and that great thing. It's a story that was interjected into our lives that we are having to believe, but we, the flat earthers, are not believing that because we've checked it for ourselves and we're living in the modern times and we can't measure the curvature. So obviously Aristophanes was not real. You see, that's the Sherlock Holmes method of deduction right there. It is safe to assume Aristophanes didn't live.
Yep. Good point, Jin. All right, they have no like primary records of anything that Eratosthenes did. In fact, they didn't even mention him at all until hundreds of years after he supposedly lived.
Exactly. And then we had a flat earther by the name of, he's from England, by the name of Jason of the family Disbury, who is famous for taking a bunch of flat earthers to all over Britain and then on to Europe. Massive mission, and they successfully did that. He sat down and asked Chat GPT who was the first person to speak of Aristophanes, right? And Chat GPT offers up Aristotle and some other Greek. Now, the problem with that is these guys were living before he was born, 100 years or so before. So there we are. That's in keeping with our story that it doesn't seem like this guy has lived because no one's really speaking about him. Archimedes, no one's talking about this guy. So there you are. So the Aristophanes experiment or observation, it's been debunked really, because without assumptions, and you take the sun where it is every day today, we get the exact same results. But thank you for that question. It was still a good question, but I hope what you're supposed to do is when you get these new information, you're supposed to digest it and then compare it to what you've got. And remember, you are not checking for the curvature yourself. You're still looking to somebody to tell me, is it curved? Okay. Is it curved? Okay. Is it curved? 2 million people. Is it curbed? Oh, okay. Did all you 2 million checked? Nobody checked. So how can they know? They're all saying yeah, but none of them has checked. You've asked 2 million people, not one of them has checked. So you're believing with them, you haven't checked. We're telling you we've checked it, so we know more than you because we've actually checked it. So when you check something, then you know it. Then you know either way. Okay? Remember that. Consensus is not always the best methodology to get the truth. Yes. Please ask another question though, because we're here for that.
Yeah, or if anyone else has another question, I see a couple of people joined. We got sup.
Yeah.
What's up? What's up?
All good, man. How about you?
Yeah, it's all good, man. Yeah. We're here. Do you have any questions? Anything to improve your English? Whatever you like, you ask. We are here to serve you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, like my question is, I can't speak like fluently because words got stuck in my head. So what practice should I do to get
Oh,
that
yeah.
smooth?
Yeah, I know that problem. Basically, what you should do is just keep trying, because the more you immerse yourself into the English language, and the more you keep trying, and if you do make a mistake, we will help you, and other people will help you. You just got to keep going, keep going, keep going. Don't stop. That's the answer there. Okay.
All right, man.
Yeah.
Can I ask
Yeah.
where I from?
Yeah. And talk about things you are interested in as well. When you talk about things you are interested in, the vocabulary comes, okay? And then try to find out what other people's interests are, kind of thing. So you're having a two-way conversation, and it works, because I have that problem myself sometimes in Japanese, because I'm here in Japan, and there are times I can't think of the word, so I have to ask my wife or my kids even. There you go.
You can speak Japanese as well?
Yes, I've been here for 26 years. So yeah,
That's
of
great,
course,
man.
I'm going to be able to speak Japanese. Of course, I can argue about flat Earth in Japanese very noisily.
Konnichiwa.
Hi, konnichiwa. Yeah. O
Do
genki
you
desu ka?
watch anime?
No. Yeah, everybody asked that one. No, I don't watch anime because it's not my style. I watch animation, and that might be like Lupin the Third, or the Bonehead. Historic Japanese animation. I watch animation, not anime. With all the girls, and that's not my style. I've never watched one episode. No interest there at all. Okay. What about you? Do you watch anime?
Yeah, I do. I've watched a lot of animes, and I usually watch on like Japanese language and with the subtitles.
Yeah. No, I watch Japanese animation, but it's the old stuff. From when I was born and I wasn't in the country, because I'm trying to fill in the historical gap because I wasn't in the country. So I watched the old animations, and it's been very, very good. Like one is called Ashtono Joe, which means tomorrow's Joe, who's a boxer who's working his way up to be a champion, and he's quite popular with the kids as well, and all round nice guy. And he goes through beating everybody up, and then he meets the champion of champions. He loses a fight, and then comes back and takes him on the next time. And yeah, that kind of stuff. But it's all animation.
That sounds
And
cool.
yeah, thank you. The actual quality of the animation is quite good as well. When I was born in London, okay, living in London as a kid, there was a cartoon called Marine Boy. Now that was I didn't know it was Japanese. I thought it was American, right? But it wasn't until I came to Japan and actually saw the image of Marine Boy on a placard, and it's Japanese. So Marine Boy was Japanese, and then I learned that the Japanese and Americans have been working together to make animation, and of course, the perfect famous one are the Transformers. That's an American and a Japanese collaboration effort to make these cartoons and that. And I thought, wow, yeah, they've been doing it for a long time then, the longest of time. Yeah, man.
The Transformers is also the collaboration of Japanese and Americans.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
I watched it,
Yeah.
but I never knew that.
Oh yeah. My car that I drive, which is 26 years old now, 29 years old, is a Nissan Pathfinder. It has the Autobot insignia on the boot, right? On the boot of the car, on the hood of the car, the roof, and at the back on the tailgate. And we call it Uppercut. My
Okay.
Transformer car. Yeah, uppercut. And all
Like
the
you must be
Japanese
maintaining
kids.
it very nicely.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah. And then the children, the children in Japan, they're asking, does it transform? I said, don't get near it. Don't touch it. It'll transform on you. And they jump, So yeah, it's good. All good fun. And the reason I did that to the car is because when I got to Japan, I noticed that famous companies have children insignias on the vehicle. So when the truck's going by, the kid can associate and they know the company. When they grow up, they might buy the product. Very clever lure, that one, isn't it? To have a famous children animation character on the trucks. And so it's like advertising the cartoon, but it's also advertising the company. So when the kid grows up, it will probably use the product. So I got the idea. I thought, yeah, let me put the Transformers on my car because I love that. And then there you are. The kids were coming across. I had a massive crowd around the car at a campsite. Okay, and then me and my son, we went off to go and get some water and that. Okay, and or wash the dishes, should I say, wash the dishes. And then we noticed them around the crowd. And when we came back, one of them asked me, what's this sign? Do you belong to a club or something? Because they could remember the sign, but they didn't know where it was from. I said, no, this is the Transformers Autobots. Autobots roll out. And I did the voice and they said, yeah, kakui. They were saying, yeah, that's cool. That's it. It's the Transformers. Yeah. And they said it was really cool, you know.
Yeah.
And my car is one of the oldest cars there, if not the oldest. Because the Japanese, they move forward with technology all the time. But we foreigners, we know what's good quality and what's to keep. Sometimes the new cars come with problems, but the old ones were built strong, like my car. So my car being old, but still it attracts people. Yeah. Which I love.
Like you really love the car.
Well, yeah, I mean, as an engineer, you would, mechanical engineer, maintaining motorcycles, bicycles, cars. Yeah, of course.
Oh,
And
you
when
are
you've
an
been in
engineer.
when you've been in the army as well, the army teaches you to look after your kit. So when you look after your equipment, then the equipment will look after you. It's all about maintenance. So things don't go wrong. That's why. Okay.
That's a great philosophy.
Yeah.
I too follow
And
that.
that's the military way. Yeah. That is the
Check out
military way.
my old Land Cruiser in the side chat there, Jin. Yeah, it was a
Oh,
very
yeah.
well looked after car there. Yeah, I miss
Thank
it.
you very Yeah, Land Cruiser. How old is it?
That's a 93 model.
Oh, 93. Well, that's bloody. It's older than mine.
Yeah.
Mine is 29. So yours is 32 years old, your vehicle. Wow.
Yeah, well, I sold it when I left Australia a couple of years ago, so I miss it.
Yeah, you'd be sad. Yeah, that would be sad to let go of something you've had for a while.
Yeah,
Let me have a look at your
absolutely.
Land Cruiser. Yeah, hang on a second. Trying to get there now. Here we go. Right. Ah, look at that. Yeah. You see, and the thing is, when you look at that, that car can do everything. The stance.
Oh,
It's got the
yeah.
stance, hasn't it? It's got the stance.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, they say it's one of the most over-engineered cars that was ever made, right? They put so much effort into it, the Japanese, when they design these.
Yeah. It rivals Range Rover. That's why Jeremy Clarkson actually rode it and drove it and showed us the potential,
Absolutely.
from Top
Yeah,
Gear.
I love older cars, yeah.
Yeah, me too. See, if I was a billionaire, I wouldn't be buying anything new. I'd be buying the old stuff and have it done up, kitted up with some mod text, Navi and stuff like that. But it would be old. It wouldn't be the new stuff. I wouldn't be buying anything from Tesla, for example. I wouldn't
Yeah,
even
me
buy the
too.
modern. I wouldn't even buy the modern Land Cruiser, because
No.
of the modernness of it all.
Absolutely,
Nostalgia. I like the
me
old stuff.
too.
Yeah. You're a
Yep,
smart
same.
man, you know? Yeah. My car is a Nissan Pathfinder. It's 911. I haven't got a picture on this iPhone. So later on, I'm going to transfer some of my images onto this phone that I was given. Then I can give you an image. Do you understand?
Yeah, I gotcha.
Yeah. But one thing you will notice is that the number plate is 911. That was the number plate that I chose because of that atrocity that happened in the US. So not only is the car a transformer, but it also has the 911 plate, which also generates a conversation. And sometimes when I'm having debates with people online here on the Discord, right, and we're talking about the fire and that, well, I won't go into this too long, right? We're talking about what happened to the buildings. They're saying that I'm disgracing the dead. And I said, hang on a second. Here's a picture of my car. And as I post it, the caption is 9/11 was an inside job. Now, why would I
No,
be
don't say
disgracing the
9/11.
dead?
It's actually
Yeah, why
banned.
would I? Sorry.
My
Yeah.
father
So I
died at
asked them.
9/11 in the towers. No?
Yeah, it was an inside job. It had nothing to do with the Islamic people at all. No Islam did that. But the point I was saying, what I was saying to them is this: how can I be
He was riding the
disgracing?
plane.
Yeah, I was trying to say that. How can it be that I, with the 9/11 number plate on my car, am disgracing the people who died? No, who died? That's not me. I call myself Mr. 9/11 because currently they don't have a voice loud
Dude,
enough.
what the fuck are you
Yeah.
talking about?
I'm talking about my car and the reason why I chose the number plate 911. Blimey.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Kanos, keep it respectful in here, brother, or it's not going to work
Dude,
out well for
dude,
you. And watch your
dude,
language, bro.
it's so
We keep it
Dude,
PG in
it's
here,
so
okay?
disrespectful. You know,
No,
Why is
bro.
it disrespectful? How?
my
How is
uncle
it
died at 9/11, bro.
Sorry?
My uncle died at 9/11.
Yeah, that's
You
right.
can't say like
And I
this.
sympathize with you with that. That's why I argue to the people that Islamic people did not do that event. They didn't do that. That was America doing it itself. Inside job. It wasn't done by the Muslims. They didn't do that. Not
Yeah,
one
prove it.
Muslim did that.
Prove it.
Oh, I can prove it. Okay,
Yeah,
it's
prove
simple
it.
as this. How did the Muslims get into the under infrastructure of the Twin Towers and building number 7? How did they get into it to put the bombs in the building to bring them down? Because the plane did not bring down those buildings, especially building number 7. It wasn't hit by a plane, but it came down at 6.25 seconds. You see? So how did the Muslims put the bombs in the building? When did they have the opportunity to do that? So-called Muslim fundamentalist radical. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah. So basically, the Earth is flat because we know we cannot measure any curvature with all the latest technologies. But yet, Aristophanes managed to do that 2,300 years ago or 2,500 years ago, which we say that's impossible. Because if we cannot measure it with today's technology, no man is measuring it 2,500 years. That technology not even working then, yet alone going backwards. So yeah, welcome to the flood of reality. And by the way, your car looks wonderful. Shame you sold it because it looks like the dog's. We call it the dog's bollocks. Okay.
Oh
Which
yeah,
means the
I
best.
missed that car. Yeah, I missed that car. It's just because I was leaving Australia permanently. That's the only reason I sold it.
When you say you left Australia permanently, where are you now then?
Right now I'm in Poland.
Oh, Poland, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, and we're going to be moving to Cambodia in about 4 or 5 months from now as well. So
Right.
looking forward
That's
to that.
Cambodia, which
انك
is near like
تخش بقولي
Thailand
لها
and
اللي
all
انت
that.
عايزاه.
Yeah,
Asia.
next to Thailand. Yeah,
Thailand, yeah. Yeah. Brilliant place. Cambodia,
Yeah.
lovely
لا انا
weather,
مش خايف
lovely
بس لما
people,
تخش
nice
عشان
food.
خاطر ما تلخبطهاش لما
Yeah.
لما تدخل لما تدخل قولي لها اللي انت عايزاه.
yeah, English only in this channel. Thanks.
Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, yeah. So you're going to be going to Cambodia. Cambodia, lots of nice food there, nice weather,
yeah.
nice people, and it's very inexpensive as well, by the way.
Yeah, very cheap, very good. Like you can get a beautiful apartment with a pool for like, $200, $300 a month. It's amazing
Yeah.
cost. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we can work online, so we can sort of live anywhere. So why not go somewhere nice and cheap? So
Yeah.
and
enjoy
great
the
weather, nice people, nice food, and it's close to beautiful places like Thailand and that. So yeah.
Yeah, you got
Yeah,
you've got it.
the winters
You've got it
get
made
pretty
there when you go
brutal.
there.
Exactly. The winters get pretty brutal here in Poland, so
Yes.
we're looking forward to getting away from that kind of weather.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I don't mind that because, like me and the kids, we do like to go out snowboarding and that. So we look forward to that weather, And again, the Toronto, the Pathfinder, we use that. We've got the snowboard rack on, and we go. Boom. Let's get going, guys.
Awesome. Yeah, I used to have one of those Pathfinders. They're great cars.
And it's a 3.3 liter V6, beautiful car.
Yep.
Yeah, it's nice. I like it. I upgraded the suspension. When I say upgraded, I bought the standard ones, basically struts, but upgraded the springs, and that's it. And the car's just beautiful. Its stance is nice. We've taken it off road. My brother was impressed with what it could do, and we had a great time with it. Still having a great time now. Killing it in the snowy weather. When we put the studless tires on, so yeah, we're on our way when you do that. Yeah. I like my car when it's dirty because it means I've been busy. Yeah. Mechanically it's sound. All the lights are clean and mechanically the inners are nice. Inside the car it's comfortable. The kids got a nice TV screen in there for them to watch the Transformers, of course, and Captain Scott when they were little. All that set up nicely. And as they grew up, they watched more adult movies, of course. Yeah, set up beautifully in the back for them. And then mummy and daddy at the front driving away. Mummy falling asleep and daddy loving it. No aircon. Yeah, I forced the aircon over to my wife's side because I hate it.
Awesome.
I like
Jim.
the windows open. Do you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Yeah, we got a sunroof as well. That's good as well, the sunroof. But yes, anybody got any more questions? Please fire up. Go ahead.
Hello. I am just wondering, like, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, I knew that was fake.
What's up, guys?
Yeah.
How about
with the Cambodians.
anomalies? Just anomalies, like regular stuff that's been ignored or rather like set aside or forgotten. Like there's a lot of lightning on Lake Maracaibo in Venezuela. We get, I think, 3
right.
strikes a minute or something. That's continuous. It's just been going on for decades and everything. Normal.
Okay, and where is this place? Where?
Maracaibo, Venezuela.
Venezuela.
It's a lake.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
love
so there's a
Venezuela.
lake.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Venezuela has a lake, and this lake basically just has lightning strikes throughout. I think it's like 3 strikes a minute on average.
It's altitude and geographic location. That's why that's going on. That's interesting.
There was something I
Yeah.
remember about Indonesia. I don't remember much, but there was some anomaly in that area as well. Some weird stuff going on.
Yeah, I remember watching the electrical storms in a place called Crete. That was it, Crete.
The
Yeah.
island.
Yes, Crete. The island of Crete near the Greeks, right near Athens, and that. Yeah, yeah,
The
Greece.
Greek island.
Yep, it's a Greek island. Yeah, big one. And yeah,
Yeah, that's where
thoroughly enjoyed
Minotaur
it.
is supposed to be, right?
Sorry.
Minotaur. Supposed to
Yes,
be in
Minotaur.
Crete as
That's
well.
right.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
monster.
the monster. Yeah. In fact, it looked like Minotaur was living there in some parts, especially when you go to the mountain regions. I rented a motorcycle with my girlfriend at the time, and the guy who owned the motorbike shop was from England, Newcastle. Okay, and he had in his stockroom, in his massive warehouse, let's have a look. He must have had about 50 to 60, maybe even 80 motorcycles. You know, the ones nearer the door were cleaner, but as you moved back, they started to gather dust at the back. Yeah, and it was like a treasure trove. I was looking at, because why don't you use these bikes? He goes, no, we have to keep up with the times. He said, because I've got all this stock. What do I do with it? I said, if you give me your number, maybe I can help you with other guys in London. You know, so I took all his details and tried to link him up with people who might want to buy it, because he had a lot of stuff. The guy who rented it, yeah. And the reason why he let me have it cheap anyway was because his mechanic was out at the time, okay, at the day off, and I wanted to rent the bike, but the brakes weren't working properly. The drive chain was loose, okay. So I said, I can do that. I can put the brake pads in and I can adjust the chain. You know, he goes, yeah, I'm a biker. I do this every day. Look at, and I showed him a picture of my Dominator at the time. I goes, Kawasaki copied my bike. This is the original. This is copying my bike, man. And then I put the brakes on and that, and they let me have the rental for 2 weeks at a discount. And then we used to meet him at the bar. He goes, you go to the bar tonight? Yeah, I'll meet you. Yeah, me and my girlfriend used to meet him at the bar, have a drink in the bar. Yeah, man. Fixed the bike up, got it roadworthy, and yeah, Jim was away. Electric start, no kickstart on this one, because it's a 500cc parallel twin. Go ahead.
I want to do that in Europe. We have this culture from like Cape Town, basically, where people like the friends normally will build a car or something, or maybe multiple cars, depends, like a caravan. So during their maybe late 20s or 30s, usually, when they've got maybe a wife and kids and stuff, they're gonna team up with maybe 4, 5, 6 guys and go cross Africa all the way to Egypt, maybe to Saudi Arabia, maybe to Turkey. They drive through the continent.
It sounds like a great adventure. That was my dream. I wanted to do that from London. I went as far as Western Sahara from England. England, Spain, Portugal, France, Morocco, Western Sahara, and back. That's as far as I went. I did it on an Africa Twin, 750 Africa Twin, Paris Dakar Rally replica.
How long?
Man.
How long was the trip?
Oh, 3 weeks.
Oh, so you just went continuous and only rested?
You're going to stop off at places, of course. We stayed in hostels, because hostels are the cheapest. And then where there were no hostels, 1 or 2 star hotels, always cheap.
Yeah, just the motels and stuff where you just get to sleep.
Yeah, because you just want to sleep. That's all, really.
Absolutely, yeah. I want to do that.
I met up with an Italian couple. Okay, husband and wife, and he was riding the Honda VFR 750 race bike, all white with the blue saddle. I had the red, blue, and white with a blue saddle Africa Twin. And when we got to Morocco, the customs officer said, you see this bike? And he's pointing at my bike. This is the bike for Morocco. You see your bike? Very dangerous. Be very careful, my friend. Be very careful. because he was on a sports bike, you see, which is not
Yeah,
really
yeah.
suited to Morocco. Yeah, that's what
Absolutely,
he
yeah.
said.
I don't
Yeah.
like them either. I mean, it's not very good for Africa either.
Yeah, that's
We
what he
have
said.
less
To be
roads
careful. Yeah,
where you're gonna drive that and everything. It's better like
Yeah.
the off-road type or something. I love bikes. Unfortunately, they're
Full
not
of
very
prayer,
common
right?
here.
Right. So after the azan, I did maintenance on my bike. Everybody's sleeping, and then I did maintenance on the Italian bike, and I cleaned it up. I did the chain and everything, lubricated the chain, did my bike, cleaned up. His wheels were meant to be white, but they were like a grey from all the dust and everything. So I cleaned it all up. He didn't know yet. Everything's clean. Cleaned my bike up, everything nice. Then back to sleep. Right when he woke up in the morning and he saw his bike, he said, "Champion," you know. I said, "Yeah, I maintained my bike, so I did yours." And then what he did was he paid for lunch on the journey because
Yeah.
we went together.
Yeah, it's better
Yeah.
to have company always, you know, like you need
Yeah,
support and that kind of stuff. It's always good.
Yeah. So I met him. He'd come from Italy to Tangiers, and then I came from England, and we met up. We got on the ferry, got across, and then we went through Africa together. Yeah, man.
And all the way
It was
back.
good.
Nice. Yeah, Morocco is definitely a place to go to.
Yeah. And my girlfriend was saying, "What's that noise?" Because when the azan is coming up early in the morning, she's never heard it
Yeah.
before. You see, I said that's the call for
Yeah,
prayer
it's
for the
quite
Muslims.
early. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
quite early.
it's early, very early. Yeah.
It's the only sound apart from like crowing cocks. Depends on
That's
the
right.
the cocks, calibrated cocks.
Yeah,
There's some that are kind of crazy. They start crowing at the first tone rather than the second one. There's some
right.
that are non-calibrated. I remember studying this. So in fiqh, which is the jurisprudence, it says you can wake up at the time of the calibrated cocks crowing. So they had to explain the calibration, that some cocks are not calibrated, and when they see the sky lighting up on the first tone, which is the false tone, I think we're talking about sporadic meteor showers and stuff like that. I believe that's the one they call it, the false tone. Basically, the
Yes.
sky lights up at 01 or something, and then it goes away after about 30 minutes. So it's just a false dawn. So some of them see that and start crowing as well.
Yeah. It's brilliant. Yeah. And where we were, fantastic. Yeah. Golden Dome Mosque, and it was being refurbished at the time. So they were refurbishing it, making it look new again. Yeah, I remember that.
Is it the one in Casablanca?
Yeah, there's one in Casablanca as well. Yeah.
I've seen pictures of that one. There's one in Mali. You should have gone over to Mali. That's definitely interesting. But you have to cross Mauritania first. That zone is also very interesting.
Yeah, that's very hostile. Well, it's nice. The roads are rough. That's the only thing. Yeah, the people are okay. The Mauritanian people are nice. They like foreigners. They see you coming. When they saw me, yeah, don't see many black people riding motorbikes. That's the thing. And I was like the military style. Like I said, when you look after the equipment looks after you. So obviously, with the Italian being a companion now, obviously I could see that his bike needed maintenance. The tools are there, so you do it. That's making sure you're leaving no one behind, and I'm reducing the possibility of a breakdown. You see, it's just simple, really.
Sense.
Yeah,
I met these guys in Saudi Arabia who had come for Hajj from Cape Town on bicycle.
Yeah.
It took them 6 months.
Wow. Yeah.
So they
That's
started off as
fantastic.
4,
That's a
and 2
real
of the
journey.
guys returned. Yeah, no, I met them over there, and the Saudi government was trying to put their bicycle in a museum and offer them 10,000 riyals and a new bike. But they were like, no, we're putting it on a plane and taking it back because we're so attached and stuff.
Yeah. I can get the idea. Would I have sold my bike? It would have been depending on the money. It would depend.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
it's got
it
more
would depend on
sentimental
the
value.
amount of money. Yeah, but I understand the attachment completely because it's your history that you want to tell the world about as well. But then if it's in a museum, people are going to see it because they're still going to be famous, aren't they? You know, so that's
Yeah,
a
it's
tough
just
one.
yeah, it's a picture. Yeah, it's a tough one. You're right. You know, it's like the scars on your body. Each one has a phase. You know, this happened over
Yeah,
here.
has a
I
story.
was this young.
Has a
It's a
story.
story, exactly. So
Yeah,
other people will not see the story. They will just see the thing. They will see your body, but
yeah,
they don't understand the story behind the scars.
yeah, yeah. Exactly, exactly.
When you transfer it off, I think it's better if you want to maintain that value to give it off to somebody who does understand it. So usually they don't have
Yes,
much money, but you can offer it off to, like, you know, at lesser, but somebody will take care of that kind of a
somebody who's going
value.
to appreciate the
Exactly,
history,
the
the
appreciation
historic
is
value of the car.
equal.
Yeah, always. That's
Absolutely.
correct. Yeah, because the scars tell a story, you see, and it shows that it's got a history. Obviously, you don't want a car when you open it, the door is falling off. I mean, you don't want a car like that now. I don't want that kind of history.
Yeah, that's a different kind of history.
Yeah, it was part of a terrorist attack. Oh, really? Okay, thanks.
That's history as well.
Maybe I'm going to pass on that one. Thank you.
I almost got crushed by one. I was in a flood in Saudi Arabia. I didn't know about this because I've never been in flash flood. And there was a flash flood near Mecca. It started raining, and the mountains, because they're made of rock, there is no drainage system or anything. So in an hour, the place floods. And the flash flood has very strong currents. So it just
Yeah,
draws everything along with it, right? So I'm walking with a German guy he was quite tall, from Mina to Mecca, and the flood catches us somewhere halfway. So people are floating about, others are just like, it was chaos and brown, muddy water.
yeah, brown water,
It was murky,
dirty,
yeah,
muddy.
it
Yeah,
was
of
murky.
course. Yeah, of course.
So we started rescuing people. There was a truck parked somewhere, a lorry with a flat pack. We started getting people up onto that. So I remember one woman was just being drawn away. She's wearing this, the Saudi, what do they call that thing? The black one.
That
That gown,
yeah,
that one. So she's wearing that, and the water is just pulling her away because it's all over the place, so it's flappy, and she can't control
yeah,
it, and the current is like
yeah,
taking her. So we tried
yeah,
to grab her, and she's like, "No, don't touch me," and that kind of a thing. So he tells me in Arabic, like, "Yeah," no, he tells me in English actually, like, she doesn't want to be touched and that kind of thing. I was like, "Look, let's move on to other people. She doesn't want it, so we'll try to help her, and let's just go on.
yeah,
Other people need
yeah.
help as well."
Shame.
So this dude was standing there for a bit more, like, "What the hell's wrong with you? We're trying to save your life," and then you're just like, you couldn't even blink anymore. There was like panic and everything. People panicked. They've never been in water in their whole life. It's a desert. And then suddenly there's a flood. You don't even know what to do. It was more of the panic. You could
Yeah,
walk. It wasn't so deep. It was just like waist high or something, maybe,
yeah.
But the panic was
Drowning in
worse.
the bath
Yeah, you're
water.
just drowning because you're falling kind of thing. You don't have the power to stand up kind of thing. So we were
Yeah,
near a police station, and the cops, they just went into the police station and closed the door because people were trying to like run in to like save themselves kind of thing. There was water on the street. So
yeah,
this dude is shocked, he's like, the job of the police is to help people, and these guys close the door and lock themselves inside. It's like, fuck these guys.
yeah,
So we get people into the truck. I had to take off my t-shirt, or I just had a vest underneath. And I don't know what happened. I think somebody kicked it in the water, or somebody stole it. I don't know. It was a nice one. I liked it. It had a stop sign, not a sign, but it had like a palm with a stop on it and an
okay.
exclamation mark. So I was trying to get somewhere. I don't remember exactly what was happening, but then I saw two cars coming towards me, floating. There was a police jeep and another one, huge ones like yours, like a cruiser or something.
Yeah,
And they're just floating towards me from both sides, and there was no time to get out. I was just like, oh, damn, I'm gone. In my mind, I was like, I'm crushed. This is it. I'm done. I'm saying my last prayers
yeah,
now.
yeah.
So I'm like, what do I do? This is a bad way to die. And like, wow, I couldn't scream. I mean, he was at a different
No,
angle
you
and
just got to
everything.
wait for it. You're waiting for it.
Yeah, but the thing is, I wasn't waiting. I'm more the kind who fights, up to the end. So as it got closer, I put my arms out and like I
To
held the
stop
spare
it.
wheel.
To
That's
stop
usually
it. Yeah,
yeah. I just kind
yeah.
of tried to stop it. So at this point, I was surprised because I'm not very strong. But then I started pushing it away because I forgot that in water everything floats
It's
and is
floating,
lighter.
isn't it? Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
So I just pushed them away, and I was like, "Damn, okay, that's one." Because I wasn't thinking about that. So I
yeah,
just pushed them away, and off I moved on. I was like, "Oh, okay,
yeah.
that
That's
worked."
a lesson learned right there that you don't have to panic. Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah.
In about an hour, the water went away, And the next day in the news, there were like it was 1,000 people dead and stuff like that.
Yeah,
The water just
shame.
disappears. It just looks crazy. Like there was destruction, and then there's no more water because it just disappears after like an hour. So you just see a wet place with a lot of destruction, but you don't know what happened.
Yeah, funny that. People tend to panic and put themselves in worse danger than they
Yeah.
need to.
They need to, absolutely. Experience does matter.
Yeah.
That was something. I thought I was dead then, you know. A near-death
Yeah, you would
experiences,
do
and it
because
was
it's a
one of
big
them.
car. You see two big
There
cars
were
coming
two of
towards
them.
you.
I was just like, this is 3 tons, and there are 2 coming towards me. No space, nowhere to go, and they're just straight coming up.
Yeah.
That was one. I want to rent a bike. What do you think about like renting bikes in Europe? I want to do the cross Europe rather than cross Africa. The thing is, with Africa, most of our region is similar. I've been to East Africa. I've been to most of Southern Africa, like all the neighboring countries. Not very different. Not much to experience in that sense. So in
Yeah,
Europe,
renting
like
bikes.
1 day, 2
Renting
days, you're in a
bikes,
different
yeah.
country.
It's not going to be cheap.
How about buying one and then I sell it like in the end after the journey?
That's right. That's the move. That's what I was going to
Yeah.
suggest.
Yeah,
That you
I was gonna
buy
do
the
that.
bike, you use it, and then sell it back. Because then you would have
Yeah.
gone on holiday, you would have got the best out of it. You keep it in good nick, good condition. You return
Yeah,
it, and then
good
you
as
get
well.
some money back. Yeah, you
Yeah,
know.
makes sense. Absolutely. I was
Yeah.
looking up a site in Spain and stuff for the used bikes, but they were mostly sports bikes, which I'm not a fan of. I know the roads are better in Europe, but still, I would
Yeah.
prefer something much more ordinary, I
Yeah.
would say.
Yeah.
Bit
No,
more
I
power,
run a
maybe
sports
250
bike now.
cc. How many
Yeah,
cc
I'm
is
running
yours?
CBR 1000. Lovely machine.
Wow, that's powerful.
Very fast indeed. 0 to 60 in 2.3 seconds. I'm doing 60. You know. And if I
That's
keep
just
going,
sitting
I'm
there.
up to 185 miles per hour.
But you've got that over there?
Yeah. Honda.
You need
This
to
is
take it to a
Japan.
track, isn't it? Yeah, but you need to take it to a
Yeah,
racing track.
Motegi. If I ride like the wind, I can get to Motegi in about 30 minutes.
They allow it on the road?
Well, if you're driving properly on the motorbike, if you're driving and you're following all the rules and you're not speeding like I am, it's about an hour and something.
Right.
But me, I'm like a bat out of hell. I know what I'm doing. Bang.
Yeah.
30
So
minutes.
it works, right?
I'm
There's no
banging on
like
the door.
cameras or like speed limits and
No, we don't. We're not like that in Japan. No, they do have them,
Okay.
but not on the route because this is more country lanes. You see, more of a
Right.
country.
Yeah. So it's more in the city, yeah? Like those cameras and stuff.
Dual carriage roads or dual carriage lanes, should I say? Yeah, you've got the cameras there, but and again, they're not everywhere, but they're there. But when you go to Motegi, it's all country lanes, and some parts resemble England, so it's quite a nice ride actually.
Yeah, you have this advantage because we drive on the left. Yeah.
Yeah, we
That's a
drive on
pain
the
in the
left
ass as well.
exactly. Yeah,
Yeah.
we
In
drive on
Saudi,
the
it was a
left in
problem.
Japan as well.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
Japan
That's why
is the
we buy
same
the
as
cars
England.
directly. Yeah. We buy the cars directly, the used ones from Japan. They come straight.
Yeah, I love it. I do.
Yeah, it's
And
way
you get all the
easier. I mean,
twisty
you can just
roads.
get used to it. I know people who've like driven both, but I heard an Indonesian guy saying that it's better the British way with the gear on the left, the manual cars we drove, you know?
Yeah, it is better
It's
on the left,
easier
I
for
would have
some
to say.
reason.
But I've driven on both sides of the road. But obviously,
But
because I'm used to driving on the left, that's comfortable. But I've driven all over the world where it's on the right side. I've done that, no
right as
problem.
well. Yeah, I used
Yeah,
to
the
hit the
only
door in
time
the
I had a
beginning, you know?
problem was when I was on a bicycle, and I forgot I was in France, and I'd forgotten. I'd come out the shop with my brother. I'd forgotten.
The
I
wrong
got on a
side.
bike and I'm riding towards the traffic and then I realized, oh shit, I should be on the other side of the road. What am I doing? Okay.
Yeah, it happens sometimes. When there's no cars, you can't tell. Then you
Yeah,
automatically
I
move
did
on the
that.
other side, and then when the car
Yeah,
comes
I
from
did
the
that
front is
once.
when things get okay. Yeah, it happens sometimes. I used to have a problem. So nowadays, like crossing the road, I just look both sides. I have the time to like get used to one or the other because I travel. Then I'm looking at the wrong side when crossing the road when there's no cars. You just get a car behind you. Beep. Fucking irritating.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. We get that here in Japan occasionally. I cycle a lot here as well for my exercise and that. And you do get people going beep 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 beep. So I give them the two-fingered salute. Peace, man, peace. You know.
What do the Japanese use
Sorry.
as gestures? What do the Japanese use as gestures? What are the Jap gestures?
No, they don't really do the gestures. The Japanese, they don't do the gestures. They're not
I
really
noticed
into
the
that.
body is really like vertical when they speak with the limbs
That's right. You
towards the
see,
body. They're kind of stuck to the body, just
you've
bowing
noticed it.
maybe and all that. Yeah.
Yeah, they're bowing
Because in
and that.
psychology we study that. So when we study personal space, they say the personal space bubble. Japan is the first example for it to be a big bubble. You have to stand far compared to other people. Like in Africa, generally, you can walk up to somebody closer, like 1 or 2 meters. In Japan, you have to greet somebody 4 meters away, kind of thing. As long as you're audible, you
Keep
don't
the
actually
distance
approach.
a bit silly. Yeah, there
Yeah,
are times
distant.
though when they do make a mistake, especially when they're cycling, and that's all generations, from the young to the old. Right? If you're a pedestrian, you're walking, you don't know there's a bike behind you because you haven't got eyes at the back of your head, right? So, like for
Right.
me, when I'm approaching pedestrians, I always ring my bell, and if the bicycle doesn't have a bell, I am the bell. Ding, 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 ding,
Right.
ding.
Yeah, anything. Yeah.
Thank you. So they know I'm there. They don't do
Right.
that, right? And they come whizzing past you, just missing you by here. You could just change your
no.
direction. You could be taken out. Yeah. So they come past you fast, right? And they don't let you know they're there. So
Yeah, that's
sometimes
not
if
good.
I've met them at the lights, at the traffic lights, Pelican Crossing, I say, look, next time you're cycling, make sure you use, and I press the bell for them. Ding, 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 ding. Use that
Do
so I
that.
know you are there. Okay? Man, got
Makes
no
sense because you
idea.
don't
That's
know how
crazy.
somebody is going to react. Your assumption is that they're going straight, but when they get stopped, they could turn around in a
Yeah.
different direction.
Yeah. When you do your driving test, okay, the first thing they tell you is that pedestrians are unpredictable. So don't assume you know where they're going. Give them a wide berth and be
Wow.
very careful, be very
I thought
cautious,
it was only
because
in Africa.
pedestrians are unpredictable. They can change the direction at any time.
Yeah. Over here, they start walking backwards.
Well, there you are then, you see. Backwards.
They walk backwards. So if somebody has crossed maybe 80% of the way, the Bantu people, the natives, are more like they're respectful. So they believe in what they call the right of way culturally. The problem is they apply that to the road as well. So they're gonna cross 80% of the way, and they see a car coming. You assume that they're just gonna walk. They're gonna continue. So you want to curve behind them, but they start walking back to where they came from. They're gonna cross 80% back rather than cross the remaining 20.
Oh, that's terrible. That is. See, unpredictable. So we have to be
Yeah,
very
very
careful
unpredictable.
when we're dealing with pedestrians,
In my
and I
experience,
always will.
it's very hard because when I see like Bantu people, my estimation is different. When I see somebody else is like European or different, like I'm not even racist, but like when I'm driving, I'm racist. I explain this to my friends. Like I have to estimate where they're gonna go. So if it's European or Indian or something, they'll probably go forward.
Yeah,
But if it's an
yeah,
African person, they'll probably go backward. So you have to like call
yeah,
those shots.
yeah. I just tend to say you need to go back to driving school. That's what I say when I meet up with them.
Did you have to
But
do
in
a test when
Japan,
you
here,
went to Japan?
the drivers are very well behaved. Really, it's not often that you get crappy driving. You might get over cautious driving where they're driving a bit slow, and you might get your boy racer occasionally. But the majority of the drivers are very good. They're good drivers in Japan in that sense, and they follow the maintenance schedule of their vehicles and take them to the dealership, which is why in Britain, right, during let's say the 80s, 90s in particular, obviously it continued. Japanese vehicles were sought after secondhand because they're like new.
Yes,
You
yes,
understand?
absolutely. Those are the ones I was
Yeah.
talking about. We buy them over here. They come from Japan directly, and it even has the logbook of every time
Yes.
they did the service and everything.
Yeah.
So it's
The
timed.
service history.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they put the sticker there to show the fan belt has done 100,000 kilometers or 200 or
That's right.
whatever.
That's right.
They put the
That's right.
dates there. The problem is they're in Japanese, so sometimes we don't know exactly what they mean.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
have to
But the integrity is all there, though. Yeah.
yeah, definitely.
You can trust it. When I bought my Toronto, I would be now the third owner. So there was two owners before me, and I found out where they both lived, and they were living at north. So the car came from the north, and it's come down to the south. So I thought, okay, nice. Now I've got it. I'm owning it now, and yeah, it's got a real story to tell. Been everywhere, camping, snowboarding, yeah, traveling to airports when we're going on holidays, fishing, everywhere.
Cultural
Yeah,
orgasm.
not doing as many miles these days because the kids have grown up. They've got their cars. Okay, so I don't start the car to go to the supermarket. Bicycle and bike trailer. I'm keeping environmentally. I'm not destroying the engine because you have to warm it up, and I don't want to do that's wasting fuel. So I only use the car
Absolutely.
if
Even
I'm
the
going to do a
time.
big shopping or going long distances. And even then,
Yeah,
only if I
we're in
need the
winter
car
now,
because
so I have to warm
I
it
got a
up for like a
motorbike.
minute before I start driving. So
Yeah,
short
I go
distances,
the
I'm very hesitant.
Yeah, no, so I'm not using the car as much as I'd like to, but because the need is not there at the moment. So I'm using my motorbike more, and if I'm not using the motorbike, I'm using the push bike at the moment. So there we are. But when the kids were small and we had the El Grand and then the camp, so I used to be the guy that would go to the campsite first and set up, and then my wife would bring the kids down and that, and then we join the camp. And in the end, I'm packing everything up and that. And I liked it that way because it meant that the equipment would be there where I left it. It's not going to get damaged because I'm the one in control of that. Okay, but
Yeah,
there are times when we're cleaning the tent now, I'd ask for their help, and we'd be setting up the tents in the park for cleaning. All right, so that's where they learn how to set the tent up. They learn it with me in
yeah,
the
makes
park because
sense.
again, it's always important to clean the tent out and then check for anything that's going wrong, any rips. Again, like I said, in the military, you look after the kit will look after you. Okay, so you're
Absolutely.
looking for any damage, and then you clean
Absolutely.
out the inside, get all the dust out and the spiders and that, clean it out, and then roll it up properly, pack it away. So when you go camping the next time, you can just pick it up, put it down, and no
Absolutely.
embarrassing moments are going to happen.
Yeah, that would be
Yeah.
actually very uncomfortable because if you discover like rips or something at the point you need it, that's worse
Yeah.
than having known that beforehand.
Yeah. Fate favors the prepared, as they say. And when you've been in the military again, that's part of the training. Always be prepared.
Yeah, our
And
lives, I
I
think, much
draw on
more, at least the
every
traditional ones. We used to have to
yeah.
like hunt and go out to the bush to like do all that stuff. So naturally part of the culture, I guess. Something you just know.
Yeah, I love it. I love all that. I just love all that, man.
Urban life doesn't have so much of it now. The new generation, if you're in the city and stuff, the kids don't know so
It's
much.
all bloody gaming, isn't it?
Yeah. You literally have to go out on an expedition or like out of the. It's not that common anymore. I mean, in the past, it was like if I'm not going hunting this week, maybe my friends are, at least somebody is. You're gonna get news. We went fishing. The other group caught a bigger one. Stuff like that. Like those such kind of news. Nowadays, it's like, well, traditionally, even on the weddings, you're supposed to have wild meat. So it used to be like kudu, buffalo, whatever. Nowadays, you could have a wedding without any wild meat at all. I've been to like 3 weddings maybe in the past half a year or maybe a year. Nothing of
Oh
that sort.
wow.
Like maybe impala at most, which is kind of common, in a way.
Yeah. So I was just going to check. Is there anybody in here who wants to share the mic and have a conversation or ask any questions? Please do. Yeah. Don't be worried about us. We're here, especially me
Yeah, we're
anyway.
just
I'm
filling
here
the
to
time.
serve you.
We're
Yeah,
filling gaps.
I'm here to serve you. So please, if you want to be served, please ask. It's not going to cost you any money. You won't be fined or anything. And we're here to help you. Please, let's make this server work.
I just want to ask, what's this voice channel about?
Channel. I'm new to this channel myself. The VC channel is about talking, isn't it? Communicating and asking questions and getting answers. The VC is all about. It's about learning English, of course, for those who want to learn English, and talking about any topic matter you wish to talk about. Your hobbies. We like to talk about flat Earth, moon landings, things like that. We don't.
I
get
want
too
to talk
controversial.
about. I want to talk about why do satellites hang from balloons over
Yes, Radwin. That's a great question, and welcome to you, sir. Now that I've heard your voice, I just want to say that I have missed your voice over the 2 years that I haven't been on here. Okay, and I'm glad to hear you loud and bright and always on point. This man never comes off the rails. He might shout or two, but the points are always on point. Glad to hear you again there, Redwin. And I couldn't
You
remember
too.
your name the other day. Okay, so forgive me for that, but I'm glad to hear you again and again.
You're
So
the only
yes.
one who wants to hear me, because Glovers don't
Well,
want to hear when I'm around.
well, Radwin, I haven't heard you for 2 years, man. So I'm glad to hear you, mate. And you were always good when I was around before. So I'm glad to hear your voice, bro. You're the man, as far as I'm concerned. You ask the right questions at the right time, you know? Oh, I get what you mean, though. People don't want to hear him. The Globers in particular, yeah, obviously. I'm a bit slow there, but yeah.
Yeah, no, they don't want to hear it from me at all.
No, not the Globers. You're too sharp, you see. You know, you come over like Mike Tyson with the punch in a nice way. Yeah. But yeah, I
I don't know
posted
how to
that.
be anything. I don't know how to be anything but nice.
It's true. That's true words. You're not lying. You're not lying at all.
Please
So
spread
for
the
anyone who's
ignorance.
interested, we were talking about the Aristophanes experiment, or should I say observation. It's not really an experiment. And it was said that you could do the thing on a table, right? So I posted the meme. It's in the site. Have a look at it and look at the shadows. According to that, you'd be thinking you're on a globe on that table. There you are.
Eratosthenes.
Yeah, Aristophanes. Eratosthenes is the other pronunciation.
I would say Eratos. Oh, okay, so this is Greek, I suppose, yeah? Eratos.
He did, because we don't even know if he lived or not. That's the other point. We mustn't forget. Nobody can prove or validate that he actually was alive. No remains. Where's he buried? No burial ground. Nothing. Did he actually live?
Is part of mythology rather than a legend.
Yeah. Modern day myth. What it is. But yeah, I just thought we'd check on the people who are in the server, and if they've got a question. The VC, it's all about, like we just said, it's all about making sure that you can communicate well and you're learning as you go along. VC, voice check. So if anybody wants to speak, please go ahead. It's all free. It's not costing you any money, really. So here we go. Come on. Make use of us.
So is there an
Why do
actual
satellites hang off balloons?
point
Because they can't put
or
satellites into vacuums. That's why.
would the balloon still float in go up in a vacuum?
The helium balloon goes up. I know they go up to 120,000, 124,000, and then there's a higher one at 130,000. But we're talking about 120,000 basically, and that's like 24 miles off the Earth's surface. Helium balloons.
If the balloon can't expand, it can't go any higher.
Right. There you are.
But still, there should be a maximum point of before it bursts, like some kind of expansion. You
Yeah,
could maybe blow it halfway or
there's a
something.
maximum point, like 120,000, because Joe Schmoke just can't go and make a balloon that just keeps expanding forever. So yeah, there's a point, and it just stops, and that's it.
Oh, so
But the
basically it doesn't
material
go
they do
higher because
use,
it cannot expand anymore.
yeah, the material that they do use though is quite robust. Okay, because they can be up there for days, weeks, months.
So when they use Mylar, it will stop expanding, so the balloon won't go any higher. but it'll stay up there for a long time.
Yeah,
Mm.
that's right.
Floating about. Is there winds up there?
Winds.
Yeah, they're
I
strong
can't tell you
or
that. I haven't
something.
been up there. I don't think so. There's motion. There is motion. There might be a little bit.
What would cause
Yeah,
the
it's
winds up there?
kind of. I don't know. They say the winds are stronger or something.
Well, they're going to say everything that you can't prove anyway, and then
Absolutely.
you'll just believe it. That you'll just believe it. So that's just you just then repeat it, and then it becomes true to you. Anyway, so yeah, your winds and all that happen because the hot air and cold air are mixing, and that causes wind.
Yeah, causes turbulence, doesn't it? Causes thermal flows and turbulences.
Exactly.
That's what's
Changes,
going on
yeah.
there. And because of that, you get motion. Because the dog camera, does move from time to time, doesn't it? Sways from side to side. I've noticed. I'm sure you have as well, Radwin.
Yeah, so I stopped worrying about what it looks like from way up high when I got my P900, and I just shot long distance pictures, and that was the end of the globe.
Yeah, I remember when you got it. Actually, I've actually got the pictures that you sent me. I've still got them. Okay, of your camera the day you got it.
Yeah. How many years ago was that?
Oh, well, let's have a look. If I hazard a guess, maybe 3 years ago, maybe 4 now. Let me check. 2020.
Probably. I was going to say longer than that.
Wow.
Yeah, so 5. Oh.
Does it have a
Oh, so
long,
5
big ass
years.
lens?
There you go, 5 years then. Because yeah, go on, Radwin.
I want to know what he said.
Oh, I was just asking if the lens are very long. Like, does it have that extended lens?
So, someone's
P900,
asking me.
83x, 83 times zoom. Then it goes into
Yeah.
digital mode.
I owe someone an apology here. Someone's asked me which country am I from. Okay, I am a descendant of my African parents, of course. So we're from Nigeria, but I was born in London, England, 1961. That makes me 63 now, and I'm now currently talking to you from Japan. Okay, but I was born in London, England.
The black English guy from Japan. That's what I always say.
That sounds right, or what? What an anomaly. But there you go, yeah. East London, Cockney African, talking Japanese. Yeah. Thank you for the question. Sorry for the late response. I apologize. But I'm not looking at the chat. That's the problem there, and I do apologize for that.
Yeah, but the guy left, I think. He was just here, popped in for a bit, didn't say anything, and left.
Yeah,
Some people
for
are
the same.
shy, but I feel that there should be a minimum requirement of at least saying something. Maybe not a lot,
Yeah.
but something.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird. Just you're going to be suspected to be a lurker and a spy and shit like that.
Well, yeah, you're gathering intel. You know,
Yeah.
it could be that. Is that really, Jin? Let's find out. You know, it is.
Yeah, in a bad way, you know. Like you could do it in a nicer way, you know. Less suspicious.
I'm not paranoid like that, though.
Neither am I.
It's just basic.
I would nothing to hide, mate.
Well, I would say it's etiquette, you know. Just etiquette. Greet somebody, present yourself, kind of thing. Say hi, then proceed. What do you think about the next room, the vegans?
What, the vegans?
Yeah.
What I can tell you about the vegans is if you do the top command in this server, we have more hours booked in this server than they do. That's what I can tell you.
Wow.
I
That's
saw
good,
that
isn't it?
already. So how do they calculate that? Is it like the sum total of the users?
Or is it from when they started off?
It's based over the last 14 days, and it's the amount of
Okay.
hours spoken in the voice channel. There's other statistics as well, but we're just going off voice activity.
Yeah, but for everyone, right? Like, or is it just the actual room? Like, it just counts as 1 hour right now, for
It only
example.
shows the top 3 as far as I can tell. You can probably look at more.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
I've
you
seen
can
it in
change
other
the
servers.
settings there.
It goes up to
Yeah,
like
so
10 or
here's
something.
like the top 10 here.
Wow.
But we've only been here for a couple of weeks.
I know. That's why I was surprised. Like, how is it the first?
Yeah. Yeah, every server we go to, right? If you have a look in the main politics server, the Flat Earth channel's like 16,000 hours, and then the next closest is below 10,000 hours. So yeah, any server we go into, it quickly becomes the most popular channel in the server. It's a hot topic, right? If it wasn't censored, it would be blowing up like crazy, right? It would still be one of the top search results on YouTube if it wasn't censored.
Yep, that's exactly what's being proven right now by what you both just said there. Yeah, absolutely. And just talking about the vegans, 2017 saw a large movement towards veganism. So much so that the meat eaters on the Discord were getting triggered. And I said, it's okay. There's nothing wrong with being a vegan as long as they just keep to what they eat, and that's fine. It's not a wrong move. But they were getting really triggered in 2017 because people were becoming vegans.
Yeah, it's a hot religion right now. They're like converting people and stuff.
There's nothing wrong with eating a vegan. It's just like eating vegetables.
Absolutely.
Just give me some sauce.
Yeah, that's according to them, but it's still, according to us, cannibalism.
I think they make some great points about the problems with the mainstream meat industry being cruel and things like that.
That's
Like, I
true,
completely agree with them on things like that, but some of them just take it a little bit too far. Like,
The extremism is a problem, yeah.
The extremism, yeah.
Yeah, the extremism is a problem. They're like, no, ethically, we choose to kill plants rather than animals, and there's no basis to that. They're just like, oh, because they don't have a brain and neurons, and that's not something I'm very comfortable with. I mean, plants are living creatures. They move towards light. They sense where the water is. The roots will grow towards that. That's a living creature. It's just slower than animals. Animals can move fast, like within a day or very quickly, like
I
in
don't
a
know.
minute. You could walk.
Plants seem to be able to grow roots faster than I can, so they're pretty quick.
Oh yeah, that's true as well. Weeds grow faster than our crops, for example. They have competition among the species. It's over time.
Does walking on eggshells come in here from time to time? Do they
Not
come in?
anymore.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Go ahead, please. Yeah. You should see the way they talk about the flat earthers. Nothing but character assassination, yeah? Nothing but. But you know me, I hate them with a vengeance anyway, especially the eggshells. So I just lay into him. He gets both barrels.
He gets all kinds of digs from me, rainbow and all.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't like talking to me. As soon as a lot of times he'll leave when I'm starting to get hot on his ass.
Yeah, that's right. He's the same with me as well. And the other one, have you heard of Red Cloud?
No.
No. It's from England, very similar to eggshells. They could be brothers.
I don't go to those other servers.
Yeah, don't worry. I'm going there. I go there on your behalf. Don't worry. I give them the most shit and hell they've ever had. Right? It's a very bad day when I come in. They're not laughing and they're not feeling good. They're not. I promise you that. They're not.
Yeah, the
They
anger
have to
shows.
insult me. They have to insult me, but I'm just giving them the facts and how ridiculous being on the globe is and how they haven't proven it in all these years. And that's that, you know. We don't go upside down. Shut up. I know your model. Your model doesn't exist. You've got a model that doesn't actually
I like
exist.
when they insult me. I let them insult me and call me names, tell me I'm stupid, and then I bring out a triangle test on them and I ask them if they know what a triangle is. And once they say yes and they get it correct, they can't have a triangle on the surface of a ball. So now they're fucked.
Yeah, that's it. You've locked them out of their own model.
Yeah, so you either say no, you don't know what a triangle is, so you can still be a glober, or if you say yes, then you're going to have to just sit there and be quiet or answer questions that are going to make you look very bad.
Right. You're going to want to disappear.
I've knocked about 50 to 60 globers out of the room with just a simple triangle test, because once they know what road I'm leading them down, it's over.
Yeah, that's what I mean about your technique. That's what I mean. You know, it's just embarrassing, isn't it, for them? Embarrassing.
I like when they call me stupid and I'm an idiot and I don't know anything. That's when I bring it out, and then I just turn it on them and I make sure YouTube's in here listening and show people how much of an idiot this guy doesn't even know what a triangle is on a second grade paper.
Yeah, wow. And yet they're calling themselves professionals, pilots, land surveyors, and all this. They give themselves these little titles, and everything they say is completely wrong to the actual field, opposite to the field itself. Idiots, man. Yeah, they like the guy called Zanuck. He once murdered the principle of flight when we were talking about it flying over a globe. Yeah. So I said, ladies and gentlemen, if you're ever at the airport and you hear Zanuck, don't get on that plane. Or if you hear Pilot Zanuck, can you please report to the cockpit? Don't get on that plane, because that's where you know you're going to be in a very untidy heap when you get to your destination. Because he's going to fly the plane like he's flying on a globe, ladies and gents. And we don't live on a globe. Yeah, everyone cracked up. Even
He
flat
doesn't
earth
show
theory.
he don't show his face around us anymore.
Yeah, he's done it. Yeah, he's still out there doing his silly little nonsense, but you know he gets smacked up when we're around. He just gets smacked up. I smash him up anyway all the time. I don't even
They
get a
only
chance
hang
to talk.
around. They only hang around where weak flat earthers can't handle themselves. Hang around. Not you. I know you can. That's why you whip them into shape. But that's why they hang around other places where the weak ones that can't form arguments or use logic against them. That's where they hang out.
Yeah. And then if you do find to go in there, it's all over for them. Sit, start packing up. Pack up. This is not the way to be. Ladies and gentlemen, it's quite simple. Did you see the cover to yourself? Don't you think that's a bit strange? Don't you? How can you be living on a ball and not notice it with all the senses you've got there? Unless you're an unfit bum, then I can understand. Exactly.
We're like rock stars to those guys. They think to those globers, they get so uncomfortable when we come around or they show up and then we pop in. Man, it's like being in the room with royalty compared to those guys when they look at us. They're like, what the fuck?
Yeah, exactly.
Making sure the YouTube spot's in here hearing me. I'm just making sure that we're being recorded so that they can play it back and listen to my nice voice.
Yeah, you're a nice critique of what they're like. Yeah, of course. They know me. I know them. I don't hide from them at all. I know when I go in there, their spirits are down. Oh, fuck, it's him. Well, of course it is. I'm bringing the facts, aren't I? Okay. You don't have the facts. The only facts you have are lies. You know, they bring out a document. Yet, ladies and gentlemen, that document you just heard read, that was a fraudulent document. It has to be fraudulent in order to keep the fraudulent globe alive. That's what you heard there. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, yeah. Remember, you've got the opportunity to check both sides of the story now. What would be the point of me saying it's flat if it's not? Ridiculous, isn't it? Exactly. And you yourself, you never measured it, and you haven't seen the curvature. So obviously that's two positions there that should make you think. Yeah. Just make you laugh, doesn't it? You know? Because some of these individuals who are globers are very intelligent individuals, right? So they're deliberately lying to the world. Deliberately, man. They're not mistaken. They haven't got it wrong. Can't get it wrong with the level of intellect they've got. You know, I will never accept that they're making a mistake, if you will.
Well, then they're getting paid to do that.
Yeah, that's what I think's going on. And yeah, and if they're not getting paid, that's one sick individual for sure.
So I've been listening to the ISS channel on my ham radio for 2 days now. I haven't heard anything. Did it crash?
I don't know. I haven't been listening.
Oh, I have my radio set. I should be able to hear it, and if I can hear it, I should be able to decode images if it sends any. So we're gonna try all that. We're gonna try it all.
Right. But you know, NASA, they like to create a little bit of drama because the drama helps to substantiate the thing to be real. You see what I mean? So they create a little bit of drama, they bring it on, it works for a few days, it's gone off again.
Well,
it comes back and it stays on.
Here's how I figure. Because I'm not hearing it, that's because they had an issue on board with their radio, and they weren't able to communicate with NASA for the time that I couldn't hear them, and so that's proof that the ISS is there.
Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. Thank you. That's it. That's creating that little bit of drama because it lends itself to the legitimacy of it being up there. That's what I was trying to say.
That explains why I'm not getting images from them.
Yes, exactly.
It's also proof that it's there because I'm not getting images from them.
Yeah, oddly enough, yes. Yeah. When it's not ready up there anyway. It's not even up there anyway, but
it can't be true because it can't be true because I'm not getting images from them. NASA said there's something wrong with the radio.
Yeah.
So that's
it's not
why.
up there.
That's
not up there. We're not
then.
a globe. Yeah, we're not a globe anyway. So definitely not a globe. And as I like to keep reminding everyone is that in a court of law, whatever you've built upon a false premise has to be seen as null and void. So I'm like Stan Smith from American Dad. Null and void, null and void, null and void.
And I believe I cannot talk back to the astronauts if I do hear them. I got to read this more clearly, but I believe I cannot talk back to them. So
that's strange. Why not? Are they jamming it?
That's kind of strange.
Yeah.
What's this one-way broadcasting shit?
Yeah.
I mean, I could do that. I could send a balloon up with a transmitter on it, playing a MP3 or over and over on a SD card, and just playing it through a ham radio input. And then you guys would think if you point up to that thing, then there's somebody on there talking. That would be crazy.
Yeah. Small satellite going on.
You have a globe believer in the chat, and it's the first guy in line on my phone.
Okay.
Akai. Yeah,
Akai.
that Akai. Yeah, like the stereo. So Earth is not flat. He said. So he wins.
Okay, Akai. You're a champion. Akai. See, Akai in Japanese means red.
So I used to have red stereos then. My first CD player was red then. I
Yeah,
had
there you
Akai.
go. Yeah, Akai is red. Yeah, my dad used to have Akai as well, reel to reel.
Oh yeah,
Those were the
that's the
days.
good stuff. That was the good old days. That's when the shit was real.
Yeah, yeah. Do you know, I've always wanted one of those reel to reel players. Love them.
They're expensive now.
Yeah? Are they? How much?
They're got to be in the couple $1,000 range at least for
Wow.
one that
Yeah.
you're going to be able to, and then you got to find the media for it
Yeah.
or
Do like
make
the
your
idea.
own. You'd have to find new tapes and then make your own, but that's not as good as getting somebody's originals and playing them back.
Yeah. Well, I've got my own tapes. I can have all my tapes from the 80s, late 70s.
You should be able to get a cheap one that'll play those, but if you want like quality, I'm sure they're in a couple grand range, but you should be able to get something used and old that you'll be able to hear your tapes with.
Yeah. I want to record. What I want to do is record them onto the reel to reel tape. So you got like 5 hours of tape on one reel or whatever, however long they are, like 2 hours or something on one reel. That'd be great. And it looks good as well. The machine actually looks good. You know, I just like the whole setup. It's just great. My dad used to have it. Yeah, reel to reel, man. The best. Yeah, yeah. Radwin's a bit of a classic nostalgist. Yeah.
So Akai keeps commenting and won't talk, so
Yeah, come on, Akai. What's up, man?
looking for videos of globes. Keep looking, you're never gonna find one.
Yeah, it's got to be one of Akai's Japanese, maybe.
Like, are you guys for real or you just like joking around?
No, we're real. We are real flat earthers. No joke. As sure as you need air to breathe, we are flat earthers. I know you laugh. Look, I know you're laughing. Let me just put something to you very simply, okay? The reason.
Let me tell you something.
Calm
Now
down.
you can hear me talking.
Okay. Go ahead.
Right, and you can hear me talking, right? Look, the reason we're flat earthers, okay, is because we were told a story about the globe, the Earth being a globe. We've actually gone out to check it. That would mean we would have to measure, okay? We're not finding that curvature anywhere. It's extended horizontality. So my question to you is, have you actually gone out to confirm what you learned at school was correct? Have you checked? Do you even know the model before you laugh at us?
I mean, you can go like to like Mount Everest and see it yourself. First of all, yeah, you can see it. Like, you can see Earth is not fucking flat. I mean,
No, it's just a flat horizon around Mount Everest.
Did you go
You're
there?
wrong there.
Yeah,
You're
last
wrong.
time I was at the top of Mount Everest,
So-
it was just flat. Every time I looked all the way around, it was just flat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I have a video. I have a video of that. Right, 360-degree pan from the top of Everest. I'll drop it in the side chat right now.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Please
DJ.
have a look.
So not a
have look.
globe.
So why not like believing in like a cube Earth, like Minecraft or something?
Yeah. We don't need to believe in anything because we can actually check it to know. So we don't have to believe you. We don't have to believe the scientists, the professors, the cosmology. We don't have to do any of that believing. We can check for ourselves. That's within our rights to do that. Don't you think? Yeah, is that fair? Am I allowed
I
to go
mean,
and check
when
for
you
myself?
when you dig through the bottom of
yes. I mean,
Minecraft,
you
when you
can
dig through
believe
the
like
bottom of Minecraft, do
No, no,
you
no.
just
everything.
fall into space? When you
Yeah,
dig through the bottom of Minecraft, do you fall forever?
yeah, from Minecraft.
Yeah,
And by the way, you keep
yeah.
saying we can
Oh,
believe.
so check
You
it
keep
out.
saying
Yeah.
we
So
can
the
believe.
funny thing about flat Earth is it's not in space. Space is fake, so you're not going to dig through it and fall into anything. It's just flat, and you have to accept that.
Yeah, that's that. And please don't keep saying you can believe this and you can believe that, because you just heard me tell you that we don't do the believing. We went to check to know. So we don't have to believe anybody. We can go and check for ourselves. Please don't
So
forget.
so you went to moon and check it yourself that Earth is flat, right?
We don't need to go. We don't need to. You see, here's another
Sorry,
mistake.
dude.
Hang on
I'm
a
gonna
minute.
get annoyed.
You're laughing,
Oh, okay.
but why would I need to go to the moon when I'm actually on the Earth and I can measure the Earth? Why would I need to go to the moon? What's the point of doing that? You see,
I mean,
you're.
I'm sure you're not a
No. Hold
scientist.
on a second. Hold on a second. Can you please be serious? Yeah. We don't need to go to the moon to measure the Earth, do we now? Do I need to go to the moon? Really? You see? You see? Now you're beginning to wake up. I can
And
hear it.
flying rockets is not science; that's
It
engineering.
Yeah,
There's
it's
a difference.
engineering, and it's fake as well anyway, because they're only glorified fireworks that end up in the water. But the point is, you don't need to go to space. And like I said, and you're totally ignoring what I said to you. You haven't checked. You're laughing. You're making all these questions and giggling, and we're ridiculous. But you haven't even checked. You know, you don't know the model. You haven't checked anything, and you're right. We've gone out sweating blood, checked it, done the maths, done everything. We know, and we're wrong.
Yeah, mad respect to that, but I believe in science. Like,
Yeah, you're believing again. You don't even know what
oh
science
my
is.
god.
You
Okay,
don't even. If you
look,
believe in science, it
I'm
means
not a
hello.
scientist. I'm
Hang
not
on a
gonna
second.
like.
Yeah, if you believe in science, it means you don't know what science is. Because when you know science, you don't use the word "I believe." If you know what science is.
I know. So let's say I know that Earth isn't flat.
Yeah, how do you
Okay.
know that when
Yeah.
you haven't checked?
How do you know it?
Yeah, because you haven't
Because
checked
you
it.
have the evidence. I mean,
Okay.
you
What
have like
No,
evidence?
what
Okay. What
evidence? Tell
evidence?
me. Go on. I'll let you do it, Sonny. Go.
I'm sorry,
I mean,
Jen. I didn't mean
you
that.
have the pictures. I mean,
Okay.
go and
Okay. So
search NASA on
No, I
YouTube, and
already
you will
told you
get.
space is fake. You're not doing all that shit. So now you're gonna have to deal with what I said. You can't go to a place you can't go to. Rockets don't work in a vacuum.
so
Oh
you
my
have
god! I just lost like 30
so
IQ talking to you guys.
hold on. So
Really?
you have pictures. So how did you verify the pictures you saw?
Do you believe in oxygen?
How did you
You,
verify the pictures? Why are you avoiding the question? Why? How are you verifying the pictures you saw on your phone or your TV screen? How did you validate those to be true or that they're actually in a space that exists? How did you verify that?
well, in today's world, like AI is taking over everything. So you can't trust like
Okay, so
the
you
thing that you see
concede.
on
So
the
you just
internet.
so you just conceded that you haven't verified the pictures. Thank you for your concession. Now we can move on. So you just have a blind belief in what you see on TV. That's your only evidence of the globe Earth. That's the only place you've ever seen the globe Earth is on a TV screen, right?
I think the point
Yeah,
that
that's
you have to believe in this image is a valid point.
So
So
we can go to the fundamental nature of water itself. So every time you've seen water in any type of container, no matter how large or small, the top surface is always level, horizontal. That's where the horizon comes from horizontal. Sea level is what we use as a baseline. So if all the oceans are horizontal on top, every water, like I said, from your kitchen sink to your bathtub to a swimming pool to a large pond or lake to the oceans, the top surface is level, horizontal. So since 71% of Earth is water, That means 71 or 75% of Earth is flat. Of course, we have topography on land. We know this. There's mountains, valleys, rivers, like forests. Like we know all of those things exist. All of those things on land are measured with elevations from sea level. All of your altitudes, aircraft flights, they're all measured from sea level. So we navigate this way across the oceans using the horizon as a horizontal plane to measure elevation angles to the stars above us that are rotating above us. These are objectively so. That's the way we all experience Earth. That's the way it's practically used by everyone, including NASA.
So, I mean, that's for gravity. I mean,
Okay.
What the fuck? Sorry,
What is gravity?
gravity. You wanna like go
what has
back
that
to
got to
like
do
11th
with
grade?
what Sonny said? Gravity's got nothing to do with what Sonny said.
Exactly.
Well, that is actually like gravity. Like
No.
Okay.
what is like let me tell you something.
Sorry, I'll explain to you
So,
why. I'll explain to you
Alright.
why. Because you seem to not understand. You're going to say that gravity pulls everything into the center of mass, curving the surface of the Earth. Sonny's just pointed out to you that the surface of the Earth is horizontal, not curving. So even if you're going to say gravity, that's going to mean a curved surface. We don't measure a curved surface, so it's irrelevant.
Yeah. Yeah. So if you want to say gravity is pulling everything to the surface of Earth, when we go out and measure the water of Earth, we find that it's horizontal. So congratulations, your gravity pulled everything down and made it flat, not curving. So you just proved that Earth is flat yourself by using your gravity claim. But actually, gravity, the way it's explained to us, doesn't exist. It's called a pseudo force. That means fictitious force. Fictitious means false, untrue, unproven. There's no experiment that shows gravity has an effect on anything in this world, period. If you want to go try to find the experiment from November 1915, general relativity paper by Einstein, if you want to go ahead and search that paper for an actual experiment, of course, you'll have to go with the scientific method, which requires an independent variable that is manipulated by the scientist to show a cause and effect. That's what science is. Science doesn't have anything to do with shapes. What Earth is a shape claim. All we have to do is go out and measure, see if water is level, which we do, and it is level. So, do you have proof of this gravity you're claiming?
I mean, of course, like you throw a ball and it will hit the ground. That is called
Okay.
gravity.
Sorry, is
Okay,
that
great.
science? Throwing a ball up in the air. Did you just do science?
What did he say?
I said
I didn't get it.
throwing a ball in the air. Is that science?
I mean, it's a science experience.
Experiment? You mean?
Yeah.
No, that's
Yeah,
not.
yeah.
No, that's not a scientific experiment. You throwing a ball.
So what do you think like about Einstein or like Newton?
Pardon?
Isaac Newton.
What about Isaac Newton?
I mean, Isaac Newton was definitely like smarter than me and you.
Okay.
So,
but did he throw a ball?
he didn't throw a ball, but yeah,
You
the
said
apple thing.
you You said throw a ball. Sonny asked you for
Bro,
scientific. Excuse me. Sonny asked you for scientific evidence. You threw a ball. I don't think you fulfilled the answer to his question by throwing a ball. He wanted science.
dude, I'm not a scientist. I believe.
So why
Uh,
would you make a claim to it then?
look, I believe in like the guys who are like
No,
smarter than me. Like
I know,
that
but
is so easy, I mean.
excuse me, you were asked, right? You said the science. You said throw a ball, but that isn't science. So the question has to be asked: do you know what science is?
um, the object that we learn in a school.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll ask again. So do you know what science is? So I'll ask
I
it
mean,
better. Do you know what the scientific method is?
This is very
can
fun.
you explain it to me? Like I say, and you don't agree with me. So like, tell me what do you think about science?
What I'm trying to point out to you is you seem to be appealing to the authority of scientists. You say that they do scientific experiments, but I don't think you know what the scientific method is to tell me and Sonny and everybody else that the scientists are conducting scientific experiments. You threw a ball. That's not science.
Okay, so you have a ball and it's on the ground. Now you go and you lift up the ball with the effort of your muscles and your body to lift the ball up. When the ball was sitting on the ground, it was sitting in equilibrium because of the medium that surrounds the ball. When you lift the ball up, you're exerting energy to raise the ball up. The cause of that, raising the ball up, is you, the human being, you, Tay. You lifted the ball up. Now, when you drop the ball goes back down to where it reaches equilibrium on the bottom, at the floor, on the ground, because the medium that surrounds it, the ball, is more dense. So, if you take that same ball and you hold it underwater at the beach, it goes up by itself. It sits on top of the water. So, what happened to gravity?
That has nothing to do with gravity. That
You're
is
exactly right. It has nothing to do with gravity, right? Because gravity didn't have any effect on the ball when you pulled it under the water and then let it go. It goes up, not down. What about a helium balloon?
so like basically English is not my first language, so I cannot
Okay.
explain to you because like we say like Chegali, and I don't know what to say like in English, but it's like a difference. It's different. Like you cannot compare those things to
Question:
like each other.
do all things fall down? Question for you.
Not all of them. I mean,
Yeah, bingo. That's what Sonny's trying to tell you. So when you say gravity, you throw a ball and it goes down, you're forgetting about everything else that happens. For example, the helium balloon, the ball in the water when you let it go and it rises upwards, and all of the gas that's around you that you're breathing that moves freely and randomly in all directions. So we're just trying to help you understand that not all things fall down, for you to claim that gravity is the thing causing this phenomena. As soon as you remember things move in different vectors, but by gravity.
so like another question. do you believe that like so since you believe like Earth is flat, you gotta believe like America and Russia gotta be like far away from each other. Like that is right.
Just
That is
across
your
the North
belief.
Pole. Just across the North Pole. What do you mean? Now that the Earth is flat, America and Russia are really far away. What?
Yeah. I mean that is your belief, but in
Sorry.
fact they
Hold
are
on.
like
Hold on. Sorry. I'm only interrupting because I want you to understand, and I know English isn't your first language. When you say that now we claim the Earth is flat, have you got a map in your mind? Are you thinking that the Earth looks like something when you make the claim that Russia and America are really far away? Have you got a map that you're
yeah.
thinking? Yeah. Okay. No one's given you a map yet. No one's going to give you a map. So that idea in your head is, I don't know where it's come from. Definitely not from us. You want to get
So
from, if you want to get from America to Russia, go north, go across Canada. Then when you get to North, just go south. You get to Russia. There.
so I mean like from because like Earth isn't flat actually. Like America and Russia like are really like close to each other. I think like 55 kilometers. They're like 5 kilometers.
Yeah,
You're talking about the Bering Strait, the
So
international date line between Russia and America. Yeah, cut by Alaska.
so I mean
Why can't that exist? Is that because you've got a map in your mind that's square, and on one side there's Russia, and the other side there's America and Alaska, and because they're at opposite ends of the map, then that can't work? It's a map. Maps come in all different shapes and sizes to express the layout of the land. Right? You can have different ones, right? It will be the Mid-Atlantic that's the missing point at the edge if you use the Greenwich Mean Time line of meridian instead of the international date line. Depends where you put how you cast your map. But please get that square map out of your head. That's what you're thinking. Sorry, Jen.
yeah, no worries, Jedi. You covered it perfectly. So bang on, mate. I'm going to do the laundry.
have a great day, folks.
Yep. So, Tay, if you are to claim that Earth is not flat, then you would have to show us where it was ever measured any time in history that the water is curving. See if you can find that a measurement of ocean water or oceans curving, because that would have to happen on the globe.
Dude, I'm not a scientist.
It's not about science.
It is about science. I
No,
mean,
it's about
I'm like
measure. No, it's about measurement, Tay. It's not. Science doesn't have anything to do with measuring things.
like let
Science
me
has
tell
to
you
do with
something. I
science.
graduated from high school like 2 weeks ago, so
Oh, okay,
I'm
that's okay.
basically
Did you learn about shapes in science class?
yeah, we learned that Earth isn't flat.
No. Did you do geometry in science class?
No.
No. Did you do geometry in math class?
No.
We do geometry in math class, right? Angles, triangles, measuring the interior angles, using addition to add those interior angles to reach 180 degrees, the circumference of a circle based on its radius and diameter. We do geometry in math class, don't we?
Yes, sir.
Good. So you understand that when people say that the Earth is a shape, we're not going to be doing science. We're not going to be figuring out the causes of phenomena, building hypotheses and experiments. When we want to figure out the shape of an object, we do math and geometry. We observe and measure, right?
Yes.
Good. I mean, it should be fresh in your head. You said you just graduated high school, so you know that I'm not incorrect. The shape of the Earth is not a scientific question. The shape of an object is a mathematical and geometric question.
Okay. So I need to head out because like I'm not convincing any of you and you're not convincing me, but it was a good chat.
But did I need to convince you about geometry not being science? Wow.
Okay, okay.
I have a question.
It was a good conversation. Like, have a great day.
Yeah, come back anytime, Tay.
Yeah, take care, Tay. Yeah, good show,
Yeah,
guys.
yeah. Well done,
So,
Sonny. You did a good job there. I didn't
how do
mind you
you
taking over
how do
because
you
I was in the middle of my dinner and I'm now doing the laundry. So that's
No,
okay. You did a
likewise.
great job, though.
I think we're a really good team together. Jedi, thank you for stepping in. I mean, I think it's appropriate. It's all great stuff.
I like the way you said that. Sometimes I feel like I kick the door down. So I apologise if I upset anybody there. Sometimes these people annoy me.
No, I don't think you need. You don't need to apologize at all. Like, I think the combination of our different perspectives that we all have, it's a plus. So I think it all adds to the conversation. And I tried to take it slow and back off, and then let Jedi or Jin come back in. So to give some space, I think that helps people kind of digest the information better. So I think at the end she was listening because she did stop talking and stopped laughing after a little bit. When they come in and they're like a giggler like that and they're giggling about flat earth, when they stop, all of a sudden it's like they're like, uh-oh. What am I believing here?
Yeah, I mean, you made a good point. Water can't curve, and it's never been observed to drop down and away from the any observer on the seas or anybody on land looking out to the seas. And I think that's important. A lot of people I don't think can wrap their head around that. They're just like, well, the Earth's so big, everything appears to be flat, and it's like, well, if flat can make a ball, then how come there's no flat areas on any balls that you see in reality? I mean, it's like almost the opposite of what you would see. So I
Yeah.
think it's really important for people to understand that you would measure some curvature, no matter how big the ball is, it would need to have some drop over distance from the observer's position. Not like you can make a ball so big that it'll just be flat everywhere you go. Like, doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I think a really interesting point about that, and it may be kind of off to the side or a side topic, but I think it is a good thing to mention that spheres, like perfect spheres or oblate spheroids, let's just call it a sphere, they don't exist anywhere in nature. I mean, if you want to talk about, okay, maybe there's some seeds that are almost spheres, okay, but actually, yeah, spheres don't really exist in nature. You don't go out walking through the woods and then find spheres with things flying around them or like dust particles flying around spheres. It's just kind of ridiculous. But a point I was going to bring up about this young lady is like a lot of people that believe the globe, they have this idea of a map in their head. She kept going back to it. She's like, so her stream of consciousness was like, Earth is not flat because of this map I have in my head that the US and Russia are not very far from each other. Like, what? Like, so she's trying to connect the dots with something she doesn't know anything about. This map she has in her head is not reality. We don't live on a map. So a lot of them come in with this fallacy. I think it's a good thing to break that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, just the fact that it's been commonly discussed, and it's like almost common knowledge amongst the cartography community, right? Um, that the Mercator projection is not an accurate representation of what the land masses actually appear to, would appear to be if you were looking at them from a high enough vantage point. I mean, just that alone is it should speak volumes to us that we see Mercator projections everywhere in all of the NASA footage, right? So it's pretty funny that the cartographers and NASA can't get on the same page with what the land masses should appear to look like. It's almost like they went with what would be most popularly accepted, right? As opposed to what would be more scientifically accurate. It almost like screams psychological operation opposed to actual information. So
Yeah. So when I was in the Navy, we sailed out to Adak Island. Now, Adak it's quite a bit, it's quite far out in the Aleutian Islands. Like it's not all the way at the end of them, but it's pretty darn far out there. It's very remote. And they told us, that as we were sailing in past some of the islands before we got to Adak, they told us we were 200 miles from the nearest Russian owned land, like another island, 200 miles. So, I mean, that's pretty close, but that's not 50 kilometers. Like, so where she's talking about, yeah, I don't know exactly what she's talking about. So, it's not that close. I mean, maybe when you get all the way as far north as you possibly can go, like past 60 degrees north or something, it may be a little closer. But that doesn't prove anything, though.
oh, she did. She mentioned Einstein. Her accent really didn't let you guys understand what she was saying. She said Einstein and uh, and Newton. When she said Newton, she brought up Newton. She brought up Einstein first. So yeah, I don't think she understands much about any of the complexities of the subject matter, which is fine. I mean, if she's fresh out of high school, she's freshly brainwashed or whatever by whatever her government's curriculum is. But yeah, to the audience, I mean, anybody who's interested in how gravity doesn't really make sense. Uh, yeah, Newton's gravity was superseded by Einsteinian gravity, and then Einsteinian gravity didn't work based on what was being observed. So they had to make up something called dark matter to fill in all the voids and why the equations didn't make sense compared to what's observed. So yeah, it's definitely not provable, and it hasn't been proven. So for people who think, oh yeah, it's definitely gravity, yeah, good luck with that one.
Yeah, it seems to me, if you look at all of that historically, it seems to me that Einstein was trotted out because of the Michelson-Morley test. They showed pretty empirically that, like, no, the Earth is not in motion, and that was like in 1880 or something around there, 1870, forget exactly, but. And then there were subsequent tests that were done with different apparatus. None of them show that Earth is in motion. Even the Aries failure, like no parallax was detected.
Yeah, Kai asked an interesting question in the side chat. He said, Jedi, if gravity doesn't exist, why do objects fall when in a vacuum? Well, if it's the only medium in the chamber, then obviously it's going to be the densest thing in the chamber. So it's going to find its resting
Yeah,
place, right? If there
that's the
was
question.
another
Why?
medium in there, yeah. If there was anything else in the chamber that
Yeah,
was
then
more dense than the
why?
object, it
Why does
wouldn't
it?
have anywhere to go.
Yeah, why does it go down? Shouldn't it be suspended in the like middle of the chamber? Because it's the only thing left there. So then why it goes down? That's the question. Like if you believe
It
in
wouldn't be suspended.
gravity doesn't
It wouldn't be
exist and
suspended in the middle of the chamber. It wouldn't be
yeah,
suspended in the
why?
middle of the chamber, sir. Huh?
Why?
Because it's more dense than everything around it. Does that make
Be,
sense?
no, like in vacuum, nothing nothing exists. Yeah. So shouldn't it go like
It
stay in
exists
the
because it's
suspend in
in
the
the
middle?
vacuum chamber. It doesn't it exist in
Vac
the vacuum chamber?
yeah,
Whatever you're
air
talking
doesn't
about.
exist.
Objects in the
Air.
vacuum chamber exist and they have density, right? They have molecules that make it up.
Yeah.
How
Objects
tightly knit those
exist, but
molecules
we
are
don't have
together
any
create density.
molecules
Okay.
other than the object. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't think you understand. If the thing in question is made up of molecules and has density, then isn't that the most dense thing in the room? Shouldn't that seek to find its equilibrium somewhere, right? So obviously it's not going to raise up because it's not in any medium. It's going to go down. There
Okay.
is an up
Just
and a down. It's
give
not
me a minute.
relative. It's not
I'll
relative.
ask the question correctly.
That's some interesting logic you have there, sir. You think if there's no pressure, you
Let's
think if there's no pressure, things should just float. Everything should float if there's nothing in a vacuum
yeah.
chamber.
Can I speak for a moment? Yeah. So let's take a example then. Let's have a bucket full of water and also a small container which has a feather in it, and not, we just put that by using force we just put that small container in at the bottom of the water. Then at that case, the feather is the lightest. So why does it still be in the bottom? Shouldn't it float? I'm sorry, English is not my first language, so uh, I'll
No,
just put that
I
question in the
appreciate
chat.
you actually miking up. No, I appreciate you miking up, Akai. Yeah, we got some of
Yeah,
the
yeah.
gentlemen are fixing supper and stuff like that that would love to jump in on this topic. I know Radwin, if he was here, he would have a field day. But yeah, because he owns a vacuum chamber himself, so he's done these experiments. But yeah, I don't
Oh,
believe you understand the concept here correctly. There is an up and a down, and there's things seek to find their natural level. So if you suck all the air pressure, if you suck all the air out of a vacuum chamber, it doesn't change the density of one object to another. It's still going to seek to find its balance. It's not going to just stay suspended in the middle of the vacuum chamber.
okay.
If you look at relative densities of objects in any experiment, in any environment, they all seek to equalize depending upon their density.
What was the question again?
DJ, the question was, why in a vacuum chamber does an object not just float in the middle of the vacuum chamber when all of the pressure is sucked out?
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, because it's just all you're doing is removing some of the air, right? You're removing most of the air. So you're just creating an even lighter medium, right? An even less dense medium. About the the least dense medium that you can possibly make. So that's all that you're doing with a vacuum chamber. So, obviously if you drop a bowling ball and a feather in the medium of air, right? They're both more dense than the air, but due to the air resistance, the feather's going to, have some resistance, right? It's going to fall slower. But when you remove the most of that medium that's acting as resistance, it's just going to fall at roughly the same rate. All you're doing is just varying the medium once again. Right, so we vary and manipulate the medium, and the object's behavior changes. Simple as that. I mean, and also nothing's going to fall in a vacuum chamber unless it's lifted up in the first place, right? So some energy is going to have to be exchanged to displace the object from its natural state of rest. So the bowling ball and the feather will just be sitting in the bottom of the vacuum chamber. They'll never move. Right? It's not until you come along and exchange some of your energy to displace those objects that they're just going to try to re-seek that state of rest, right? That state of, I guess you could say, equilibrium that they were already in.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. I mean, and then gas particles don't do that, right? You can put gas particles in, in that type of environment. They're not going to fall like the feather, right? They're not going to sink, right? They're going to move at random in all directions.
You got
is
a
the
point.
lack of downward vector or parabolic arcs in the gases.
Of course.
Excuse me. Batialado. Welcome to the chat, buddy. I was
Hello.
yeah, DJ was saying something.
It is a new channel I see. Like I haven't seen it for a long time. Like 247 Flat Earth Discord. So like you believe Earth is flat?
Well, no, we know the Earth is not curving. It's not spherical.
Exactly.
What about space images? What about space images?
Well, they must not be done with any type of accuracy since we don't find any curvature down here on the Earth's surface. So
no,
yeah.
like
And
brother,
you can't have a ball.
spaceship went up. They see Earth below. It curved sphere.
Gilado, give me a second to finish my sentence, sir, and then you could talk. I was just going to finish off. Okay?
Sure.
Okay. So if I show you some images after you do a measurement of the surface, right? If I give you some pictures after we've already established that there's no curvature, does that all of a sudden mean that there's curvature where we've already measured zero curvature?
Yeah. Because measurement can be wrong, but vision cannot be wrong. That's my point.
Oh yeah, that makes zero sense. So how many completely flat and level areas does it take to make a sphere?
Infinite. In math, I heard it. I seen it. Infinite flat area, curve, sphere.
So you just believe when you see pictures on the TV, do you? Or on the internet, you just blindly believe them?
No, I don't blindly. My cousin went up there himself.
Where did he go to? Yeah, where did he go to?
Space shuttle.
Your cousin went in a space shuttle?
Yeah.
When?
Just the past few years ago.
Yeah, where did he go? How high?
To the space, my friend. It is vacation for us Arabs. Like we go to space to enjoy and see, like it's a trip, like hot air balloon is space shuttle. It's Dubai, baby.
Yeah, you're just talking shit at this point, dude.
Okay, you cannot
Yeah.
believe if you don't
Yeah.
want
Why
to
do you?
believe.
Why do you want to lie about it?
Yeah, why do you gotta lie, bro?
I'm not lying, DJ. What do you mean?
Sure, you're
You
not
search it
lying.
up, search it up, search it up. Space vacations.
Space vacations.
Yeah. Like Dude Perfect also went up. What do you mean?
Yeah, he never went to space. What is space? Can you tell us?
Yeah, so as
How?
soon as we leave the exosphere, we enter the space.
Okay, how high is that?
How high is that?
Yeah.
Am I inchy type? Like exosphere and space
Yeah.
begin?
Yeah.
Simple?
Why don't you know how high it is? Why can't you tell us that? You apparently know everything about where your cousin went. So you don't know how high he went?
I know my cousin went. I
Yeah.
don't know his how high he went. How can I know? Do I went
Yeah.
or do my cousin went?
Very good. So
Get your
you
cousin in
admitted.
here. I told you that before. Get him in here so I can talk to him.
Yeah, you just
What?
admitted you don't know. You just admitted you don't
No.
know how high he went. Thanks for
No,
your
like it
confession.
would be like 100 kilometers or like 62 miles above like sea level. It would be that. Like, what do you
You're
mean?
just guessing.
No, bruh, search it up. How high space
Mhm.
begins?
Yeah,
It is
that's why
100
you're
kilometers.
upset. Yeah, because you know you're lying. So
No,
now you have
search
to
it
yell
up
about
on
it.
Google. Search it. Okay, search it up on Google, my friend. How
Hey,
high the space
Barty
begins?
Aldo, bro. Hold on a second, bro. You were talking about Dude Perfect, right? So is he seeing
Yeah.
the curvature? Is he seeing the curvature of the Earth in this image I just posted?
Yes.
You think that's
Where?
the curvature of
Where
the
you
Earth from?
posted? Where you
Why did you
posted?
say yes when you didn't even see the image?
Where did you post it?
Where do you think I might have posted it?
Brother, this is just low level picture. Give the picture of above when he went
So
above.
is that Earth curved? Do you think the Earth would curve like that from such a low height?
No.
Why would it be curving like this from this low height then? Would it be maybe the lens?
No.
Why then?
Because it's curving.
You think you see that much curvature when you're that height?
Yeah.
All right, bro.
So Planet Arizona. Good job. Why do they have
Yeah,
the
this-
same curve? Over the fences posted. They have the same amount of curve.
Yeah.
Very slight difference, maybe, but unbelievable.
Brad, he went straight up in the space and he saw Earth around the ball. You think he is dumb? He will post such bullshit. Why would? What will be their benefit of making us believe that Earth is not sphere? You tell me. One benefit.
They use wide angle lenses, right? So it seems to the general public that they went much higher than what they actually went to, right? It's called marketing.
Okay. First, tell me, why would somebody, NASA or space people, make us believe that Earth is not flat? What will be their benefit?
For money.
Tell me
For
one.
money.
What money? How money?
How does they earn, man? How does they monetize themselves, man?
Yeah. Cont 4K HD. Let's go. We win. Spare Earth wins. Let's go.
Yeah, man. Earth is spare, man. Maybe not spare, but a kind of.
Elliptical. Yeah, elliptical. Let's go. We win. I think this channel should end 24/7 elliptical Earth Discord. Let's go, my friend. We win.
I think the toxoplasma's got to this guy's brain.
The toxic what?
The toxoplasma T.
I cannot understand. You can you please explain me, man?
No, you can look it up.
And never mind. The Earth is flat, man. What the fuck I'm saying? The Earth is round. Earth is round.
How come water's not though? How come all bodies of water are flat if Earth is a globe? How come they're all flat?
How come that's all flat, man? What are you saying, man? The Earth is not flat. You can see the horizon. You know about horizon? $90
Squid, let's start over, brother. Let's start over. How do you know the Earth is a ball? Like, what's your best evidence?
I have posted my evidence in this group chat. Can you please look it up? I was discussing about this only before it. Yeah. The Earth is not flat because there is a horizon, and there you could see, you could basically see, man, that the stars which you see in the for example UK is different from the sun which you see at the same time in China, I guess. So there is two hemispheres.
Okay, okay. Let me ask you another question then. Have you thought about any other possible situations that would result in the same thing that you witness, other than the Earth being a sphere?
Yeah, you know about what we say that the atmosphere. You know about the atmosphere?
Is it possible that the lights above the sky don't, the lights in the sky do not tell you anything about the shape or the levelness of the ground? You can't measure the ground by looking at your ceiling at your house, right? You can't measure your floor by looking at your ceiling. You'd have to actually measure the floor.
I
Looking at the
cannot.
ceiling wouldn't tell you much about the ground.
The difference for the you're talking about the observation by the naked eye, right? So the difference of the Earth curvature is very small. So yeah, you have to travel so many kilometers and miles to watch out the spare Earth, man.
Yeah, regardless of the size of the ball, though, Squid, you would still need some drop over distance in order to generate this spherical object that you're talking about. It would need to be measurable and observable and repeatable by anybody who goes to seek it out. And the easiest place to do this would be above, or just above large bodies of water. Now, if you find a bunch of level large bodies of water, how many level, completely horizontal level bodies of water does it take to create a sphere? That's the question.
I cannot understand your question, man. Sorry.
Well, it's very simple, because level horizontal water does not generate a ball. You can only have level.
Water horizontal does not.
Yeah, can you please look in the chat? Can you look in the chat, please? There's images for you in the chat, okay? So you can see what the Earth really looks like. Have a look. You missed one called horizontal. You were talking about the horizon and you missed it. Sorry to interrupt you there. Please carry on.
Okay, man. I know you. I know you. You are Jin CBR1.
That's right. The loudest flat earther you'll ever meet, the most direct flat earther you'll ever get. You got it.
Curvature at all. Wait. With the curvature of screen in. Man, there is a horizon. You could see it, man.
Yes, I posted two images for you. One with the straight horizon and the curved horizon, and a separate picture called horizontal. Just scroll back just a little way. Go back just a little bit, you will see it. Horizontal. The word is horizon. Okay?
Just
level, not curving.
Just tell me that. Why do some places observe sun light before the sun come at that place? They could observe.
Yeah, I understand the question. People have to have a good night and a good morning and a good afternoon and a good evening, do they not? So the sun is going around the world. Now it's my evening now. Okay, in America it's their afternoon, I think, or thereabouts. Okay, that's why. Okay, the Earth is big enough that everybody can't get the sun at the same time. Everybody has to have a good morning, a good afternoon, a good evening, and a good night. Okay, that's how it works.
That's good, man. Just I want to know like how does the sun travel? If you believe the Earth is flat,
Yeah, I
just
don't believe that the Earth is flat. I know the Earth is a flat stationary plane. How the actual sun is suspended in the sky and moving across the sky, I don't know that. I didn't create that. I haven't been up there to check the sun, and I can't do that. I don't know that.
because sun is not traveling, man. Sun is stationary at its point, and all the planets, all the 9 planets, apart there is 8 now. One is star. They all 8 are revolving around the
Sorry.
sun.
So the
Yes,
sun in your model isn't stationary. It's moving around the galaxy. It's also in motion, isn't it?
I'm just saying whichever planet or whichever star have the most amount of mass in it are gonna be in center.
That's nice.
And you do you agree that the sun has the most amount of mass in it?
Okay. What's mass?
The mass is the unit, man.
A unit? What, like a foot? An inch?
Wait,
25 degrees?
25
What do you
degrees
mean?
what?
You said a unit.
Yeah,
That's an abstract concept.
The mass is different from the weight. Weights depend upon the gravity, but the mass depend upon the number of molecules and
The amount of substance. So mass is the amount of stuff.
Yeah, the mass is the mass. What we said that I cannot explain it clearly because
That's okay. How does mass attract mass?
you have to look about mass yourself, man.
No, I know about mass. I'm trying to get you to critically think about what you're trying to tell me. You're trying to say what mass is, and you're trying to tell me that it does something. I've asked you how it does something, and you told me to go and research it. Don't you know how it does something?
You are asking me how does the mass does and how does the sun is in the center of the solar system?
No, I'm asking you how does mass attract mass?
How does mass attract mass? Because of the gravity. The more
Because of
mass,
gravity.
the more mass some object will have, the more amount of gravity it's gonna possess. Because T, m1, m2 upon 1/2, I think so.
I don't know whether it's a language issue, but you're not answering my question correctly, and hopefully it's a language issue. So I do apologise if I'm not coming across clear enough for you. I'm asking you how does something that has mass attract something over distance or another body of mass? You've just said gravity. That's just a word. So you're going to tell me that gravity it's going to be circular. We're going to go round and round. So I'm just going to ask you very clearly again. How does mass attract mass? What happens between the masses? Is there an interaction? Is it physical? What is it?
I don't know.
Okay, cool. See, the reason why I asked you this story, right, is because this question is the same question that's been asked for hundreds of years. That's why Einstein came along, right? You know who Einstein is?
Didn't matter.
You know who Albert Einstein?
Yeah, I know about him, man.
Cool. So you know special and general relativity, right?
Yeah.
Cool. So he says in this gravitational idea that mass does not attract mass. There isn't an interaction between the masses. There is also no interaction instantaneously over distance. What Einstein postulates is that the bodies of substance, mass, are sitting in a space-time fabric. And because of the mass, it's distorting that space-time fabric. So something like another body of mass that's traveling in a straight path, when it enters that curved space-time, its path will be curved. So that's why I asked you how mass attracts mass. Because you understand that one, mass attracting mass violates special relativity because of the instantaneous action at a distance. That was superseded in 1915 by Einstein. So we, the globe model, no longer speaks about the way that the universe and everything works as mass attracting mass. It's a space-time fabric, isn't it?
Yeah, you are absolutely right, man. You're talking about the
I know. I know I'm right. So if you know that I'm right in what I've just said, why were you talking about mass attracting mass?
You just said about the definition of E equals to mc square.
I'm not talking about E equals mc squared.
Then what? Okay.
I'm talking about why, for example, things orbit around the sun. The sun is a bigger body of mass, and because of that mass and the space-time fabric it sits in, the space-time fabric is distorted. So the other bodies of mass, like the planets, the paths would be straight because they're caught in that gravitational well of the space-time fabric, go round and round. Their straight lines are curved.
That's thank you, bro.
So sorry, for me, it's just important that when people come in here and start talking about space, the universe, and everything, and how the cosmology works, it's important that they speak from the current scientific rhetoric, right? It's Einstein's gravity, not Newton's gravity.
Yeah, you are absolutely right.
Cool. Okay, buddy. Thank you. Now, you understand, you sound like a reasonable person, that Einstein just gave us mathematics, didn't he? Lots of mathematics and equations, tensor equations, right?
Yeah.
Cool. So he offered no scientific validity. He didn't give, for example, a hypothesis and an experiment, right? He didn't do that. Or did he?
Anyways, I'm going to the Earth is flat, so better
Sorry,
luck.
wait, what?
Anyways, I'm not going to believe the Earth is flat, so better
It's
luck.
got nothing to do with belief about the Earth is flat. It's just you understanding your own story about what gravity is and how there's no scientific evidence for it.
Yeah, I do thank you for increasing my knowledge and telling me about the space-time fabric. Maybe space-time fabric could also work in future for the time machine, I guess.
Probably not, mate. Maybe mathematical equations and people's ideas and imaginations. But yeah, I don't think so. But anyway, it was a pleasure talking to you.
Yeah, well, the point I wanted to make to Squid was the fact that he sees the sun moving in the sky, and he's assuming that it's the Earth moving. He sees the luminaries moving in the sky, as we all witness. We see them moving above us, but everybody infers that it's us that's moving based on these observations, which is totally incorrect. And none of the things that you have said, Squid, have been verified. And that's the issue that we take, is that when you start claiming that things are happening based on no evidence, it's very
What about
difficult to take you seriously. And I understand you just been taught this stuff, so it's not a dig on you, man.
Okay, and what about the telescope, man? How does the telescope work? Which the NASA has launched and several other agencies have launched into the space. Are they all telling the lie? Do you believe it?
You're making knowledge claims on things you don't know. You believe. There's a difference. We got to put things in the proper boxes here if we're going to be on the same page. So you believe that NASA did that stuff. That's the thing. That's the difference. You believe these different space agencies did that stuff. That's the difference. But you can't verify. But you're speaking about it as if you know them to be true. That's the issue here.
But observation cannot be always be true, man. people could play with your mind and make you think that, make you think weird things, man. Observation is not always true. You have to think, retrospect, and analyze everything. Do
Well, the human eyes work differently. Yeah, that's why you were saying it. You believe a horizon proves that the Earth is a sphere, when there is a limit to how far you can see. There's a limit to how far your natural optics can render the size of something in the distance. So it's the same thing. You're presupposing that you can't trust your senses, and I'm supposing that you can, and you can do so by understanding your senses. That makes sense? Like if you can verify what NASA's telling you, that would be one thing. But if you or any of the space agencies are telling you about what they're doing, that would be one thing. But you can't. So, based on knowing that you can't verify this stuff on your own, and you have to look at the founding of the agency. You kind of at all the various different agencies, and what do we have as far as what's been reported in the past, right? So there's plenty of data about these different topics. Now, if we measure the surface of the Earth and we see that there's no curvature measured, and they're telling us that we're on a spinning water ball with a radius of 3,959 miles, and we put that to the test and we find out that that's not accurate, then we have to look at what they're telling us as bunk, because it doesn't correspond with what we see here on the Earth. So, can't believe these people when you catch the information that they're pushing as truth being false.
Just really quickly, Squid's talking to Sunny in the chat, right? Talking about the horizon, right? So the horizon's one of the biggest problems for the globe side. Okay, so you probably think the horizon's the maximum distance you can see on a globe, right? And then anything that goes beyond the horizon disappears behind the curvature of the Earth. Is that correct, Squid?
Never mind. Have a good luck, man, figuring it out. Have a nice day.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, it's flat.
He's gone. He knows
Yeah,
it's flat now.
He looked at that Chinese space station. He tried to counter it, but
Yeah.
there's no countering it. Look at it. Okay, you could say, okay, maybe in the other one they show a curve or a ball, but why would there be any case from that high up or supposedly that high up where you'd see a flat horizon? There's no reason. If the Earth is a ball, they would never show a flat horizon ever. So either it's a camera trick or the horizon is actually flat.
Or it's just completely fake and an overlay.
Yeah, or compete. Yeah, that's what I would actually think on that. So
Because
I don't know.
have a look at the things in the foreground, right? You see like the solar panels and things, right? They're all like super like curved, right? Like it's some crazy wide angle lens.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you got like a completely flat horizon.
Yeah, and someone else has a meme or a GIF where it shows flipping from one to the other also, and I've seen that as well.
Yeah, well, one of them, you know, they got a bunch of those main cameras on the space station, right? That's the ones that show the flat horizon, and then you've got like it switches to like a complete fisheye camera at some stage. You can't, you know, that's another argument against their side, right? I mean, you know, you can't have both of those in between shots. You know, you pick one.
Exactly. So maybe the DLR that I posted previous to that at 24 minutes after is more appropriate. Like, I forget, 253 kilometers and completely flat horizon. Or, you know, The X-15, NASA X-15, Joe Walker's flight. Now, I don't know. I heard that like the X-15, I could look it up again, but I heard they went up to like 300,000 feet. I could be wrong about that.
Yeah, you know, I mean, in one breath, I hear our side say you wouldn't see any curve from that height, and then in the next breath, sometimes we'll say, "Oh, look, it's flat from this height." So, I mean, do you think we should be seeing curve from that height? If it's a globe?
Yeah, none of it makes sense. So the X-15, here's what I just Googled. They said it's 354,000 feet, 67 miles.
Oh yeah. Where's
And
the
that was in 1963. They didn't even have wide angle lenses back then, or not like we do now. I mean,
where's the images from the X-15 footage?
I posted it earlier. I could post it
Oh, you
again. Let me
did.
see. I'll post it again. 1 second. It's up here. I'll
Oh, I
post it
can
again.
see.
Let's see.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of those images. I mean, I see like curvature and then convex and then flat. You know, I think it's just one of those things where it's just the lens.
Yeah, it's hard to say what they were using.
Yeah, because that kind of looks like it's like around center frame there. Yeah, it is hard. It is hard. Over Fences posted something. Oh yeah, this is
Yeah,
that's
isn't
one of
that
my
wild?
favorites.
That is so wild that
Yeah.
people think that's real.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of like a test to see if the globe is being intellectually honest, right? If we show
Uh-huh.
them that and they tell us, well, like, what's wrong with it? It looks real to me. Then we know that the conversation's probably not going to go that well.
Yeah, they've just watched too many movies.
Yeah.
I mean, it was brilliant how Hollywood and the space agencies kind of like seamlessly present this information. Like, so let's say NASA presents something and then they make movies, like more movies than like NASA produces films or anything like that. But these movies, so that like they'll get this basic idea from NASA, showing a ball in space, and then they just like fill in the blanks with what they see in movies. Seems to be.
Well, Sonny, you know that the earliest depiction of outer space and the talk about the Big Bang Theory was in Disney's Fantasia, 1942.
Right. Wow. Yeah. Yeah. And I think Werner von Braun had something to do with it at that period of time. Like, obviously, they were all involved with each other: Disney, NASA, Werner von Braun, Walt Disney, L. Ron Hubbard, like a bunch of space enthusiasts and occultists.
Hello.
Yeah, Sash, welcome.
Well, thank you for unmuting me.
You're
Yeah,
welcome.
welcome back, Stash. Hopefully you had a good evening or wherever you were.
I had a good night's sleep. Do you hear me?
Yeah.
Cool. Hmm.
Yeah, we were just
Yeah,
discussing the earliest Disney depiction of the Big Bang model and outer space back in 1942 in Fantasia.
Oh, Fantasia, yeah.
Okay, it must have been way too long since I've seen Fantasia. I do not remember seeing a Big Bang depiction in it. Which song is that?
It's toward the end. It's like way past the
I
middle.
might look into that. That sounds interesting.
Last time I watched that, I was on psychedelics in a friend's house. Back in 2011.
So, yeah, anybody have any questions for the panel? Got some new faces here. Maybe you could converse with Sash.
Am I the panel?
No, I was saying we have some new members on the panel. Maybe you'd like to, ask them some questions since you had not such a good interaction last night.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna check out the chat in a second. I'm just sweeping something from the floor. Brewing a drink. A tea.
Yeah, you can always check me out, Gin CBR1. Always ready to rock and roll.
What?
I said you could always check me out if you've got any questions. I'm part of the panel. I'm
Are
always
you the
ready
guy
to
from
rock and
yesterday?
roll.
You're the guy from yesterday. Oh yeah. Are you the guy from yesterday?
No, I'm not. No, I wasn't on this server yesterday. I might have been on the 24/7 at the politics zone, but not here. This is today's my first time on this particular. I've been with the 24/7 for a long time, but it's the first time that I've come to this server.
No, the guy you spoke to yesterday was Jedi, I believe.
Yeah, you spoke to Jedi. We're from the same part of the world, but although I'm talking to you from Japan.
You're in Japan.
Yeah, I'm in Japan right now, talking to you from Japan. Yeah.
Cool.
Konbanwa, konnichiwa, ohayo gozaimasu. That's good evening, good afternoon, and good morning. Because I'm going back in the time zone as I'm ahead of you.
Mm-hmm. Well, you shouldn't assume my location.
Yeah, I shouldn't assume your location, but I did. But I still covered you. Wherever you are on the world, you're covered anyway.
I am, yeah. Okay. Just putting some things in order here.
So that's an interesting thing about Japan and let's say North America. So for instance, I'm on the West Coast, California. If I go stand at the beach and I point in the direction of Japan, so my arm is horizontal, and then Jin went to the beach and pointed east directly towards California with his arm horizontal. Our arms are parallel to each other.
Yeah.
Well, if you slightly, in the theory of the flat Earth, if you move it just up and tilt it up like half an inch, then by the time it reaches him, it would be like many kilometers up, like, offset.
Right.
Yeah, but
That
he wouldn't
doesn't
need to
make
do that. He'll just keep it horizontal, wouldn't he? Parallel.
Yeah.
He won't need to go to the sky,
Yeah,
would he?
but you would need some like high-end precision technology in order to really.
No, you just point to the horizon.
Yeah, just point to the horizon. That's it. The water is level, so it's going to get there.
Yeah, but I mean,
Yep.
if you want, like, if you were to trace a direct line from, I don't know, you grab his arm and you roughly create a correlated line through the arm, because the arm is not like a super straight thing, right? And you were to make like a line, an axis through the arm pointing towards you. The farther away, the more, you know, the harder it is to precisely point one object directly to another. That's why they use lasers.
Yeah, I was going to say laser would be good enough anyway. And when he said that, it was just pointing in the direction. That's all. You know, you extrapolate that to laser beams, or it's fair enough. But he's not wrong in what he said.
Well, it is not wrong within the flat Earth universe.
He's not wrong in the flat Earth reality. Yeah.
Well, for you.
Yeah. For me and for everybody else, because we're all living on a flat Earth. There is no globe, remember? That doesn't exist.
According to you.
No, not according to me at all. According to the Earth that I live on. According to the Earth that I live on. I've measured that. It's not there. Okay? That's the Earth telling me.
But the Earth is not an entity that can debate.
It is. It's a living entity, by the way. You may not believe that or understand that. That's up to you. The Earth is a living entity, regenerates itself all through the seasons. It's alive, mate. And what I see of the Earth, what the Earth has told me as I've gone across, it's horizontal. There is no curvature at all. And then I've got my senses, which was given to me by the Creator, and they've worked very well. Then I've downloaded the bubble apps, spirit level apps onto my devices from 2014, proving that the Earth is flat. And then we've got the in-flight telemetry data in aeroplanes, for example, stating that they don't follow a curved trajectory. And, you know, there's a slam dunk, it's all over. Good night, everybody. And, I'll take my bows. Good night.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah.
But I mean, if it was super obvious, there would be like no round earthers, right?
It is super obvious. No human being can claim to have experienced living on a globe when they actually start to look back at their lives. At the moment, they're taking it for granted and carrying a belief. But when you stop them in their livelihoods, just stop them and just take a step back, have a look back in history. Where have you experienced or seen the curvature in your life? And they're going to say they haven't. If they're honest to themselves, that is.
Yeah. Well, I haven't ever seen, like, I don't know, radio waves, but I believe they exist.
Again, we know they exist because people are getting their signals and stuff. So it's provable. That's how we know that the Earth is not there. It's provable. The Earth as a globe is not there. It is provable, you see. So when you speak of radio waves, you're making a true statement. It's provable. Okay? We don't have to see that one, but it's provable because we're using equipment that works by it.
Is this like what is this interaction we're having here? What kind of interaction is
this? I'm just following through with the reality of things, and you're doing what you're doing.
But is this like a discussion, a debate? What is this?
You're the one that's directing that at the moment. You know, we're stating a points of facts.
I'm talking to you. Like, what is the dynamic here?
But now you're interrupting when I'm talking. You see, I was talking, and then you just wanted to blurt through like an express train. So that's what we're doing. I'm just trying to have a cordial points of facts, and then you're coming a little bit blasé and just coming through. Okay, that's what we're doing at the moment. Points of facts versus you, who is being blasé. Okay. So you do what you want to do. The point is, the curvature cannot be measured. We know it's flat. Not according to me, according to the Earth that I've measured.
You didn't answer my question, though.
What was your question? What are we doing? I said it's me speaking cordial, and it's up to you what you want to do. You're being blasé at the moment. So you can direct the conversation or whatever it is as you like. I'm speaking points of fact.
Well, I
right?
feel like you're
And
not being too cordial.
Well, I mean, well, I don't know. It's the way you're coming across yourself, just a little bit blasé, and then you're interrupting me when I'm talking. So that's why you're getting what you're receiving. What you dish out, you get back, mate.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I'm a cordial guy usually, but if you're going to be a bit of a plonker, then you get plonker treatment. Simple, really.
Listen,
As I said,
so this is
according to the Earth that I've measured,
yeah.
it's flat.
Okay.
That's what the Earth is telling me.
Right.
Now, if you can present to me how you measured the curvature of the Earth and the
No, I just
methodology
simply
you did.
believe in a round Earth, and I just don't want to
Okay,
justify
well, believing is not knowing, then, is it? Believing is not
Oh, I
actually
know it.
knowing.
I
It's not
know. I
actually
know. I
proving
know.
anything.
I know that I live in a round Earth.
Yeah.
That's it.
No, you don't know that. No, you don't know that, because to know that is to actually measure and check it. Since you haven't checked it, you don't know that.
Well, you don't know if I haven't checked it.
Well, you don't know that. Otherwise, you would have offered up your methodology because I asked you. You don't know that. Prove me wrong that you do know.
No, because I have had conversations with people like you in the past.
Have you measured? The question is, have you measured?
Don't
I'm not on about.
interrupt me. Don't. You're interrupting me.
You're not answering the question. You're not
Look at that.
answering the question. I said, if you've measured it, you'd be telling me how you measured it. So let's go, man. Start telling me how you measure.
Okay. I wanna just ask you for the same respect you ask yourself. I don't interrupt you. You don't interrupt me. That's it.
You're in our channel,
Yeah,
bro.
but I will ask you to answer the questions that I put to you, and don't tell me about conversations you've had and that. I'm not really interested in those at all. They have no bearing on me and you at this point. The point is,
all right.
I've told you that the Earth is flat. We've measured it. It's flat. If you've measured the curvature of the Earth, please tell me how you measured it. It's simple. Get on with it. You're taking your bloody time.
So if I'm here and I speak, I have to speak on your terms.
Just speak to the questions that are put to you. That's what cordial means. Somebody asks you a question. I'm not going to be talking about the prices of tomatoes. Am I in Brazil? I'm going to deal with the question that was put to me in an amicable and cordial way. Simple. No blasé about it. That's the way I roll, you see.
I don't know. I
So when
feel
I
like
asked you about the
you're not
curvature, have
okay.
you measured the curvature? What methodology
I don't want to
did
answer
you
it.
use?
I want to mention some other things before I answer your question, because I don't
Yeah, but they're
feel
not
comfortable.
relative to what we're talking about. No, that. But go ahead. If you feel you must, go ahead.
Yeah, I feel like I must. I feel like this
Feelings
conversation
incoming.
is a bit
Feelings
toxic.
incoming.
No, I feel no. What?
Phil.
Oh,
Share your feelings with us, bro.
No.
So the feelings don't have a place in human interaction, is what you're saying.
Share your
Yeah,
feelings
fair.
with us, bro. Where did the flat Earth hurt you? Go ahead.
It's like, I mean, if it's just about logic and being, analytical and using facts and feelings don't matter, it will be the same if I just, I'm rude and I'm not cordial, right? Why should I be cordial? Because it's a matter of respect and respecting another person, and it
Here we
involves
go.
feelings. Yeah.
Okay, so apart from general civility aside, can we deal with the objectivity and the measurement of the curvature of the Earth you said that you've done? Why is there always a silence after I talk? Is this thing on?
Trying to work out how to
It was
react.
a good connection with the question. Now the gentleman is reeling from the precision of that question. You see, now he's thinking about how to answer it. No doubt.
He's kind of cornered at the moment. He's trying to work out how to deal with that.
Well, your interpretations are amazing.
Well, you just made a positive claim, right? And we're just asking you to back up the claim, but you just want to talk. You just want to complain about flat earthers, right? So.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Oh, you want to get to the measurements and the methodology and stuff. Cool, awesome.
No,
No?
neither. No. I don't care to share with you my knowledge.
Okay, gotcha. All right. I guess that's our loss then, right? Cool.
Yeah, but he doesn't have knowledge. That's the thing. He doesn't know the Earth is a globe. He's done nothing of the sort of the measuring. Because if he actually went out to measure the curvature, he would find extended horizontality. He would only be a flat earther, eating flat earth humbled pie, no less.
Yeah, go ahead and keep your secrets
Well, look,
then.
those are a lot of assumptions. I think
Dude,
that's
you don't want to
you know,
stop.
that's okay. If you want to
You,
make
you,
those assumptions,
at the
baseless
moment,
assumptions about
at the
myself, you're
moment,
free to do them.
at the moment, you haven't provided the evidence to back your to that. You don't feel like you want. All right then. I mean, where do we go from here? You
Yeah,
feel like you don't want to share that information. All right.
I'll tell you where we can go from here. If you
Oh,
allow me to
really?
speak.
Really?
Yeah. If you allow me to speak, you're the boss here. You're the
It's
boss.
probably better. It's probably
If
better
you
you
allow me
answer
to
that
speak, I
question.
can tell you.
Yeah, it's probably best you answer that question than I do. Go on.
Okay. Thanks for that. We can go wherever you want, since this conversation here, this channel has been going 24/7, and I just came in like what 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago. You can go wherever you want. You
Okay.
don't have to be too focused on myself. You can just do whatever you want.
That's fine. I mean, if you've only jumped in here a few moments ago, maybe you don't understand. The, the, the fact that we're told that the Earth is a sphere and we measure it to be horizontal, I mean, that's the main point. When people come in and say, no, the Earth is a sphere and I measured the curvature of the Earth, our ears prick up and we're interested in that piece of information. To be honest with you, that's all we're interested in, the measurement of the surface of the Earth.
Right. Okay.
And you said you'd measure curvature, so you can understand our interest.
Yeah.
It's just a shame you won't share it with us.
No, I haven't personally measured it. Have you personally measured it?
What, the surface of the Earth? Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I'm interested. How did you do that?
Did you know how to level something, for example? Do you know what a leveling tool is? Do you know what a plumb bob is?
Of course I do.
Cool. So these are instruments that we use to, for example, build straight and true to find level. Do you know what to find level means?
Don't patronize me.
No, like seriously, it's a serious question because some people don't. So do you
Just
know what?
assume that that my knowledge encompasses your knowledge and transcends it.
Okay, awesome stuff. So you understand then quite obviously that to be level with the world means to be parallel with the plane of horizon.
Don't ask. Assume that I already know all of this and more.
You don't need to interrupt me, dude, and tell me how to speak to you. I'm just going to speak how I feel fit.
Just okay. Yeah. Right.
Okay, so we're talking about the surface of the Earth and how it's measured. You're asking about, how do we do so? We use leveling tools. Now, when we gain level, that's to be level with the world. Because, say, for example, we're building some kind of civil construction, like a bridge or a dam or whatever it is. So we are trying to level ourselves with the environment. To be level with the world means to be parallel with the plane of horizon. So your leveling tool, when it's level, a straight line from left to right, will be parallel at distance with the plane of the horizon. The horizon is where the surface of the Earth, in this case water, appears to meet the sky. So we get level from the surface of the Earth because the
Yeah, I
surface of the
understand
Earth
that.
is
I
level.
understand. It's simple. I understood. I understood the entire argument. So I want to save you time. That's it. I understood.
Good.
You can end there.
Thank you. So that's how we know the Earth is flat.
Okay.
It's measured that way.
Now I have a couple of questions. What makes why when the instrument is parallel, the bubble is at the center of the thing and it is level? But when you tilt it, what makes it go off level?
What makes what go off level? The
Well, the
water in.
instrument has a bubble, and the bubble goes to the center when it's level, right?
Yeah, it goes to the center when it's level. When
Yeah.
it's
But
not in the
when you
center,
tilt it,
when it's not in the center, like the little vase that contains
yeah,
the
I know.
gas and the
I know exactly
water
how it
or
works.
the
I've used it
fluid
many times.
is going to
I've
be
used it.
horizontal. Yeah,
I've used it many times.
yeah. So it's
What
horizontal.
I'm asking is, why does it go level?
because that's one of the fundamental realities of our nature, especially when we have water and gas. We understand the natural dynamics of water, right?
No,
It is two surface level.
I don't have a gotcha, DJ. I think that a person can ask the question why pretty much endlessly until one boils things to the like all the way down to the core, right? Like why is it I don't know why am I here? Why am I here talking to you? Well, you're here because you exist. Why do I exist? Well, because you were born. Why were you born? Well, because my parents conceived me. Why did my parents conceive me? And you can go back and you can understand reality by asking that question. Why? And tracing back
Relax,
things.
bro. We're just saying it measures flat.
So when you say that's level, I'm saying like why? What makes it go level? Why being level
The way
wouldn't be
reality is
like tilting
oriented.
it 45 degrees? Why imagine that you live in a world where you tilt something
Well, we don't want to
45
imagine a
degrees.
different world. Let's just use the world we have, where we have an objective up and down and a level. That just is what it is.
Yeah, it's a fundamental law of nature, you see, that things, we are living on a flat earth and things have to be horizontal in order for us to do well. Because if you have leaning buildings and tables are leaning off everywhere.
And to Miguel Sosa, they're asking what's next, why water is wet. I'm going to tell you, wetness is not a real thing. It's an emergent property from the way water
Where's
works.
your proof? Where is your proof of the curved ball?
So we're off into the week.
Where's your proof? You have
Yeah,
you have it.
And they're off. There you go.
Well, my proof
Well, to be fair, he's
is
bringing it back to curve.
No,
the proof
don't
that
talk.
exists.
Don't talk. Post it. Post your proof in the side chat. You have it.
No, you
It's
know
all right.
it. You know it, and
Yeah,
you deny it.
all.
Like I can
No,
bring something up.
You don't have. You are just talking empty words. Okay. I just unmask you right
Well,
here.
either
Look,
way,
let's
if
try
he's
to do a
agreeing that there
reset.
is level. Yeah, he's agreeing that there is level. He's just asking why. Well, you'll have to ask whoever made this place, but that's what it is, and that's our point. So that's it. You're getting into like philosophy. We're just talking about the geometry.
Wait. I'm gonna bring up some evidence just to prove that if I bring evidence into the chat, it's
What
gonna
are
be
you bringing evidence
constantly.
of?
Let's say
What's the
I
evidence?
present. If I
Oh
present
my
a
God!
photo of.
You
Wait a
guys
second.
say don't interrupt, and I'm speaking, and you interrupt me, brother. Please be consistent and
Yeah.
coherent. With what
Meanwhile, you were
you
getting
were
your
just
evidence.
speaking to me. Okay, speak.
Meanwhile, that
Okay,
you
go on.
are getting your evidence, I'm saying to you, I can present a photo of Santa Claus. Is that real? That means that the Santa Claus is real?
Okay, I just got a little request from you, a little request. As long as your evidence leads to proof, then we're going somewhere. Because you can present evidence, but it may not be proving anything. Okay, thank you.
Exactly.
I am going to bring proof, and I'm going to drop it on the comment section from all the many things that hint and point towards a round Earth. I am going
No, it
to.
must prove. It mustn't hint.
Okay,
Hint is not
okay.
proving.
Interrupt me. Go on.
So
Speak.
yeah,
But you
let him
used
go,
the wrong
guys.
word
This is
there.
your hold on.
Hinting is
This
not
is
proving, sir. We want
yeah.
proof with
Let
a
him
court
post
of
this
law.
thing.
You
He's
say
saying,
hint, it's a contempt of court.
all right, dude. You got your evidence for the globe. Post it, and then but you have to be able to discuss it, right? Don't just post it and then say, "Well, there you go, read it." Like it's an audio channel, so you've got to discuss it.
Yes, I understand. I'm looking for like a I many of these things that I'm going through. I know them.
Well, that's all right. When you've got it,
I'm
you can let us know.
Yeah, I'm just looking for something which I think is solid because some things might be a bit vague
Well,
or
good luck.
a bit.
We've been looking for 10 years for something solid for the globe.
But why do you ask me then if like?
So because it's an important exercise for people who believe in the globe to go through. Because you've never done it before. You've never actually tried to prove it. You've just accepted it, which is what most of us did. But the act of trying to actually prove it is one of the things that's helpful in helping you understand that it doesn't exist.
How do you
There's no evidence for it.
for example, the motion of stars through the night, the way they move, and if you have a still camera, the way they appear to move all together in the same
Well,
direction?
Well, why would I need to describe the motion of the stars if I'm not interested in whether the stars are moving. I accept that the stars are moving. We observe them moving, but that's not going to tell us that the Earth's a spinning ball.
Well, haven't you ever been on a bus or a train, and then there's another bus or a train next to it, and it starts moving, and you feel
Yeah,
like
but
you are moving yourself?
Yeah, but you're in a moving vehicle, which again wouldn't be analogous to the Earth being a ball either, because you're supposed to be
Look,
on the external of a certain.
in this server, this is what I perceive. So I'm going to tell you what I feel when I come in here and I speak with you guys. Okay.
Okay.
So
a feeling report. Right for that.
What?
Yeah. No, that's all right. Do your feeling report. Let's hear it.
No, because imagine I accidentally put my hand on a stove and it's burning, and I feel it's burning. Should I ignore that? No, that's important information. It's important information. So I'm going to say what I feel when I come in here into this thing, okay, this place. First, I let you speak, because each time you even interrupt me, instead of raising my voice, I let you speak. So when you interrupt me, I let you speak. When I speak, you interrupt me, and I have to let you speak. And then I don't interrupt you.
Get back to the bus example, please.
I'm still waiting for your evidence. Where is it? Are you running away?
We're going off again. Yeah, we're going off again. Are we doing the feelings, or are we going to do the evidence, or what are we doing?
What feeling?
And dude, when I was interrupting you before, it's not because I'm like trying to be rude, but I was you asked a good question about well, what was it? What were you just talking about there? Like, why do you want me to answer these questions? You're saying why do we ask people about this if we already know that there is no evidence?
Do you believe in
see, now
hell,
you're
for
interrupting
example?
me, dude. See, now you're interrupting me.
Well, because I was
So, it
interrupted in
works
the
both
first place.
ways.
Like, I was saying something. I wanted to say something about you guys when I come in and talk here, and I couldn't even finish because you interrupted me, and then now I interrupt you, and now you fucking complain. It's hilarious. It's on another level of like irony.
You're taking it a bit seriously. So we ask people for the evidence, even though we know it doesn't exist, because it's useful for them to go through that experience. That's why I was interrupting you to answer that question, because it's a good question. But okay, do you want to tell us how you feel about us as people, which isn't going to tell you anything about the Earth being a ball, and then you can get to your evidence?
It does because like if you want to predicate the truth, but you act in a way like, because people are many times people like they are ignorant or they're confused, right? So if you want to tell them the truth, but you come and you like treat them in a way that is pretty much equal to punching them in the face, they don't want to listen to you. They don't trust you.
Dude, I don't think
right?
anyone's trying to punch you in the face verbally. I don't think. Not that I've heard. I mean,
Well,
I've not been listening the whole time,
something that is a bit,
it's a bit of a debate, maybe.
Unpleasant.
Well, it's just a bit. It's just the nature of debating on a audio channel on the internet, right? People speak over each other, but we try and keep it generally pretty chill. And if you're in good faith, if you're honest with us, we're in good faith. We're honest with you. So don't worry too much about all of that. Just worry about where the hell is this evidence for Earth being a ball, if that's what you currently believe.
Well, but you're forcing me into a corner of having to answer something that perhaps I come here to learn more about you and not justify my position. I just say that I believe in a round Earth, and then you come and you say that it's a flat Earth, and I'm perhaps I want to listen to your.
Well, then just say that. That's fine. Listen, I'm not putting you into a corner. I'm not saying you have to answer any questions that you don't want to answer. We'll ask questions. If you don't want to answer them, you can just say, I don't want to answer, or I don't know, and we won't press you. Like, it's not a big deal.
Good. And another thing is like, why do we have to directly only speak about the flat Earth? Can't we just touch another subject? Is that prohibited?
Because the channel is 24/7 flat Earth, so yeah, that's what we talk about in here. I mean, there's other topics. We've got a home server with chill channels and off-topic channels. So if you want to talk off-topic, we've got space for that. But We live stream here 24/7.
No, but maybe it is related. Maybe it is related. Like, for example, do you believe in a hell? Like, that could be related, perhaps.
Maybe tangentially you could relate some things to it, and depending on how on point it is and who's in the room and what the discussion is, we might go into that a little bit. But generally, on the religious side, we tend not to, because it usually, gets into difficult things.
No, but not religious. No, no. I'm just saying, like, not even like in relationship to a formalized religion. Just in general, the idea of a punishment placed like sort of a hell. Do you think that that could be real? Like any
given
people
the nature,
here.
given the nature of this place being an intelligently designed system, and what we have as so far our understanding of the physical realm, whether there's areas above and areas below, I'd say is possible.
Okay.
And whether or not there's some kind of karmic system at play where good deeds get you points and bad deeds get you negative points, and at the end of that will dictate what happens at a next stage. Possible, I don't know. But yeah, I can see, I mean, that's obviously very prevalent in a lot of ancient cultures thinking and present day thinking with religions generally. So totally possible, but again, speculation. I couldn't say for sure.
Okay. Okay. And okay, fantastic.
Okay.
Are we going to get back to the whispers of truth now?
No, I
don't
just
know. I don't know
wanted
if he
to
wants
make
to
sure
do
that
that,
you
but-
all believe in hell here, because you're all going straight to it. For
Oh
being some
wow, dude!
dirtbags.
Wow, dude!
Oh my God.
Dude, that's how
Such
you're gonna.
emotion.
That's how you're gonna take that.
So,
No, I'm gonna
Felix-
continue this. No, don't interrupt. I need to take
Felix,
this.
your real proof is
dude, I
Look,
just had that good faith
I
conversation
feel a
with
bit
you.
clownish
Dude, I'm having
about
good
the
faith conversation with you.
NASA jumping around
Dude,
here.
dude, I'm just having good faith conversation with you, and that's what you turn around and do after you're complaining to us about our behavior. Do you realize the irony in that?
Yeah, that's what I do.
Do
Yeah.
you see the irony? Like you
And
act like a total
you're not the
dickhead after
arbiter
complaining
of
that
whether
you
hell or
feel
not exists.
like we're gonna be bad.
Raspy voice English painted into a corner in Japan. Can you please not interrupt this other dude that is
I will
speaking?
touch your map, you lemon. Look,
Yeah.
I'm
Hold on.
telling
No,
you, I
Jen,
didn't tell you
Jen,
I
I'm gonna
believed
need
in
to speak
hell.
to this guy.
I don't believe in anything. So, no, I don't accept there's a hell. If it's
Yeah,
there,
Jen,
it's there.
I'll
If
take
it's
it.
not, I don't know. I don't
Follow
hold
these
that
fucking
position.
Jen,
people
we're not
Okay,
even
and you're
indulging
not
it.
the
We're not even
arbiter
indulging
of
that.
telling anyone who's
Jen,
going to go to hell, mate. Come on.
Jen, obviously, we're not going to indulge that. We're not going to
Look.
indulge that.
I'm gonna tell you that you guys are you guys.
No, Sash, you're not going to tell us anything. We're going to dive into the psychology of this little emotional outburst you've just had and why it's upset you so much. Because remember, we only moved to that because you conceded you can't provide any evidence for your globe religion, right? So that's why we were charitably not pressing you on it. But now you're going to be like that, then you're going to have to go back to giving us some evidence for your globe religion that you've got no evidence for. What about that, Sash?
Exactly.
So, Sash, you don't get to hide away in the corners of your imagination and speculation and fantasy land. You've got to address the flat surface that you live on. It's not moving.
Yes.
And tell us why in your religion you believe the opposite of observable reality.
The thing that he cannot prove, by the way. And he can't prove that. What kind of psychology is that?
Okay, I just feel like whenever you mute me, it is like you're like
It's for the best. I know.
No, yeah, but
for everyone's benefit.
the way I interpret
it's actually for your benefit, so you don't embarrass yourself further.
Right.
But Sash, come on, you need to wrestle with this demon that you currently have on your shoulder, because that's made you have this little emotional outburst as a grown man.
Yeah, but it was not little; it was big emotional.
Well, yeah, it was a significant emotional.
The flat earthers hurt him, broadsided him. Flat earthers broadsided him.
So what is it? Okay, so what is it that upsets you the most, Sash? What is it that makes you think we should go to
I'm
hell?
a bit of a tight ass emo boy, and I get emotional.
So what is it? What is it? Yes, but Sash, what is it about observable reality that's got you this upset?
It's a great question.
Because you're saying we should go to hell. What's wrong with, like, we're just talking about the surface that we live on. What's so wrong with that? Why does that upset you?
I want to continue with the cyclone, yeah?
Yeah, I'm just going to get him on that bit.
Yeah.
I'm just going to make him address his
I
demon.
love it. I love it. Yeah. I love how, you clasp my mouth shut with.
Seriously?
That's
So you're
right.
not
Yeah.
going to let me get my spiral?
Again, please suffocate me. Yeah. You love me, right? Suffocate me like you
Ah,
suffocate those
see what's
Japanese
happened
girls.
to you? See what's happened to you?
Suffocate me. Suffocate.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah, this is what
Well,
happened
that's a
yesterday.
spiral.
Okay, he was here this morning. Like late last night. And it was a very
Really?
similar outcome.
Really?
Yeah. So
Wow, he was performing a couple of
his
times a
evidence
day.
last night was his evidence last night was to explain long distance observation was gravity was bending light down
Oh, that was
to
that idiot. Oh, I remember him.
yeah, that was the guy. Yeah, that was the guy that spiraled after he was having a conversation with Jedi. So, and he came back in first thing in the morning. So he
Yeah,
just woke up
clearly
and just
flat.
couldn't get enough.
Yeah, clearly flat Earth has hurt him psychologically because it's the truth, and he's burning. He's burning in his hell that he lives in. That's what's going on there. Flat Earth is punishing him big time. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a dark little spiral Sash just did. Very embarrassing, very cringe, very psychotic.
Yeah.
Typical of the globe believer, really.
Yeah. Cyclone, I've got a question for you. I've forgotten your previous name. I know who you are, I just can't remember your name before.
I'm Wolfgang on 24/7.
Wolfganger, that's the one. Yeah, I was thinking something Berg, I thought it was. And it was a Germanish. Yeah, it's nice to hear your voice again, Been a while,
Yeah, you
but
too,
yeah,
brother.
brilliant.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's been a while. Yeah, good to see you, man.
Yeah, you're still on form, Haven't dropped a single degree. Wow. Excellent. Excellent.
Appreciate that.
Yeah. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, you know what I mean?
Yes, I just can't believe first thing in the morning that was his idea of what he should do first was come back to where he had such an unpleasant experience last night. So pretty interesting.
Yeah, I would like to make a comment about Wolfgang's approach. Like, there's something about his calm English voice that
Not
just
English.
really disturbs the Globers. Like, when you just
No.
ask a simple
All right,
question.
Sonny, you're getting banned.
Scottish.
Oh, shit.
Scottish, dude. Not English.
That's a hard ban.
Scottish, sorry about that.
It's more for his benefit. The Scottish usually get upset if they get good English, mate. Be sensitive.
Well, you're going to have to
Yeah.
start sounding more Scottish then.
I'm going to have to give my feelings report now. All right, carry on, Sonny. You were complimenting me. Just drop the
Anyway,
English stuff.
yeah, that guy's obviously got really harmed emotionally by Cyclone's calm Scottish approach, and it disturbed him greatly, and he had to resort to dark comments, like really like devious comments, like hinting at something really kind of like sickly. I don't know. There's no other way to put it.
Yeah, he's sick in the head.
No, it wasn't just him. It was everybody that he's interacted with. He was referring to all of us.
Yeah.
You're all
He
going.
wished us ill. He wished us ill. He didn't wish us good. He wished us ill, didn't he?
Is there a more pathetic display from a man than that? I don't think so.
Not really, because at that point he's obviously trying to trigger us, right? Or he's trying to get. I see these things as sometimes when they act up, trying to find a crack in the door, because really they want to find a way to exit the conversation. Because when you ask them, oh, you've measured the curvature of the Earth, can you show that then? They do what he did for half an hour, not talk about that ever again, and then start devolving into, I don't know, somebody with their underpants on their head and pencils up their nose. An idiot.
Yeah. That is
Yeah.
it exactly, Jedi. That proving that they've lost. They've gone down Losers Avenue from Skid Row. That's where they've come from.
But it's also the religious thing. You can tell the ones that are just by default mad about religion. So that's what they want to bring it back to. That's their little safe space.
Yeah, well, today's not looking as good for the Globers. I mean, I knew when Sash resurfaced it wasn't going to be a productive conversation, but yeah, the few gentlemen beforehand were, not much to talk with, and then there was a young lady that y'all were speaking to when I joined up. So yeah, we'll see. Hopefully, we'll get some good conversations going on. Let me just take a look at the panel now. Well, we still have Just Ross with us. He's always good for a cordial conversation. Just Ross, did you have any new globe evidence or questions?
Hi. I'll say nothing's coming to my mind at the moment. Although, I know you said such kind things about me, John Luna, but you weren't here yesterday. I did get a little bit emotional, but I tried to keep my cool.
Did you get as
No,
emotional as that last guy?
You had a
Huh?
brilliant conversation with Sporadic. You had a brilliant conversation with Sporadic yesterday, I believe.
Oh yeah. Actually, I did have something. I was looking at the data that Sporadic shared with me on the Sapphire trial in the Chesapeake Bay. I don't know if any of y'all are familiar with that one.
I'm
But
semi-familiar with it.
Yeah, Sporadic shared like a document of like the people that were trying to like, I don't know, like I haven't read every word of the text yet, but like I'm like skimming through it and trying to look for anything interesting. But like from what I can tell, like it doesn't look like they were trying to achieve what Sporadic said they were trying to. Like he portrayed it as like an attempt to measure curvature,
No,
which
he
that's
didn't.
not my interpretation.
No, he was very specific, right? He said it was to improve like the accuracy and things like that, right? Like taking atmospheric conditions and the geometric horizon and whatnot into consideration, right? So it's a way to hone in on being accurate when they're doing their different types of operations, right? So they did this the test, right, over the 16 kilometers, and they couldn't find the geographical horizon. So yeah, Sporadic was very clear about stating what the actual paper was about, and that it wasn't a curvature test.
Okay.
Yeah, why would you
My
guys
mistake.
think that the Globers are still trying to, or they're going to spend millions of dollars to prove the globe to you guys when you already believe it just based on space cartoons, moon landings, and stories about ancient Greeks? They don't need to prove anything. Think they're going to waste their money? They already believe it.
Yeah, well, so I was looking through that data a bit, and it appears to me that like I don't know, Sporadic was sharing an image where you could like clearly see the that tripod light, which is supposed to be like right at the horizon, but it was clearly above. Which that's even if we take the globe Earth as truth, I mean, you would expect that to happen under I guess what they called in the paper super refraction, right? Like I guess a superior mirage. Which I think is fine that they, spotted that at some point because a superior mirage is what you would expect at some times. They also had pictures where it was clearly what's the opposite? Inferior mirage, where they couldn't see the light. So like I don't think they saw anything different than what would be expected on a globe Earth. And in fact, I saw one. Hey, I took a screenshot of it. I found one chart which seems to show a dip to the horizon because they could see the tripod light at -1 millirads, which is actually, I did the calculation. I calculated that you would expect the geometric horizon to be at -1.2 millirads. And of course, if there's even a slight amount of superior miraging happening, I guess I would say, okay, it's reasonable that it might be at -1 millirads. So I'm thinking like
the thing is, you haven't gone out there yourself to actually measure this curvature anyway. All this stuff you're talking about, it's just superficial. It's crap. You haven't gone out there. Why don't you actually go out there and measure this thing properly? Go and do that.
I mean,
That's all you got
it's
to do.
extremely
Have you actually
expensive.
done that? Have you actually taken put your shoes on, grab your friends and your tools, and gone out there? Have you actually done that? You haven't.
No, I don't have the tools to
Well,
do
go
it
and
now.
do that then.
Well, that's fine, but
Didn't
I don't know the one you're talking about.
Looking
But
at
I
it,
think DJ
but not
was
actually
trying to
getting on
chime
with it.
in
Crap.
because
Go ahead.
if DJ knows which one he's talking about, maybe DJ can address it specifically. Otherwise, let's go to something else that we're all familiar
Yeah,
with.
we'll just wait till sporadic gets in because I haven't studied that. I just remember the conversation from yesterday. So yeah, I mean, sporadic was saying they had to actually change the numbers, right, to fit their model, right? They had to change the temperatures and make it a different temperature than what they actually measured, right, to make it match their prediction or
Right,
something like
yeah.
that.
I did read that in there. They added or subtracted 1 Celsius, I think. But yeah, that
It was a few orders of magnitude, I think, but yeah.
Well, that
Anyway,
doesn't sound good.
yeah, they had to exactly. But yeah, we'll wait till sporadic gets in because he's studied
yeah.
that one, so I'm sure he can
I
answer all
haven't.
your questions in relation to that one.
Yeah. I was actually waiting for him, but he hasn't
Well, while we
shown up
wait for
yet.
sporadic, I wouldn't mind asking Ross a general question because you've been in here now for a few weeks listening to us, right?
Sure. Yeah. Well. Yeah. Maybe 2 weeks.
2 weeks. Was that the first time you'd listened to this kind of content, or were you familiar with flat
You know,
Earth stuff beforehand?
I have seen some content like on YouTube and things like that. It's
But
definitely
like
not quite
genuine.
the same as what I'm seeing here.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you. So, could you tell us generally what your expectation was when you heard about flat Earth and what you've experienced since you've came here for 2 weeks? Anything you've learned? Any thoughts you have? Observations? Just your general experience with this whole thing.
Okay, so you're talking about like when you say what were my expectations when I first heard about it, you're talking about like, I guess when I first heard it years ago, you're not
Well,
talking about when I
or
first
coming in
listened to
here,
you
what your
guys.
expectations, what you thought you were going to hear us speaking about versus what you
Okay.
actually hear us speaking about, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, the first time I've heard about this whole flat Earth movement thing, it was so many years ago. I can't even remember. I think it was just in like the birth stages of like becoming a big community when I started hearing about people talking about flat Earth. And at that moment, yeah, I did think, like these people have to be joking. They're just trolls. Like, so I ignored it for maybe at least a couple years, and then suddenly it became like a big discourse, like occurring on like across YouTube and various other platforms, and like it started to become apparent that people were actually taking the conversation seriously. At least on the flat Earth side, they were taking it seriously, and maybe not enough people on the globe Earth side taking it seriously, but they just love having arguments, I guess. So it just at some point it started to turn into like, oh, it's just a bunch of people that want to question things, and I think that's fair enough. Like, you'd want to question what the scientific community has uh, put out there, and things like that, and just like the evidence is just not convincing enough for you, so you just decide, well, let's just go with our senses and what we believe when we before we're ever told about the globe Earth, like, okay, the Earth is flat, and things like that.
Is that what
That
we're
is what it
saying?
looks like.
Is that what you think we're saying in here? Let's just reset our belief. I mean,
Sure, yeah. Ever since I've come in here, like, I guess, well, I will
you've not heard us talking about
intersect or
measurements and geometry, logic, the physical nature of water and the earth. You've not heard those things.
Nature.
Yeah, I mean, I do see like a mix of different attitudes toward this on the flat Earth side. Like, I do think there's a pretty large number of you that do treat it as just like it's an actual just skepticism, and there's a range of attitudes about like how much the
Well, who would you say
like
is
evidence
generally
there is
more
to
who
falsify the globe Earth.
Who would
Sorry?
you say is generally more skeptical, the globe believers or the flat earthers?
Yeah, the flat earthers generally hold higher levels of skepticism, I would say.
And would you say that in the pursuit of truth, a higher level of skepticism would be beneficial?
Yes.
Okay. So, on paper, we would be better positioned to know what the truth of the matter is.
You're definitely better positioned to push people toward the truth. I would phrase it that way.
Okay. Very diplomatic. Well done. So, what are some of the things you've learned since you've been listening here? If anything.
I've learned that there are misconceptions that many globe earthers hold. Even myself,
What kind of misconceptions? If you could be specific, what kind of misconceptions do you think globe believers hold?
Misconceptions mostly about like what constitutes evidence, or at least what kinds of because I see that a lot of globe earthers appeal to certain experiments as proof that the Earth is a globe, and that's a lot of these, like the Eratosthenes and the Cavendish experiment, and I don't know, I can't think of all of them off the top of my head, but they seem to think that some of these experiments are proof,
And you
whereas
don't think they
it's
are?
really just they've taken the assumption and then measured some aspect of the model based on the
So
assumption.
why do you think they're all coming in repeating these arguments that aren't actually proof of a globe? Why do you think they're doing that?
I think they're doing that because they do trust the scientific community. They trust their educators. They trust, I guess, that someone has done the math and checked it, and that also
So it would just be
bandwagoning.
so it's just like an appeal to this general belief they have that someone out there at some point must have proven it and must be correct.
Yeah, I believe that would explain a large number of what we're seeing.
Okay, that's interesting. What else would you say you've learned since listening?
I've learned a lot of people who tried to defend the globe Earth don't actually understand how the math and the physics work to actually, like, they can't articulate how gravity works. They can't articulate how like spherical coordinates work. Like, it's like there's definitely a gap of like mathematical knowledge and physical knowledge. They just kind of trust, because they've heard a physicist say it, that they can just say the same thing and be right.
Okay.
Where they don't actually understand like the real principles to get you from the assumptions to the conclusion.
Right. So you're saying that they're generally not approaching it with empiricism and logic. It's more just appeals to ideas and authorities and stories they've heard.
That seems to be the case. I would say so.
Okay. How would you say the general performance of the Globers is when they come in here? Good? Medium? Bad?
I've definitely heard several bad arguments. Yeah,
Would you say that they outweigh the good arguments?
It seems like, yeah, the globe earthers seem to like, they're really good at like knowing what the conclusions are of all of the like the thoughts and
Claims.
ideas. Yeah, they don't. Yeah, they like the premise and the underlying assumptions seem to escape them. So like,
Yeah, they'll often have
okay,
their
now
conclusion in their premise. Thus
yes.
begging the question. But okay, so is there anything then that you could say you had a misconception of, or that you've learned about the Earth since being in here?
Oh yeah, I've had at least a couple. Like I've had a couple of misconceptions about how an experiment proved a certain concept of the either globe Earth or heliocentric model. I've had to correct myself on some things. Definitely, like had some misconceptions about what flat earthers believe. I'm actually still trying to figure out what is. I don't know. Like, I guess I've already asked this question before, but and I think I've gotten my answer anyway. But like, just trying to understand what a flat earther conceives of, like when they try to explain like the stars and the way they move. It like I'm struggling to understand what the what the explanation is for how they move the way they do. Because it seems pretty easy to do that with a globe Earth assumption. It seems very mystical on a
Well,
flat
why do you
Earth
think
perspective.
what about it would make it mystical? Is it maybe the fact that it's not something that can be determined?
Right, like when I've actually done the math myself. Actually, recently, I've done all the math on like where stars should appear based on like the coordinates of the stars on their celestial sphere. I've done all the math to figure out like, okay, if you're at this longitude and latitude on the Earth at this time of day, you should see the star in that direction. But someone else at this other longitude and latitude will see it going in this other direction.
Sorry, I don't
That
mean
would
to interrupt, but welcome to Flat Earth when you did that. Brilliant.
I've done all that
well,
math, and it lines up really well on a globe, but I can't get it to line up on
I
the
don't know,
flat
dude. If you're
Earth.
taking
Like the star
elevation
would have.
angles to stars, I'm not sure how that's going to line up on a globe, considering you will be
Yeah.
treating the Earth as flat.
I tell you how.
Yeah.
Right.
Thank you.
Sorry,
Well done,
sorry,
that guy.
sorry
Go
to
ahead,
interrupt.
Jedi.
But you were saying some really nice stuff. Hate to cut you off, but when you mentioned that the longitude and the latitude and that matches up really well with a globe, that's because, and you mentioned the celestial sphere, that's because the longitude and latitude are on the celestial sphere, the hemisphere in the sky. Right, so of course they work on a longitude and latitude system that's based on the sky because that's where it's measured from. But you have to understand when you utilize the celestial sphere, your elevation angle measurements are taken from a horizontal plane because the celestial sphere is like the arc on the top of a protractor where you are standing on the horizontal plane at the bottom of that protractor, 90 degrees above your head. That curvature on the protractor is the curvature on the celestial sphere, which is represented when you look outside and see the sky above the horizontal plane, displayed as an arc to you. So yeah, of course it works with the longitude and latitude, because the longitude and latitude are actually points in the sky. For example, you stand under the equator, you stand under the North Pole, the central point of rotation to dictate where geographic north is. But those are all references from a horizontal plane. That's why I said welcome to Flat Earth.
I am trying to follow what you said there.
Where do we get longitude and latitude from?
So, I from observing the stars.
Yeah, awesome stuff. So
Yeah, I
these
know
PZ, so the PZX triangles that you're using, your 3 point and coordinate on your celestial sphere, right? That's in the sky. Right, the conversion is what? The longitude and latitude between your position and the longitude and latitude between that position in the sky. You're underneath the sky, but your translation's into the sky above. Arc of vision above you.
What? What's above you?
The arc of vision above you. You know when you go outside and
Oh yeah.
yeah, so it's like a hemisphere above the horizontal plane. Like a protractor. You know what a protractor is? You knew
Right.
what that
Yeah.
was. Yeah. So this is why we're taking angle measurements, because we view the world much like we're standing inside a protractor. The curvature on the edge of the protractor, the curvature represented in the sky, that's the celestial sphere. It's a conceptual idea based on the observers, how you see the night sky, because you're the one taking the measurement. Angle measurements from a horizontal plane.
Yes, I understand that. But it appears to me that okay, so and I still see, I've been working on a lot of math, and I've built like a calculator on a spreadsheet, and then I've even created a 3D visualization. So like I'm still kind of working on my methodology here, but I am like working up to like a methodology of taking measurements to see if like if a particular star can be triangulated, for example. So
its position.
right, so
Oof, why?
if I take I guess that's a big like assumption I'm making. I realize like a star having a location, I
What?
guess is
Why?
an assumption, I suppose.
Why would you do? Is it just like?
I'm sorry?
Is it just for your own interest? See if it can or can't be done, or you want to prove?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, one of the things that bothers me about my entire interaction with you guys, and it's not any fault of you. Like, honestly, it's an inward reflection on me that I feel bothered. Is that one of the best arguments you guys have is I haven't, like that you'll say you haven't done the measurement yourself, you don't know, you're just taking someone's word for it. It's just a belief. And that actually that eats away at me, honestly, and it's because I think you're right. Um, so I am actually doing this for myself. I'm trying to build up the model to see what is the prediction, and I'm building up toward, okay, like I'm gonna get a measurement myself. I'm gonna ask my family that lives thousands of miles from me to do the same thing and to take some measurements for me and see if it matches on my calculator. I have actually verified that the calculator matches with another calculator I've seen online. So that gives me some hope that I'm doing the math right. But yeah, the end goal is I am going to get some measurements myself and maybe help of people I trust, and see if I can actually convince myself with the evidence I present to myself.
So you're going to try and calculate the distance to whatever star.
I'm sorry?
You're going to try and calculate the distance to a star.
Well, no, that's not. I know that under the globe model, that doing this is not going to find the position of the star. But the idea is, if the world was flat and two people on different places on a flat plane, if they see a star in a different angle in a different direction, that you could triangulate its location, assuming it has one. Right? Like it should be triangulatable.
Yeah, so we speak about this quite often. So you kind of use the same principle, right angle triangle that you could use to measure the height of any mountain. It's basically a right angle. You just got another person making another right angle triangle today, mate. Basically what you're doing, right?
Yeah,
Now,
that's
yeah.
essentially it.
So I don't know whether we've spoken about this before, but you're aware that it doesn't matter the altitude that we gain, as in the higher that we go, the elevation angle to the star won't change. Now you understand with terrestrial objects like mountains, you go up, elevation angle top of mountain goes down. See, with the stars, you go up, star don't go down. So this is one of the weird things that points to either they're very, very far away, that to us just rising a few thousand feet, for example, 35,000 feet in an aircraft, isn't really going to change the angle that we measure by a perceivable amount. So we're not going to be able to measure.
I have the same thought.
Yeah. So we're going to end up with a spurious result, as in it's really far away. We're not going to be able to really pinpoint its location. I mean, I'm not trying to discourage you from trying. I really hope that you do this. It's an interesting kind of exercise to do anyway. I'm just pointing out that terrestrial objects and celestial objects don't act the same way.
Yeah, and that's I guess that's the crunch for me then is like, okay, but like why shouldn't they behave the same way? Like because clearly they're emitting photons that like at least under the particle physics theories like photons are being released or light of some source is coming through and getting through the lens of your eye and hitting your retina. You see it. Like I would think that the light has a source and a source should be a location. Like that's just how my mind is working here. Like
I mean,
there's
I get you, right? And I think it would be remiss of any of us to say that with all logic and as much logic as we can use, then they must have a defined point in space. Right? In three dimensionality, they must exist in this location. They must be there, no other place. But without actually going there, we can't confirm that. It looks like it should. Sometimes it doesn't act the way that it would if it was a defined point in space. But we can't confirm either way. Sometimes it's like they act a bit like a rainbow. The closer you get to it, the further it kind of moves away from until you can't see it anymore.
yeah. So then yeah, I can based on everything I've heard and hearing you say all of that, like if I do follow through with this and like let's just assume hypothetically right now that I do confirm that all the calculations line up with observations. If I do see that, then yeah, I'd have one of two conclusions to make. One is, we live on something like a globe, or the Earth is flat and the stars really are just behaving in a mysterious way that can't be explained by just geometric locations.
Principle of measurement of the elevation of the star, utilizing you and your friend, different location on the Earth, utilizing a right angle triangle, is a measurement of the surface of the Earth. You understand that, right? By measuring the elevation angle, you subtract it by 90, times it by 60, you can figure out your difference in the geographical location. By doing that, you could also find some friend place, a little bit of time.
Hang on, your audio is cutting out for me. Let me see if I don't know if it's my phone or...
No, it's Jedi. It's Jedi's mic.
Oh, okay.
It's a bit muffled and low and cutting out a little.
Right, take over for me, mate. I'll come back.
Yeah, it's getting difficult to hear. It's as if my phone switched to, instead of being on speaker, it just went to normal, phone call mode. I have to put my ear up real close to hear. But no, I can hear DJ very clearly.
Yeah, I just wanted to interject. I mean, like, the reason why I enjoy when you speak, Jess Ross, is because you're cordial and you're respectful, and you seem to be quite a smart young man who's looking for answers. And we've all been there, and we all want to understand this world more. So I could appreciate your search for truth. So yeah, it's a pleasure to
Thank
hear
you. I
you
appreciate the compliments.
articulate
Although I
your
will
views.
correct you, maybe I'm not as young as you think I am. Because you called me a smart young man. I am 35
I
years
like to
old.
think of everybody as young. It's just
Okay, that's fair enough.
yeah. I don't like to call people elderly or old. I believe we're all just as young as we allow ourselves to be. So we have to keep that in mind as we age.
Very wise. Yeah, and I appreciate the conversations I've had with a lot of you. Like, yeah, you, John Luna, you've always been quite logical, level-headed, kind, cordial. Same with you, DJ, and I was talking to Jedi a while ago. Yeah, it's all been very very good, and it's been enlightening, honestly. Like, even though I have yet to change my mind, I do actually feel like I've learned something from you guys, in trying to actually like battle with the reality of trying to prove an idea and the difficulties involved with that.
I was just going to chime in and say, yes, you are young. I'm actually almost twice as old as you, but that doesn't mean anything. But what I really wanted to say is, what I really wanted to say is, I've never heard such a good, like balanced, if that's the right word, like balanced, objective description of our stance, which is really rare. Like, so you've obviously thought about this, you know, and tried to weigh the differences between what, you know, knowledge you have and what we've presented that's caused you to possibly just shift your perspective just slightly. And that's all we ask people. We're not trying to convince anyone. So I think you're doing your job as far as trying to seek the truth, which is where we're coming from, in spite of sometimes a caustic environment that you know, it spirals into sometimes. Mostly because we see people here that really pretty quickly become dishonest. And I would say that you haven't done that. So kudos to you, man.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I do try to take a balanced approach. And I do feel for you guys sometimes, like the way I've seen a lot of globe earthers treat y'all, it's I do find it a bit shameful, the way they go about, you know, talking with you guys, because you guys are actually having like an honest discussion about this. And a lot of people just want to ridicule it, and think you're stupid.
It's
But
fine,
you
bro.
know, yeah.
The
So
only thing they're mocking anyway are their own bad ideas, to be honest. They don't know what flat earth is. So when they like come in, they're like, yeah, that's a stupid idea. What they're doing is they're like projecting out a shitty version of flat earth in their own head and calling that dumb. So they're calling their own ideas retarded. So I don't feel that bad, to be honest.
yeah,
And
I
I'm here
think
for the
you're right.
smoke anyway. I want the smoke, so I appreciate you. I've never actually heard, like, you very rarely hear a Glober come in and appropriately describe what flat earthers are saying or what the position is. They often are way off the mark. So it's no surprise that they don't get it or they think it's stupid. So it's not a big deal.
Yeah, I think flat Earth just needs some PR management. I think it's a bit of a struggle I can see.
Yeah, well, the globe echo chamber that exists in the world on YouTube and all this stuff, they're putting out really bad propaganda about flat Earth, which often involves like some sort of solar system with a bunch of planets, and then there's one flat planet, and that's what most
Yeah.
people think. So
It bothers me to see that as well. So
yeah, it's all right though.
Because I know it's not the model that you guys think of.
It's kind of like an IQ test. If you can get past that, you'll probably be all right. But if you can't get past that, you're probably not smart enough for this anyway. We don't even want you over here.
Yeah, I think I can agree with that sentiment.
All right. W.
Well, is there anyone else in here that wants to ask some questions about the room topic? Flat Earth. I see we got a bunch of people have just joined in. Good to see Vivek as always.
W Vivek.
We have Summer 80. Welcome. Celine. Yeah, Celine. Welcome. And Ark. Welcome to the channel. If anyone wants to ask any questions, you can open your mic, say hi, anything like that. If you want to practice some English, right? This is a good opportunity to have a conversation, using different kinds of terminology that you're probably not used to in basic English classes. And you can always ask your questions in the side chat as well, if you're not comfortable opening your mic up. So Ross, you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, so what were you talking about before when you're talking about super refraction? What do you like, what would you be you talking about like
that's the
superior
word I saw.
mirages?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's a word I saw in the document, and I assume it means superior mirage based on how they described it in the paper.
Right.
And I forget what word they had for the inferior mirage, but they had a different I forget, like subduction or submerging, or I forget.
It's
But
like sub refraction. Yeah, something like that anyway.
yeah, something like that.
Hello.
Here we go. Welcome.
That is new. It's about flat Earth, right?
Yeah, man. Welcome.
Cool.
Yeah.
I was in the message and I just see this and Vivek. I just came here. That is new. Is new. I'm Christian, so I might believe in flat Earth, but it's not so important in our life. But I don't know. But it's a cool topic.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, well, welcome. Thanks for coming into the channel.
Yeah.
Well, if you have any questions, I mean, we got a big panel of people that have been looking into this topic for many, many years, right? So if you did have any specific questions or, about the globe or about the flat Earth, I mean, feel free to ask them.
I have a question about the planets. Like, what about them? Like, if the Earth is playing in the how can I say the thing that the Bible says that the firmament, right? If have the firmament and the flat there, the Earth is flat. What about the planets that uh how they work? Like, so one time I saw the Jupiter, bro. Like in my own life, like I just look for the heaven tonight, and I just I just see the Jupiter, and yeah, it's very small, but how it
I
works?
mean, we don't make specific claims about things that we can't validate and test empirically. So we can't exactly go up to, really know exactly what's going on in the sky. Right? But we all observe the same thing. And most people have been taught a big story about, what they're looking at up in the sky, right? They say it's a big infinite space vacuum, and that we have big burning balls of gas, and this planet is so big and so a certain distance away from the Earth. We've all been taught this big story that we can't confirm about what we're looking at up in the sky. So, I mean, most of what most like people talk about, right, when they're looking up in the sky is just what they were taught at school without actually knowing what's up there. Now the ancients, right, the ancients used to call the planets wandering stars because they move in their own separate paths to the regular stars. So, I mean, it really does fall into the speculation category, right? When we're talking about what's actually up there. Biblical cosmology, says there's a firmament, and I think God said in the Bible something about he placed the sun, the moon, and the stars within the firmament. So, that's open to interpretation. We don't usually go down the path of biblical cosmology in this channel. We like to stick with empirical evidence, which would be things that we can actually test right here on the Earth, like water, for example. So what we would say is that large bodies of water require a container, and then the surface of the water is flat. Now this would scale up to, from like a pond to a lake to a sea to an ocean. And then when we go out and actually test over these vast distances, we can't find any curvature at all. So we have a huge accumulation of evidence that that doesn't show any curvature. Obviously there's a lot more to it than that, but that's that's kind of where we're coming from.
Cool. For me, it don't have any sense to believe and like look for the. I have some videos, interesting videos, like what's the name of satellite? The things that they put in the heaven to give to us signals and maps and all this stuff. What's the name? Satellite. Yeah, I have some videos of those satellites, uh, and they put a balloon above the satellite. They don't send uh forgets. I don't know the name.
Rockets. Yep.
Rockets. They don't send rockets to the satellites. They send balloons to put the satellites, and it's very strange. I have another videos too, but I cannot show because my phone is, how can I say it? Uh, is bad, and if I start to download videos around, but I have one video in TikTok. It's about a encyclopedia. It's like a Wikipedia book talking about the firmament and all the latitude and large and numbers, and it's American encyclopedia.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all have
Britannica.
seen it?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's American book talking about the firmament, and it's very interesting because like why have a book of the government of America talking about a firmament if they talk that the Earth is a globe? It's very strange.
Well, the rebuttal to that by the Globe side is, which I somewhat agree with, right, is it's the 1957, I think it's the 1957 Encyclopedia Britannica, and they're talking about a dome, right? They're talking about Dome A. So if you look up what Dome A is, it's like a big, like a mountain type system in Antarctica, right? We have like Dome A, Dome B, Dome C. So this one's called Dome Argus, right? It's meant to be the coldest place on Earth. So I think that's what they're talking about, right? That's how that's what the encyclopedia is talking about. Now some people translate that as that they're talking about an actual dome, right? Like the firmament, but I think that's speculation.
It's not a speculation. It's written. It's written in the book.
Yeah,
Like
but it says Dome A. Like Dome A. If you look up Dome A, it's Dome Argus.
But it's talking about the location, bro. It's not talking about the dome that's gonna like the Trump dome. It's talking about like in Antarctica have a wall and this wall and I like thousands foods and all this stuff. But I don't know. Y'all that believe in those things. I'm just talking what I know.
Yeah, I think there's some flat Earth information that gets around that's probably not the most accurate, and I think that would be one of them.
So y'all how can I say a question about why they talk that the Earth is a globe and is not and don't flat like
Mm-hmm.
why the motivation
The motivation. Well, whose motivation? Who do you mean?
like if the Earth is flat, why they don't talk that the Earth is flat?
Well, I think most people just kind of believe what they were taught. You know, in most cases, most people haven't gone out and tested the Earth. People that actually go out and test the Earth become flat earthers. But I think most people are not lying when it comes to college professors or scientists, right? People, you know, that work for the government or even people that work for NASA. I think they're not necessarily lying. I think most people genuinely believe that the Earth's a globe. They've never even heard any arguments against it, right? They've never had these long distance observations presented to them before or anything alternative to what they grew up taking as fact. So yeah, I don't know. It's very difficult when you try to make a list of who's actually lying and then being able to prove that the people on that list are lying. It's very difficult to come up with a list of names, if you know what I
Yeah, I'd
mean.
just like to add to what you're saying there. Sorry to cut you off there. I was going to say this: the reason why they're not teaching the flat Earth is because the system that is in place is controlling the whole human race, and part of the control is that we have to be educated to a standard that they want us to follow, and that's how they have control of everyone. Okay, we've broken away from that now. We now know that governments do not have our best interest, so that's what changes your life. From the minute you know that, you don't vote for the government that's going to devalue you, so you don't take part in the electoral system. You move away from all that. You see, that's what's going on at the moment, especially in my life anyway. Okay, and if you look in the chat, I posted a little image of the satellites that you were talking about, you know, with the helium balloon attachments. So if you go to the chat, you only got to scroll back just a little bit, Jin CPO1, you see a whole little collection of little pictures showing you these are the systems that they're using out there, not the satellites. Okay, this is to the man. His name's Viking, I think, isn't it? Is it Viking, your name?
Yeah, you can call me that.
Yeah, I looked you up. Yeah. So if you look there, so that's what's going on. That's why they don't teach it, okay? They don't teach that because they're controlling us. And now that we know, we're spreading the news around, and obviously you're picking up that news now. So thank you for your question, and I'll go on mute. Please carry on. Ask more questions. Don't stop.
Uh,
Well, just
I
to
don't.
add, just to finish up, right? Your previous question, it's a big rabbit hole, right? Why would they like? How was this lie started? For what reason? It's probably multiple reasons, and then you know, it's a very very deep rabbit hole. It's a um, very long question to try to answer, and it's one of those questions we can't give like proof for. So it's something that's going to be speculation, but it's going to be uh, speculation that makes a lot of sense, but we
But
can't prove 100% why someone would lie.
but we
But
have
we
to
but we
look.
can well think about this. Think about this, right? Say you have like a court case and you have empirical evidence that the crime has been committed, right? Video evidence, all sorts of observations that prove without a doubt that the crime has been committed, right? That's the most important thing, right? We know that the Earth can't possibly be a globe, right? Because we've tested the Earth over and over and over again. So the lie, the motivation and the lie, that would come second. And it's not something that we would necessarily be able to prove 100%, if you know what I mean. But we can prove it's not a globe.
Yeah, but the education system is teaching us incorrectly. That's a nefarious plan, isn't it? That's being carried. That's deception. And when there's deception, that is a conspiracy. So the world's governments are conspiring to control their citizens. Remember that their tax are being taken from them and being used to lie about going to space, make poisonous things we don't need in our arms, and also space budgets and and weapons of mass destruction. And remember, it is not the citizens of any country that starts the wars. It's the leaders that play their game of soldiers, and we, the taxpayers, pay for it and die in it. So there's definitely proof there that the governments don't have our best interest, and the system currently we're in is controlling us. That's tyranny. That's not freedom. It's corralment, and that's what's going on. That's the fact. It's self-evident, clearly obvious, clearly, like glass. To say otherwise would mean you're not really looking at it properly. Okay. Illegal wars, preemptive strike on Iran only 2 weeks, was it last week? All right. Iran did nothing to America, but America struck because they've got this idea that they have the right to preemptive strike a country if they're thinking of making a nuclear weapon. See what I mean? That's control, isn't it? Come on. Okay, so that's why they don't teach us this stuff, because they want us under control. But ask your more
Could they not
questions.
just
This is how
discreetly
you learn.
control us if the Earth was flat?
Sorry?
Could they not just as easily control us as they do if the Earth was flat?
Not really, no, because by the time you've woken up and you have any decency in yourself and self-respect for God that has created you as an entity, and you know that the government is not caring for you, you have a revolution. You stop the government. You see, that's what you have to do. That is your duty. So it begins the change. Flat Earth begins that revolution and that change. You see, you don't carry on as normal. Oh, I'm a flat earther, and then you carry on voting for your devaluation and your enslavement. When you become a flat earther, your next step is to obviously get everybody on the same page, and then together you stop this nonsense, because the existence currently is the devaluation of God's creation and the human beings and animals and everything on it. That's not religious. That's just correct. Doesn't have to be religious, okay? There you are. Please prove me wrong.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't have reason to consider a belief in a flat or globe Earth without like
If someone can lie to you and take your money and lie to your face and then put you in harm's way, and they don't care about you and your family, building up debts that your children are going to pick up, because we will die, we won't be able to finish that debt off, but the debt increases. You understand? That's an insult. Insult it is. And I'm a realist. I tell you that it is.
I think people can agree with you on all of those things you said, but still not agree with the flat Earth part.
Well, that's only because they're not applying their logic. Like I said, if somebody's lying to you and it's been brought to you, you are to check it, aren't you? You must go and check. Somebody hit your car. Oh, don't worry about it. It's okay. I don't believe that. Somebody hit your car. I don't believe that. So you don't, but then you go out in the morning and your car's been hit 4 times. Do you understand? You just go and check it. Go check. Yeah, that's the thing, you know. That's what realism is all about. You're being lied to. We're not on a ball hurtling through the universe at breakneck speeds, covering 19.2 billion miles in 1 year, and all the stars are in the same place. Nothing's changed, but we're moving. But we're not moving, really. Okay, that's all a lie, man. And remember, these people are making their money. They're living it good. Okay, they've got their houses and that. So it's a crappy life because it's come from the evaluation of the human race. But meanwhile, the human race is not, they don't know that's going on yet. And we're trying to wake them up. That's what this is all about. And when they wake up, clearly the next move is to remove this thing that's devaluing them completely. Yeah, and they'll be running anyway. I know, they'll be running. The military won't be able to stop us because I will be in the front telling them, when do you want peace? Because we are the people who are paying for your weapons and all your uniform. Okay, so theoretically, we are your boss, yeah? And we're telling you you're not doing a good job because you're not facilitating freedom. We are not free. You are actually being used to corral us. You don't realize that yet. And then you are being used as a cannon fodder. So you go to the war, you die, we get the flag and we pay for it and you're gone. And we're still in prison. So can you put your weapon down or join a revolution and let's get going here so you don't have to die in a war that we didn't start? Thank you. Can you ready? And I know because I was in the army, so I can talk like that. Let's move on. And then we move on for that brighter day.
They deceived to us, bruh.
Sorry, say that again.
They deceive, trick.
They've deceived us. Yeah, that's all.
Yeah.
When you know, you know.
In their own Google have the definition of what is adrenochrome, and they just let the things that they do for all the people see. If you look truly for the informations and the truth.
Yeah. I mean, imagine a country killing its own president, right? But before that, they allowed 3,000 to die in Pearl Harbor, for example, just so they could go to war to go and kill some Germans. And then they kill their own president, and then they do the 9/11, and then now they're preemptive striking on Iran. So the America, if it's freedom, they're too free. They're being allowed to do too much, but the people don't say anything. So come on, man, let's get real here. Humanity is in trouble, and we're the ones that are waking them up. We're the ones that are at the tip of the spear. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And when you expose the truth, those who are trying to deceive don't like it, and they will act desperate to try to keep that in control. But once you remove the military, the Navy, and the Air Force from them by letting them know of their errors, okay, it's all over for them. They have nothing left now because the military is us. That's our military. You're meant to be protecting us, yeah. So start protecting, because we're not happy with the job you're doing. You're not facilitating the freedom. You're not going to shoot me in the mouth because I'm the one that you're supposed to be protecting. So get your ass over there, yeah. Move yourself, and then everybody starts moving, and yeah, and they know they will vacate that government building before we even got there. But don't worry, we know where they live, and we strip them of their wealth because they attained it at the expense of the taxpayer through deception. So everything they own must be removed from them. They can be amongst us, but you're going to be poor, like you're going to be at the bottom of the list. So, or for those who really want them in jail, they will be in jail. There you are, where they belong. That's what it's all about. That's what the revolution is. You don't have to kill anybody. Just stand up for your rights, your God-given rights, not the rights of the system that they put in place. But the Creator gave you the right to be on this land. Okay, no government has the right to tell you otherwise. And that's life. That's Jinn, the beginning of Gintopia. But we'll leave it for another day.
Yeah, I don't trust too, because I have some videos showing bubbles in the space and all that stuff. And The
Yeah,
thing with
that's the material.
satellites, the thing with satellites scared me because why the satellites is going to the space with balloons doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it can't be there. There's no way it can be there. And did you see that image I posted? Yeah. If you saw the image, you would understand them even more.
But the most thing that I trust is the word of God. That is
Okay.
the whole point.
Yeah.
What was
And
the issues
if you
with
trust the word
satellite?
of God, obviously He taught you to look after yourself, look after your family, and don't let any man cheat you. Yeah. Right is right, wrong is wrong. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when things are going wrong, why would you be running to the voting box to vote for some more of the wrongdoings? Doesn't make any sense, does it?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, you ask a question. Go ahead.
You mentioned something about satellites just now. What were you saying about the satellites?
Yeah, satellites. If you look in the side chat of this server, and my name is Jim CBO1. If you scroll up, it's really literally a couple of swipes, and you'll see it. A picture that I put in showing you how we communicate, and satellites are not involved because space, the way it has
Shut the
space.
fuck up.
Yeah, space, the way it has been described to us by the experts, as I haven't been there myself, reveals many questions that has to be asked. Like, how could the satellite survive the vacuum itself that would kill anything you put in it due to the phenomena known as outgassing or off-gassing if you're in America. If you're in university, they call it degassing. That phenomena is that vacuum itself dissolves, turns the equipment to gas. The molecules begin to gas off. There's no air. That it begins to separate and turn into gas. Okay, that satellite can't be in space. We can't even go there to put it there. But if that was possible, the vacuum would still kill it. That's why satellites do not exist up there. And then the other guy who was talking just now, Viking, he said that he's seen the satelloons, helium balloons with satellite equipment attached. That's fine. Those do exist. Yeah, satelloons. They've been around a long time. But satellites, like washing machines with solar panels hanging off them, geostationary around the globe ball that doesn't exist, they do not exist. That's a lie. Okay?
What do you
What do you
think
say
when you
now?
look up at the nights? When you look up in the night sky and you see what are reported to be as satellites whizzing through the sky at night, what do you think they are then?
Oh, I've never seen them, but from what I ask people, what have you seen? They've seen a light. That's all it is. It's just a light. Because the communications we're talking through right now, 95% or 95 to 98% of this communication is happening via fiber optic cables, which are under the ocean, covering 700,000 miles of the ocean bed. Okay. And each day, 10 trillion financial communications travel through these cables, plus this Discord, internet, emails, cable TV, even everything is happening through these cables. That's 95 to 98%. Then the remaining percentage comes from the cell towers, ocean buoys, or buoys as we call them in England, and we've got the wind turbines, which also now generate electricity and signals. And then we also piggyback off of the military radar systems. Okay, so that's how we're communicating at the moment. Okay, and then you've got your satellites. Sorry, your satelloons, should I say? And they're the ones that are reading the weather systems. So those lights are just lights in the sky.
Are you
Whizzing
living in
by.
London?
I'm living in Japan at the moment. Been there 26 years.
Are you in Japan?
Yeah.
Don't they have some clear skies in Japan where you can see satellites? Because I've seen, even in England and in Hong Kong where I am now, I've seen satellites. I mean, even if you look up in a normal night, you'll probably pretty much always see a satellite whizzing through the
No,
sky.
satellites don't exist. The knowledge I carry now at 63, and I haven't been messing around just night clubbing it and wearing out my shoes and getting pissed up because I don't do that shit. But I'm telling you now, the knowledge I carry, there are no satellites in space. They're not there. They can't be there because the
there's
environment
definitely
isn't conducive. Number one, the environment isn't conducive for satellites to exist there, and we are not a globe at all where the satellites are orbiting us. Then we're not a globe, you see. They're not up there.
Okay. But there's
Yeah.
You might be seeing something. Definitely not
Yeah, there's
satellite.
something up there,
Yeah,
light.
flying through the sky.
Yeah, that's why you look
But
at the
they're not
image.
stationary, they're flying really fast.
If you look at the image I posted, it gives you a clearer idea of what they are. Look at the image I posted
I'm
in
looking
the
at it
side
now.
of that. Right.
I'm
Well, look
looking
at
at
that
it right now.
equipment. Look at all those equipment. That's what you're seeing. That stuff. That's what you're seeing. That stuff. Not what they
Yeah,
tell
Jin,
you.
and let's not forget. Yeah, let's not forget that their angular size would be too small to perceive, based on
Thank you.
their, the projections on how large they are and how far away they are.
Yeah.
It would be
Yeah.
imperceivable.
That's right. So a light whizzing in the sky, which is correct what you just said there. To back that up, a light in the sky does not a satellite make, you see. That's the thing. So yeah, the inverse square law comes into play. So it'd be way too small to see it, way too small. You just wouldn't see it. You're lucky you're seeing a light anyway. But it's not that satellite that's giving us. So when you send your mate an email, it's not going up to the satellite in the sky and then being relayed to his phone. That's going through fiber optic cables. What it is, man.
Well, when you're using the data on your phone, there's no cable.
It's a signal that's going through the cell towers to the cables to another receiver. Then it's sent to you. It's not going up to a satellite and then from that satellite to another phone. That's not happening. That's what I used to think.
That's why if you're not close enough to a cell tower, you lose signal. It's based on towers. Because if it was based on satellites, the signal will have to travel 350,000 miles or so, or 250,000 miles or so. I mean, these orbits, these distances that are given to us about where the satellites are positioned. If you think about how far a signal would have to travel in relative to, a few miles or 20 miles or 30 miles on the ground, which ground-based towers signals have to travel, it's a lot more feasible just using your common sense of where you would relay these signals from.
Yeah, he broke up there just a little bit. He'll be back. But you got to
Sorry
remember
about that.
yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
No, yeah, I was just referring to the signals would travel much more easily and shorter distances, like on the ground. Just thinking about it from a logical standpoint, it would be easier to send a signal, 200, 20 miles than 250,000 miles.
Yeah, and then you've got the Earth that's actually rotating, well, supposedly. So the signal's got a lot of work to do. So we just try to stick to the facts, and where the so-called experts give us their spiel, their explanation, we scrutinize it. That's your right. You don't have to accept what they tell you just because they're calling themselves an expert. You can be an expert. I call myself a professional expert specialist, and you don't get that title overnight, okay? Professional expert specialist. I keep laughing at that because it's just so professional, top notch. Yeah, you have the right to question everything you are being told. You don't have to accept it and then go check it. Then you don't end up believing and believing wrongly. You end up knowing correctly. And then you become more confident in the things and your ability, and the snobs and all that who are pushing this nonsense. You just push them to the wayside, man. They become insignificant, even if they've got more money than you. They're living less than you. They're lying. their life, no integrity. See? Good, isn't it?
Well, I appreciate what you're saying, but I wouldn't want to believe something just because it made me feel better. I'd want to know the real
I'm not
truth. Whether
believing.
the
You
earth is
see,
flat
you've
or
stepped
round.
into the wrong thing. Sorry to cut you off there. I don't do any believing. I don't believe in anything. I'm carrying knowledge. I'm not carrying beliefs. I haven't got a bag full of beliefs. So there's not, I won't want to be. I know what I'm talking about because I've checked. And when you've checked, you
Thing
know.
is, you say you know what you're talking about, but everybody knows what they're talking about. Everybody has experience with science, and everybody believes they know what they're talking about, not just you.
Yeah, I'm not
Well,
believing what I'm talking about. I know what I'm talking about. Again, you're still
What's
using
the
the wrong
difference?
word here. The difference is when you
yeah.
believe, there's a degree of not knowing there. When you check something, you know it. You don't use that I believe. That's the problem right there. You want to believe and you don't want to know. You're going to take it from somebody else. But when you've done it for yourself, which is within your rights to go and check and become that expert, no other expert's going to tell you something when you know. So when I know water lies flat and a glober is trying to tell me, yeah, look at this curved water, I'm not going to look at it because I know that water lies flat. I don't look at their material because I know that material is fabrication. I know that. You actually go out and measure everything that we've got going on Earth can be proven regarding the shape. It can be proven, and if you look at yourself, you haven't checked the model, so you don't know the dimensions, the circumference, the radiation, the angle tilt, how fast it's orbiting around the sun. You don't know these numbers. I know you don't. I know it, and you haven't gone out to actually measure this curvature. Because if you've done that, you would find the flat Earth. That's what happens. We went out to check for the curvature of the Earth and became flat Earthers. It's just as simple as
What did
that.
would you tell the story? What did you do?
Oh yeah, well basically, part of my experience, which I subconsciously have been uploading into my mind, my head, is that the Earth is flat because I haven't experienced the curvature, the spin, and I know that you cannot have air pressure on Earth without a container. So that globe ball image without a container is a misconception because the air would go into the space and we'd all be dead. Okay, then uh, my life of long distance observations, for example, okay, seeing things at a distance that the curvature of the Earth wouldn't allow me to. Traveling by plane and ship, hot air balloons, hovercrafts, and not experiencing any curvature trajectory, which would mean we're on a flat surface because we should follow the curvature, the circumference. That's not happening. Okay?
Nigard, the dumbest people on earth is flat earthers.
Sorry, I didn't hear what you said at the beginning. What did you say?
Hey,
I'm
dude.
black. I'm
He's
black.
having a conversation with somebody. He's having a conversation with somebody. You could wait your turn if you, especially if you want to interject with some nonsense like that.
Yeah,
Gosh.
that's not good.
Yeah,
So that's
Turkey
how
Blake.
I know. We look for the curvature and measure the curvature from one point to the next point A to point B, and there should be an X amount of curvature. It's not there. 8 inches per mile is the formula from the Pythagorean theorem to measure curvature. You can also use the Google Earth curvature calculator to help you if you're not good with the maths, and it gives you everything that you should have, and it's not there. Perfect
But what
example is,
you
yeah, go
you
ahead.
told me I should go out and do the experiment, and you said you had done it.
Go out and
So I'm
measure
just
it. Yeah,
I want
go
to
out and
know
measure it.
what did you actually do?
Yeah, I just told you, long distance observations. So
Yeah, but like
you
talk
find
me
your
through it. What?
location where you
How
are
did
on
you
the
do
map
it?
first. Sorry?
Yeah, I'm asking you to
Yeah.
talk me through it. What did you actually do that day?
Yeah, okay, here we go. You find your location on the map, okay? So in my case, I'm climbing up Mount Scuba in Japan here, for example, okay? Now I get to
Okay.
the summit, I look across, I can see Mount Fuji. I plot it on my map. It's 180 miles, right? So within that distance, there should have been 4 miles of curvature blocking my line of sight. But that 4 mile hump wasn't there, okay? So I could see Mount Fuji from Mount Scuba. And that shouldn't be possible if the Earth is an oblate spheroid.
But you were at the top of a mountain, though.
That's correct. Yes, I was on the top of the mountain. So you factor in your altitude, and
Yeah.
with that number, you can then extrapolate how much curvature there should be from that location over that distance of 180 miles. And there should be 4.5 miles of curvature that's not there.
Right, you're saying you factored in the elevation.
Yes, of course
Yeah,
you did.
that's what goes into the curvature calculator, HK. Yeah, and what Jin was saying is that, you know, if you take what you know and what you can know into consideration and stop just trusting people that are presenting you with data, right? Because they've given you a radius of this alleged sphere, right? They're giving you that radius of 3,959 miles. That is what you can put to the test using the curvature calculator and your long distance observations based on knowing the distance between point A and point B on a agreed upon map, you know? So that's what Jin was referring to.
Thank you very much. Exactly. Yeah. And when you know, end up believing anything because you know. And then you can hold the professors to the real high standard, which is your standard.
You know, when you do a scientific experiment, you always need to get it peer reviewed. Excuse me, because obviously we can make mistakes on our own.
Yeah.
We all can.
Hence,
Did
there
you
are
have other
millions of
people?
flat earthers. That's why there are millions of flat
Sorry,
earthers now, because
I'm
many
not
flat
trying to.
earthers have done their peer reviews, haven't they?
I'm
They've
not
all
trying to
gone and
argue with you.
Yeah, these
I'm
are
not trying to
long
argue
distance
with you.
observations though, right? That's like a category error, right? So this is based on this is geometry and math.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm not trying to argue. I'm not here for a fight.
Dude,
I was just
I spoke to you
asking.
last time. I spoke to you last time. We had a great
Yeah,
chat.
I remember. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, I
yeah.
was
So
just
look,
asking, did you get your friends to check the maths? Because sometimes we can make mistakes when we do experiments only on our own. Did you guys get other people to check the maths?
yeah, absolutely.
Well, actually,
All the math
yeah,
has been
absolutely.
checked over extensively, right? And it matches up with all of the Earth curve calculators, the universities giving the formulas on how to make these calculations. And it's not that difficult either, right? It's all just based off the claimed radius value of the globe, right? So it's testing the characteristics that would have to be present on a globe Earth of that size. So yeah, these have
Yeah.
been done extensively.
Yeah, and you can replicate it yourself. This is why I say, hence, there are millions of flat earthers, because we're all checking each other's work, and it's proving to be true, you see. So that's why we know, that's why we say we know the earth is flat. We're not carrying a belief.
Yeah, that's the difference. It's a testable, repeatable observation that can be made. So if you can do it and I can do it and somebody else can do it, then we could all check each other's work. That's the difference between what's going on with the various space agencies and what we're seeing on the ground, right? Is if they're reporting to us that the sphere is a certain size, and then we could check that size based on measurement and observation. So that's where the big glaring problem is here in the whole situation that we find ourselves in.
Yeah. And whilst we're talking, I'd like to draw your attention to the side chat, because I'm posting images to support the telecommunications that we were talking about a few moments ago. And if you look, you can see it begins. I'm building up a picture for you to see how the system works. Okay, it's all in there for you.
Okay, I'm having a look.
I already know. Yeah, please have a look. Yeah, it's all there. I'm here to help you out, you see. So, yeah, you can easily prove it. Remember, you have the right to establish the standards that you are satisfied with. Okay? That's key here. And then, like you say, you can offer it up for peer review if you want. That's fair enough. If you feel you need to do that, you can. No problem.
I mean, it's always good practice to do that because none of us are infallible, are we? It's easy to make mistakes.
Well, the point is that we are making a big mistake because we've allowed the experts to run away with it. They can't go to space. The Earth isn't a globe. And they've been giving it all the peer reviews. So really, the peer review system, it stinks. It's corrupted, actually. And as of 2015, December 26, they are no longer the standard now. They are they are not the standard. Whatever they say is just going down the loo. Whatever they say. See what I mean now? They've ruined
Yeah.
it for themselves. I'm writing them completely off.
Can I switch it up a bit with a different question?
Yep, you go ahead, switch it up, man.
I think this is the first thing that would a question that would occur to someone listening to Flat Earth for the first time. I think the first question someone would think of is, what happens if you walk in one direction?
That's a great question. People have asked that. So if you could walk in one direction on the flat Earth, I would say and you hold a heading, and you obviously you go across land, then you're going to hit water, and you keep going, you'll hit the ice wall. Then it to be about 150 feet high. You'd have to scale that and then keep going. What's beyond that, I do not know. I haven't been there.
Is there?
See what I mean?
Are there must be efforts then from the Flat Earth.
Again, that fate favors the prepared, and if you were to go to that you would walk across the land. You'd have water. You'd have to scale the ice wall that you meet, which is going to be 150 feet high approximately. You get up there, and then the ice shelf keeps going. What's beyond, I don't know, right? And then if you go to Antarctica through the organized tours, you are restricted. When you're on that tour, you are restricted to where you can go, and wherever you go, you're accompanied anyway. So you can't just go up somewhere. And then let's say you were a rich person and you had the money, you would still have to plan this logistically, right? Because you have to prepare for any danger. You have to think of all the dangers. So it's not that easy to go to Antarctica and do that. It's a small fortune it costs. Okay. And most of us flat earthers don't have that kind of finance. You know. Did you get that?
Yeah, I'm just thinking it through.
Yeah, yeah. Because there are protocols in place that stops the average man and woman going to these places. So if you're a billionaire and you just wanted to flaunt the system, fuck the system, I'm going, and you've got like 10 ships, you're going to come under pressure from the military, the Navy and the Air Force. And if you don't turn around, they will blow you out of that water. You're a national security risk. Because insurance policies would be required. You'd have to get permission from your government, and they're not going to give you that. See, this is how we're being controlled. Antarctic Treaty is in place, so you may be trespassing on some other country's claim to the Iceland. You know what I mean? So there's lots of things going on, man. Lots.
Shall I give you my thought on that?
Yeah, you go ahead. Yeah, please.
If we went to Antarctica, we could also go 180 degrees in the other direction and also find an ice wall. Because surely you're saying there's a 360-degree circle around us.
Correct.
Of ice walls.
Absolutely correct. Yes, I would agree with you with that. That is what I'm saying. Yes.
So when you talk about Antarctica, you're not talking about the one spot
not the globe ball, because we don't live on a globe. Correct.
So you're calling Antarctica everything that's around the known
the ice wall that needs to be there to contain the ocean. I'm saying it's 360 degrees. So from wherever you are and you head in one direction, you're going to hit it. That's what I love about the design of this thing that God has created, which we should be going to see. Because all these things give you the clue that there's something more powerful than you has created this for you. That's the true story. It's staring you in the face. And the governments are keeping you away from that and distracting you with games and drugs, clubs, music to some extent. You know what I mean? TV,
Oh, I don't have a go at
fashion,
music.
fashion, and all this and that. You know, superficial stuff. But the real stuff of nature, you don't know. If we threw you in the bush, you wouldn't know how to survive. You'd be looking for your McDonald's and all this and that. You know, or whatever.
Well, I've watched a lot of Bear Grylls.
Yeah, supermarkets and whatever. You know, you have to cook for yourself, hunt for yourself. Can you do that today? No, difficult for you. Build your house in the woods.
Right, Jen, would you say that it would be better to not make assumptions about individuals' prowess and skill
Oh
sets,
no,
right?
no, yeah, I would agree with that. No, I'm just saying that.
And, then-
Yeah, I would
and
agree with that.
also, and also,
Yeah,
and also,
yeah,
we shouldn't make assumptions about places that haven't been
yeah,
mapped, you know.
yeah, yeah,
So also, yeah. So just about areas that are off limits and that we have to make assumptions about, it would be difficult to make positive claims about any of those areas. So it's
yeah.
it's a
I said
slippery,
that
it's a
in
slippery
my
slope
way. That
talking about.
that's what I think I did say. Yeah, but the point is, it is being patrolled. We are being corralled, and it is not easy to go to these places. There are organized tours. That's correct, and they limit where you can go when you go to Antarctica. So you can't really go off on your own to do these things. One guy did try it. His name was Jarl Anderhoid, and he went 3 times. He went there once. He was marched back. I think 2 of his colleagues were killed because he went back the second time and the third time to try and find them because it didn't sit well with him. But he was marched back all 3 times. So, you know, whether that's again, can I prove that he actually went there? Well, it's difficult to say that I can do that, but that's the story that's out there. So that's what leads one to think that, yeah, it's not a place you can just go on your own. But yeah, I understand what you're saying. We shouldn't make assumptions. It's antecedent. So yeah, if you're thinking about the ice wall, that's what I feel you would see and meet.
Thanks for answering the question.
Oh yeah, no, you're welcome, man. Main point is that
Japan, just a quick side note. How long have you been in
yeah, go on.
Japan for?
26 years.
Oh, nice. I've been in Hong Kong for 7 years.
Oh, well done.
Yeah.
What do you do
You're not
there?
missing England.
Sorry?
You're not missing England then?
No, not really. No, I mean, because of like the invention of WhatsApp and Skype and that I'm using, I've been able to communicate with the family and friends. I've been back a few times anyway, so no, I'm not missing London. Big man,
Yeah.
man, 63. You know what I mean? I'm not missing London.
No,
It's a shithole now anyway. It's worse than
there you
it's
go.
turned a lot
I'm not missing
worse.
it either.
Yeah,
Asia's
it's
a lot
turned a
better,
lot
isn't it?
worse. Yeah, it's turned a
More
lot
attractive.
worse than it was when I was there. And my children, I'm glad they were born here in Japan, so they're
Yeah.
having a better time of it, of course.
Nice.
Yeah,
Good for you.
yeah, good for you as well. Thanks.
Thank you. Well, I'll let somebody else step in then.
Yeah.
I'll just listen
Anybody
for
else
now.
got any questions to ask the flat earthers? Remember when you go out and check something, then no one can tell you different.
Thanks, HK. We appreciate you, man, miking up and asking some good questions there. Thanks
Thank you,
to
buddy.
Jen for answering those questions. Man.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I tried my best. A few assumptions came in there, but it is antecedent, I felt. But yeah, I that in mind in the future. Yeah, it's in this time we're living in now. It is important. I do feel that you question everything you're being told. Don't just take it as gospel anymore, because that's where deceptions can run free, and you will be the victim in the end.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of mystery behind what's going on, and yeah, I mean, the one thing we can rest assured upon is various observations and laser tests and things of this nature that allow us to witness the lack of curvature and drop over distance. So it's
Yeah.
best to stick with what we can know personally. And yeah, it would be great. I mean, there's definitely people who have claimed to have done some expeditions out to the south and south relative to their positions, you know, where they were traveling from. So, but yeah, trying to quantify all of the area. I mean, you're talking about millions of hectares of water and all this stuff. So it's pretty
Yeah.
intense.
Oh yeah. But if the Gleason's map is correct as it is and it's where it's been laid out, then yeah, you know, that ice wall would, there has to be something containing the water. And when you look at the images of the ice wall on the internet, there are several images, of course. It does look feasible that it will be 360 degrees right round. It's quite possible that could be there. And then we have the story from Captain Cook, who spent 3 years trying to find a gap in the ice. Didn't find it, did he? Sent by the
Yeah,
royals to go and find something. British government.
captain's logs are interesting.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah. So if I had the money, that's what I'd like to do. But again, it's still going to be a risk because the government won't let me get there. It's a shame. That's the one thing. This is why we need that revolution to actually get the freedom to go and have a look, because that's would be something to behold, wouldn't it? As you are approaching it, that all that ice, that's what's keeping everything in. It will send it home to you that there is a God for sure. I mean, there is already for me, but that would be like a capping stone to see the ocean and the ice wall from the ship as we're approaching. And you think, wow, look at that. Clean air, no smog, no smog air, clean. The cleaner the air, the better for your body. I've known that from mountaineering in the forests early in the morning. You know, you're breathing in clean air, no traffic air. Like 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the morning on the mountains. Yeah, going up. And you know, when you start to exert muscular force, you're breathing in lots of volume of air, more so than when you're just walking and sitting down. And that exercise and the air going through your lungs cleans your lungs out and then energizes, cleans your blood as well. And a workout would be like, for me, it's 2 hours, that going up and coming back down. It's completely sweated head to toe. So to go to Antarctica and get that clean air without having to work for it, that would be just absolutely marvelous.
Yeah, the sheer massiveness of the area in question. I mean, regardless of what we find, it would be just a massive task for any one individual to try and do any type of mapping or cartography
Yeah.
in that area.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and just with the lack of, just based on what the conditions have been alleged to be. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
those
Yeah.
temperatures, those winds, all of that stuff is just not on my bucket list. I don't know if I want to be out there without.
Actually, it is on mine in a way that I want to go there, but I'm not going to go there on my own, of course. You know, go there with a good team, and I really want to use those vehicles called the Sherpas that are built by the Russians. Yeah, 6-wheelers, and you can put a trailer on the back of that as well. They sleep 8 to 10 men, but if you reduce it to like 6 men or 5 men a vehicle, that gives you a lot of room. There's no squashing going on, and and then you go off with a fleet of those and just have a look around. Would be nice to do that,
Yeah, well, you have the issue of just like the engineering and the vehicles that you'd be using, and temperatures, could
Yeah,
freeze
yeah. Well,
fuel.
they're designed to operate in that environment, and instead of having a propeller shaft, they have they're driven by chain. Okay, and they're really brilliant. You know, where the 6 wheels are, the hubs are fuel tanks. So you've got the fuel tank in the vehicle. They're very fugal. They don't drink a lot of petrol. They're not going at breakneck speed. I think maximum speed is about 30 miles an hour. Okay, that's it. Okay, and you've got the fuels that are in the wheel hubs. So you see all that big rubber tire, and then the disc in the middle. That's a fuel tank. Fuel in there, in all 6 wheels. They're amphibious. If you end up in the water, you don't drown. Okay, they're brilliant. These things are, man. 6-wheel drive and just pull you through.
Yeah, one of the
Yeah.
members, one of the members of the 20, one of the members of the 24/7 home server, the Drace AI had bought up submarines and finding some channels to maybe go underneath the ice, which I thought was a much more hospitable way of doing it, because you wouldn't have to deal with any of the extreme temperatures above
Oh
the
yeah.
surface.
Mm.
That was an interesting point. But yeah, again, it's all speculative. Yeah, there's
Yeah.
if you look down in the side chat, there was a young man who disregarded calls to not go there and just flew his plane out there on his own. So it's like similar to Andahoy.
Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. Thank you for that. That was. I'll look at that now. And I was also going to say another idea that another flat earther put forward would be like using airships. You know, blimps and that. Yeah. So you can cover a lot of ground, a little bit more environmentally friendly than an aeroplane. Okay, and you got your the blimps, you know the ones I'm talking about. Mm.
Yeah, you're talking about Zeppelins.
Yeah,
Like,
Zeppelins,
yeah,
exactly. So you could use that. Those are good, I think, as well. Hmm. That's an interesting shot. I was just looking at that. So this is over Antarctica, is it?
Yeah. He was doing it to raise money for something, I believe, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. Yeah, it is on my to-do list. I would love to go there, definitely, and use the old skidoos and that. Yeah, would love to have a go. Enjoy the fresh air and enjoy the beauty of it all. You know, the fact that there's nothing there is therapy in itself. Throw your imagination out and have a look. Yeah. Yeah. I'd like to go to the very end if it was possible, see what's out there properly.
Guys,
Hi there.
I think the
What can we
government's
do?
lying to us.
Really? You only just
Why do
think
they
that
do
now.
this?
Yeah. Because we allow them. Because we, the 99%, are allowing them to do that. That's why.
I hate this shit.
Well, perhaps you
Yes.
gather yourself together with some like-minded people and you can do something about it.
Yeah, it's time to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think flat Earth is the beginning. Because once you wake up to that, That's the biggest lie ever told. Okay, definitely. Where you live, and that's all crap. All right. Then by rights, anyone telling that lie must go to jail. It's as simple as that. And return all funds that they've taken from the taxpayer.
For sure, I do agree with that.
And then you start to educate humanity correctly, and we start to live properly. Part of education is where you live, managing your health to enjoy where you live. Right. And you don't have to work all the hours God sends you. You work enough because the cost of living wasn't meant to be skyrocketing, because God made the earth for us to live on it for free. We didn't have to pay for nothing. Your labor is your payment in turning over the soil, planting the seeds, harvesting. That's the price you pay. But that's nothing for the gift that God gave us of this land that we're living on. You see, so you don't have to have a system of economies that's devaluing your lives. You know.
When I truly realized this, I make money online and I never had a job in my life because I understood the fact of how this slavery works. But it really hit me when I traveled half the world to meet my girlfriend. She has a job in a 5-star hotel. Okay.
Okay.
I wake up, I'm just waiting for her. Time is going by. She comes home, she's all tired. Because of course you're a fucking labor. They're gonna make you work like a fucking machine, right?
Yeah.
Then I realize most of her time it's gone to resting and working, and then after traveling she comes home, she's tired. She really pushes herself hard to give me the best time as long as I'm here, to spend more time with me, to do more activities, go out, etc. But I realize that it's really draining her.
Yeah.
And I could see how she's struggling to now not only manage her personal life, also her job life, and then also her family, right? So there's 3 different lives that she has to live, and I can truly see she's struggling. And I'm like, why is this needed? It's just not needed.
Yeah. There's a better way, you see. Yeah. This system is one of devaluation, and that's not what God put us on the earth to be doing. You see? So we're
For
not
sure,
living.
I could see most people are depressed because first they don't even get to spend time with their families at all. People barely have
Yes.
time. People doing 2 or 3 jobs just to
That's right.
survive. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's right. That's what it is. So so that's it. When people begin to realize that life doesn't have to be like this, right? I mean, let's say I'm the leader of an African country, yeah, in Africa. You know what I'd be doing? I would be printing money and giving it to the people. Everybody's rich because I'm rich. Okay, everybody should just line up and come and get your money every week. Go and buy everything you need. Go ahead. We're rich. Print the money. Go and buy. Print the money. Go and buy. Go and buy. Go and buy. Go and buy. Don't waste, but go and buy. You know what I mean? And give the middle finger to the system, just like that. Inflation. Who gives it? I don't care about it. It's not going to affect us. We're
Yeah,
rich.
you know why? Because I'll tell you why. The system is supposed to function for humanity, but it seems as if the humanity is functioning for the system,
Yeah,
which is artificial.
that's right. The human beings are keeping the system alive. But I would go unilateral and just print the money and say, "Come on, my people, here's the money. Go and buy the things you need." Yeah, yeah.
Stop the cap.
Yeah, I'm not as rich as you yet. I have no money. You get the money first. I get the money after you. Don't worry. You go and get your money first. Go ahead. Just print the money. Yeah, you are the bank. Start printing, otherwise you lose your job.
So Slim, I noticed you were in the chat. Was it yesterday? So
Yeah,
have you
I'll come
given
here
up
every day
on?
these days.
Oh, okay. So have you given up on the heliocentric globe model? And if so,
Bro, I
what turns
don't
your?
trust none of this shit, man. I don't trust no government or anybody. I need to do more research, but I'm not gonna just adapt like anything. I don't trust NASA. I just trust myself, and I think I have to explore more and see things for myself.
Okay. Well, what about the people who have already done these measurements and don't find any curvature? Would you say you trust their observations?
I need to look into it, right? Because I'm so new about it, so I don't really know. But I know
Okay.
for sure. I think last time I came, I talked about the video that I saw about Neil Armstrong and how he was not taking the oath that he went to the moon. The fact that the recordings are corrupted. The fact that there's only been one time that humans actually went to the moon, and never again. There's so many things, so many different things that convinces me that maybe NASA's not telling the whole truth.
All right. All right. Yeah. Well, that's good that you're questioning things and that you want to do your own research. Yeah. Well, thanks for
For
coming
sure,
back
that's
and
the only
sharing your
way.
thoughts with us.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, it's really interesting because you guys, flat earthers, are considered to be very strange. Let's put it that way. Very strange. Um, people don't really agree with flat Earth theory, and they think you guys are crazy. I don't think so. I think the people that wake up every morning, go to a stupid work, spend their whole life, take mortgages from home, car loan, mortgage, home loans, and need to work 30, 40 years more just to repay that. I think they're the stupid ones. Because you're given this life. This dude is right. You're given this life. There's so much to explore. There's so much to learn. Art, music, architecture, anything really to learn. Yet, motherfucker is going to a stupid office where he needs to sell a product or a service to somebody who doesn't even need it. We are all manipulated by the government or not just government, but mega corporations, and we buy things we don't need. They make things. We all know this. They make things which are easily breaking, so we buy more things. And to buy more things, we need to work more and make more money. Stupid. Like they understand human psychology so well. They use the right colors, the right placement of objects in the store, the right perfumes, smells, the right chemicals in those McDonald's burgers. They know exactly how to get you hooked. They know exactly how to hijack your psychology, how to hijack your biology and your chemistry and make you a fucking slave. That's who I think are stupid. Those people are the stupid ones.
Yeah,
Well,
and
people
remember, it's
make
because
choices,
they
bro.
don't realize it. They don't realize that they're a slave, and they think that this life is what it is. And if you don't have any connection with nature and the creator of the earth, God, then you fall foul to whatever the system's telling you to be, and they're being what the system is telling them to be, right? And that's it. So when they say there's something coming on, get ready, come and get it, come and get your needle, then they go and get it. Put your face cover on. They put the face cover on. They're being controlled. That's it.
No, well, people
So
make their own. People make their own choices, brothers. Um,
yes, that's
I
right.
think it's dangerous to start speaking in such generalities about the entire population. Everyone has their nuanced, unique characteristics, and yeah, it's really based on you and what you are willing to tolerate. You know, you could blame the government all you want, but at the end of the day, you're the ones making your choices moment by moment. Everybody makes their own choices, and yeah, I mean, you could blame the parents, you could blame a million things, and at the end of the day, you may think you have some understanding on why people are choosing the choices that they choose to make, you know. But at the end of the day, you're not going to have any greater understanding. Why? Because there's going to be some overlooked variable somewhere in your equations, you know. So it's more important to just and not speak in so many generalities about unique individuals, in my opinion.
Yeah, but they're making their choices because they feel they have to make their choices. That's it. That's what I've been trying to say.
I don't actually disagree with this guy. I mean, you, the guy that just spoke, because when I've been around the world. Okay, I'm from India, by the way, but I've traveled all the world. Right now, I'm outside. When I see 50%, 30 to 40% people don't have enough food to eat. 50% of the population don't get proper education or guidance. Right? They just do what society is like expecting them. In the Asian culture, it's like that: become an engineer, doctor, etc., etc. And 70 to 80% of the world is emotionally mature That's why government uses tools to manipulate, right? Like, oh, Israel versus Palestine. Like, oh, this dude said something on the news, blah, blah, blah. It's outrageous. People are invested in the wrong things. Most people
Yeah.
in my generation, because I'm Gen Z, they love drama. All people do in my generation is they want drama. They want entertainment. When I look at these people, they're so emotionally mature. If you say, let's say, if you have a bold opinion, right, and you
Mm.
say, oh, I don't believe in Islam or anything really, anything slightly offensive, they lose their mind. How can you consider these people are able to make their own choices
Yeah,
when they're
like
so
you said,
easily
they're
influenced
immature.
by they're so easily influenced by little words that you speak out of your mouth? If you say don't take vaccines, the people that don't take vaccines are not the ones that are angry.
Yeah,
Actually,
we
the
have to be.
people that are taking the vaccines are more angry
Yeah, we
about
can't use
your
that. Hang on,
opinion.
we can't
They're the
say that
ones,
on this server. Hold on,
yeah,
we
they're the
can't say
ones
that on this server,
suppressing the
unfortunately.
anti-vaxxers,
Yeah,
not the other
yeah,
way
but we
around.
can't. Hang on, you're not listening, my man. We can't say that on this server, unfortunately. Okay, so we have to not say that at all. On that topic matter, as much as I would love to talk about it, we can't talk
Say
about
what?
that. Okay.
What?
Yeah.
Talk about? Not talk about what?
About the medicines that we shouldn't be taking.
Oh, COVID stuff. Okay.
Yeah.
So you see who's more immature, right? There you go.
Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately, is the word I use there. Because if it was my server, I would be talking about it, wouldn't give a damn, and I'd probably lose the channel, and then we get another one. That'd be me, because I want people to know the truth. But it's not my server, so we can't do that.
Yeah, I understand. That's understandable.
Yeah. My server, we would be doing it, telling everybody loud and clear. And then they might
Yeah,
shut us
send me
down.
an
We'll make
invite then.
another one. Yeah, we make another server.
Yeah, send me the link.
Oh no, I haven't got one up and running at the moment. I've got, so I'm just saying, if it was my server, if I did have one, we would be able to talk about it. I guarantee you. But this server is
All
not
right,
mine.
understand.
Yeah,
Understandable. Yeah.
it's the flat
Are you
earthers,
for real
and
though? Can we actually genuinely not talk about it? Like seriously?
on
It's
this server,
YouTube rules, dude.
we
Let's just
cannot.
get back to the topic of the room.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, we're not
Got it.
allowed to. Yeah, and the topic is whatever you want to talk about that. So flat Earth related stuff, yeah. Globe Earth
So
related stuff.
I got a question.
Obviously, you said you're going to do the research, which is a good step forward because that means you're going to learn something from your endeavors there. But it's very easy to prove. You've never experienced it anyway, because if you're living on a globe, it would be impossible to avoid it. You could not be on a globe and not know it. Just impossible. Right? And all construction engineering, civil engineering, and that tunnel boring, right, laying down of bridges, foundations, don't take Earth's curvature into consideration, right? Flying, sailing, right, hovercrafts, hot air balloons.
But I think passenger airplane they do take the globe Earth, right?
No, they
I think.
don't. No, they don't. They don't. One, because there's a black box, which is actually an orange box at the back of the plane. It's called the in-flight telemetry data. That instrument records every single facet of the plane from when it took off to when it landed. And it's telling us that the plane is flying horizontal. It is not taking a curved trajectory. It would have to. And if it did take a curved trajectory, you would know. You know why you would know? Because you couldn't go to the toilet. The cabin crew wouldn't serve you your drinks, meals, blankets, pillows, newspaper, magazines, and little games for little Charlie. You wouldn't get any of that. You know why? Because the plane is flying for a curved trajectory, and a curved trajectory is not horizontal. Okay, it's a curved trajectory. You have to have your seatbelt on all the time until you land at your destination. Everybody, no one's walking around because the plane is not level. You will notice when you're walking around, the plane is level. It's not a nose up angle or a nose down angle. And when it's like that, the captain of the plane says, everybody sit down, seatbelt up. We're coming into land, and you've got to sit down because the plane, you understand? Right. So
Yeah.
you would know when you are taking a curved trajectory over 9 hours plus. It's not happening.
So, do you know? Have you been on a long flight before?
Yes, I have, of course. 12 hours
Like,
flight.
and do you know? Do you know why it takes? It's a little bit faster to fly east than to fly west.
Well, they say because of the Earth's rotation.
So, have you timed an airplane before when you flew west to east?
So I've been around so many planes because, as I said, I travel around all the time. There are certain times where some planes are not flying on the right time. So, for example, you're in the plane, certain plane, if it says that takeoff is at 3:30, it is going to be like running, like taking off at 3:30.
No, no,
Other
we're talking about
times,
flight time. Flight time.
yeah. That's what I'm saying. Other times they would
When
say
you're on the,
3:30.
when you're flying, not when you're on the ground. When
Uh,
you're
uh, uh.
flying, it doesn't matter when it
No,
takes
I
off.
never genuinely timed it necessarily, but
Okay,
I'm saying,
because if you let's say if you're flying from Florida to Japan, it will
yeah,
take you like 16 hours to get there, right?
yeah,
But from Japan to Florida, it actually might take you like 14. You'll save 2 hours.
yeah.
Yeah. So why is that?
You tell me.
Uh,
Well, first of all, prove that in the first place.
well,
Then you can
if
tell
you
us.
if you booked any flight, it will literally tell you how long you're going to be in the air.
So you want me to go do the legwork, or are you going to back up your
No,
claim?
if like I've traveled to around the world. I've been to Vietnam, China, Japan, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, London, and every time I fly west, it's always a little bit shorter than flying east.
Okay,
Yeah,
why?
he's telling the truth. He is telling the truth, and that
Yeah,
would be
okay,
because
why?
of the trade winds that are up there, the jet
Trade
streams.
winds.
Yes, the jet streams. Okay, they assist the plane on the way back, or vice versa. Okay. Because London to Japan is like 9.5 hours, and then back it's like 10 hours, 10, 11, 10 or 10 or 11 hours, depending. So yeah, it does work that way.
Yeah, I didn't think that sounded like a measurement of Earth rotation.
No, it's definitely not of rotation at all. No, it's the winds that are assisting the plane. Nothing to do with Earth rotation.
Usually what happens is they just come in with something that they read on an anti-flat Earth blog, and then they just declare that such and such happens, and they declare that that such and such is because of curve of rotation.
Yeah, but it's definitely not because of that. We're not measuring curvature anyway. We're not moving.
Guys, I was saying something, right?
Yeah.
So there are certain times where the plane is taking off directly at the 3:30, and there's other time where it's been 3:50 or 55, and then the plane is taking off.
Yeah, short
And
delay.
I'm saying this because I've taken more than 50 airplanes, so I definitely know
Okay.
this. I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
And I'm not
you're talking
biased.
about flight. You're talking about flight delays. That's all.
No, not delays. No, not delays. It's just normal. Like it'll take off 10 minutes late, 20 minutes late. There are some flights that just do. I don't know why exactly. Maybe
Yeah,
people don't really notice because once you're in the plane, they don't give a fuck, right?
No,
But usually,
I noticed. I noticed. Believe you me, I noticed. That would be a delay for some reason. You know, so there's a delay going on.
Absolutely.
It could be that planes are taking off on the runway; they're delayed, so therefore you have to be delayed. But you know, that's what happens. So it's like a domino effect. You know.
but it still lands at the time that it's given, like all the time.
Yes,
Like if it's, that's
I've
what I'm trying to
experienced
say.
that. Yeah, because the plane flies spot. The pilot puts his foot down basically and gets the plane moving to make up for the lost time. Of course.
Yeah, correct.
How is it? I don't know. It
Oh
burns more
yeah.
fuel, right? Basically.
Yeah, well, of course they do. Yeah. Remember, those aircrafts carry enough fuel to get to the destination and still have some in reserve. That's how they plan that.
Yeah, of course.
I have to.
Yo, is this
And
thing live? Like, yeah.
sorry, I was going to say, and there's a theory out there, supported by lots of material, that aeroplanes are not using as much fuel as being claimed, because once they're up there, the air is the actual fuel, and they're using a little bit of fuel to keep the combustion going. Do you understand? That's what's been discovered of recent years. You know, the turbines are generating enough force just by sucking the air through, and for it to be compressed, it's generating the thrust and a little bit of a ignition, boom, and that's what's keeping it going. You know, because the reason why we say that is because the Airbus A380 or whatever it's called, it's such a big plane, and those wings are so tiny, and the amount of fuel that they say it's carrying doesn't seem possible to be carried. We can't work out where that fuel is because the wings are so wafer thin, right? And then you've got the body of the aircraft, and we've seen where the tanks are laid out. Doesn't match. And we had a big discussion and debate over this back in 2017 on the Hangouts. Right? Yeah, we were really looking into this. So yeah. So there's another thing, that they're not using as much fuel as they claim they're using. Yeah, it's called the jet fuel hoax or something like that. I can post one video in there if you're interested.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. I always want to know more.
Yeah, I've got the video, so let me see if I can get that up and post it in their server for you, because it's quite a good one. The jet fuel hoax, it's called. And man, we were shocked, because prior to finding that out, they were charging some heavy surcharges due to wars and everything else. Tickets were expensive. I never traveled during the surcharge period. I didn't want to waste my money. I refused. Yeah, just ripping me off.
There's so many things that I saw when I was a kid. I'm still pretty young, but when I was, I think 2000 maybe 20, I would see videos of like cloud making machines, etc., etc. And it would really make me think, like, wow, we can do all these shit, but nobody knows. If you ask somebody, do you know we have cloud making machine? Nobody fucking knows.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I mean, to be honest, if you are making fucking clouds, putting in the sky, it's a pretty big deal, right? That's revolutionary, but nobody fucking knows about that. I've seen that with my eyes. I've seen it with my eyes. So there's many things on the internet that don't really make sense to me. That makes me really question about the government. I mean, of course, the government's lying. They're taking all our data.
Yeah.
Train their AI robots, whatever.
Yeah.
Now there's hold on, just a sec. Now they have like
Yeah, someone's
this
just come
AI
in.
that.
Someone's just come in. Let's welcome the newcomer. Who are you, and what's your name, and welcome.
Hello. Yeah.
Yeah, hello. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing good. So my name is like Johannes.
Say it again. Your name is
Johannes.
Johannes. Nice to meet you, Johannes.
Yes.
Where are you from?
Yeah, nice to meet you too. From Germany.
Ah, the Germans. Dun dun dun. Nice to meet you, sir. Don't get many coming in. Welcome, sir.
Welcome to the chat.
What the fuck are you talking about?
No, we're welcoming you to the server. Welcome.
Yeah, I'm already. It's been like 5 years that I visit the last Flat Earth Discord. channel in this server, you know.
Okay.
I'm OG, you know.
Okay. Well, how have you been over the last 5 years? Have you got anything that we can get into?
Yeah, I got some theories, but not with flat Earth, you know.
Oh, what theories have you got?
Like some Jew and like everything. I don't know. About the money, about the satanic church, stuff like that. I don't know. And you?
And what have you learned from it?
Yeah, that we all puppets from the government, you know.
Yeah. Okay, that's true.
Yeah, that's the thing. And
So Johannes, wait
yeah,
before you keep going on about this satanic conspiracy stuff about the government and everything. So are you a believer in the globular model, or
yes,
do you know that the Earth is flat? Oh, so you believe in the heliocentric globular model?
yes.
Okay. So what is your best evidence for why you believe that the Earth is a spinning water ball?
Yeah, I don't know. Um, yeah, Trump.
Guys, hello guys. Oh fuck my microphone.
Trump is shit, you know.
Hey, you just cut somebody off. Welcome to the chat. Just wait your turn. We're speaking with Johannes, also known as
Yeah.
Kritz.
Yeah, Johannes. So, what's your best proof, Johannes, that the Earth is a globe? Yeah, not Trump. Trump wouldn't be your. That wouldn't be the answer. It wouldn't be Trump, would
So,
it?
Are you
I
Kettenraucher?
thought we are gonna speak about the global elite, you know. But if I think the Earth is round, you know.
I do too.
Junge, mein Englisch ist so tot, Digga. Hey, was
No,
ist mit
that's
meinem
okay.
Englisch?
Please don't worry about that. We understand what you're saying. We're asking you, what is your number one best proof that you know the Earth is a globe? That's what the question was to you.
Like
Do
the
you understand?
drone from my brother, yes.
Sorry?
When you fly really high with the drone, with a drone, you can see
Okay.
the Earth curve.
Okay. Are you sure that the drone's camera lens isn't facilitating that curvature? Because that sometimes happens, doesn't it? That the camera on the drone
But why
makes
should
things look
every
curved.
drone company do this?
No,
Well,
I don't think so.
yeah, well, when we fly in an aeroplane, we don't see it. So perhaps the lens in the drone is what's making that look curved. Yeah.
Yeah, but so you are saying that some company in China with 2 or 3 workers are getting from the government advice, or I don't know how to say it because I'm not
Yeah.
English,
No.
uh,
That's okay. That's okay. You carry on.
to curve the lens of the drone, you know. Why would a small company with like I don't know 10 workers would get the fuck, scheiß drauf.
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. What I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that maybe that model of drone you've got, the camera lens is curving the image. Okay?
Yes, you know, I know
Yeah,
that.
no. But
Right.
what if
So that's a
when I
possibility, isn't it? It's a possibility, isn't it? Because if we are not measuring curvature anywhere, we flat earthers, and then you're telling me you've got a drone that's seeing curvature, that must be the lenses is at fault here. Must
Yeah,
be.
you know, but it can be the lenses, but it cannot
when you
too,
build
you
it
know.
yourself, you know, the drone yourself. You
But
can
if
build
you
drones
we've got
yourself.
drones in the house. Yeah. The point is, the lens does facilitate curvature. You can get those lenses like the fisheye GoPro fisheye lens, for example, that facilitates curvature. And then there are other models that facilitate curvature on the lens, from the lens, should I say. You have to bear that in mind, yeah? You're seeing curvature, but it could be due to the lens itself that's curving the image.
yes, but
it
why
also
are you thinking that the Earth is flat?
Okay, because we're not able to measure the curvature of the Earth. That means we were told it was a globe at school, and then I believed that, of course. And then, like December of 2015, I watched 8 videos, and every video made complete sense to the life that I've lived at that time. 54 years. I'm 63 now, so 54 years. Okay, I'm going to be 64 this year. So yeah, it was perfect. So then I went out to check with my family, and we're not finding curvature anywhere.
But
We cannot measure the curvature of the Earth.
but
Yeah,
you
go
know,
ahead.
if you are an astronaut, go into the ISS. Do
Yeah,
you
no, the
think
yeah.
that the ISS is fake?
Yes, it's fake. How do you know the ISS is
Oh,
up there?
because you know the German astronaut Alex irgendwas.
I don't know that name, no, but carry on.
Yeah, but he is on a show in Germany.
Yeah.
The show is on the channel called ZDF.
Okay.
Yes, and he is on the ISS, and he's showing us what to do in the ISS with the anti-gravity, and showing us the Earth throughout the window of the ISS, you know. But do you think that the ISS video footage when they launched it in this in space is also fake?
Yeah.
Because why should it? Where
Absolutely. It's all
yeah, but
fake for
where
sure. Yeah.
does the $150 billion went? You know, from the
Right.
ISS.
It went into their
Microsoft.
pockets. That's where it
Yeah,
went. It went
Microsoft.
into their. Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, so Microsoft, you're saying, okay, if this, then that, and if this, then that, right? You're using an example to explain away the lack of curvature here on the ground. That is really the important thing in question, right? Now, you can't go up to the ISS yourself, nor can I, nor can anybody in this on this panel right now. But what we can do is we can measure the surface, and we could do long distance observations. We could get lasers, and we could run experiments, observations, and testing here on the surface. And
Yes.
we can test against the proposed radius of the sphere that they're claiming the Earth is. Now,
Yeah,
if
but
none of these listen, wait, let me
I
finish my point. So, real
yes,
quick, I'm
yes,
sorry, I don't want to cut you off. All right. So, if we have a bunch of scientists that are all in agreement that the Earth's radius is 3,959 miles, then we could
yes.
go ahead and we could make measurements based on that's their number. They're giving us that number. Okay. Now, if we don't
Mm.
find any curvature, no drop over distance here on the ground, then everything that they're showing us in space should be taken as not true, correct?
Yeah, but you know, telescopes, you know. So not the big ones that astrologists use, like the small ones that you can buy for, I don't know, $500 $600. Um,
Yes, sir.
looking up in the air in space at night, you can see the moon that is round. It is a ball, and you can see, if you have a really good one, Mars. So if
Okay.
the planets are balls, or yes, but
You
why does the Earth needs to be flat if all other planets are a ball? You know?
Well, first off, I mean, I'd say it's hard to quantify something that's so far away and such hazy imagery as a sphere, you know, and to be making claims about that as like something that you
Yeah,
can.
but we have pictures
Hold on,
of
wait.
Jupiter
I'm still
that are showing it is round. You know.
well, I'm aware.
And you
I am
can also
aware of
see
all
it.
the images. I'm aware of all the images. I just wanted to make sure that we understand that we can't test this stuff. So to say that, all right, we get a home-based telescope, we look up in the sky, we see these images, right? We see these
Yes,
light,
we see
we
the
see the
moon
light,
and we
see the
see.
light. Okay, yep, okay. But yes, to say that it's most definitely a sphere is something that you cannot make that assertion and be honest with yourself. Number one, but number two, that doesn't tell us anything about the surface of the Earth, right? So to say that because we see something in the sky, right, and it appears to be spherical, but we can't confirm or deny that. At the end of the day,
Yes,
we're
we can
still dealt
confirm it
with the
because
fact that
we see
no,
it.
but
You
no,
know.
no, no, wait. The fact that we can't find any drop over distance, which is required to have a sphere to be living on a ball, you would need some measurable drop over distance, no matter how big the ball is. But what's great is they've already, like everybody has been in agreement. All of the different space agencies are in agreement on the size of the radius of this sphere. So that is what we're testing against. So if we find an inconsistency here on the ground where we can actually test and verify, you can do it, anybody can do it. At the end of the day, we're left with the problem here. We're left with the problem that, well, they told us it's this big, we're testing it on the ground, and we're finding, not only we're not finding that the curvature doesn't match, we're finding that there is no curvature to be found.
Yeah,
So
but
not
why
only
do
is it not a
you
ball that,
think?
but not only is it not the ball size that they've given us, we're not finding any drop over distance. So it's not even like they made a mistake. It's just not there. There's no curvature. So
Yeah,
that's
but
the issue.
why do you think that your measurement is right and the measurement from the government and all of that is wrong?
Well, if we
And
go and check it, hang
also,
on.
you know, please,
Yeah.
and also, why should they tell us that it's
Okay,
around
we
and not
understand.
flat? Because
But
there must exist aliens then, you know. But
no, that's not true. No, you're running in all kinds of directions. Just
no,
calm
but
down
why?
for a second.
No, but no.
Yeah, I'm gonna answer. We're gonna
I'm
answer it.
not
Let me
raging. I'm
answer
not
now.
raging. You know, I'm not raging.
But I know you. Look, calm down and let's answer your questions. Okay. Now, the reason why we know that we're right and the government is wrong because we went out to check. The government gave us the numbers. The educators gave us the numbers, and we went out to confirm it. We're not able to do that. Okay. We're finding extended horizontality everywhere. Now, the other answer to your question, why are they lying to us, is because they have humanity under control. Humanity doesn't realize that it's being under control by its governments, but they're slowly beginning to wake up. Okay, you're one of those now because that's why they're lying.
To what?
Sorry, with the lies that we're
You
living
cut out.
on a
You
ball
cut out.
earth and many other lies that they've joined together to control humanity. Okay.
Yeah, but that's not an argument.
That is the truth of the situation. Maybe you
Yeah,
don't see that, but that's what it is.
yeah, but you say that the government has the humanity under control, and that's why
Correct.
they're lying to us.
They're using it as a mechanism of control. Yes.
Okay, but this doesn't make any sense, you know.
Well, but that's what it is. You see, as it may not make any sense to you. It makes a lot of sense to me, and I can see by doing it very well at this point. They've got good control, very good control.
Okay, and uh, I don't believe that the moon is not round, you know,
Yeah,
because
but
um, I don't know if that does make any sense, but asteroids are also not spherical. They are um yeah
all
unshaped
kinds, all kinds
spheres.
of shape.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah,
but
the
it's not
point is this.
you know, a flat surface. It's not a plane thing.
Well, we never said it was. What we're trying to say to you is that the Earth we live on isn't a ball. And if you look at the moon, you can't say the Earth is the same as the moon. You haven't been to the moon yourself to actually measure, so you can say, okay, yes, it's a spherical ball. You're looking for the telescope. You can't see the whole moon. You've never seen the whole moon. Nobody has. Okay, that's why I think John has stated that if you're honest to yourself, you're going to say, no, I don't know what the moon is. It looks spherical. It appears to be, but I'm not sure. That's the answer. Okay. And then because I'm looking at the moon, I mean, that's wrong as well. Because you're on the earth, you can measure. You can measure the earth to know, but you can't go to the moon to check anything. You can't go
Yeah.
to the moon. Okay. Does that
But
make
if
sense?
you were an astronaut going up to the moon, seeing that it's round, and looking back to Earth and seeing that it's round, do you think then Earth is round?
Yeah,
Yes, of
if we
course.
hang on,
Yes.
if we can go, but we cannot go to space. We cannot go to the moon. No human being can. That's the deception. You're believing it. So the government's got you under control. You're
So
believing the lie.
yeah, so you are saying that the moon is a mega structure built by mankind.
No, I'm not saying that at all. I didn't say that. I said
For
to you,
fuck's sake, dude,
yeah,
shut the
Yeah,
fuck up. It's not a man-made thing that people are hiding
yeah.
on. You can't
yeah,
go to the
but why,
moon. Space
why
is
is
fake.
then a sphere, bro?
Fake. Space is fake. So that's all you have to deal with now. Is you're not going there ever in your whole life. Nobody you ever know will. It's not someplace you can go. How's that?
Yeah, but why are you so rude? Because I'm not.
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
yes,
yeah. He. What it is that we're being polite and we're trying to explain to you something, but you're not acknowledging anything we said. You're not stopping and thinking. We tell you the answer, and then you bring up another question, which is
yeah,
fine. You
you
can
know,
do that, but you
no,
must
no, no,
also. But you
because
see, you're
it
interrupting me now.
doesn't make any
Now you
sense
are
for me.
interrupting
You
me.
know.
Hold on, you are interrupting me. Yeah, I'm speaking as basic as I can and as slow as I can, so you can understand. I understand that. What I'm saying to you is that you're not stopping to think about what we said to you. We give you the answer. You don't think about it. You just asked another question, like what I
Yeah,
said wasn't
Michael,
important.
I know.
yeah,
I heard a theory
real quick, guys,
that
real quick, just a quick
yes,
interruption, real
Yeah,
quick.
go ahead. Yeah, go
Uh,
ahead.
Microsoft, if you go in the side chat, Rayleigh Criterion posted something. And are you German?
yes.
Yes.
Yeah, he posted something in the Deutsch.
Where?
Yeah, it was. It's at 2:36. 36 minutes after the hour.
Okay. Die meisten Drohnenkameras verwenden Bildtiefe.
Yeah, just read it on your own
Yes,
time if you don't mind muting up. Yeah,
yes, I
just for
know
your
that,
people.
but that was
Okay.
a thing for Crips. He said this.
Oh, okay. It was for Crips. Okay, I'm sorry, sir. Sorry to interrupt you, gentlemen. I just was trying to, calm things down a little bit, give everybody a
Yeah.
breathing break.
Chin CBR1. I want to talk to you.
Yes, I'm
Yes.
here. I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm listening to
You
you.
know, I heard or I watched a video that said also the Earth is flat, but if it isn't, then it is much bigger than we think, and the Antarctica is just the walls around the sphere, and it's only a little spot on a gigantic sphere. Also that the Earth is a you know this?
Yeah. I've heard that. But the question is, if the Earth is a sphere, we should be able to measure it. Yes, we can check,
Yes.
can't we? Right, and we've checked it. It's not there. That's what we're saying to you. We've checked it. It's not a sphere. Nowhere near a
Yeah, and the
sphere.
horizon, also
Sorry.
the horizon.
Well, what? Yeah. What about the
Zero dawn.
horizon? You tell me. What is the
Yeah,
horizon to you?
but if also, you know if a ship goes
Yeah.
far,
Yeah, it goes out to the
yes, it
horizon.
goes, yes, then it disappears, you know.
Yeah.
But you're saying as a flat
Yeah.
earther that if you zoom into it, then you can
Yes.
see it again. Yes.
Yes, that's correct, because your eyes are limited as to how far they can see when you're looking at an object leaving your
Yes, I know
perspective, your
that.
locale. Okay,
Yes.
so when you see, hang on, when you see the ship disappear, you think it's gone over the curvature, but if you pick up a pair of binoculars, you can see the ship still. So it
Yes,
hasn't gone
right.
over the.
Because the Earth, that's my assumption. The Earth is so big that if it goes over the field of view,
Yeah.
that's not that it's just too big, the Earth, that it can't go
Can be reached.
over the curvature, you know, and because it's so big, you know what I mean?
No, that's really not coherent thinking. That's not correct. When the ship goes, the textbook story that the Globus says that the ship has gone over the horizon, which means that's the curvature it's gone over. Okay, but in
Yes, but
actuality, yeah, but it hasn't.
yeah, it's a
It
field of
hasn't.
view. Yes.
Hang on, you're not letting me finish again. Basically, it hasn't gone over the curvature, because if I pick up a pair of binoculars, I can see the ship. Now, if it's gone over
Yes,
the
right.
curvature,
Right.
you're still, yeah. This is why my friend Radwin shouted at you, because you're not letting me speak. I'm speaking slowly. You can answer, okay, and then you don't acknowledge what I'm telling. I'm telling you something, but you're not taking it into your head.
Yes,
Okay, it's like
I do.
well, then you should then be responding by saying, "Oh yes, that's right." Because what I'm
Yeah,
telling you,
I said
but
that, you know. But
okay, so hang on a second.
I'm
Hang on
just
a second.
saying,
Let me get
yes,
this
yes,
correct. Let me get this correct. So when the ship has disappeared from my eyeball and I can't
yes,
see it anymore, it hasn't gone over the curvature. Is that correct?
yes, it's correct.
Okay, good, good,
But
good. So
how
hang on,
long is the field of
hold
view?
on.
How long
You
is the field
see?
of view?
Yeah. Okay. So now when I pick up my binoculars and I see the ship, it hasn't gone over the curvature. Okay. Now I
Yeah.
keep looking through the binoculars and I can't see it anymore in my binoculars. Has it gone over the curvature?
Then it can, you know, if you take then a telescope and watch through it, you're gonna see it here. Yeah.
Okay. So there's no curvature then. And you know, that action could be an hour and a half. You
Yes.
understand? Yeah, right. So at that rate, where's the curvature then? If it's not
Yeah.
going over the curvature in an hour and a half or more, then the Earth is flat, isn't it?
Yeah, but
I have sent a link in the chat.
bro, but if you or have you taken a telescope to watch the ship go over the horizon or not?
I've never seen a ship go over any horizon. I've seen it disappear,
Yes, but with a
only to
telescope.
pick up a binoculars and see it again. So it's never done that. Never gone over any curvature.
Yeah,
You know,
but
yeah. Wait, hold
with
on,
something
dude.
that can
Listen,
zoom in more, you know, than a
you'd have to have
binoculars.
curvature before a ship to go over it. Where's your curvature at?
You see?
What do you
Where's the
mean?
curvature? He's asking you.
Okay, so if you want a boat to go over the curve of the Earth, wouldn't you
Yeah.
have a curve of the Earth first? Then the boat would go over it?
No, it goes, you know, downward, you know. Eh.
No, it's like a little curvature, you know. For us, it doesn't play any us. For us, it don't care, but it's so little we can not see it, you know.
Chin CBR, I want to ask you something. That's my last question, I think.
Digga, mein Englisch ist so zum Kotzen.
Ja, meins auch. Chin CBR.
Junge, ich
Hello.
muss.
No, you guys are doing good. You're better than my German.
Okay.
No, bro.
If I would
Our
talk
English
German,
is
I'd
so
just be
bad.
like, "Ich bin barking, gawking, ulking, snarker."
Yo.
Just start screaming with a bunch of hard consonants and.
Yeah, Brit, are you a flat earther?
Well, fuck yeah.
Okay, but you know, the Earth is like gigantic. That's
Yeah, that's what you're
yeah.
saying.
If
But it doesn't
if
matter.
you believe that it's
It doesn't
round,
matter
you
how
know.
big it is.
But can you
The
let me
curvature is
speak?
there. Yeah, but I was trying to tell you something, that it doesn't matter how big that ball is. There has to be curvature if it's a ball, and you will
Yeah,
see
yeah,
it.
right. But
Right.
if you
But there
take
isn't.
the no, if you take the binoculars, watch the
Mm.
ship
Mm.
go far
Go away.
more
Yeah.
furthermore, yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Then how do you know that it's not going around the curvature? Because that's the point I'm saying. The Earth is so big that it can, I don't know,
Yeah, but
drive
if the
10
Earth, hang
hours,
on, it
you know,
doesn't matter.
10
That's what I'm
hours
saying. You're not
straight and
listening.
you see
This
it
is
and
what. Look,
then disappear.
you're not listening. If the Earth is big, that means the curvature is going to be big. That means the ship is going to go over the curvature. And if it
Yes,
goes
right.
over the curvature, I will not see it again once it's gone over. But it doesn't go over the curvature. That's why I can see it.
Hey.
It cannot be
Yes,
flat and curving at the same time.
yes,
Impossible.
but have you
It can.
ever looked through binoculars till the ship
Yes,
disappeared?
I've
You know,
looked.
like 10
Look. I'm,
hours or
I'm older
something.
than you. I'm older than you, man. Of course I've looked. Bloody hell. Come
Yeah,
on, man.
no, I mean long enough. How long? Like
Yeah,
1 hour?
long enough to know that the ship does not go over any horizon. It
Yeah,
doesn't do that.
but if it goes over the horizon in like 10 hours, you know.
Well, I haven't done 10 hours because by that time I know it's flat. If I'm seeing a ship for 10 hours, there's no curvature there.
Yeah,
Come
but
on,
if it
man.
then but if it then goes over the curvature
What,
in 10
10
hours.
hours? 10
Yes,
hours? No,
you know
I'm
you know
sorry.
how big the Earth
Hang
is?
on, hang on. Yeah, I know how big the Earth is. It's meant to be. I know how big it's meant to be, and I know how big it isn't regarding the curvature of the Earth. And if you're talking about 10 hours to go over the curvature, that's ridiculous. Ships don't take that long to cover the distance. How many miles do you think it's going to do in 10 hours? It's going to be a long way in 10 hours.
Yeah, we can look it up.
Well, you look
Uh,
it up. You look it up.
cruise. Yeah,
And then tell me the
I do
distance
it.
it's how fast the ship
Sweet.
is sailing, and then do that by 10 hours, and you give me the miles, and then we can work out the curvature. Don't be
Okay,
being silly now. Go
20
ahead.
knots.
Yes.
It's
Okay. Go ahead.
23 miles per hour, or for me, because I'm German, 37 kilometers. You know,
Well, go
if
on.
you
Go on.
multiply that by 10, you know, that's 300 kilometers.
Okay. So
Or
that's 100.
yes,
That's 180 miles. Okay. So 180 miles. There should be about 4 miles of curvature. I already know. Will
no,
not be able to see the ship.
but if you,
Yes.
bro,
Yeah.
the Earth, 100 miles or 300
You said
kilometers are
180
nothing.
miles.
Yes,
300
180
kilometers.
miles or 300 kilometers are nothing because the Earth
No, the
is.
curvature is there. Look, in 180 miles, there's 4 miles of curvature. Okay, so that's a fact.
Yeah, but the Earth is.
Yeah, but that's
How big is
180.
the
Look,
diameter
that's
of the Earth?
that's
300
180 miles.
million?
You're not
If
listening again.
if you say the Earth is so big again, I might have to disconnect you.
Bro,
Anything goes.
I'm not saying something that I can rage you that hard. Okay?
Well, actually, you're
That
not listening. That's the thing. You're not listening. I've told you. There's 4 miles of curvature in 100, maybe 4.5 miles of curvature in 180 miles. That means I won't be able to see the ship because 4 miles of curvature is going to be in the way.
Yeah, but I'm not angry
Mike as
because
well.
you
Mike as
say
well.
something that is not in my
Mike as
opinion
well.
and
Yeah, but I'm
read.
not giving you. But I'm
Yes.
not giving you. Hang on. I'm not giving you an opinion. I'm giving you the facts. I'm not giving you an
Yes.
opinion. Not an opinion. It's the truth, isn't it?
Yeah, I tagged you
Yes.
the curvature calculation in the side chat, brother. I
Yeah.
understand you're not understanding. Yeah, you're not comprehending the concept here. But yeah, you're saying the Earth is so big.
Mm.
Meanwhile, the curvature calculator is well known. That's all.
Yeah. The curvature calculator is telling you the truth there.
Yeah,
180
here,
miles is about
here,
4.5 miles of curvature, approximately, if I remember rightly. Okay.
he- here in the picture it says that 1,000 kilometers you should see also you should not see the ship by 1,000 kilometers or
Yeah, well, that's
miles,
six. That's
1,000
600
miles.
miles. That's 600 miles.
No, no,
We're
no.
talking
That's
now.
I mean 1,000 miles. I'm sorry, 1,000 miles. That
1,000 miles.
are
Well, yeah, I'm not going to see this. Of
200.
course, I'm not. I'm not going to see the ship. Of course, I'm not.
Yes, because it's
Yeah.
then around the globe.
No, it's not gone around the globe. It's gone beyond my eyeballs to see it, and maybe my binoculars and my telescope. 1,000 miles is a long way.
Yes, yes, yes. But there are telescopes that are you can watch the moon with.
Yes,
And the
but the
moon
moon is not
is
telling me the shape of the Earth. You see, that's the
yes,
thing.
but the moon is 100,000 kilometers.
No, well, we don't know that. We don't actually know that. They say it's 238,000 miles, which is 380 odd thousand kilometers. All right, but we don't
Yes.
know that. We don't know that. That's the point I'm making. We don't know that. We
Yeah,
can't
but
prove that.
then how do you know that the Earth is flat?
Well, because we're measuring it. We're measuring no curvature. That's how
Yeah,
we
but
know.
we're also measuring how far the moon is.
No, we're not. No, we've never done that. Who did that? Who measured the distance to the moon?
Yeah, I
Why are you
think
talking about the moon
NASA.
again? Why are you talking about the moon?
Bro, what do you want from me?
What
I
we
don't want you to
wanted to.
talk about the moon. You
No,
need
I'm
to talk
talking
about
with
how
Gen CBR.
there's no curve. Yeah, there's no curve of the Earth. Zero. It's measured flat. And you
Yep, I'm
can't say
talking
that
with
because
Gen
it's so
CBR.
big.
Yeah, the Earth. No curvature on the Earth. Okay, because we measured
Yes.
it. Right, we've measured it,
And how you know it's no
and we
curvature
told you.
or
Yeah, we told
curves?
you. We told you. Measured it. You said 300 kilometers. That's 180 miles. No curvature there. That's 4 miles of curvature. 4.5 miles of curvature. It's not there. We can see
Yeah,
the ship. You
but
see.
you can measure how
So
long the camera goes.
okay, so
And a
my question.
telescope goes like 360,000 kilometers, and you can measure that from the lens of the telescope.
Junge, ich habe mal ein
Again.
Teleskop gehabt, das ist umgefallen und hat
Okay,
das
okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Again.
Can
der
I ask
ganze
you a
Boden
question?
kaputt.
Yes, you may ask a question. Go ahead.
So in our solar system, even we use our telescope, we can see all the what is called these planets are
Yeah.
circle
Yeah.
or globe or something, but only
Yeah.
Earth is flat. So
Yeah,
if
that's
a
correct.
ship,
No, they
Remember.
think
okay, no, no, no.
Yeah.
they think the
So
other planets are
Can I
fake,
please,
you know.
answer that
watch a
question?
ship sail away at the sea. It disappears from the bottom up,
Yeah.
not all
Yeah.
at
Yeah.
once. On a flat
Yeah.
surface, the entire ship just get
Yeah.
smaller and fade.
Okay.
So
Let me
why the
explain.
Earth curve hides the lower part of the ship first?
Yes, because what's happening is that the ship is moving. It's called angular resolution. The angle at which your eye is connecting with the ship is changing as the ship is moving away, and the ship is moving towards what is called the vanishing point. That's why everything is merging in. Okay, and let me I'll give you a little test you can do. If you can go to a basketball court, take your mobile phone, okay, put it on the floor under the basketball net, because the floor is level, walk to the other side of the court, lie down on the ground, you won't see your phone. And that's a leveled floor. But when you go up on your knees, you will see your phone. So a
Yeah.
level surface can block. And you know why you can't see your phone? Because you're out of range from where you're lying down. The angle is not there for you to see it. But when you
Yeah,
get up on
that
your
makes
knees now,
sense, you know.
you increase the angle and you can see the
That-
phone. Okay? So,
So if
listen,
Earth were flat, so if Earth is flat, then the suns would set everywhere at the same time, right?
no, it wouldn't, because then the Earth is very, very big and the
Earth is
sun is small, smaller than the Earth. Has to be, because everybody gets good morning, good afternoon, and good night. Okay? Every
Yes.
country is getting this
That's
as the
sounds
sun is
that's
moving around. Okay?
So you are saying that the sun is not as big as we think.
That's correct. Yeah. It's not as big as you've been told. Correct.
Sorry.
Well, you
Okay.
may laugh. You may laugh, but you haven't done any measurements. You're just
No, I'm
talking from the
laughing.
books and the
No,
education they've
even though
given you.
as a Muslim, I had to laugh.
Well, that's fine. You can laugh. I'm a Muslim. I'm not laughing. Okay. Now,
In Islam. Okay, so wait. You were Muslim.
I was born under the Islamic religion. Yes.
Okay, you were Muslim, mashallah. Then tell me,
Yeah.
brother.
Subhanallah. Ne? Okay. Now pay
Okay,
attention,
so
please.
tell me,
Mashallah. Just pay
do you
attention.
know
Please just,
even in
please
Islam,
just pay attention. Pay attention for a second. You're doing a lot of talking. I'm trying to answer your questions, and these are sharp to the point answers, and you're not registering. Now, like I said, yeah, when we look at that ship and it's gone over, you think it's gone over the horizon, we pick up the binoculars, we see the ship. So clearly there wasn't a curvature there. Okay? Allah doesn't lie, yeah? God doesn't lie about the earth. Man will lie, God does not lie. Okay? Now
okay,
carry
if
on.
you're Muslim, I have a question.
Another question.
You know,
Okay.
you are Muslim, right? I had a little bit question.
Go
In
on.
Surah Al-Naz, ayat number 79 and 30, and the earth, the verse says, and the earth, after that he spread it out, daha. What does daha
Yes.
means?
It
Daha
means he
means,
spread out
listen,
the
it
carpet.
means,
Hang on. He spread out the carpet on the floor. You don't spread a carpet
no,
out.
daha means
Egg shape.
egg.
The is the egg shape.
Exactly. You got
Yeah,
my
well, that's not the
answers.
shape of the Earth. The Earth, when you look at the Earth from NASA, the NASA image, is it an egg shape? Did they give you NASA? NASA give you egg shape Earth?
But you
No.
no.
So
Ostrich
no, it's
egg.
not an egg shape. And
Ostrich
then,
egg.
you know what? Hang on. I'm going to post for you the chapters from the Quran that say flat Earth. Okay, I'm going to post it for you
Yeah,
shortly.
Carl.
Okay, so
Yeah,
someone
we
else
don't need
take
to
over
take
for
the
now,
whole time.
please. Someone else
The
take over,
scholars
please.
mentioned about
Yeah, I'm
ostrich
here.
egg. Have you
We all
ever
need to
seen
take
about
turns when
ostrich
we're
egg?
talking.
You're thinking about only the egg about what is called
I want to
egg.
ask a question.
I think that's a
Listen,
I think we're getting a little too heated. I think we should all take a second. Just breathe for a second.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Who's chiming in?
Yeah, I don't
That
know
was
who's
me.
trying to
Sorry.
It was Gam Gam.
Is it owlishness?
Yeah, you can ask a question if you want. Go ahead. I want to
Okay.
get a video for someone. But go ahead.
If the Earth is flat, then you possibly can see the pyramids from, in my point of view, Germany,
No,
or
No, they're too
Microsoft.
small. Too small.
Yeah, and it's not. It's the way your vision works, sir. I mean, I don't think you're understanding the way that our vision works. We have something called the vanishing point, or the point of convergence. Yeah, the way our eyes work. It appears that the sky or the ceiling, depending upon if you're looking down a long corridor or if you're outside looking at the horizon, you have the appearance that the ground is raising up to the center of your vision. The sky is also lowering down to the center of your vision out in the distance. So you have an optical effect. It's called an illusion, right? It's not exactly as it appears to be. Okay. So you're going to have some different optical effects that are going to confuse you if you don't know how your eyes actually work. So yeah, you can't see forever. Air is as clear as it may seem in front of you. On a foggy day, you can't see very far at all. So air is
Yes.
not 100% translucent either. So it's important to remember these things when you start speaking in absolutes about how far you can
So
see.
So when a ship is like, I don't know, um, thousands of kilometers far out of the sea,
It's too small. Yeah, it's
and
too
no,
small for you to
and
see.
yeah,
It's too
and we
small
can
for you to
not
see.
see it through binoculars, then
Too
it's too
small.
small to see.
Too small. So we don't even have to talk about it anymore.
Okay, but why are you so rude? Because
No,
I'm
he's
not.
not being rude.
Since I've been
He's
listening,
saving
you've
time.
said the same thing over and over and over since I've
Yeah,
been on
but,
here.
Is it
yeah,
that
but
deep?
you do too, you know, and I'm not
No,
raging.
the only reason why he's saying the same thing is because you're saying the same thing, and he's trying to tell you you're saying the same thing over and over again, and you're not really taking it in. You see, the fact is
Okay,
we've measured the Earth to be flat, and you are not telling me how you measured the curvature of the Earth yourself. You see.
okay, but I don't believe, or I will not believe that the Earth is flat, and I
Okay,
don't
that's fine.
know. Yeah, but for most of flat earthers, this is a problem because
No, it's not a problem
we
for us at all. It's not a
yes,
problem. You don't want to believe
we,
in the flat Earth. That's up to you. We don't believe the flat Earth. We know the flat Earth. If you don't want to know the flat Earth, you don't want to believe the flat Earth. That's your freedom. We're not taking your freedom to choose from you. You decide. You come here to ask us. We give you the answers. You don't like what we told you. You don't want to believe. Fine. Good luck. Enjoy your
okay,
imaginary ball. It doesn't exist. Good luck with you.
yeah,
If Allah says it, listen, you're a Muslim, so a Muslim talk, okay? If Allah says it, if Quran says it, I have to believe it that
Yeah, I'm
Earth
going to
is not
post it
flat.
right now. I'm going to post it from the Quran as you speak.
Yes.
Inshallah, it's coming now. Hang on, hang on. Okay, just wait a few seconds, and you're going to
Just
see the
you
verse.
have to prove me, even though look,
Did I just hear with
Okay,
my own ears that if a guy with a beard wrote a book, you have to believe him?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
it's
that's
not a
what he's
Muslim
saying.
chat. I mean, we're
Right.
trying to stick to
There's
empiricism here. We're
yeah.
trying to
Can
no,
you
stick
no,
to
no.
see it?
He said he's a
empiricism.
Muslim. He said he's Muslim. That's why I'm saying
That's
he's a Muslim,
okay.
and
That's
not in the
fine,
sci-fi.
and that's fine. But texts, ancient texts, aren't going to prove what you can go out and prove to yourself, and
Yeah,
that's the issue here.
yeah. That's what I'm
You're
saying
going
to
to
him.
ancient texts to tell you what the Earth's shape is, right? When you could go out and measure it yourself. So why would you go to ancient texts
Oh, hang on, I think
to
that's a
prove
mistake.
something to
Hang
Launch a
on.
yourself
rocket
you can
with
do
a
on your
No,
own?
camera.
that's
Go
not
by
correct.
yourself to
Wrong
the
material.
sky. You'll find
Hang
the
on a minute.
answers soon. No problem.
I've made a
By your own
mistake. Hang
rocket.
on. Delete that. Hang on. No, I've made an error. Where is it? Hang on.
how long believed you believed in flat Earth?
I know the Earth is flat now for 10 years.
10
So that's
years.
10 years
So
now. Yeah.
you have wasted 10 years
No,
of your
I
life. No,
haven't
no, no.
wasted. No,
Yes,
that's not true.
you have not
I'm
wasted
sorry.
it,
As a
but
Muslim, you can't even say that. I haven't wasted 10 years at all. I'm the happiest man alive on the earth today. I'm sorry. You can't say that I'm wasting 10 years. You who can't prove the curvature of the earth, telling me that I've wasted 10 years. You haven't even looked.
do you have a family?
Ridiculous.
Because you said
I'm
Bro,
you're
married
bro,
with 4 children. Yes. Why?
bro.
okay.
They're all flat
And
earthers. Why?
do you? No,
Flat earthers.
I am just asking because I am 16 years old, you know.
Yeah, I know.
Um,
I'm
and I
63,
yes,
nearly treble
um,
your age.
and I am you know, doing my thing, having have hobbies and
Yeah,
fun in
I have
life.
hobbies as well. I'm
Yes,
doing my thing. I have hobbies.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not out in that.
Okay.
But I am doing things like
Hmm.
playing instruments, you know,
Okay.
Yeah,
and
I play instruments and I shoot rockets up in my backyard. Now what?
yes, but should you focus more on things to be happy than
But
just
did you hear what I said? I am happy.
I already am happy. I do
Yeah.
all kinds of shit you don't know about.
Yeah. Why do you think I'm sad? Why do you think I'm sad?
No.
Why do you
I'm
think I'm
just
not happy? Why do you think I'm not happy? Why?
saying that. Why do you have to do that?
Okay.
Why
Can
do I
you
have to
tell
do
me that
what?
do you have telescope?
Yes, I have a
Yes.
telescope. Yes.
Do you have a good drone that goes up or something? A little bit. No.
It's not that sophisticated, but it works enough.
Can
Why?
you please build it? Okay, I'll have a suggestion for you. Before you die, build a rocket and put a camera on it. Just
Yeah.
launch it. You'll get your answer
I
soon.
don't need it.
Inshallah.
I've flown in aeroplanes. Allah did not make a
Bro, you
ball
have to
earth.
believe in your own eyes before the
No,
death.
of
Inshallah, you'll get the answer.
Of course, I don't need to do that. I've measured. I don't need to do that. I've lived 63 years. I know the earth is not a ball. I know this. 63 years gives me a lot of experience. 63 years, yeah? Come on
Okay,
now.
so why Earth is not a ball and everything around us is balls? Is
Well,
round.
if you look at the planets, God made the planets to be there for our entertainment, and He made sure that where we live is nice and level. So if you've got any complaints, ask God. He made it.
Bro, you're Muslim. Wow.
Me?
No. I'm saying to Zin Sibia said he is a Muslim.
Are you Muslim,
And,
Jin Sibia?
Yes, I was born under the Muslim religion. Yes, that's the
but
religion.
are you a Muslim? That's the main thing. Are you a Muslim?
I am a Muslim. Why? Why would I not be a Muslim? What's up?
Okay, I gave you a ayat and about that surah. About Surah Al-Hijr, I gave you. Are you neglecting that ayat? That
Yeah,
Allah,
I don't
Allah
understand.
Subhanahu.
I don't understand Arabic. So there you are.
I gave
Okay,
you the
he
answer.
will
What is-
translate it. Easy.
Okay, so in Surah Al-Nazr, ayat 79 and 30 said, and the earth after that he spread out daha. And what does
Yeah,
daha mean? I
I
already
know
told
that
you.
verse. I know
You know,
that
you're
verse.
neglecting that. Are you neglecting that verse?
No, I'm not.
You're rejecting that verse.
Yeah, no, I'm not neglecting it because God did not make the earth to be an egg shape. Okay, we're not
He said
measuring
it.
It's not an egg shape. Sorry.
So you say you're rejecting this ayat from the
No,
God.
because I'm going to show you the verse now that says He laid out the carpet flat with mountains on the corner there to hold down the carpet. Now, when you lay something down,
God,
you
okay,
don't lay
I
it
know
on a
about this
curve.
ayat. I also gave, look at the VC chat. I also gave you the explanation.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find it. Hang on, I'm busy looking at something else. I'm in another page, so I can't go there just now. You have to wait. Okay? Sorry.
Yeah, like I stated earlier,
It's
these
mean
texts don't
spread out.
measure the ground. So listen,
Bro,
Darka, it doesn't measure the ground. I understand your argument. Your
he's
argument is
arguing
to the
between
Quran.
Muslim. Okay,
Yeah, I get it,
I
sir.
don't know.
I get it. But if there's no
Okay,
curvature, then
okay, I
what's the
don't know.
argument in reference to?
I don't know, man.
Exactly, because
He's just
because
rejecting the hadith.
Allah has given us the skills to measure, the equipment to go and measure something. Okay, so we have that technology in place. We can check. Okay, and we're not finding the curvature or the egg-shaped earth.
So you're rejecting the hadith. That's it.
Well, of course, I'm rejecting.
Sorry, not sorry, hadith now. Sorry, Quran verse, the word from our God. That's it.
I am rejecting it because it is not what the shape is out there. There is no shape that I can find.
So you're
I'm
not
finding
Muslim.
the surface is level. That's all.
So you're not Muslim. If
Well,
anybody
you don't
reject
have the
any,
right to say. You don't have the right to say that. Only Allah can say that. You can't say that. That's the thing. If you're a Muslim, you would know that.
in hadith, I know very well all these things.
Right. So you know you can't be telling who's a Muslim, who isn't.
If anybody
You don't have the right.
rejecting surah or hadith from God, he is not Muslim.
No,
And
that's
in
not
place
your
of that,
prerogative.
no.
That would be
And
your opinion.
if
but
any
it would be
Muslim,
wrong.
it's not opinion, it's from hadith. Listen, it's from Hadith, and Rasul and Prophet said that. Okay, now talk about flat Earth.
Every flat earther is
I'm,
talking
I'm,
shit. I'm
yes,
sorry.
I'm having fun. Just talk about flat Earth.
I'm sorry, but I don't believe anything you said.
Well, I'm not asking you to
No
believe
problem.
anything. I'm asking you to go and check what you have learned to confirm that what you have learned is correct. That's all. Nothing else. You don't have
Yes,
to
it
believe
is.
me. No, it isn't. See,
Mm,
now why are you
yes.
acting the way you're acting? We're being honest with
Bro,
you.
just you're just
No, but why
pushing
should I
down.
believe the flat Earth community?
You don't have to believe. No
Because
one's
you
asking you
think
to
no,
believe.
no, because you think you
But
are
no one's
right,
asking you to believe. You're not
but
listening.
you're not.
You're not listening, though. No one's
Yes, I
asking you
am.
to believe. You came to us. We gave you the answers. No one's asking you to believe. No, we're not. We're not asking you to
No,
believe
You are
anything.
giving me
bro,
the
brother.
answers and
Yes,
want
we're
to.
asking you to go and check.
Yes, yes.
Go and
Why?
check.
But
Oh, it's
you
about
will.
conversation. You have to make us to believe that flat Earth is flat.
I'm
Make us
not here
believe.
to make you believe
Why
anything.
you going to say to me that go and check? I also can go and check that the Earth is not flat. Make a rocket, put a camera on it, and use your brain to see it.
That's not a measurement. The measurement is what we're talking about, which is
Sure,
inarguable.
in your
Oh
eyes. In
my
your eyes.
god. We're gonna talk about making people do shit now. I bet I can make you not talk.
Yeah. So we just.
So we don't make people and make them flat earthers or
No,
make them
but you
believe
want to convince us
no
of the flat Earth.
no that's
Yes.
what you want us to that's what you want us to do.
You're projecting.
I don't give a shit what you do, actually. The
Yeah,
more
but why?
Globers for me, the better, because that way there's room for the smart people left in the world. The more Globers, that means they're kind of stupid. The more room there is for smart people.
Okay.
We're giving you the measurement. We're
Yeah, no,
explaining.
I do not believe that the red
Listen,
when
this
dude
isn't about
is
beliefs. A
any
measurement,
clever, you know, but
micros,
Okay.
right? Listen,
There's the chat. The Quran verses are in the chat. Go
right,
and have
hold
a look.
on.
You read it.
We'll get back to that in a sec.
Bro,
In the
listen,
Quran, yeah, from the
there's a
Quran.
lot of scholar around me. There's a lot of okay. You are saying there's a Islam session is going on. You can go and ask a scholar right there. There's a lot of scholars sitting
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
I'm
If I
not a
met
scholar.
those scholars, they would be running from me because they won't be able to answer
Of
the
course,
question.
you are insane. That's why they're running from you.
No. You see, now you're throwing insults. Now you're throwing insults.
Bro.
You see, now you're throwing insults.
Don't make
That's what you're doing.
Islam a joke. Just
No
listen,
one's making
don't make
Islam a joke. No one
You
is
are
making
making Islam a joke.
No, I'm not. I'm not making Islam a joke at
Don't
all.
use this kind
Not
of
at all.
reference, fake reference.
It's from the Quran.
You're misleading.
From
You're
the
misleading
Quran.
people.
It's
You're
not. It's
misleading
from the
people.
Quran
Earth
that
is
you
not flat.
that
Never
you
said.
hold
Nobody said.
dearly. It's from the Quran
even
you
our
hold
dear
dearly.
prophet never said. Even our God never said Earth is flat. You're making on my own.
No,
You're making from
no,
your
we're not.
eyes. Watch dreams.
This
Watch
is
some
exactly
science
how my
fiction movies.
listen.
Play
Everybody, this
Minecraft
is
for
exactly how my
24
brother
hours.
acts at times. He's acting just
Oh
like my
yes.
brother, like this.
Play
Yeah.
Minecraft more. Play Minecraft more.
I don't play
Earthers.
Minecrafts. I don't play games. I don't.
Listen, Dark Ave, right? It's about a measurement. It's as simple as that. Okay?
Yeah.
We're being told by the globe model that there is curvature. Okay? And that is defined by the radius value, 3959, which comes from the circumference,
I can understand
24,901
you.
miles.
I can
You
understand you.
understand?
Yes, but
Do
he's
you
making my
understand?
religion dog.
You
Listen,
listen.
listen.
You listen.
He's making my religion a joke.
I
That's
don't
the
care
thing.
about religion. This is a
How?
measurement. Okay? So put that to one side. We're being told very specifically by the globe model these numbers. You understand? Now, because we've been told these numbers, we can test them to verify them. Okay? You understand? So when we go and test, we don't find these numbers. We do not find the radius of 3959. This is the problem. Do you understand? This is a measurement. It's as simple as that. If something is measured 3 foot and you have a measuring tape and I have a measuring tape and it's 3 feet, there's no argument. There's no belief. it is or it isn't. You understand?
By a rocket.
A rocket is irrelevant. We've already done this many, many times. People have done these calculations and these observations for 60 miles, 50 miles, 10 miles, 20 miles. No curvature. A rocket is irrelevant because all a rocket will show you is that the surface is flat and level. The horizon is 100 miles flat and level. That's all a rocket shows you. It doesn't show any curvature. The other chap left.
No, I didn't left. I'm getting entertainment. Just continue.
Yeah, I don't really care. I'm explaining to you the position. Now you can either go and do the test, as many others have done, and you can discover the same thing. You understand?
I'm not a bot.
You're not a what?
I'm not a stupid bot going for measurement. It's simple, man. What's the
That's
sun?
not true.
What's the moon?
That's not true. That's not true. You're repeating things like a robot.
Okay. Waste your time.
So the onus is now upon you. You can either do the observation to determine the measurement or don't.
You guys stay in belief. I'll stay in fact.
Yeah, measurement is a fact.
Yes, if measurement is a fact, then how Earth is flat, man? I never met a flat Earth believer before, but it's fun. It's fun to meet you guys.
Yeah, because the earth is flat, yes. They lied to you.
Okay, they lied a lot of things. I know that, right? But Earth is flat. Oh.
It's simple. Go and test.
Okay. I have many things to do in my life. So Earth is flat or circle or ostrich
Stand at the
egg or I'm
beach.
like
Can
a
you see
bottle.
further than 3 miles? If you can see further than 3 miles standing at the beach, you've debunked the globe model. Because the
Ooh.
globe model says you can't see further than 3 miles.
It's all about your eyes.
Yep, you can see further than 3 miles, therefore you've just debunked the radius. Well done. Welcome to Flat Earth.
What about if you don't see?
We do see further
There is
than
no
3
Earth.
miles.
If any blind man don't see Earth, if he says there is no Earth is not even a flat. It's not even circular. It's like a water bottle.
You've just debunked
He
the
said
globe
he's
model.
yes, because he
No
don't
cur-
even see. He's blind.
No curve, no water bottle. No curve, no water bottle.
Because he
You've
don't
just
see. He's
debunked
a
And
blind
curvature.
if
man.
you're trying to Hey, Darko, like I said, if you go ahead and you measure something with a tape measure, everybody that measures with a tape measure is going to get the same result. It's like if we're measuring a 3-foot object and everybody knows how to use the tape measure, we're all going to get the same result using that tape measure. That's what empiricism is, man. It's putting things to the test. It's making measurements, right, based on the curvature calculator that everybody has agreed upon. It's not like somebody's in disagreement upon this stuff.
So if Earth
Everybody
is
in
flat, it
unison.
means Earth is infinite.
No, it doesn't necessarily mean that, sir. Because think about it. If you haven't gone to the edge and you're just making an assumption, you have no idea if it's infinite or not. You're making an assumption, a baseless claim, they call those.
It's
If
not
you have no
infinite
evidence,
because air pressure proves that the Earth is not infinite.
Air
yeah,
pressure
well, there's
proves
a
that Earth
container.
is not infinite. Then how it's flat? Then the ship also will fall. How can you
We're
measure that?
explaining to you how it's flat because it's not curving, sir. That's the idea. Like, if there's no curvature, it can't be a ball. It can't be a sphere of any kind. It can't be an oblate spheroid. It can't be a perfect sphere. Why? Because there would be measurable drop over distance from the position of the observer,
So what
making
about the
the
horizon? If a ship goes to another country, like
not
about the
forget let's
horizon
not
things.
forget let's not forget what was already discussed earlier, which is optics and optical illusions
Okay.
and the point of convergence. Let's not forget about these facts that we
Hold
already
on,
know about.
Tom. There's something
Optical
more important.
illusion.
This is the point, right? You're saying these things, but you have no measurements. You don't know the distance of that ship. You don't know the observer height.
Okay.
So what are you bringing us?
Okay.
You bring
Now
us nothing.
please make me. Now enlighten me about optical illusion that you're seeing in a flat Earth. That when I get into the point,
Yeah,
the
that's too
last
complex
point in the
for you.
horizon, why the complexity?
Because in reality, you're not giving us anything to test. You are not doing anything that is repeatable,
So it's your
measurable,
own
and
made
observable.
theory. It's your own made theory.
Okay,
Or
what's the
what?
observer height?
I want to know about this optical illusion
No,
that you're
hold on a sec.
having.
You said a
How it
ship
works.
at a distance on the horizon. I'm asking you, what was the observer height?
I don't
Give
know.
me the details. I need the observer height. I need the measurements. I need
Bro,
the
I
location.
don't know about flat
Oh,
Earth.
you don't know
I
anything.
only know the Earth
You've
is
got
globe. A plane
nothing.
goes to one
So you
point to
come
another.
here
That's
talking
well.
shit when you've got
No, I'm
less
not
than
talking
shit.
shit. I'm just asking you.
You're not
Hey,
asking anything.
why just, bro? Just
You're
listen
making
to me
claims about the
carefully.
horizon. You're making claims about shit.
Hey, bro.
You've got
Why
nothing.
you're raising? Why you're raising? I'm
You've
just
got
asking.
nothing.
Chill
You've got
out.
no measurements. You've got no observer
I
height.
just want to. I don't
Go
know about
away and
science.
come back with
I
facts.
don't. No.
You have
I don't
nothing.
know about science. I only know Earth is globe. They made me think that Earth is globe. Earth is globe. Okay, fine. Now, I could have a question, right? Why don't I? Just make me. Just you have to make me think that. Of course, Earth is flat. So, if Earth is flat, it would be infinite. And if you say that it wouldn't be infinite,
Baseless
because
claims.
there's a last point, there could be an optical illusion. So if I just came the last point at the horizon, if the
Which
ship rotates,
horizon?
the
You
last
know there are
horizon,
7
if it's
horizons.
okay, so there's no last point of a flat Earth,
So you don't
or
know
there's a
about the
point.
7 horizons, okay. You don't know about stooping, you don't know about looming, you don't know about atmospheric scattering.
Yes, I
You
know
don't know
about
about angular
sphere.
size,
I
you
can
don't know
about
anything, do
looming,
you?
but I can't explain that much
You
because
don't know
I read it.
perspective.
Of course,
So you,
I'm a science student,
what are you
but
coming
tell
here
me,
with? Nothing?
just make me optics on a flat Earth.
There you go. Wrecked. Got him. You got
Okay,
cooked, son.
you
Go and
cooked.
learn
I'm
something and
cooked.
then come back.
I love to be cooked.
And actually give details, observer height, measurements, distances. This is what we use around here, not speculation and baseless claims.
Flat Earth
Yeah,
optical illusion.
I was referring to how I was referring to how when you look down a long corridor, you have the illusion that the floor is sloping up, the ceiling is sloping down, and both walls are sloping in from left to right into a point of convergence. That was all. That is not what's happening, but it's the way your eyes work. It's the way we see. That's what I'm talking about when I said the optical illusion in that regard. But yes, there are many different optical effects to take into consideration when doing long distance observations of any kind.
Okay, nice to hear that. So sun is small than Earth. All you're saying.
Looks a lot smaller.
Looks.
Yeah, it
You
hasn't been
measured?
measured, Darkov. We haven't been able to get up there and measure it. No.
So if the Earth were flat, the sun would set everywhere at the same time.
You said that already like 3 times.
Yeah,
How
I
many
told it
times are you
3
going to
times.
repeat
Yes.
yourself?
So because you guys didn't measure it, the sun is small, looks smaller. That's why it's smaller, right?
You got told something by television and school, and you believe that to be true without ever testing it. That's the problem here. You're not evaluating the evidence. You're not being objective. You're being very biased.
And moon is bigger than sun.
Why did they change the distance to the sun 12 times? Oh, yeah, you don't know this, do you?
Bro, I'm just laughing.
Yeah, laughing at
I'll
your
give you a
ignorance.
scientific answer and you will counter. I will give you a scientific answer. You'll counter. If anybody believe Earth is flat, how can I make him to believe that Earth is not flat?
There is no belief, it's a measurement.
Because
How many times
you guys
are you going to
wasted a
misrepresent
lot
me?
of times. You guys wasted
Why
a
do you
lot of
keep
times to
lying?
make me believe too strong that you
Why do you
won't.
lie? Why are you here lying now?
I'm not here to. I'm not. I'm loving it. I'm
You're a
loving to be
deceiver. You're a
entertainment.
deceiver. You're lying. Stop it.
I'm lying.
I've corrected you many times that it's a measurement. It's a fact.
Oh, measurement in fact.
Yeah, when you don't go and check it, you can't say you know it. Okay, so you don't know because you haven't checked. So don't be telling us we're wrong when you haven't checked. You're following
I haven't
Allah's word.
checked.
That's fine. Okay, but you haven't checked
Because
to
I
see
didn't
whether or
check.
not the Earth is an egg shape or an oblate spheroid, or if it's level, the surface. You haven't gone to check. So if you haven't gone to check, you can't say we're wrong. See, life is a test. That's what Allah put us on this earth. It's a test.
Bro, don't talk about Islam, please. I don't
I'm
want to
talking
talk
about
about.
Islam. I
You're
have
just
every
saying
right.
you already
I
rejected
have an
Al
That's
Quran.
Islamic
why,
name.
hey, I can
Don't
say
claim
it because I'm
Islam.
not Muslim. That's why Alan put you here.
You just rejected a Quran verse. So shut up. Don't talk
I
about Islam.
posted
Don't give.
the verse for
You
the Quran for
rejected.
you to look at. Did you look at it?
I gave up full detail. I gave you full
Did
details.
you
So
look at
please.
the verse that I gave
I
you
gave
from the
you.
Quran? Did you look?
Bro. Look, I belong from Ahlus Sunnah. I talk about I talk a lot about Islam. I'm with scholars or something, and please don't make Islam as joke. Okay,
No
just
one's
don't
doing
make
that
it.
here.
You
No
are
one
doing
is
that.
doing that.
So
No
please
one is doing that
don't
here.
talk about Islam with me at this point.
Okay, fine. Even though I
Am
gave
I
you
am
the
I allowed
verses
to
in the
talk
Quran.
you? Am I allowed to talk about Islam with you?
No.
Don't cry. I don't. It almost sounds like you're going to cry a little bit. You don't have to do that.
Because you're kuffar, I don't care about it. You guys say a lot
Yeah,
of shit. You guys
that's
do
an
a
insult. Yeah, you
blasphemy.
don't have to call him a kufa, a non-believer. There's no need
Because
to
he's
do that.
a
Actually, it's not
non-believer
an
is a kuffar.
insult. It's not an insult at all because that's like him calling me a nana fa fa because it makes no sense to me.
Okay, of
Hey,
course.
hey,
Islam won't
you
make
can.
any sense to a non-believer.
One sec, bro. You can have your egg-shaped Earth and still be on a flat, still live on a flat plane. Just because the Quran says that the Earth's egg-shaped, right? If that's what you want to go with, that doesn't mean it's saying you live on the outside of it. Right?
I beg your pardon. I didn't understand what you said.
if you want to go with the Quran saying that the Earth has a particular shape, right, like an egg shape, that's fine.
Could be an
That
ostrich.
one sec, bro. That doesn't mean that it's saying you live on the outside of it. You
And
could
you
be
don't live
on
on
the
the outside
inside
of
of
an
it.
yeah, you don't live on the outside of the ostrich egg that you had to get in there either.
Right. You could be on the inside of it, on a flat plane on the inside of that. Because I challenge you to find a verse within your Quran which says that you live on the exterior of an egg-shaped object.
What are you saying, man? It's just a complete nonsense. You're just making a nonsense.
your ancient culture, right? Your ancient culture, your ancestors, right? How do you know that their cosmology depicted them as being inside of a thing?
Inside, it didn't meant inside. Just
Well,
understand the
show me.
verse, you will get your answer. Understand the
Show where it
verse, you
says.
will get your answer.
Show where it says. Show where it says you live on the outside of it.
Did it
That
say
will
that
make
I'm living
a lot.
inside of it?
Think about it, bro. Just think about it. Your God gave you your senses to operate within this reality, and denying your God-given senses will go against what the place that He put you in, right? So, if you're saying that the globe is true because of the curvature of whatever, and then they telling you that there's an option that you could be in the inside of the creation of the Creator, right? You should consider
What
that.
you
You should
say?
consider that,
Wait.
though.
What did
You
you
should
say? So
consider
you
that,
said a
though.
lot
Think
of
about it
places.
because it makes
Bro.
sense.
First
The
of
globe
all,
is
don't talk
nonsensical.
gibberish. Just don't talk gibberish. What you
Okay, so
saying?
listen.
He just said a hint. It's a
You said
hint.
that it doesn't make sense, but what he's saying actually makes sense, and you're denying your God-given senses.
So who said God giving senses? God gave
Yeah,
sense
God
to you.
created you. He gave you a
Okay.
way to operate within this reality. Your
Of course.
senses are part of that sensory system that you utilize
That's why
to
I
operate in
believe in.
reality.
That's why I believe in this earth is not flat. It's
And
simple.
okay, so just thinking that if you believe you're on the globe, that will be nonsensical and that will make no sense. So that will be denying God's design and God's creation.
What a gibberish you just talked.
But what he told you about being inside of the creation, that will make a lot of sense. If you believe the creation of God is the shape of an egg, you could be inside of the egg, bro. That's not denying the God's
Inside of
creation.
the egg, where did he say inside of the egg?
Or inside the God's creation. God created it and he described it to you as whatever shape, right? Whatever shape you believe. But you don't have to be on the outside walking in the nonsensical sphere like some people believe.
Bro, you're talking a lot of gibberish, to be very honest. It's
Well, you're just playing the fool now. You're just playing that you
Where
don't
is it?
comprehend the words that are being said.
I
And
can't
that's you
comprehend.
just playing the
I
fool.
can't comprehend. Holy shit, man. Guys are
So
very
you
flat
don't
earth.
listen. God gave you the word that is
Bro.
motionless.
You guys,
You think
bro,
it's
don't talk
rotating,
with
right?
me.
That's
You
nonsense.
better guys talk between you, between you guys. I would like to listen. And Jin Sivia, just don't make Islam a joke. Okay, you could be that joker. Just
No,
don't make
you're the
Islam.
one talking about jokes. He was pretty serious. I was
Who
listening,
are
and he
making
was
this a
serious
joke?
about it. You're the one talking about jokes, so you're making it a joke, not him. You are.
He.
Anybody's
Yeah,
making
you are
joke
talking
about
about jokes. He was serious about it.
We are talking
Don't
about
say this
comparative
shit.
relation. We are
Just
talking about
response.
comparative relation between he and me. Why are you guys getting inside? Don't talk
He's
anymore.
acknowledging reality, explaining it to you, and you think it's a
No,
joke. You think reality is a
you
joke,
don't know
and the
about. You don't
reality
know.
is what the
You have
creator
to
made.
learn. You have to learn Islam first. Then I'll talk. If you want to learn from beginning, you
Now we
you
have
guys
to
only
learn
believe.
every
You guys
religion that
only
talk about
believing in
something.
flat
Oh my god.
earths, and you guys
Islam
only
says
like
there's Islam said there's no laughing or joking or dancing. So now what?
who where no laughing, no dancing. Where can you show me? You can't laugh in Islam.
No jokes either. I'm not. You said I'm not allowed to draw pictures of Muhammad, and I got them all over my wall here. So, anyways, when you think about it, bro, the reality of the world is the way it presents itself for you, and you are observing it to be that way, experiencing it, and you can also verify, check it, and falsify the falsehoods as the globe spinning water ball religion in the vacuum of space that makes no sense. The reality makes sense and the fantasy makes no sense. That's what people are trying to tell you. That the globe fantasy is just that, a fantasy, a man-made fantasy. Bad idea. Nonsensical fantasy. Go ahead, guys.
Be a lot cooler if you had some globe proof.
Is it quiet? Or I lost audio?
Maybe I went deaf.
Ah, okay, cool. Yeah, I hope Dark Cave realizes that it's not us trying to convince him of anything, and we don't want him to go away trying to get him to believe anything. This is about his personal experience of reality, as it is for everybody, versus that which somebody expects you to believe. What does the Earth tell you it is, so to speak? What is it the Earth is saying to you when you go out and interact with it? Is it telling you that, it's a ball? Is that what you get from your interactions with Earth? Is that the logical conclusion you reach when you go out into reality, into nature, and you experience the Earth firsthand for yourself? Does it scream out to you, hey, I'm a ball, and I'm spinning in outer space? What does it tell you? It does? What is it about your experience of physical reality that tells you that Earth is a spinning ball in outer space? Please tell me.
The moon.
No, that's the moon. I'm talking about your experience with the physical reality of Earth, the thing you're standing on, or sitting on, or sleeping on.
Yeah, how the stars move in the sky.
Yes, you're still looking in the wrong direction. I'm talking about what's below your feet, not what's above your head.
What's above my head tells me the shape of what's below my feet.
Okay. What about what's below your feet? What does that tell you?
It tells me nothing because if, as far as my eyes can see, it's only a flat plane. But if I go up higher and
There
higher
you go.
and higher and higher and higher, then probably I can see what's.
When did you do that?
I didn't
Probably?
do that, but there's a way to check if the Earth
Okay.
is round. That is just look
Whoa,
to
whoa,
us.
whoa! That's a Snoop Dogg fallacy. That's going higher and higher. That's a fallacy. Snoop Dogg.
Yeah, we are talking about flat Earth, and you're talking about Snoop Dogg.
So at least you can acknowledge that your experience of the Earth is that it looks like a plane, a flat plane, right?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
it's like saying I'm in my room, but I don't know what's in the roof, what's on the roof of my house. So I have to go up to look at the roof to confirm how it is. And
That's
unless
the
I
roof.
don't go up, yeah, unless I don't go up, I don't know how the roof looks, what color the tiles are. So same way I had to go up in the sky to know how the earth is. But I know for sure earth is round because the sky tells me the earth is round. It's like looking at the ceiling of the roof and you can determine the shape of the roof just by looking at the ceiling.
That's the roof, not the floor. That's the roof. Yeah, great. Look at the roof. Find out what the shape the roof is. Okay, that's great. Now look at the floor.
Of course, the floor will be flat, bro.
Right. Yeah,
Yeah.
welcome to Flat Earth.
Mm, yeah, you could say technically it's flat Earth because of your perspective. I could say to Earth is flat, but the higher you go, the more the perspective changes. And for you, if you are up in the space, deep space, for you the Earth will be round, but you are down here on Earth, so Earth is flat for you and me too. Yeah, in that way, I'd say like Earth is flat. Yeah.
Right. And then
Yeah.
if you want to believe it's something different to that, you have to trust the word of other people that make outrageous claims, right? That they've been to this place in the sky so far away. Trust me, it looks like this when you get far away from it. You can't come with me. I'm sorry, but believe me, this photo I took, it's real. Trust me, bro.
Yeah, I know what you are saying, but we're in 2025 and technology has got so far that most of the things aren't hidden at all. Everything is before our eyes. We're not like in the 1900s or like 2000, 2001. So, but we're in 2025. So if I see a space station up in the sky sending a live video, yeah, I'ma trust that.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, meanwhile, right, there's no measurements of Earth curvature. It's 2025 and we can't measure Earth curvature from down on the surface? That's
Yeah,
crazy, bro.
but listen. Earth is very big. It's 2025, and we only discovered about, I think it's 5% of our oceans. So it's like saying there's no deep ocean. Ocean is just flat. You don't believe there's sonars.
Yeah.
Like you have not gone to the Mariana Trench. Do you believe that there's Mariana Trench, the deepest place in the ocean? Do you believe in
Yeah.
that?
I don't
Yeah.
know. I don't know.
You don't know. So
No, I
so
don't
you
know.
would say like the ocean is not that deep. It's just like you will say it's 100 feet because you can only see 100 feet. You don't believe the guys who
I
go
don't
down in the
know,
ocean
bro.
and stuff. Same is the case with the guys going to space.
I don't know, man.
Stuff. See, bro. Yeah. So you gotta like uh, do your research too, and don't just like you said. I don't believe everyone too, but it's 2025, and yeah, you can check the advancements in our technology, and maybe if you are
Yeah.
so dedicated and you believe in flat earth so much, maybe you can invest your money
It's
and
not a
build a
belief.
rocket. Like nobody's going to stop you from building a rocket. Like if you have enough money, you can shoot it up in the space and check it for
Yeah, they do.
yourself. Yeah,
Hey,
but
people
we don't
have
have
sent
money.
things very, very high, and what they report back with their video footage and
Yeah, it's
photography
flat.
is it's flat. Exactly.
Yeah, it's
Now
flat. It's
listen,
flat. Yeah,
listen,
I get
listen,
it.
man.
You know why? You
This
know
this
why? You know why it's flat? You know why it's flat? Because they don't go up that high. A
yeah.
few
Do you
thousand feet, like few 100,000 feet, doesn't mean that you will see Earth as a round ball. No, you
yeah?
have to go few 100 kilometers up, like 300
Okay.
plus kilometers. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Even from that altitude, we've been told it wouldn't look like a ball. It'd still look flat.
It wouldn't look,
Listen,
yeah, it won't look
listen. The thing
flat,
that
kind of, but it will look kind of like oval and bending at the edges. Like
no,
if you look at a ball close, you cannot see the whole ball. If you put a ball right in front of your eyes, you cannot see the whole ball, but you can see it curving. It's just a matter of distance. If you pull that ball away from you, only then you can see the whole circle. It's the
no.
same thing.
No, you've never had that perspective. Now listen, bro. The things that
Yeah.
you're appealing to, the imagery that you're appealing to, these like things like satellites, That would require prior knowledge of the Earth's dimensions. It's baked into their calculations for orbital mechanics, escape velocity, etc., etc. That means they must have measured the Earth before they sent anything up into the sky. So when and how and who did it?
Do you know how many tests they failed before they sent the first rocket up in the sky? You know, they didn't send a human. Why did they send a monkey? And do you know, even before that monkey, how many rockets they tried and how many tries they did
They didn't
to
send
go
any
into
monkey into
space?
outer space. Space is
I'm
fake.
I'm saying to you, bro. You don't know they didn't send a monkey to a space?
No, you don't know.
Bro, what I'm saying to you is they did many tests and before
No, you
actually.
believe the story that you were told
No, it's
and
not
saw
a
on
story
TV.
because we humans have this thing where we test our things on animals. Take a
No,
lab
some
rat for
some people
example.
made claims about this that you can't verify to be true. You just choose to believe it.
Yeah,
Where are
bro,
the
but it's like
measurements?
saying,
Where are the measurements of the Earth which would be necessary for them to be able to achieve these things in the first place?
bro, listen.
No, you
Humans
listen.
have been,
Where are the measurements?
bro,
Where are the
humans
measurements?
have been, yo, bro, I'm telling you that, yeah, I'm
It's
telling you that. Humans,
2025. Where is the
yeah,
measurements for the Earth?
bro, humans have been taking the measurements of the earth for a long time, checking out
Yeah, okay,
different
give us one.
continents, going
Okay,
in
tell us
those.
how. Tell us how.
Bro, maybe we are not that advanced yet that we can give you the accurate
So you
measurements, but
don't
in the
know.
future, yeah.
So you don't
But in
know.
the no, it's not like I don't know.
Okay,
It's
it's
like what I see.
2025. There should be something that you and I could go out and do in reality
Bro,
to confirm that the Earth has a specific geometric shape.
Bro. Like, but it's 2025 and still we didn't discover 95% of the ocean. So it's like you saying you
Okay,
don't.
so you're
Do you
saying it
travel
hasn't
by
been
plane,
done? So are you
bro?
saying it hasn't been confirmed? That there is no way
No,
to do it?
bro. No, there is the way to do it. There is the way
Okay,
to
what
do
is
it.
it? How are we going to do it? How is you and
Yeah,
I going to do it?
not you and me, bro. If you
Yes,
have
you and I.
money,
Yes, you and I. Yes,
yeah,
you and
yeah.
I.
If you have a
I'm
lot
not
of
going to
money,
believe the word of strangers that say, trust me, bro.
yo, if you have a
Let's
lot of
let's
money,
let's you and I do it. What can we do? What
yeah,
can you or I or
what
any
can
one of us here? What could we do
yeah,
for ourselves? What can we
yeah,
go out and do?
bro. Yeah, if you for yourself want to check it out, if you have a lot of money, you can go.
I need a lot
You
of
can go.
money. How much money do I
Yeah,
need? How much?
maybe millions of dollars,
Yeah, okay. And
or
then what are we going to do?
bro. You're gonna hire a team
No, we
and
don't want
build
other
yourself.
people. Stuff we can do, not somebody else.
Bro, you cannot build a rocket. Can you build a rocket?
Yes, I can build a rocket. They're easy. They're tubes.
Bro, you're gonna crash mid-flight, bro. You're gonna die, and then the flat Earth theory will remain a theory if you don't confirm it. We need people who actually know how to build rockets that can go to space. So you need to hire them, and you will be the
Space
one
is
traveling.
Hey,
fake for the
what?
50th time today. Space is fake. You can't go there.
Hey,
Space is fake.
what do you mean? What do you mean he's gonna crash mid-flight? That will be the end of the flight. The crash. You cannot crash at the mid of the flight. That will be the end of it. You know, you
Yeah,
crash. That's the end of the flight, not the mid. The mid will be
bro.
like fifty
Yeah,
percent of the flight. That will be the mid
yeah,
of the flight. The crash
yeah,
will be the end. You got that? You get it?
yeah, yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah. So where did the other guy go, bro? Then, bro, you don't trust any of the technology like the radars. Like, do you travel by plane? Like, do you
Okay,
travel by plane? They have
where's the
radar.
technology that will let us measure the Earth from down here? It's
Oh my God,
2025, remember? Are you telling
bro,
me that there is no way from on the surface to measure the surface?
bro, we are humans and we have limited resources, and
right now we have
Oh,
limited
but we've so.
technology.
But we
Yeah,
we can send things into the sky really high, but we
yeah,
can't measure the
that's
surface from down here.
yeah, that's like what can I say to you? It's like we are at this point in our life where we are not a civilization who can tell everything about anything that's happening
Then how
around
do
us.
you know that they're doing what they're claiming to do?
Because they are, bro. They are hardworking
How?
people.
How do you verify it?
How do I verify it?
Yes.
It's like I trust technology. That's how I
So it's
verify it.
just a belief then.
That's why I fly in a plane. That's why I go to the train. That's why I drive a car. That's why it has a camera in the back and everything. That's why the windows
No,
go
those
down.
things you have first-hand experience and knowledge of. You can hold those things in your hand. You can operate a vehicle.
Yo, let me ask you this question: Do you believe about do you believe the sun uh, is actually burning and hot, or do you believe we get heat from something else?
The sun appears to
Yeah.
be a light and heat source. How it's
Hmm.
doing it, I don't know. What it
But
is, I don't know. How
how,
far away
how
it is, I don't know.
At least he's
yeah,
honest.
so yeah, he is honest, but I get him. He doesn't trust people. You know what? That's a good thing. You don't trust people, and I
Why
hope
should I?
one day
Tell me
you'll
why I
get.
should. Tell me why I should trust them.
You should not trust them, but have some trust in some people. Like have some people that you can follow in life. Look at their backgrounds and check them,
No, I don't
and
agree
then
with
you
that. I
can
don't believe
trust.
you can trust anybody.
So you don't
Actually,
trust.
you do trust. He trusts his mechanic. He trusts
Yeah,
his doctor. He trusts the guy that's gonna make his roof and fix the windows. He trusts those guys. He trusts his
yeah,
wife. He trusts those people.
yeah,
But the ones that
yeah.
are
But
telling you stories about fantasy and telling you the fantasy is real, you don't have to trust those people.
yeah, we don't have to trust them people, but you can trust a mechanic or a doctor who's operating
Yeah,
on you. You
those
don't know
are
what.
Who gives
people.
a shit
Tho-
about
tho-
doctors?
Those
Yeah,
are
yeah, yeah,
people.
yeah.
He's saying you don't trust people, but you do trust people, but you don't trust the ones selling you fantasies. You don't trust those. The ones selling you the scam.
So how do you
If you
know
Man,
that the
have you ever been cheated on? Did your mother ever tell you that she only loved you because you were her son, not because you're actually special?
bro, how do you how do you
You ain't
know
special, my
like
friend.
bro do you trust your parents? Like how do you know that you were born out of them? Like
Yes, when my
Oh
mom
my
makes
God, here we
food,
go.
I eat it.
He's turned into his brain in the jar. He doesn't know
When
anything now.
when my
but
mom makes food and she said I made good food tonight and it's
yeah,
warm and it's well
yeah,
cooked, I trust
yeah.
her. Believe me, I do trust her.
Yeah, but you don't have first-hand experience. Like you never experience you coming out of the womb, and so how do you
I don't
know
give a
that's your
shit though.
mom? Maybe
I don't
the
give a fuck.
technology is
My
lying. Maybe
goodness,
future.
bro.
I don't give
Because
a
their
fuck
mom
though.
doesn't have a reason to lie to them, but the government has a reason to lie to us.
Yeah, I'm not saying the government doesn't lie. There is some shady stuff going on with the government, but this is not the stuff that they will lie about. I'm not saying
Why?
that
Why?
government
Why
lies
Why?
to
wouldn't they
save
Why?
lie?
all
It
of it.
controls us.
Why? Why is this the thing that they're not lying about?
Yeah,
Why?
let me tell you, how does it control us? Let's say government tells us the earth
No,
is
I want
flat.
you to tell me why this is the one thing that they wouldn't be lying about. Why?
No, they don't lie about many other things, but they have some shady stuff going on. I don't deny.
Yeah, okay, so
Uh,
why is this the thing that they're not lying about?
there are many things that they don't lie about.
He wants
You
to know
can't tell
why this
me.
is the thing they're not being shady about.
This is not the only thing they are being shady about.
Okay, so why is this one thing that they're not lying about?
This is not
How
the
do you know
only
that they're
thing.
not lying about it? How do you know
Bro,
they're not lying about this?
this is not the only one thing that they are
Yeah, how?
lying
Okay,
about.
so, okay, fine, it's not the only thing. How do you know they're not lying about this?
how do I know they're not lying about this?
Let me answer the question. He does
Yeah,
not
bro.
know.
No. I know.
No, you don't know.
Because every day I watch live space station view.
What?
Yeah, that's how I know
Bro,
they're not lying about this.
How did you not? You haven't noticed that it's a loop, dude? You watch it every day and you haven't noticed that it's just a video that says live
Bro,
on it?
bro, come on. Yeah, I know that it's a loop, but I'm saying like if government wanted to hide it, they would just say like cameras don't work in space because of the all the radiation. No camera can survive in the space, and they would have just made it simple, so we would have believed, oh, no camera can work in space, so we cannot see. But they didn't. They took the
that makes
camera
sense.
there and showed us.
My friend, you're not making any sense.
I am. I actually made
Bro,
sense
that's
because
part
if
of
they
the
want,
claim. That's part
yeah,
of the claim. That's
bro.
part of the
Okay,
lie.
let's say for a second. The government tells us the Earth is flat. What does it change? Like, what does it bring us? Like, what does it change? How will they stop controlling us?
Well,
Like,
first, people will stop believing in the government, and people will start
yeah.
realizing that maybe they need to figure life themselves, and probably we will abandon all the systems that were meant to create us and enslave us, like the financial system, like the work culture. All this bullshit is just to control us.
So it will be just a chaos in the
Do you
world.
think do you think Africa genuinely doesn't have enough food to provide to its people? It does. Why do people suffer there to drink water and food? Why? It's done on purpose.
Yeah, it's done on purpose. I know that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Are you gonna
Yeah.
tell me? Are you gonna tell me that your data from your phone is not being transmuted to fucking Facebook and Google or Apple?
Yeah, of course. There's no
You cannot prove.
privacy in
Look,
this world.
if you ask
Yeah.
me, Slim
Hmm.
Shady, prove it to
Yeah.
me that your data is going to Apple, Facebook, and Google. I cannot prove it to you, but we all have enough brain to understand that it does, right? So
Yeah.
there are some things which are common sense. Now, I cannot go
Yeah.
into the government Oval Office and tell you that the president is lying to you, but there's some things which are obvious. Like your girlfriend doesn't need to tell you that she was sleeping with other guy. You can look into
Yeah.
her eyes and you can catch her. Bitch, you were cheating, right? That's common sense.
Yeah. But then why don't you look at the bigger eye? That's the sky and see how it moves and to the stars. Why don't you
Who's
look into
who
the
said
eye
Yes,
people
of
don't?
you
You do.
said it. The sky moves, dude. You said it. The sky moves. You're right.
because we rotate. It's our rotation and revolution that makes it look like the
Can
sky
you
is
prove it?
moving. That's why I said
Can you prove that?
what.
Can you prove that we're rotating right now?
Bro, I'm not a scientist. How can you prove?
Then
Okay,
why are you
you prove.
blaming it?
Okay. You prove to me, prove. But give me a proof. Like send me a proof that we are not rotating right now.
Can you feel rotation?
Bro, if you're rotating with something, you cannot. It's like saying you're moving in a bus, but do you feel
Yeah, I
like
can
you're
feel that
moving?
I'm moving for sure. Yeah, I know I'm moving.
You know for sure you're moving.
Yeah, absolutely. In a bus, I know the bus is moving. If I close my eyes and the bus stops, I know when the bus stops.
Stops, yeah, you know when the bus stops, but you only notice the bus is moving because of the
No, I also
acceleration,
know when it's moving.
deceleration. Yeah, I am saying to you, it's because of the acceleration, the acceleration, because of the traffic comes in front of you or whatever, the driver has to hit brakes, then the accelerator again, but the earth is moving. You cannot tell that
No,
because
Hold
even
when
if the
on.
you
bus is
Stop,
born,
driving, I
stop,
can tell the bus
stop,
is moving.
stop.
bro,
Circular
because because
motion.
I
Circular
will tell you, I will
motion.
tell you, I
Circular
will tell you why.
motion is constant acceleration.
Bro, I will tell you why you cannot tell that you are rotating with the Earth right now.
Well,
Because
yeah,
it's
because
inbuilt.
yeah, it's
I
because
will
you're
tell
not.
you why. No, because
Yeah,
it's
because you're not.
inbuilt. You've been rotating with it like since even before you were born, and it did not de-accelerate, nor did it accelerate even
Oh,
tiny bit
okay.
for you to notice. Even a
Then it's
tiny
not
bit for you
rotating.
to notice.
Then it's not rotating since circular motion is acceleration. Okay. No rotation. Then I'll take that. Thanks.
Bro, I never said that. You're just
Yeah.
putting words in.
Well, you did. You said it's not accelerating or decelerating, right?
I said it's not the rotation speed that it is right now. The speed it is rotating at right now. It's not adding to it, and it's not decreasing from it. So you cannot tell. That's why you cannot tell.
Are you saying it's not accelerating?
I am saying it's in a constant motion. It's not. How can I say? It's not like
Linear
a bus.
motion?
The bus driver will hit the brake, so you can feel he will hit the accelerator, so you can feel the motion. It's not like
Oh,
that. It's like a
so it's not
constant
accelerating.
motion.
So it's not accelerating.
Bro, it's in a constant motion. It's not
So it's not accelerating, right?
But it is in motion. It is rotating.
Is it not accelerating?
Bro, if it was accelerating, you'd be going faster and faster and
So it's not
faster and
accelerating,
faster.
right?
Bro, for example, if I
So
have
it's
a
not
car,
accelerating, right?
I don't know what to say to you, man. For example, if you're in a car and
Hold on a
I am
second.
going at the speed, I am going at the speed of, let's say, 100 miles an hour, and I am
Well, that's not
continuously
analogous.
going.
That's not
I
analogous
am.
unless I'm doing donuts.
Yeah. That's the answer to your question because
That's
you
not
don't
analogous
understand.
unless I'm doing donuts, sir.
Bro,
So it's
bro,
not
bro.
accelerating. I don't know why that you're having such a tricky time answering this question. I think I've asked like 7 times. So it's
Yeah,
not
I am
accelerating.
giving you the answer. You're not just listening. This is the perfect
Well,
answer.
it's just a yes or no.
Just hear me
I'm
out.
not giving an answer. So
Just
it's not
hear me out.
accelerating.
No, just hear me out. Just hear me out.
Well, why can't you just give me yes? I just want to hear you say yes or no. How about that? I'll hear that.
Heretic, he never heard me tell him that circular motion is constant acceleration. He never heard me say that.
Bro,
Oh, but you said it's not accelerating, right?
Bro,
It's not accelerating.
hold on, bro. I think you
Now
guys
hold on a
are
second. I'm just trying to get a yes or no. Is it accelerating, dude?
Bro, how will I? You don't
Bruh.
even know the definition of acceleration, so how will I
Yeah,
say
don't
yes
worry
or
about
no?
that. I'm just gonna get you to answer yes or no. Is
No,
it
that's why
accelerating?
you said before that it's not rotating because I said something. That's how
Okay,
I thought that you
so
don't know
is it
what
accelerating though?
acceleration means.
Yeah, but is it accelerating, Prince?
Yeah, let me give you the answer. Let me give you the
Yeah,
answer.
it's just a yes or a no. We don't need a soliloquy or a sermon from
I
you, bro.
cannot give you
Just a
the
yes or
answer in yes or no because I don't know if you know the definition of
closed-ended.
acceleration.
You don't need to worry about that. You can just answer yes objectively or no objectively.
Bro. You guys are just scared to hear my answer, bro. That's why you're
I
not.
want to hear your answer. I've been trying to pull it out of you like a tooth, dude.
Yo, bro. So hear me out. I'll give you this tooth myself. So hear me out for a second.
So is it
Okay?
accelerating, dude? Like, how much of my time do you want to take up?
Let's talk about constant
I don't know
motion.
why you
Say what
can't just give an
constant
answer to
motion
this.
is and
This
what's
is strange.
acceleration.
We don't want to hear about explanation. We want the answer right now.
Yeah. It's really strange that you won't just tell yes or no. It's
Yo,
accelerating or not.
you guys are so scared to hearing my answers, bro. I don't
Oh,
know.
that's
Okay,
true.
can you please give an answer in
You don't
like
want
10
to listen
seconds?
to me. You don't
He
want
doesn't
to
need 10
listen to me.
seconds. He could just say, yeah, it's accelerating. No, it's not accelerating.
Bro, I'm busting your shit up. That's why you're not hearing what I'm saying because you know.
Go ahead.
You're evading the question, dude. You're just dodging the
Otherwise,
question.
let me speak, or I will go from this VC because there is no point for me being here if you don't listen.
Okay.
Okay.
So long. Yeah. See you later.
Let's talk about. Okay. Oh, so you don't want to hear me? You're scared.
Well, no, because you won't answer any questions. You're just here to preach.
Yeah, that's what I'm giving answer to your question. But you're.
Yeah, I just wanted a quick clarifying question. It was just a closed-ended yes or no, and you absolutely refused to answer
Bro,
it. So
I cannot say yes or no.
I don't
I
know.
cannot.
You might as well find another VC you control or open up a
Yeah,
room.
bro. I won. I'll take the W. Bye, guys.
Okay, so long. Thanks. He just couldn't answer. That was crazy.
Well, because he doesn't know the answer. What else?
Probably because he just.
Well, I posted the experiments, 5 famous experiments that prove a stationary Earth. It's in the chat. Have a good look at it. Watch it. It's excellent.
He can't deal with what's coming after he answers. Because either which way he goes with it, he's going to get cooked. He knows it. He knows that the follow-up's not going to be any good, so he had to avoid the question.
Sounds like a triangle question.
Yeah.
What's a triangle question, man?
Do you know what a triangle is?
I do know what a triangle is.
Hit it, Radwin.
Can you go ahead and explain to us what a triangle is? Definition.
It's a shape with 3 sides.
That's
Anything
incorrect.
Uh,
Triangle has 4 corners.
4?
3.
No, triangle has 4 corners.
Oh my
No,
god.
3.
Okay, so it's a shape with 3 corners.
So we don't know what triangles are.
I thought I did. My bad.
See how easy that was? I just asked, do you know what a triangle is?
It's a tough one.
Either way, guys, that was crazy.
The last guy?
Yeah, the last guy was pretty crazy.
Yeah, that was
What is it,
nothing.
You guys
They go
ever think
way
that you
easier.
guys are crazy?
What's
Ever?
that? Sorry?
Do you guys ever think that you're crazy?
Yeah, I check myself.
Yep. Then I go look at the lake and I say, no, it's still flat.
God, that's crazy.
Yeah, it hasn't started curving. It's never curved. I just took up to 10 years ago to figure that out. Well, longer than that. I've been flat smacking for about 10 years.
And if anybody wants to know how they're faking space, as Radwin was telling us, space is fake and we don't go there. Again, I posted a video 3 videos back. Go and have a look at that one. That one's a killer. It takes you through the method of proving it for yourself, taking the images from the NASA library and having a look at those images and how they're faking it. Okay? Really good one. And the software is free. You can download it for nothing on your computers. You've probably got them there already, probably not using it. But here's an opportunity.
So Gam Gam said that B was a triangle and D was not a triangle. So unfortunately, that's wrong. B is a shark fin. B is a shark fin, and shark fins are not triangles, are they?
Guess
No,
so.
they're shark fins.
Am I allowed to
Well,
ask
none
how
the
you discovered the flat Earth 10 years ago, or is that like an inappropriate question?
What?
Okay, you can ask that question, and 3 characters come up. Okay, you've got Mark Sargent. You've also got Math Powerland and Eric Dubay. Those 3 were the ones that were really kicking it out there since, let's say, 2014. I would have to say. Okay.
I mean, I would answer slightly differently. How do you
Yeah, go
discover
ahead.
something
Go
that's
ahead.
already? It's not like something discovered. Like you don't discover reality. You're already here. You know, like it's just realizing the truth. I mean, those guys were prominent, I guess, loud, early, and often, but it's not like the flat Earth was discovered. It's just that people woke up, I think, from the global lies.
And just to back that up is that you're carrying the information of flat Earth in your subconscious because your body and your brain has been recording it. You haven't tapped into that yet because you haven't experienced living on a globe. That would be an unforgettable experience. Okay, but when you start to look back at your life, you're going to notice the curvature was never there. That's when you realize you've been on a flat Earth all your life, but you were indoctrinated and you didn't realize. Okay, so what we've just told you is the truth. And those 3 characters were the ones that were pushing the resurgence at the beginning. So, and then others obviously were there coming up very fast, thick and fast. We overtook Trump on his campaign trail, right, to be the #1 research topic matter. Okay, right up to 20, all of 2018, 16, and then they started to bring in the algorithms to censor and slow that down. We were killing it. We're killing it now anyway. They're panicking. Why do you think they're putting rockets up every other day? Because of the flat earthers. We instigated that. They're panicking now.
Yeah, we also got their budget cut at NASA 24%, and SpaceX got a bunch of contracts canceled from the government.
Lovely. That's us. That's our work, that is. And like I said, there's a video in there. Watch how they fake space. Start learning. You're in the University of the 24/7 Flat Earth University. They don't teach you this stuff in university, what we're telling you. Good luck. Study hard. Achieve.
So government,
That's excellent.
govern means to control. Mente is equals mind. So mind control, government. Isn't that crazy? And everybody just goes along with it.
I think I've heard about these things just very recently, and I think it also talked about weekends and salaries and something like that, and it was pretty eye-opening to me, like how they use words, play with words.
Yeah,
Something's going
they're
on,
telling
guys.
you.
I don't know
They're telling
exactly
you in
what it
plain
is, but
sight,
something's
aren't
going
they?
on.
They're informing you in plain sight. Subtle, but it's there. And we can call it like a plausible deniability. Well, we did tell you, you didn't notice. Do you know what I mean? You know. Yeah.
Yeah, this world's
Very,
insane.
very,
Something's
very,
going
very
on for
interesting.
sure.
So since I don't watch all the TV and stuff like you guys do that makes your world insane, I don't see any of that. I just go along with my day like normal, just la di da di da di da.
No, I don't think I see that either. I don't watch TV, but it's just like, the generation that I come from, we just keep people watch a TV show that they watched 15 times. To me, that's insane. People don't want to live life anymore. Um, they just want to stimulate themselves, and that's all they do. It's just like a robot trying to just do its little task that doesn't matter. People are just living fillers, like their whole lives are fillers. People don't want to have real relationships, real connections, things that are actually meaningful in life. People just want to have a short little dopamine boost and then call it a day. That's really
Yeah.
just sad.
And that's what they call living. Yeah. But there is good things about repetition. For example, I've watched certain videos maybe 15 times, and the reason I've done that obviously is for review and sharpening up my brain for the debates that are coming up. So I can hit them thick and fast. You know. So there's nothing wrong with
No, but
repetition.
they watch drama shows, which are
Oh yeah,
pointless.
that's
Those
shit.
are just
That's junk, isn't it? Of course.
it's sitcom
Yeah. Yeah. No,
where
shitcom is what it is. Shitcom.
yeah, it
I
is,
love
but true.
Seinfeld. Are you kidding me?
There is walking bodies out there that have no soul. They're like like machines, like robots. They actually don't even have like internal thought. It's like you see people, they look like people, but they're not.
Yeah, they're the ones that get married to cartoon characters online, and they call that living in the virtual world. Don't forget those people exist as well. Yeah,
NPCs, man.
yeah.
How do you tell a difference between a real person and an NPC though?
That's a good question. That's a really good question. How?
Oh, I would say that you look at their awareness, and I think awareness is quite apparent to observe. You can look into someone's eyes, and if they're full of lust or they're lying or etc. And I
You
think
know,
most people are not
you know
aware.
when that insect is taken over by the parasites, the mind bending, mind controlling parasites, and it makes the insect move around and do things that is not the insect, is the parasites inside. It's like the rat, the rat when it gets infected with the toxoplasmosis from that is infected in the cat, and it makes the
Guys,
rat fall in love with the smell and the odor of the cat, and it gets closer to the cat. But that's not the rat; something else.
guys, you know what? Um,
Just like
uh,
people.
growing up, I used to think it was normal to get a job or start a business, buy land, and basically just chase money, etc., etc. Now that I am a bit older, a bit more mature, I realize that there are some people that just don't give a shit about any of this. They live their life every day to the fullest, and life is short. Let's be honest. Of course, it is. They want to live life instead of trying to live like survive. And I think those are much more. That's a better alternative to live apart instead of being in this so-called matrix, if you want to call it. And then now I think the people that are that leave their jobs, go to some freaking place, community, whatever. I look at them as sane people. But growing up, I was told that, oh, don't be like these people that leave everything and they just don't give a fuck about anyone else. It's like, why should they? Most people are not even worth communicating with. Most people are not worth having conversations in real life, in my opinion. I can't speak to anybody because they're just robots. Like it's patterns that I've already seen all the time, reoccurring everywhere. Robots.
Not really. Not really. Just just something like that, but not really.
You could say, yeah, I'm happy to talk to people. I give them a big smile. But if you really sit down and see what things they're going through in life, like most people are going through shit, man, because they gotta pay the freaking bill. Somebody, you know, got money stolen. Somebody's family members got in an accident. Like so much shit's
Hey,
going
hey,
on in
hey!
this
They
world.
gotta pay the bills because we gotta put robots on the moon. We just pay your taxes because we're gonna find a place for you to go to, or your children's
Fuck the tech.
children. We're gonna send them to a better place. Don't worry, because this place
Fuck the
fucked up.
taxes. Fuck the
And
taxes. Fuck the financial system. Fuck the fucking
no, 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 no,
billionaires,
no, no,
government.
no, 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 no. You need asteroid insurance. You don't know this? You need asteroid insurance. Come on, bro. Someday
Man,
the asteroid is gonna fall on your head, and if you're not covered, you get
you
you
know,
get you get slapped with a big bill.
you know, a crazy thing to just think about this is that when you look at people and what they're going through, you see that most people miss the opportunity of life because as they were growing up, they were never exposed to uh, alternative ways. Maybe there's a dude in Venice, India, or China, or Africa. Most of them would never get to really live life. They would
Bro,
never.
in these
It's
places that
unfortunate.
you're talking about, this the happiest people that you will ever meet. They live in these places.
Hey, if you're okay, you got asteroid insurance, and asteroid hits your house. If it hits your neighbor's house, do you have to pay for your neighbor's house because it's your
Yeah,
asteroid?
it's collateral damage insurance.
What the fuck am I listening to?
Hey,
What's
before we
going
keep
on?
going in this nonsensical speculation thing, any
$10 more
any
a month
Globers
covers.
any Globers out there want to ask any questions to the panel? Go right ahead, open your mic. You're welcome to ask questions or propose any alternatives to the cosmology of the world, or propose evidence for the globe. Go right ahead. You got the mic. If not, go ahead, guys. Keep it going with the Africa stuff. Go ahead. I meant asteroids insurance. Go ahead.
Damn, everyone's sane here. Damn. I'll wait a little longer.
Nice.
Oh.
The etymology of the word nine comes from the Latin word nescius, not knowing, ignorant. So when you're being nice, you might be being ignorant and not know something. That's why you're acting nice. Nescius. Nice.
Is anybody interested in football here?
Like rugby? Rugby?
No, like Ronaldo and Messi.
That sounds kind of messy. Go ahead.
A Portuguese player just got in an accident and died in Spain. He won the Europe Cup just a few weeks ago with Ronaldo.
Oh, really? Wow.
He was in a Lambo with his brother, and he got married like 10 days ago. And then
Yeah,
today he
that is a
just
shame.
Yeah, rest in peace.
Mm. And the Spanish roads are really good as well.
Right. There's speculation that the tire of the Lambo just bursted, and then of course it lost control and slammed into something.
Yeah, yeah. I wonder what the likelihood of that is. You know what I mean? A Lamborghini expensive tire bursting. Mm. Yeah. Well, the old-fashioned blowouts, they call that, if that's what they're saying. Very, very rare these days. Tire technology has improved so much, and the rims and the alloys, that's a thing of the past.
It's even crazier for me because I'm literally in Portugal right now.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah, that's sad to hear about that young man that lost his life. Condolences to his family. Much love and all that. Just good stuff to the family. Yeah, just wrapped up a day at work, guys. Been listening in since our last little chat. I heard Heretic made somebody quit the chat with one simple
Oh,
question.
really? Oh,
Yeah,
on a quit. Was it a rage quitting?
it was an easy question. It was an easy question. It was relative to the Earth. If acceleration is a curved motion, he had him cooked if he did answer. So I understand why he didn't answer.
Yeah, yeah. Constant acceleration as a Radwim's. I
Yeah,
don't know.
Radwin.
Obviously, I knew it's embarrassing. He was, because he's conceding. Didn't.
AV, what's going on, bud? Creation Bear. We got full house. Flat Earth Batman, got Elbow TV. We got Flat Lloyd. We got Gemsy in the house. We got Huang Tom. Thanks for being here. Jen, got Kermit, got Kingslayer,
Yeah, nice. It was nice
Light.
having you on that. And obviously, you'll be back with your wisdom. It'll be great.
We got Miguel. We got Mick. We got our bot. We got Quiet Noobs. We got Resolve. We got Saki. Thanks for being here. We got Says Who. Slim Shady still with us. Good to have you, little man. We got T Dub. We got Tristan. We got Ultimate Flat Earth Final Boss. Sigmoid is back, and we got Loggy in the house. Wow, what a
Yeah,
great panel.
yeah. And the flat Earth is rising. Flat Earth rising, guys. We're not going down. Numbers are not losing. We're gaining numbers all the time. Look at how popular it is on this one. 2 weeks and it's this popular already. Very nice. Very nice. Once you go flat, you never go back.
I mean, you can say that, but we know of one fool
Yeah. Yeah. Or a couple of a few fools have gone back actually. Yeah. Why would you go back to a thing that doesn't exist? So either you're doing it for the money, or the CIA has got you. And you know the fool you're talking about. He's on a pod all saying when you go back, you don't go. So when you go flat, you don't go back. Yeah. And then they said if we've gone back, know that we've been what's the word they use? We've been approached or something like that. Yeah. We've been compromised. Mm. Okay. They got to us. So there you go.
So what happened to Gam Gam? Oh, we got Junior's bald is in the house. Anybody have any questions about the room topic that hasn't mic'd up yet? If you don't feel comfortable micing up, you could go ahead and ask your questions in the side chat.
Yeah. As I thought, we're here to help you, here to serve you the answers you're looking for, which will be the truth, of course. Do you remember the Neil deGrasse comment on that rugby ball that was kicked and it went over the uprights, it went between the uprights and scored? And Neil deGrasse Tyson says that was due to the rotation of the Earth. Does anybody remember that statement he made? That was really funny. Really, really funny that was. And he drops the mic and says the Earth isn't fucking flat. Do you remember that as well? The mic drop. Couldn't have been good for the mic. But those individuals are very good at doing things that can hurt equipment. What about Bill Nye? Bill, is it Bill Nye, the science guy? When he was talking about gravity and he's throwing milk cartons, TVs, shopping carts from a high rise. Well, okay, a few floors up on a building, and he was throwing it down. I think it might have been even in a school ground or something. And I was thinking, if I was a schoolkeeper, I wouldn't clean that shit. I'd say, you clean it up. You know, milk cartons, all kinds of shit, and then a TV. Black gravity, and I make such a mess. Shock and awe, that is shock and awe. I don't know if anybody remembers that, but that was ridiculous. Bill Nye, the science guy. Nobody remembers. Wow.
Yeah, Bill Nye said a lot of silly things, contradictory things too.
Yeah. I just thought he went over the top with the gravity one because he was making a right mess. He's up on about maybe 3 or 4 floors up on a building roof, and he's chucking things like milk, fully carton of milk, and you see it explode on the floor, yeah? And then he's thrown other things, and then a TV. TV. I said, yeah, I hope you're going to clean that shit up, yeah? That's what I would have said. Bill.
So there's one thing I want this generation to understand is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth. There's no place to go.
So after throwing all that junk off the roof, then he comes out with that later on. What a wally that guy is. But that's what he said, yeah. Remember that. Remember that very well. I've got that video actually. Yeah, got it. It's in my library. With his bloody bow tie that spins. Spinning bow tie. Oh, and then he's debating evolution and something like that, and the things he was saying, and you know, how can you prove that? Well, there you are,
Right.
just like
He
that.
said we have. Did you see that that guy approached him after the conference, I don't think he realised he was being filmed, and he said, "We have proof that life came from Mars."
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's what I mean. He said some real stupid things, and when he was under pressure, he just said the worst answers you could ever. Cringe all the way. That was all the way. And then at one point, well, I can't tell you now, sort of thing as well, and that's embarrassing as well.
We get some of the weirdest people.
I haven't heard much from him these days.
Sounds like some ancient astronauts bullcrap. Welcome.
Sorry, what did you say?
Somebody joined in. I just said welcome.
Okay, thank you. So what are you doing here? I don't know.
We're challenging the belief that we live on a big spinning ball in outer space. We ask people how they think that they know that. How do they know that to be true? Do they really believe it, or is it just a belief? Like it is. I mean, do they know it, or is it just a belief? Sorry.
Yeah. Do you really know it, or are you just believing? Yeah.
So, Jason,
Yo,
do you know or do you believe?
I don't know. I'm just listening.
That's
Okay.
fair.
Yeah. Yeah. That's fair. But you might want to look back in your life and to see whether you've experienced living on a globe. Start thinking about it. What would it be like living on a globe, actually? Yeah. And see if you've had that experience. That's all you got to do. And you're going to think, wow, that guy was right. I don't recollect.
And
I haven't been checking. But you've been, I guarantee you, your body and your brain has been uploading the information that you're going to tap into one day, very soon. And it's going to be flat Earth.
I hope he comes back now to chat. He seemed to be disturbed by what you just said.
Yeah. Because that's what happened to me, you know. Just it only took up 5 minutes and I just went bang, it's flat, innit? Fuck. It's flat. Wow. What have I been doing? What have I been doing? It's flat all along. It's that easy to understand. No experience of the globe. None. Zero. And then you go through all, you know, at warp speed. You're going through all the holidays you've been to, jumping out of planes, looking out of the window, all those views. It was all flat all along. And you think, wow. And because I ignored Flat Earth 2014, now Jin is the one running after all the videos that I missed. You know, I watched 8 hours, one sitting. Boxing Day. Oh yeah, and then I went out, and then I wrote the question on the whiteboard. Right. Happy New. This is December 26th, and I'm writing on the board. Happy New Year, everybody. Welcome back. Now, how do you? What is the shape of the Earth, and how do you know? And the looks on their faces when they came back in the new year. You know, they're looking at me and looking at the question. You know. And then I said, yeah, and I got the globe out, put it on the table. I didn't have a flat Earth map at the time. Didn't have the Gleason's map. That came about a year later. I couldn't get them in Japan. The Amazon didn't have it. I had to get a friend in London to send it from London to me. I was really pissed off with Amazon Japan. Got bugger all that you really want. Pure junk. Pissed me right off, that did. But anyway, you know, I used the globe and images from the internet. What I used for the Gleason. And I said to them, which one makes sense? You know, at first, some of the students thought I'd lost my mind. But yeah, 8 hours of a binge watch, which was necessary, cross-referencing and that. And I thought, yeah, it's definitely. And I was so happy that I've made what a discovery. Going back to Nigeria and the Galileo and the Copernicus and who was the other one? Three characters. Galileo, Copernicus, and Columbus arguing about the shape of the Earth in the Nigerian textbook. So this is 1970. 1970, yeah. I'm in Nigeria. So I'm watching the moon landings in London, where I was born. I was born in 61. And then my dad and my uncle running a car business. We went to Nigeria to watch the business grow and, yeah, living with my cousins. And that was good, that stuff. And, yeah, you know, went to a Nigerian elementary school right next door to the international school. So you could hear the English language perfectly next door. And where we were was like a bloody zoo, you know. My brothers were being bullied and the money was being stolen from them. So I had to beat the kids up, get the money back. Yeah. That's when they said, don't mess with Jin. He's got the strength like a god. Because, you know, when you're in England fighting racism, right, you know, you learn the tactics of how to fight anyway. And those tactics the Nigerian boys didn't know. So they got battered for nicking the money off my brother, two brothers. So, yeah, you know, going back to Nigeria. So all that life was just pure horizontality. There was no curvature there. And that's how it begins. You go back to your life and start to look. I started traveling at 1969, shortly after they went to the moon. Supposedly. Mm. So the information is uploaded into your body's picking it all up. And I know that because I conducted an experiment as well, or an observation test, you know, stealthy like. I got the kids, right, because I'd been to Hawaii and that. So I had some souvenir pens, right, 2 packs of 10. So there's 20 pens. Wasn't giving them all out. I was just going to give out a few to the best pictures. And the picture they had to draw was the seaside scene. So people on the beach, yachts on the ocean, seagulls in the sky, sun. You know, draw that, and everybody had to draw it in the classroom. And then on the green board, because you know you have a blackboard or whiteboard, or in this case we had a rolling green board. All right, so I'm using the green board now, using all the coloured chalk, and I'm drawing my horizon's curved. I drew a curved horizon, deliberately curved horizon. I drew with all the ship, with the yacht in the background, the sun, seagulls, you know, little M's, you know, nothing too elaborate, right? And they were laughing at my picture, yeah. Okay, the kids were laughing and the teachers were laughing at my picture because they're laughing at that curved horizon, okay. But every other child drew a perfectly horizontal horizon. See that? Perfectly leveled horizon. Jin Sensei draws a curved horizon, and then they're laughing, okay? And once everybody had kind of like finished, and they're giggling, and I'm saying, what's funny? Nani omoshiroi no? What's funny? Nande warateru no? And then they said, Jin, sore wa are wa chigau yo. They're saying that's wrong. They're saying, you know, I said, what do you mean? I said, the earth is not, you know, they're saying, Chikyu wa kokuritsu janai kore. Sore wa chigau yo, Chihei-sen. Chihei-sen wa taira. So the horizon's level is not curved. I said, are you sure? And then I pointed to the globe on the teacher's desk and they could all see it. Are you sure? And then they went quiet. I just, boom, it just shut them up. And you could see their brains working. Kid holding his chin like Aristotle, you know, giving it the thinking, you know. These are 4th graders, 5th graders, and 6th graders. Okay, so in each class, and you know, I did that, and they all drew perfectly leveled horizons. Yeah, and after, like, you know, I mean, I watched them for about not a minute, because 60 seconds is quite a long time of silence. Yeah, so I just watched them for a minute, and then I said, you know what, you people are correct. Jin Sensei is wrong. So I rubbed my picture out. Okay, but each kid drew a perfectly leveled horizon in their depiction of the horizon. They got it right. See, so what I'm trying to say is that they've uploaded that knowledge. They know it's there. It's in their head. They're just not thinking about it, but it's there. Flat Earth, you see. That was my way of like trying to introduce it stealthily. Yeah, I did that with elementary, junior high, and high school students. And they all drew perfectly leveled horizons. Mm. And then the best pictures got the pen. And where the others didn't get a pen, I gave them snacks from the West. Mars bars, Milky Ways, Twix, biscuits, that stuff. Just to keep everybody happy, you know? But yeah, It was.
Yeah, Jin.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Jin. The students know now. The horizon is always horizontal. You teach
Yeah,
them that. Yeah.
they knew it already. You see, so I was testing them by me drawing a curved horizon. Do you understand? We're meant to be on a globe, so it's meant to be
Yeah.
curved, isn't it? Yeah. But all the
Yeah.
children drew perfectly level horizons. They knew that. Okay. It was in their subconscious. It's already there. They know it. They were laughing at my picture on the board because it looked odd, didn't it? You know, curved with the. You know, they've never seen such a thing, have they?
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. They've never seen a curved horizon. In reality, the horizon is not curved. It's a straight, flat line.
Yeah.
Which is
And that's what they
we
drew.
call, yeah, we call it horizontal.
Yeah, that's correct. And that's what they drew. A perfectly horizontal horizon. They didn't draw. I drew the curved horizon and everybody was laughing, even the teacher. You know, it was like, what's he doing? And then when I pointed to the globe, there was silence. That was the other thing. I got them to think about it.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
then
Yeah,
sorry,
yeah,
go
you got
ahead.
them. Yeah, you got them to think exactly what they're saying.
Yeah, yeah. And then of course, rubbing my picture out reinforces that they're right. Yeah. Okay. So I rubbed my picture out. I said, yeah, you're right. I didn't say, yeah, I made a mistake as I rubbed my one out off the board. Yeah. That's when I knew that, you know, that the children, their experience is nothing but horizontality, and it's there. See, so I did that, and I loved it. And remember,
I'm
I'm
sorry.
wearing a flat Earth T-shirt. I don't wear a
Sorry,
suit.
guys.
Yeah,
Sorry, guys. I just accidentally started that event. It came up on my thing and it went interested, so I clicked on it, and it started the event, and I accidentally clicked it. So I'm sorry about that. That was my bad. Can we unstart it and then start it when it's scheduled? That was a total accident. Very, very, very sorry.
No worries.
Guys. My
No
bad.
worries. Yeah, I mean, what is the result of you doing that? What, the chat's gone wrong or what?
Just I don't. I think it means that the event started, but I might have overlapped with somebody else's event that was scheduled to end at the time that ours was scheduled to start. I'm not sure.
Don't sweat it, bro. I'll fix it. You're all good.
Yeah, what is the event that's going to
Thanks,
be
man.
happening? Anyway?
Sorry.
What's the event? Yeah. What was the event?
You dumbass. It's just it was something about the Earth being a globe. It just means that it's just gonna basically notify people that an event started, and if they're interested, they can come and join in the discussion. Just sort of highlights what we're like, you know.
Yeah, notification.
What we're doing.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So as I was saying though, yeah, basically everybody knows, you know, well, their experiences are nothing but on horizontal Earth, flat Earth. It's all coming. It's all registering in their body. You know, they're picking it up. Their brain is recording it. Their brain is recording that they're living on a flat Earth, whilst they're being told they're on a globe. You see, my children, I got them to show me how aeroplanes fly. Okay, and then they're showing me their plane's flying level, and then I said to them, "But are you sure the plane doesn't fly like this? Because remember, we're on a globe, yeah, curved trajectory. You know." They said, "No, Daddy, the plane doesn't fly like that. We don't fly like that," and they know we don't. They know. See, they just know, don't they?
Hey, Jin, have you gone to sleep yet?
Not yet. Why?
I don't know. You've been cooking, bro. You've been straight cooking. Eternity, welcome.
Oh, thanks very much. Yeah, no, I'm not tired. I've eaten food now. I've got energy up.
Speaking of event, I want to do an off-topic discussion Flat Earth off road. I'm gonna set up an event. Probably, hey, maybe even today. We'll see. Just be on the lookout for that.
No.
Yes, Gemsy, you're required to be there.
Flat Earth off road. Yeah, sounds
Yeah,
good.
Flat Earth off road. Just like Flat Earthers' takes on different things, current events, trends, diet, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, that sounds interesting.
But welcome
And then you
eternity
might
is the
do an event called Flat Earth on the road, where we take it out on the road, on the streets,
facts.
ask people their opinions.
I actually thought about doing that with Sunny one of these days, like meeting up with Sunny and we'll go and do like a Flat Earth Change My Mind table
Yeah, yeah,
and see how that goes. That could be a lot of fun.
yeah, that'd be excellent. Because what's his name? Authentic Intent. He used to do that. Was really good. Do you remember him? Anyone? Authentic Intent.
I feel the
Joshua,
name.
his name was. Yeah, he really let it on thick. He'd have like little flyers on the table, uh, bottles of water that he would give you for a drink. Have a drink whilst you're having a chat and that. Laminated flat Earth maps with all the links of the content producers on the back of it. All lovely and nice. Give handouts, everything, and he'd be sitting there. And sometimes they put the lab coat on because somehow people think when you've got the lab coat on now, you know what you're talking about. With the lab coat with the pen in the breast pocket, yeah. Your clipboard, and so he did all of that, and it was really entertaining and really informative as well. Yeah. He used to do it on a live stream, so I used to join the live stream and then watch the reactions of the people. He was out by a lake, so he could use the lake as reference for the leveled water and everything. It was really good. Lake, but it's part of a park, and people would be jogging by and they'd stop off and say, "What's this flat Earth stuff?" So that's a good idea what you've got going on there. Authentic Intent.
I'm gonna go ahead and set up that the off-road discussion right now.
Right. Be a good idea.
Do you got the Rumble channel going or what? Come on, dude.
Nah, I do need to get someone to record it. I don't have a Rumble. I don't have all the. I'm not a geek, Gemsy.
You sound like one.
That's cat, bro. No, I don't.
He doesn't have all the editing and the video editing kits and all that.
All right, let's check on Eternity. Go ahead, Eternity. You can open your mic and address your questions to either Creation Bear or Gene CBR Sensei.
Yeah, I do like Creation Bear. He's always been good at this stuff, hasn't he? Creation Bear.
Oh,
Always
sure.
been good in the chat. If he's not kicking it on VC, he was mainly on the chat, Creation Bear. And I said, "Get in here, get your ass into this VC, man." And he didn't want to come in at first, but he's there now, and it's good. He's very good, Creation Bear.
Oh, shucks. Well, thanks.
Yeah.
I'm blushing like Mae
Ooh,
West.
Eternity's about to reply to me in text. Let's see what she says.
Yeah.
She.
She looks like a she.
She.
I mean, I don't want to miss. How do you say? Mispronounce anything.
Yeah, get it
Yeah.
right. Dude.
Mispronounce her.
We also have Ellen.
Is there anybody here that thinks the Earth is a globe?
Oh, yes, me.
CB.
Ellen, welcome.
Welcome to Ellen.
Welcome. Yeah, sorry. Welcome, Ellen. How are you today?
Almost.
Sorry, guys. Just my roommate is sleeping, so I cannot talk that much. So can I
Wake him
mute
up.
myself?
Wake him up to the truth right now.
No, you're just like she. Okay, it's my bestie. Like she's sleeping, so I can only whisper like a bit.
Go for a walk.
Really?
Yeah, go
Eternity,
outside.
thanks. Hey, Eternity, thank you for the reply. We appreciate it. If you're gonna speak at the moment, it's all good. Later on, we hope for you to join the VC so we can talk about the topic. Okay? So later on, when you can, join us.
I mean, doesn't mean you can't. Yeah, you can listen. You can definitely stay and listen.
Yeah. But she replied. That was really polite, even though she doesn't want to make noise. So that's
Yeah,
really.
yeah, yeah.
Yo, glass head.
Yeah. Good
I mean,
excuse.
we got Glasshead. He says, "Call me Glasshead." So go ahead, Glasshead. Oh, he dropped.
There you go. He realised his name was cringe. Glass head. Come on. Come on now.
Oh, we got an
Glass
introvert
head.
here. Hey, introvert.
Sorry, Incobert. Was that Incobert?
Introvert.
Oh, Incobert. All right, yeah. I thought you meant somebody by the name of Incobert Humperdinck.
You guys spoken
Famous
to
singer.
Saki yet?
Yeah. Sweet Caroline.
Have you guys spoken to Saki yet?
I haven't.
Hi, Saki. You
I'm
here?
not.
Or Sigmund?
Sagi, I tried calling out Sagi the other day. She replied in the text, but never opened the mic. So
Sigmoid. Welcome to the chat. How are you doing today?
Yeah. He's a flat earther gonna be. He is. Zig Floyd. He knows this globe doesn't exist. He hasn't been able to prove it to himself.
A Star Lord.
Hmm.
Welcome to the chat, Star Lord.
Yes. Take the test. Jump in.
Alming's back. Yo, come glasshead.
so Glasshead, you're back, and we're gonna open the VC for you to speak. So go right ahead, Glasshead. You got the mic. Go ahead.
Yes. Welcome, Glasshead. Welcome back.
He's such a glasshead. Every time we say glasshead, he drops out. It's like dropping the glass on the floor or something. I don't know.
We do have another guy called Moo.
Mo.
Wrong. It's a pretty good time to actually practice your English. If y'all want to practice, let's speak about something that will actually.
Is it mo or mo?
That will be more than a few words like hi and hello and how's the weather.
Yeah. Yeah. Bah.
We carry out long conversations about different topics. Very good practice in English.
I would like to take this opportunity to do a mic check. Go ahead, Elbow and Jin Sensei. Mic check. Oh,
Yes, I can hear you clearly. You're coming in loud and clear.
awesome. Is that like a 8 out of 10 or a 7 or 5?
I will give you a 9 out of 10.
That's awesome. Thank you. So investment well done from my part. Thank you. It was only $40, so from 100 I got a good deal.
Wow, yeah.
$40, Mike.
What mic did you get?
It's just some earbuds. Uh, JBL earbuds.
Oh, well, no wonder. JBL's good, you see. Yeah. But then again, you know, it's all mass produced. So they're all putting the same thing. It's just a few letters behind it, you know. You might find other companies are using the same stuff. They're just putting different names on them. Yeah. But JBL do good speakers. I've got one myself, you know, with the surround sound and everything. And I used to listen to it through my iPad and my iPhone. You know, while was it Bluetooth? That's it. So you connect through Bluetooth.
Yep.
Yeah. And you get a really good sound.
I was looking in the marketplace and I found this one. They were selling it for $60. They're supposedly like $100 in retail stores. But then
Yeah.
I negotiated the price down to 40 and it was near my area, so that was a good deal.
What color are they? White, black and white?
Black, complete, they're black.
Oh, black, okay.
That actually is like a super dark blue. It's like
Oh, yeah.
almost like blue. Yeah,
Yeah, dark navy blue, yeah. Yeah.
exactly. That's the color actually. So yeah, we're keeping it on topic because sound doesn't work on a globe in a vacuum.
It certainly doesn't. Propagates horizontally, yes.
So just if you hear our voices, the sound of it, that's debunking the globe right there.
It's funny, right? The level crossing near where I am is about a mile away, right? But I can when it's like let's say 2 o'clock in the morning, and I'm in the house, and I can hear the chime from when the gate goes down, and I can hear it, and it's across the 1 mile away. That's good, isn't it? The sound is traveling that far, and you hear it proper. Ding, 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 ding. You can hear it. But during the daytime, you don't hear it because we've got other noise in between that, you know. But at night, 2 o'clock in early morning, 2 o'clock, clear, yeah. And that's whilst I'm in the house.
Whoopsie. I remember seeing people like kilometers away from my position, and you could see them like doing work in the, let's say, like dropping stuff like wood or something, and you could see them dropping it, and then the sound will come seconds after.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. That's a weird phenomenon, that one, yeah. You see them drop it, and then you get the sound coming shortly afterwards. Yeah, amazing that is as well, yeah.
Estelle. How do you say that? Estelle.
Yeah,
The-
this is the right pronunciation.
Hola, ¿cómo
Estelle.
está?
Hmm?
My bad, Jin.
Yeah, hola, ¿cómo está? Estela.
Jean is saying something in Spanish, but I'm not so sure that she's a Spanish speaker.
Oh, okay,
Is that
yeah,
it?
I thought because it sounded like it was Spanish. That's why I said that. My bad. My
Estele.
mistake.
Is that? Do you speak Spanish?
No, it's a French word.
There it
Oh,
is.
what
You say
is it?
Jean?
Doesn't
It
sound
is.
French. It's more
Yeah,
parlez-vous, oui, 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 it's French. Estelle, that doesn't sound French.
guys,
What
please
is?
Yes.
continue.
Yeah. What does it mean?
It means star.
I was gonna say
Ah,
that because in Spanish, a star is estrella, estrella. So
Oh,
French estelle is similar to Spanish estrella.
there
Ah,
you are.
yeah.
yeah, ok. Je vois l'accent aigu, là. Ouais. C'est un voyelle français. Bienvenue, là.
Make speaking French.
Yeah.
I was just saying, yeah, I was saying the EU has a little accent on it. I recognize it. Welcome.
Estelle, what brings you to the FEVC? Do you have any questions
Yes.
about the topic?
Yes. Mademoiselle Estelle.
I, I don't have any particular question about the topic. I'm just here to like maybe for curiosity, like this
Yeah.
is something new for me, so I thought, okay, why not listen to them? And
Well, you
yeah,
mind if some people in here ask you some questions and maybe just have a back and forth for a little while, possibly?
I'm sorry, what?
Well, you mind if some people in here, like Jin Sensei or Mick, will ask you some questions and you will engage with replies?
What kind of question?
Go ahead, Jin Sensei.
Okay. Yeah. Welcome to the server. Now, my one question is, what do you think when you hear about flat Earth? How does that make you feel?
Okay, so that was some kind of, we can say, mixed reaction. I was like, what it is at the beginning, like when that appear in front of my eyes, I was like, what it is. Then I check into this, and after a very few days later, I realized, oh, so this is something about Earth and like the idea that Earth is flat. So then I like confirmed that, oh, this is something about that. And one of my friend, he is just came and asked me that, hey, they are crazy people, just don't listen to them. I was laughing at the moment. Yeah, that's like that kind of mixed reaction I have at the beginning.
Yeah. 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 I had that same attitude, should I say,
Yeah,
in
yeah. But
2014 when I saw the video,
then
flat Earth videos.
yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah. I said, what idiot is putting a flat Earth video on the YouTube? Earth is not flat. That's what I'm thinking to myself when I see it, and I'm laughing. Yeah. So I did the same thing. I thought that was stupid.
Hey, Estelle,
Okay.
real quick about your friend's reaction, right? We probably a lot of people get that sort of reaction. Would you consider your friend like an authority and knowledgeable person on this topic, or maybe physics or measurements, geography, and many other topics that your friend can how do you say label some people crazy for describing the Earth as a flat, motionless plane? Do you think
I don't
do you think he has the I don't know. He's saying they're crazy. What? How do you take that? Like these people are crazy because that's his opinion.
I don't have any personal opinion about it, but I'm here for me, like I'm here for curiosity, as I said before. And the
Yeah.
main
Yeah.
like okay, like I often came here. So the reason I love to listen some specific people. I love the accent and I love the way they talk, and they're literally very gentlemen. I must admit that, and that's the
We
reason.
love
Like,
you back. Go ahead.
sorry.
You said you
No,
love
no.
We
you
love
love
you
the
back. You
accent.
said.
I say we
We
love
love
you
you
back.
back.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, there are some specific people in this VC. They're regular join here, and they almost like most of the time they're the main speaker. So I love to listen to them. That's just my personal opinion, because and then I
Yeah,
also
that's
thing one of them, and he said, yeah, you can just join it for like learning English and uh, increase your listening skill and a lot of things. And I said, yeah, I have to a lot. There is a lot of things to know about that particular topic. Like knowing things is not a bad, like increasing in knowledge about particular topic, whether it's true or false. But you can know it at the first, like you can investigate it by your on your own, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
exactly. So
awesome.
yeah, that's my point, and that's why I just came often here. Like when I got boring, I just came here.
Yeah. When you're bored, you come in and have a listen to what we're talking about. That's well, welcome, and we appreciate your visit. So now, if I say to you that we, the flat earthers, we know that the earth is flat, we know this. Do you think that's too strong a statement? Do you think that's too strong?
Are you asking me?
Yeah. Yeah.
I Guys, there are two type of argument about that specific topic. So if we talk about the surface of the earth, it's
Yes.
flat. The surface of the earth is flat. So, and that's what I believe. Like the surface of the earth is flat.
Yeah.
And I'm quite confused about like why people who guys, please don't angry at me, like don't get angry at me after
No, you're
saying
doing
that.
very good. You're doing very good. Carry on.
I'm quite I'm being honest with you. I'm literally a confused person when it comes to like what is the purpose of this VC and why people argue. I tried to understand a lot of things by my own, but I ended up like being confused. And I often came here to understand what's the point. You know, guys.
Yeah, that's okay. That's very good. You answered it as best as you could, and it was a great answer, by the way. Because you said you believe that it's flat. Okay, that's fine. We like to say we know that it's flat rather than believe. And the reason why we know that it's flat is because we've gone out to check it. Okay, most people don't check anything. They just listen. They got told, listen, and then they carry that as a belief. Okay. So this is why we say we know that the earth is flat, because we are trying to measure that curvature, the curve of the ball. That surface must curve, but it's not there. You see, we've gone to check it and it's not there at all. That's why we say
Hey,
we know, we've measured it.
Estelle, about the thing that you mentioned about the confusion is not necessarily something that you should feel confused about, because it's more an objective topic that people are describing the place that we find ourselves, the surface of the earth, with observation, testing, and this is the way it's verified to be that way. So that's not too confusing. I think the thing that you're saying is confusing is that you hear other people claiming the opposite, but you have to maybe stand in the middle and recognize that there is something that is objective and some things that are just opinion or
Kind of.
baseless
I
assertion
was
as claims.
trying to understand, like hearing both side and try to understand what is going on here.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah. What you're going to find, though, is that those who are saying that the earth is a globe, right, a ball, they haven't checked it. They haven't actually checked, and they cannot prove it. That's the embarrassing thing. And that's what you got to look for. Which one has done the groundwork to prove their case? Because if you haven't gone out to check it, you can't say we're wrong. So anybody that hasn't checked cannot be saying to people, you're wrong, you're wrong. They haven't checked anything. Okay. But the people who have checked it and know it, know the answers. That's the answer right there, you see. And that's the problem. That's where the confusion comes in. People are arguing strongly, but they haven't checked. And when we ask them to show us how they checked it, they can't show us. No one has been able to show us in 10 years. 10 years.
Show you what exactly? I just joined.
Show us the methodology of how they measured the curvature of the earth so that children who are 8 years old can replicate it and copy it. That's the question I asked them. Okay, show us and tell us how you measured the curvature so that the children of the earth can copy you and they can also know that it's a globe. Go ahead and show us.
Also,
And
also, also,
sometimes,
also acknowledge. I also acknowledge the other side that have actually tested and tested the claim of the globe, because remember the globe you already learned it from the book and the claims on the geometry that is on the table, right? That they tell you that the geometry of the earth is such and such. But when that thing is put on the under the test across the surface of the earth, you come to find out that that claim on the paper is not the case. So at the least, you also have to look on the other side. So that the claim that is the observation and the measurements that it is not a globe. Look
yeah.
into the test, look into the observations, and not just stay on one side and be biased about all of the information that is being presented.
Oh yeah, but
One
after for me, sorry, go ahead, mate.
sorry, Ken. Just a quick question for Estelle. Estelle, are you a native French speaker?
I'm sorry. No. Who
You're a
asked me
native.
this?
Yeah, me. I just
Oh,
wanted to
okay.
ask.
So do I sound like native?
No, but from what I got earlier, your name was a French name, so I was just curious.
Oh, okay. So it's a very funny thing for me. Like, I picked this name from a manhwa character. Like, I used to read manhwa, and I'm so
Yeah.
addicted to it. And I love the name. It is a like beautiful character name, and I picked this name and used this name because my real name is hard to pronounce for some people, and I just don't want to reveal my
Oh,
personal
okay.
information. That's why.
No problem. Okay, I
Yeah.
was just curious if you were a native French speaker and you had any questions that you had not asked yet, perhaps because you couldn't, you were unable to vocalize it in English. I was going to say,
Oh
by all
no,
means.
I don't have any
Okay, good.
problem
No,
with like expressing
okay, good.
myself in English.
Very good. Very good. I just wanted to make sure.
Thanks.
Right.
Like I'm a learner of English, and I help
Very
people
good.
to learn English as well.
Very good. Very good.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jin. Sorry about that.
No need to be sorry. You're welcome to come in and interject whenever you like, because that was a good question, and of course it's helping Estella to improve her English. Yeah, so it's excellent. It's all good. So yeah, that's what I was saying, is that when we ask people to show us how they measured the curvature, they can't show us, and that's an embarrassing thing. You know what I mean? You know it's a globe, but you can't show me how you know it's a globe. Do you
Yeah,
get
I
me?
got it. And like they just believe and they just don't do any some sort of experiment like research on their own, and they
Right.
just when you ask them like prove it or show it, they just like they come empty.
Yeah, they call you. They call us crazy. That's what they do. That's when you know they've lost, right there. So that's the situation. So you said you believe it's flat, yeah. So that's what percentage, if you can, out of 100, 100% sure, 50% sure, 30% sure. How sure are you?
It is very obvious, isn't it obvious? Like it is
Yes,
the surface of the earth is flat.
it's
The
flat. Yeah,
surface of the earth is flat. So
excellent.
uh,
So
I
she's
don't
100%
want
sure.
to
Look at that.
bring.
She's
Okay,
100% sure. Look at that.
I don't want to bring any religious belief into this a public conversation because a lot of people attacking towards it, and I just don't want to make any fuss. Like
Yeah.
I don't have intention to fight. Like I can still, like, if you ask me to prove it, I have the proof that the earth is flat. The surface of the earth is flat
Yeah.
because like
Yeah.
I did some research by Manana and I find out, oh, this is something, the answer is already given. And like if you decipher the meaning, and you will like come ended up like believing that and knowing that the surface of the earth is flat. There
Yeah.
is no doubt about that.
Right.
If specifically talk about like the surface of the earth, only the surface, then it's flat. It's that's what I think.
Yeah. Yeah. So, so I can ask another question. Do you know the shape of the Earth? The shape.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, no.
Why?
Do you know the shape of the Earth or not? The shape.
Yes, I know. Like, isn't it? Oh, like now this is 2025, and we already see the shape of the earth.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
What shape is it? Do you know?
It's round, isn't it? I don't know, like, how to explain it in other words, but in general, it's round, right?
Yeah. What do you mean round? Round like a coin. Coin
No, no, no.
round.
It's not. It's not like a whole like exact the circle. No, no. It's not like that. I cannot find the exact word to describe it. So, guys, if you know the word, please help me
What do you mean?
to
What
like.
do you mean? Like a spherical ball?
I know, I know. Oh, wait.
Yeah. Do you think it's like a spherical ball shape?
Um, yeah, yeah.
Well, if you think it's like a spherical ball shape, that means it can't be flat, then, can it? Because
Mm,
a spherical ball is not flat. You see, a spherical ball is curving everywhere, 360 degrees, curving, circle, ball, round, rolling.
And remember, the flat is an aspect of a shape. So if someone is describing the surface of Earth as flat, that's not a claim for a shape.
Right.
yeah.
That's an aspect description.
Yeah. A description, an orientation, but mainly a description. Yeah. Because if you're saying that the Earth is a ball shape, then that means it's not flat because a ball is not, there's no flat area on a ball. A ball is round, continuously round. Nothing is flat there. If it was flat, if you can imagine, it would be like this. It's round, all flat, then it's round and round, flat, round and round, flat, but that's not right. Round circle is round all the way round, stop. You see what I mean? That's round circle. It's not round flat there and then round a little bit and then flat there and round a little. No, that's not. Can't be like that.
Estelle, if you actually admitted that the surface it's observably flat, no, not curving, described as
Yeah,
flat, it's a horizontal frame of reference. It is okay when he asks you the question about the whole shape of the Earth. It is okay to say, "I don't really know." Do you get this? Because a description of the surface doesn't mean that you know the whole of the shape. Because
yeah,
we will be we will be like in an inside place, in my opinion, right? We are in an inside contained environment, and
Exactly,
to
like
attribute
this
a
is
whole
not this-
shape, it's actually an unknown at the moment, I will say.
yeah.
yeah, exactly. Like I was like struggling to explain the thing that you James, you do this for me. Like I was going to say that kind of thing exactly, but I was like quite bad at expressing, so maybe because of that reason. Anyway.
That's totally
Okay,
fine. You know
well,
what? That's good. That's good that that happened because Gene Sensei, he's a English teacher, and this is the English server. So even though I'm practicing English as well, so this exchange help us understand what each other are trying to say, and if we have to add anything to understand each other, that helps the whole thing. So yeah, awesome.
Yeah, yeah. So basically, when we say the Earth is flat, we just mean the surface. We don't know the shape, and James has said it. He says nobody knows it, and that's the truth. Because how would we know? We haven't been able to leave the Earth to see the whole thing from space, for example. We can't go there. You see, so nobody knows the shape at this point.
Unless you have an outside perspective, like let's say God give you revelation and he took you outside and maybe showed you this is the shape of my creation, then you might have a knowledge claim if you have that revelation. But from this perspective that we're in, to make a claim about the whole of the construct of this place, it says that will be a baseless assertion, in my opinion. Because you will require an outside perspective to be able to say this is the shape.
Yeah, you'd have to be outside of the Earth, looking in, and you can say, that's the shape. But we don't know that. I don't know that shape, and I'm 63, and I don't know
And
that shape.
Jim, before you go, we also can discard the curvature claim because when we measure the surface, it's not curving, so it cannot be a sphere on the plate.
Yeah.
We cannot be standing on a sphere because if it was a sphere, it will be curving the surface that we're standing on. But the
That's
surface
right.
that we're standing on is not a sphere. It's
That's
not
right.
curving.
Yeah, it can't be flat and then be a sphere. It's impossible. But Estelea, your answer is very good. You said it at the beginning. You know the surface is flat. It's obvious. Excellent. So you know that, but you don't know the shape. I don't know the shape. Jimsy doesn't know the shape. Nobody knows the shape.
Thank you. But yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and that's the true answer. Nobody knows. But it's good to listen to the globers trying to say it's a globe, and you listen to how they're using the language to try to prove it, but they can't prove it.
Yeah.
And the psychology of their behavior is also interesting to listen to or watch if you can see them. The body language and everything. Yeah. But yeah, thank you for your answers. Do you have any questions?
You're welcome. No, I don't have any question for the time being because I have to go. This is a midnight here, and I have to
Okay.
sleep. By the way, guys, it was a very nice conversation with you, and everybody is so nice to me, and I'm really grateful for that.
Okay, you have a
Likewise,
good sleep,
Estelle.
and we'll come back tomorrow
Yeah.
very early. We'll be waiting.
Okay, yeah, I will try. Okay, bye, guys.
Yeah.
Likewise. Have a good one.
Yeah.
Bye bye.
Good night.
Okay.
Yeah. My name is Jin, by the way, Jin CBR1. The other guy is Jemsy.
That was pretty cool. The lady, really good conversation.
Yeah. She resonated with us. She resonated. She felt comfortable. She said that we are gentlemen. So you guys have been very good. She called you
That's
gentlemen,
awesome.
That's what she
That's a
said.
good compliment.
Yeah. She's been listening to the debates between the Globers. She almost was going to say that the Globers have been a bit rude, She was almost going in that direction, but she stopped herself. Okay.
All right. Yeah, man. We got some new people in the room. Anybody want to mic up? Ask these
We
good
got
gentlemen some
Ander.
questions.
Go ahead, Ander. You got the mic now, Anderson. Anderson.
And you can talk to Sonny. Sonny's the man. He can really help you out.
Anderson is a beginner in the English language. Anderson, ¿hablas español? ¿Portugués? If you speak español, I could translate for you if you have any questions. Yo puedo traducir para usted.
Japanese? Japanese? Yeah, we got Japanese and English. I'm trying to do a Spanish. Japanese?
We've been trying to get one of those conversations maybe for a little bit that we can translate for someone, maybe Japanese, maybe Spanish, or whatever.
Italian.
We can do that. We can mix it up.
We have a French speaker here.
Yeah, a little bit of Francais.
Yeah, if you speak Australian, we also have we have people that can translate the Australian language.
Yeah,
Lie,
yeah,
mate.
the Australian English language. It's
Fair
rather,
dinkum.
yeah. Wind up. That's all.
How do
Next
you
minute
say
they'll
the
be
Earth is
calling us
flat in
pommies.
Japanese,
Shut
Jin?
up, you pommies. All right, you Aussies.
Jin, how do you say the Earth is flat in Japanese?
Oh yeah. Chikyu wa taira desu. Chikyu is Earth. Okay, then wa means is. Taira means level or flat. Taira. Chikyu wa taira desu.
Yep, good to know.
Yeah, and then you hear kyokuritsu koto ga mitsukeru dekinai. Kyokuritsu ga mitsukerarimasen. What am I saying? I cannot find the curvature. Okay.
Anderson. Ah, my bad. Go ahead, Jin. I thought you
No.
you were
Go
done
ahead,
with your
Anderson.
Japanese class. No, I'm
Yeah, go ahead,
listening to what you're
Anderson.
saying. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Go ahead, Anderson, please. Anderson, if you're there, come in, please. Come in.
Hey.
Come in, Anderson.
You can practice your English here, Anderson. No problem.
No problem. Yeah.
And
You
also
guys
know
spoke to
about the
Slim
truth.
Shady?
Yeah, sorry.
Slim
I was caught up in a debate about some bullshit.
Well, you guys were debating if bullshit is good for the ground, for plants. Like bullshit can be, like fertilizer
It's a
for
very,
crops.
very useful resource.
Yeah.
I know some
So
globers that don't have that value. They're worth less than the bullshit.
bullshit has a lot of value, not like the globe that it has no value because it's
No
nowhere to be
value at
found in
all.
reality.
Yeah.
You
It's
can't do
the globe.
anything with it.
Yeah, the globe is less than bullshit. Honestly.
What do you think about that, Slim Shady?
Man, I agree with that. Honestly, can't really disagree. What about Bill Gates putting chemicals in the soil and the soil fertility reducing?
Yeah, that's terrible. That is. You see, that's what he's up to, and he's wanting to put medicines in the vegetables as well.
That is
Yeah,
insane.
but I mean, this discussion is not about fruits or vegetables
Yeah,
or
but we've got
soil.
to be
It's
very
about the
careful
earth.
here with this topic matter. We've got to keep it always on flat Earth if we can, or something that is not related to medicine and that, but maybe experiences. Flying, skiing, something like that. That's fine, I would have to say, but
Yeah, keep the
unfortunately,
medicine talk to for another channel.
yeah, put it on another channel. That's fine.
Yeah, Flat Earth is probably one of the most chillest VC out of all the other VCs that I see. For sure, 100%.
I appreciate that.
I just came from different VCs, and yeah, it was terrible. It was like, yeah.
It's
Let
like
me tell you,
audio
let me
chaos.
tell you, Slim
That's what you want
Shady.
to say. Audio
It's
chaos.
like a
Sorry, Jimsy, go
it's
ahead.
like a sleeping. My bad, bro. It's like a bear that is just hibernating. But if you poke the bear, it could get rough in here.
Oh yeah. We have our moments where we start to press home the truth loudly, precisely, and it's very embarrassing for the Globers. Very embarrassing.
Yeah, they leave, calling you
Yeah,
crazy.
we had one guy earlier on wishing us all to be going to hell.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
What the fuck? That's crazy.
yeah, that's right. That was horrible. That guy was a bit of a wally. And then a few days ago in the 24/7 politics, one guy kept screaming out, "Oh, flat earthers must die! Flat earthers must die! Flat earthers must die!" Just kept repeating it, and then he got muted in the end. Can you imagine
Yeah,
that?
the hate is real. Kanye West once said, "People hate the person most who speaks the truth."
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that was clearly evident. Flat earthers must die.
Hey, Gene, don't repeat that. People got muted for that.
Can I
Too
share
good.
my experience with the nudism, if that's okay? The
You
topic.
go ahead, please.
So I I'm pretty young, but I was gonna go to an island to meet my girlfriend. I was in London, so I downloaded this app where you can basically have host to host you in their places, in their
Yeah.
houses. And
Yeah,
there's
yeah,
one
yeah.
nudist guy. There's one nudist guy that reached out to me. He said he's a scientist. I'm like, that's interesting. Let me see. These dude is completely bare naked in his house all the time, which was a bit strange to me at first, because obviously
Okay,
you're
what are
not
we
used
got?
to
Hold
seeing.
on. Yeah, I
No.
understand. We can change
Now,
the conversation right there.
listen. So I
Now,
was very curious. Sorry, what?
yeah, now
No,
this is
this
not
is
the
interesting.
conversation.
Actually, you should.
No, it's not. I really don't care about nudist. You care about the
Oh
shape of the earth,
man.
man. What are your thoughts on the shape of the earth?
I mean, we all know what's up, man. We're just discussing about some
No,
experiences.
I don't know because
I'm about to
I
share
have
a.
not met you. I don't know you. So, what do you think the shape of the earth is?
I personally am still looking into it, but I definitely know that something is being hidden. Some things are very obvious, like Neil Armstrong, for example, not uh, taking the oath, putting his hand on the Bible, or
Yeah.
the videotapes being corrupted, right? We never going back to the moon ever again. Stuff like that, man. That really makes me question stuff.
Understood. Yeah, definitely.
And the fact that we'd have like one photo of the Earth. I don't know for
Yeah,
how many
and
years
that
we've been going
photo
to
is not
space.
a photograph. It's a composite photo shopped CGI by Robert Simmons, and then the original Blue
No.
Marble was a painting.
There's supposedly there's only supposedly one photo of the Earth, which is the one they took, uh, which is also called the Blue Marble.
Yeah,
But
Yeah, but it's
1972.
supposed.
but
Correct.
how do
Correct.
we actually validate that? That's the question.
Yeah, well they didn't go anyway, so that's the first thing. So
Well,
Yeah.
I'm saying
Well, it's because of
conventionally they say
hold
there's
on,
one photo, and that
hold
doesn't
on.
make any sense to me. Yeah.
Excuse me, brother. Yeah, well, the way that it's been debunked was by the amount of land mass that would have to be on all other sides of the alleged sphere. Africa would have to take up like a crazy amount, and it wasn't even all of Africa pictured in that photo. So it kind of debunked itself. It was
Yeah, well said. Yeah, and it was more of a painting anyway.
Yeah,
It wasn't a
it's
photograph.
allegedly it's a it's allegedly a photo, but we know that if you go to School Island and take a selfie with King Kong, that's not a photo. That's just something that is made on a computer. It's made. It's imagery that is not a photo. Will be you taking an optical device and a camera and taking a photograph of reality, and you'll have that photo. Right?
Hey guys, I have a question.
100%.
But if you listen, if you take a photo of a building and then edit King Kong in it and then a bunch of fairy thing in that thing and bend reality, that's not a photo anymore.
Someone's got a
What's your question,
question.
man?
Go ahead. Thanks,
Got
Genji.
Slim Shady got a question, man. I remember some YouTube videos back in the day where people would send hot air balloons or just balloons in general with cameras hanging up in the sky, and it would go eventually so high up that you could see the curvature in the video of the Earth. So they would say, "Oh, see, the Earth is actually round." What's with
All right,
those?
so let me just make this real simple for you. Let's say that there is an actual photo of the Earth from space, and the Earth is a big ball. And let's say somebody took a video camera, put it to a weather balloon, and they saw curvature. What we would do then is right here on the ground, we would test to see if the Earth is curving, measuring drop over distance, which is the original claim that somebody measured the curvature from the Earth at the surface. Well, if we don't find any curvature on the surface, then what would we conclude about these videos and these photographs?
I'm not really sure. That's what I'm asking.
Well, if
So
the picture shows it curved, but if we measure it in real life, right, in real time, and it's not curving, wouldn't we go ahead and conclude that there's something wrong with those photographs or those videos?
Yeah, you will consider other variables because if you measure the ground already and you know that the ground is not curving, and then you see the photograph or some distortion in the image, you can consider the variables that maybe it's a lens distortion. There is some type of image distortion there,
It's
and it's
called
not the
barrel
ground because
distortion.
you already checked the ground.
It's called barrel distortion, and
So there you go.
it usually happens with wide angle lenses. And most of the those cameras that they send is are GoPros, and they all have wide angle lenses. Which when they go up, you can even see the curve of the Earth from like 300 feet in the air. As soon as you start lifting up the thing, as soon as when the camera moves around, it either makes it concave or spherical. But it's just the camera lens. Um, and by the way, at 100, usually I think the highest one I've seen is 139,000 feet. That's not even high enough to see a curve of the Earth.
There's photos from Elon Musk who sent his Tesla in the space, and there you can see a curvature of the Earth. Now people say that's a CGI. I don't know what to conclude of it.
Oh yeah, there's a bunch
Just
of
take his
issues
word.
with it.
Just take his word. He said you can tell it's real because it looks so fake. So he told you it looks fake because it is.
Yeah, you can tell he's telling the truth because he's a lying bastard.
Yeah, so I mean, you could definitely see a bunch of glitches on those on that. I don't know if you sat there and actually watched the whole thing, but a bunch of us did here, and you can see the uh the Earth glitching back and forth, but nothing else glitching back and forth in some of the videos. The warping of the Earth as well. Yeah, it's just a bunch of glitches. One of the things that at the start, I believe they show like the studio when supposedly it opened up. But yeah, it's just a bunch of little issues. And it was supposed to be not the car was not modified, but the mirror was. For some reason, they took the only thing they took out was the mirror.
Are there any secrets in Antarctica that we don't know of?
There could be, in the way of like minerals or something like that, some kind of, and they're raping it away there. Could be, but yeah, I'm sure there are quite a number of secrets. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, the word secret implies that someone is keeping something hidden. So I guess we'd have to decide the fact that they make it very difficult for people to explore it independently. Maybe they're keeping a secret, or maybe they're not. There's no way to know.
So y'all haven't heard about that whole fucking military shit they talk about it, right? Have you seen that whole documentary? How in Antarctica there's all kinds of fucking video of these
Yeah,
guys like doing something down in Antarctica. It's coming out, I think, like in a week or two, and they're gonna expose what's going on in Antarctica. David Weiss is. I don't know if you all know about that, but he's been gathering a shitload of evidence. It's crazy.
I don't believe Dave for much of anything,
I
but
mean, you can say that,
maybe
but
I'll
I'm
watch it.
saying that's fine. But I'm just saying, like, he's about to expose like some real shit that's going down there. Like they've been capturing a lot of video. Apparently, he has like a whole like presentation of some crazy shit that's going down there. I guess we just have to wait to see it. I don't know. It's gonna be crazy though because there's a lot of shit.
There was a recent, not recent, maybe like a year ago, a couple years ago, and these people from Spanish countries, from Chile and Argentina and other people, they went with the Russians to the Russian control areas in Antarctica, and during the flight there, they show like landscapes that are just trees and like you're looking across Vermont.
yeah, I saw that. Yeah,
Yeah, David Weiss is about to post a video about that. All the militaries, they're hiding something, bro.
Yeah, I'm going to watch that one with Dave Wives. I'll watch it definitely.
So when the government tells you it's just a frozen landmass, are they telling the truth? Yeah, it's just it's all ice. That's it. Oh, I mean, I bet you anything that there is a huge amount of ice and frozen land in those regions of the world. But is it all
So,
frozen, all
so,
ice? That's
so
that's the question.
like their whole shtick is like they're trying to conserve like the environment and all that shit. But he has a video that's exposing like there's way fucking like so much industrial shit going on in Antarctica. It literally like it's like exposing the fact that no, it's not about that, bro. It's not about them conserving fucking the wildlife because all this fucking military movement and fucking scientists exploring and all that shit, it's fucking totally negating that treaty, if you will. He's gonna expose it. I think in like a week or two, he's gonna introduce that video.
Yeah, the treaty is for the public side, but whatever is happening in the private side is not for
Right,
you to know.
right, right. But he's gonna expose it because apparently they have a lot of video based upon that. All right, we'll see it. It's gonna come out in a week or two, and we'll fucking be able to see that shit. He has it. Like what do you call it? An ace in the sleeve. He's gonna expose it,
Yes,
bro. He's gonna
he's got
expose
an
it.
ace up his sleeve. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. They're gonna expose that bullshit. So like we've been lied to, right? Like in so many levels, and he's gonna expose it. He said it. He announced that like last week. He announced it. He's like, we have a video, and apparently they're gonna be like a little documentary, based upon like how much is actually going down and what they're doing, and like he's just exposing them, bro. Like, nah, they're lying to us, bro. They're lying to us. It's not what we fucking been said it is, bro.
I bet you it's like any other place of the world. You go to this area of the world and you're gonna find some frozen areas. You're gonna find some forest. You're gonna find some desert. It's probably
Right.
just like any area of the world.
Hey,
You're gonna
bro, like
find more water. You're gonna find lakes.
remember, like Bird already said that, bro. Captain Bird, fucking 50 years ago, he was like, dude, there's like a forest, and we are set to believe that it's all iced out. It's all fucking a frozen
That's
tundra.
that's lie. Those are lies. I'm pretty certain.
Exactly, bro. It's not just a frozen tundra. They have like there's a shitload of minerals and all kinds of fucking different mountains that contain materials that the military has been fucking gathering from it. That's why if you look at the flight charts and all that shit, they show flight charts down to like 900 miles deep into fucking Antarctica. And they're like, why the fuck are they what are they doing? Why would they go so deep? And it's tracking the radar, bro. And it's like, how does a boat go all the way down there, like, and it's supposed to be ice? So, bro, it's a lot of shit, bro. Yeah, you're right, John. Yeah, City Right Plus, exactly. Years ago, bro. They've been like, hey, bro, like we've been lied to, bro. Like anybody that doesn't like recognizes, bro, like you better fucking wake up and smell the coffee. They've been doing some crazy shit. Why? There's an island.
Antarctica coffee. I want to try coffee from Antarctica.
There's an island. There's an island. I saw this fucking one video. This guy, he was documenting how one of the main fucking like trade ports is like south of South America, and they're like, why are all these boats going into Antarctica? What are they fucking transporting? Like, what the fuck can you be transporting deep into Antarctica? Like 900 miles south of that fucking island's position, and they're
There's a
going
VIP
way beyond.
section. That there's definitely probably they probably have sections that they have buildings and even some maybe cities and that all that kind of stuff. There's the VIPs go down
Yeah.
there, and I'm pretty sure they're not freezing their balls down there. They go to
There's
No, like
something going on, bro. There's something going on, bro. We're being lied to, though, for
you know
sure,
another.
bro.
I remember years ago there was a guy in the VC. I don't know. This is just someone saying that, but he said that there was fiber optics going that way as well, but you don't see that in the maps. You see the maps of the fiber optic cables all across the world, but you don't see fiber optic cables going towards Antarctica. And allegedly there is that stuff going there. That's what he said.
I mean,
There's what's going
I'll
there?
believe it, bro.
Fiber
Fiber
optics,
optics.
like the fiber optics that are from from the US to Europe and all those cables that are connected all across the world.
Yeah.
They're also connected to that region of the world, but you don't see that in the maps of the fiber optics.
Mm.
Like connection, like
Yeah.
cables connection that go that way.
Yeah. No, I get that. I get that. Damn. Who knows what's being hidden, man? But at the end of the day, I feel like my primary goal right now is to focus on my health, uh, my mental, my emotion, all properly. I think that's what most people should be focusing on instead of like just chasing money 24/7.
No, you sound young. Just develop a skill that can pay your time in the
No, I
monetary
already, I
way.
already do. I already do. Already, I
You
can
already
pay
have
my
that.
rent and groceries easily or travel. But of course, society always expects so much more of you all the time. Even it's so bad now that you kind of have the necessity to be with somebody so they can sleep in the same bed as you and share rent and like life. If you were living in the city and if you wanna rent an apartment, it's so difficult to do on a single salary.
Yeah, the scarcity thing and that scarcity mentality of the globe has been sold and penetrated in people's psyche that we are kind of living that scarcity
Yeah,
system
yeah,
in
you're
a
right
sense.
because just 50 years ago, a guy can have a job, he could provide for the wife and the kids. Now, if a guy only has a job and have wife and kids, it's not enough. The wife needs to work. She doesn't have a choice.
I'm just saying, bro. Like, if there's documented boats going so far into Antarctica, and by the way, how can you even fucking? What are they going through? Because apparently, you can't send a vessel that deep into Antarctica. But if you look at the flight radar and the ocean's ships like trackers, they're going deep into Antarctica, bro. Like they are. What are they moving? Why are they? What
Well,
fucking
you
cargo
got
are
to
they
Hey,
remember
moving?
that just like inland in many countries, you can go inside canals, inside rivers. You can go through many
Right.
continents, go up
Yeah, but
the
but but
river
they're
in big
but
vessels. Probably the same
yeah,
thing over there.
yeah, but they're exposing that there's something, there's a pathway when technically there shouldn't be, but they are because the tracking radars of these vessels are going way deep into Antarctica beyond.
It's the reverse, right? It's the reverse. They should be because any region of the world that you find that you think about, there is accessible everywhere. With most of places is accessible with water or whatever, right? And they split that and they say everywhere in the world you can do that except here. Over here you cannot do that. But
Yeah.
they told the lie, and now we think that it should be that way, the way of the lie, but it's not that
I'm
way. It's actually
I'm
reality. You can actually
I'm
go all across the world, across bodies of water, and you can get in a huge vessel and go where the map show you that you shouldn't be going to, because that's where the lie is placed.
I'm looking forward to David Weiss's video he's about to post, bro, because that's gonna expose some shit, bro. Apparently, he has some good fucking video and everything, bro. Like he has, it's all documented, bro. And it's almost like it's got to be a slap to the Globers in their face because they
Don't
will
you think
like
they're gonna get him killed?
what?
Maybe
dude.
maybe he can just post whatever he posts, but it's not gonna be. I don't know. Who knows?
Hey, Puck.
Yeah.
Why, I'm just curious. Why do you care so much? What does it matter?
Because if we have ships going that far deep into the Antarctic continent, like how did they get there is one thing, because if you think about it, like Antarctica is the ice shelf, and it's like higher than the ocean, about 150 feet, they say, and there's like a whole fucking glacier, like position of it, and the point is that if you go deep into it, how are they getting there, bro? Like they must
Well,
go have
like Panama, that you set up like a water canal and you raise a level here and raise a level there, and then you get up
right,
to the altitude. And this, I mean, rivers and bodies of water, they carve their way to the sea level, so you
right, right,
can
right,
access sea level and
right.
rivers and that stuff.
But yeah, I agree. But here's the point though. Like, what are they doing with these cargo ships that can hold like
Moving stuff,
years of
bro.
supplies?
Moving
Years of
stuff
supplies, bro.
around.
Yeah,
Resources.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
that's
A
that's the
shitload of
only thing.
resources. Because these cargo ships can hold a shitload of fucking cargo. What are they doing? Why are they saying it that way, though? Like
Bro,
that's
the
the point.
VIP section, to be VIP, you need a lot of stuff. You need water,
Exactly.
food, you need
Exactly.
the
In other words,
clothing,
in other
you need
words,
all the stuff for party. You
it,
know, if you're gonna
hey,
do a VIP party, you need a lot of stuff, bro. Come on.
exactly. In other words, they got shit going on, bro. They got shit going on, bro. They're doing something that we don't know about, bro. It's all highly classified, but we'll see
And
what January
you
4th.
do care because it's a topic that interests you, and it is interesting. It's obviously an interesting topic, but when says who I think was asking why do you care? I mean, it's an interesting topic. I'll give that. Nothing out of these circles. People will talk about this. We get that question every day. Antarctica, Antarctica. We say Antarctica probably every single day for the last 10 years. That word has been spoken about. So yeah, it is part of the conversation. Don't you think?
Well, it's just I hope that the video or the documentary just doesn't add to the speculation of what might be going on down there. You know, like we already know that for some reason that area of the world is off limits for the most part for most people. So what they're doing, who knows? I just don't want people to speculate some more on something that may not be known.
I hear you because I've seen videos of people talking about, oh, when you go to Antarctica, there's a portal to the other like there's these
Yeah.
these things that you only see like in movies, and it's just like space fantasy or whatever, that kind of BS talk.
Right.
Hopefully they keep it on the realist level, like the stuff that we are just talking about. Like bodies of
Exactly.
water, let's say landscape that has trees. Maybe that would be interesting, like footage of land masses that we never seen across that region, footage of forest or whatever. That would be cool to see. I'll take a look at that if that's available. I don't know if it's available. We're just speculating about it at the moment, but if it's on the realist level, I see possible. Like, I remember in the older server, like Apocaphone was mentioning, people posted like GPS locations of vessels of the sea that were inland in Antarctica. So what Apocaphone brought up, that the vessels are going inland, it will make sense that there is rivers or whatever canals that they are actually going into that region, and it will be interesting to maybe take a look at that stuff, some information about that, because that's a big question mark. That will It makes sense that they're taking a lot of resources back and forth from that region. Pretty cool, actually. I remember following this big guy in the financial system, and they had like a huge meeting in Antarctica. It was like the some of the biggest modern names of the that have to do with banking and financial systems. They made this huge meeting in Antarctica, and they took this luxury $1 billion vessel down there. And funny that at the same time there was a solar eclipse happening over there. So they took this voyage down there to Antarctica, and when they made it there, there was helicopters picking them up from the vessel. And that's an interesting thing, that when they met it there, they have a
Now that
helicopter
doesn't make
that will
sense to me. Why they have a
they will
meeting
pick them
in
up
the
from the vessel,
Antarctica?
and they'll go inland and do whatever they do, and then come back to the vessel in helicopter, whatever. I don't know. That was interesting to me. And this is billion. This is $1 billion names, people going down there to a meeting,
Why in
financial meeting.
Antarctica? Out of all places on this planet, why Antarctica?
This planet? How dare you?
That just doesn't make any sense, right? Or does it?
It does make sense because it's land that is down there that is being, off limits for the common folk. And I bet you where there's land, there might be people trying to do stuff in that land. And if they develop that area of the world, they have their technology is available, the manpower is available, and the resources. And yeah, if they have, let's say, a VIP section over there, maybe building cities, communities, and they want to do a meeting down there, they're gonna do it. It makes sense to me.
Yeah, sure, they will do it 100% if they want to, but I'm saying in a speculative manner, like it doesn't make any sense to me to have it in out of all places on this planet,
What planet?
allegedly having an important meeting in a place that is completely unrelated to anything.
You see, you gotta. Yeah, I get it. Because on the surface, their claim is that this region is so hostile, and you're gonna die if you go there. They make it so scary and cold and dark, and when you think about going there, you just want to stay home, warm and free, right?
Exactly,
Doesn't make
exactly.
sense. But remember, you're mixing the word planet with whatever you're saying, so you're gonna be mixing fantasy on top of fantasy, and it won't make sense because you said this planet, and then going to the fantasy place that they claim, which is a cold region of the world. Maybe it is cold to a certain section, but maybe there's just regular land masses like everywhere across the
Yeah,
world.
yeah.
Just go
I've
everywhere
seen
across the
images
world, and
of.
you're gonna find people everywhere. Why not there?
Yeah, I found grass. I've seen grass, images of grass and mountains there, as well as the ice, all mixed in. It was like the sun was melting it out. So that's interesting in itself. And yeah, we're not a planet, by the way. Wandering star, we're not.
I just think the definition of planet is Earth. I don't really know what I'm saying,
No,
to be honest.
you gotta say Earth. You can't say planet. It doesn't because when you look at the planets, there's no life there. Okay.
I see.
Yeah, they don't have
Yeah,
the pistachio nut or the grapefruits or the Brazilian. They don't have that on those planets. So Earth
yeah. The
is the
planets are
special
the
place.
wandering stars, the phenomena that we call wandering stars or planets, that are these luminaries that move um, in a certain patterns between the sun and the moon and whatever across the sky, and those will be what we can label planets. And
Mm.
then we have the cartoon version of that, the label that people stamp. They draw the cartoon because there is the observable phenomena. That's one thing, and then there is the drawings that people label planets, and within those drawings, they draw the Earth as one of those things. And when you're
Yeah,
thinking about Earth as a planet, is that version is a cartoon, and then you associate the cartoon Earth with the observable phenomena, and that's
yeah,
not the
that's
same
correct.
thing.
The solar system basically they merged it all in, but we're special, and even the cosmologists are now realizing that now.
Even the sky, when people say solar system, the sun is going across the sky, part of a system. If you're gonna talk about the sky as a system, it's not a solar system. The sun is a big piece of the sky, but the sky is not a solar system. There's the moon, there is the wandering stars, there is celestial north, celestial south, the celestial equator, and the sun is going across the sky. So the sun is part of a system, but it's not a sun system. I will say it's the sun is part of it's one piece of a machine. It's one arm of a machine or one piece of it. The sky is not the sun.
Mm.
When they draw the
It's
solar
all
system,
complicated, man. Looking at the universe, people say it's so big you can't even fathom. I
No,
try
just
to
think
make
about
sense of
it.
things.
Just think about it when you observe the phenomena. I mean, that's stuff of wonder, and we cannot put the mechanisms together to say exactly how it works. But when you actually look at the phenomena that is observed and you see the movement of the sky almost like in a timely manner, like a clock, it's a complicated clock. It's a calendar clock, a super version of a clock that you can wear on your wrist, right? But it shows that there is some type of design, and we're standing basically under that. So you're under a construct or in a construct, and that phenomena, that clock that we look at, it's part of this whole construct. So when they say these crazy things about the outer space and the black holes and the billions and trillions and quadrillion miles away, that doesn't make sense. You live more in a enclosed place that it was designed to be the way it is, just based on a lot of variables that you can look at. It's a construct, a designed place.
Mm.
We're missing a lot of variables. There's a lot of unknowns, but there's a lot of things that you don't need to know. We don't need to know, but you can still tell that that clock of the sky, there must be, you will getting information from it, and if you need a informer for information.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, so if you're saying Earth is a planet, it's almost inferring that we are the sky.
No, he mentioned planet as the Earth, but we're not actually saying that the Earth is. What we're saying is that the Earth is not a planet. That's what I would argue for, because the Earth is nothing like the wandering stars.
Yeah, I got what you're saying. I just mean if it's sort of infers that if you're calling Earth a planet, I'm not saying you are, but I'm saying that if anyone calls Earth a planet, then it's almost inferring that we are in the sky.
Yeah, yeah. And from the realist level, the ground, Terra, is below your feet, and the sky or the planets are not Terra. They're not the same.
Yeah, that's it.
I know we're talking about stuff. If there's any new people that have any questions, you can feel free to open your mic and comment or ask questions for the panel. If not, we're gonna keep rambling about random stuff related to whatever we want to talk about. What else are we gonna do? Just stay quiet? Come on, tell me more about Antarctica. Come on, guys, give me more. Apocryphon, make sure that you DM me once you get that link and that video comes out. Probably won't be watching for it, but if you get it, just DM Gemsy. Send me a link. Now I'll take a look. Apocryphon. Phil, Phil Connors. Go right ahead, Phil Connors. Welcome to the Fluttered Voice channel. Phil Connors, have you been this VC before talking about this topic? You're welcome to open your mic and speak if you like. Also, Simon Loopers. Simon, you're also welcome to open your mic. If you have any questions. Simon.
Hi, man. For now, I don't have questions.
Sounds good. Someone want to ask question to Simon? He's opening his mic, so I'm not gonna start it. Sorry, guys. So Simon, since nobody has said anything else, have you questioned the globe claim, the globe cosmology? Have you put that into, in the question mark? What's going on here? Have you tested, checked, looked to see if the claim of the globe holds any truth?
A point that I it's funny for me is that who defends the globe almost always can't defend what they put on table. This is funny.
Okay, yeah, it is kind of yeah, comic, funny. Yeah, like you're saying, the way they have to dance around and jump around just to claim that the globe nonsense makes sense to them, because the globe is all the percent is complete fantasy, and it is funny many times. It's serious but laughable.
Yeah, and they had they are absolutely sure that it's are unquestionable information, and but they don't know how to explain it.
You know what? If they have something, it is explanations. They do explain a lot of things, but demonstration is the key thing that many times they cannot demonstrate anything about the globe. They have assertions about, oh, I see the sun or the moon, and my explanation is that if those are circles in the sky, therefore I'm standing on something that is round or whatever. You've heard this before. That's like an explanation that doesn't follow logically, and you cannot demonstrate that because you observe the sun as a circle, that means that you're standing on a circle. That doesn't follow, right? Unless you can demonstrate it. You can actually test the ground and say has a curvature to claim is a sphere or whatever. That will be the demonstration. Explanations is one thing, and then the demonstration it's something else separate that you can also put within an explanation. But to validate the explanation, you need a demonstration. You can have explanation without demonstrations, making that explanation not valid until you can demonstrate it. Hopefully that makes sense, Simon.
Yes, makes sense. The last question that I saw about this uh, flirt is about the Antarctica sun of middle day, the observation. Do you know about this?
Yeah, it's an observable phenomena that happens in the it happens in the north region, what they claim, above the Arctic Circle. That's a phenomena that is observed. You know this, right? In the northern countries, they observe this 24-hour sun. There's many recordings of it, and it also happens. I haven't seen it, but there's recordings of it. It happens on the southern regions of the world. in certain areas, certain positions of the world. So it is an observable phenomena. Yes, it's a cool phenomena that happens up in the sky with the sun, 24-hour sun. Interesting phenomena. What do you think about it?
I think it's strange.
I will put it in a category that is an unknown because even though we can observe it, right? It's an observed phenomena that everybody can observe if they are at the right position to be able to observe it. We are missing the cause of the effect. We cannot go to the mechanisms above. There's the mechanisms above. You have to go there and check the cause of the effect. The effect, the phenomena that we observe, the sun doing this movement across the sky, is an effect that we observing. What is the cause of that effect? We will have to do a test or an experiment to be able to determine the cause. So that's the thing that nobody that I know have tested or checked the mechanisms of the luminaries above. People make assertions and they make explanations about how it's happening, but the explanations of the cause of the effect are separated from the observable phenomena. The phenomena observed is one thing, and the explanation of the cause of the effect is another thing. And the things, the unknowns that we are missing is what is in question. Because there's a difference if you have a watch. Hey, Simon, you know a watch, right? Like a Swiss watch, a Rolex. You know a Rolex, Simon? You can,
Yes, it's a
yeah, you can look at
hand
the,
clock.
yeah, so you can look at the hands of the clock and you can see the clock moving and give you the time, similar to the sun and the moon or whatever the luminaries. They're moving in these cycles just like a watch or similar. And you can dissect, you can break down the watch and check and dissect it and check the mechanisms and say this gear causes this gear to do this, and you can reverse engineer the watch and establish what is causing the motions of the hands of the clock. And the watchmaker can build this watch and design it to be so. But the sky, the luminaries, we cannot dissect that stuff. So to determine the cause of the effect, that's the unknown. Because I bet we don't know anybody in here that, or any man that has been up there dissecting the luminaries to determine the cause of the effect. Just by observing it doesn't mean we know the cause. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, I understand.
Cool, cool.
So
We do know. Go ahead, Simon. Go ahead.
So in flat Earth explanations, the sun is like the sun is rounding or twisting around the plane surface, is something like that.
So the ground that we're standing on has topography, right? And when we are in a horizontal orientation, right? That is every horizontal. So you know your what at whatever altitude you are, that altitude is established by sea level, right? You go to the sea, that's zero. That's the mean sea level. You know the water of the sea goes up and down a little bit. Yeah, the low tide, the high tide. That average will be the mean sea level, right? And then from that point, from that zero, then you go inland and you establish certain altitude. So are you near the beach? Are you near the sea, or are you far from the sea? Are you up in the mountains wherever you're at?
I'm near Sears. I'm northeast of Brazil, so it's about at maximum 10 kilometers from beach.
So you're near the sea level. Your altitude is what? Do you know your altitude? How many feet or meters?
About 100 meters, I think, is really near the beach and not
Okay, okay,
mountains. We don't have mountains here.
okay. So 100 meters. So you see, when you establish that to build the structure that you're in, right? You use a water level that will give you the horizontal, the level, right? And then you put the first brick, and that first brick you go and put the second brick and the last brick, and at the end of the construction you can put a table and a water cup on top of the table, right? And the water doesn't spill because it's horizontal, it's level, right? Do you get what I'm saying?
Right. Yes.
So then your neighbor going 100 meters down towards the sea level, if he makes a construction 100 let's say you're 10 kilometers away from the sea level, your neighbor is gonna go to the sea 100 meters down to the 0 point. He also is gonna be parallel horizontally to you. Or we can go inland to the mountains of Brazil, maybe I don't know, 1,000 feet, 1,000 meters high, at the tip of the hill, at the top of the hill. Whoever is at the top of the hill, 10 kilometers, 100 kilometers away from you, they're gonna establish that horizontal as well. They're gonna use the water level, and they're gonna put the first brick, the last brick, the water table, the cup, and the TV on the wall with that horizontal frame of reference. So that's a horizontal parallel to your horizontal at 100 meters and to the horizontal of the sea. There's no curvature between those two, right? And I know your question was about the sun, right? So
Yeah.
you see, there is no curvature on the surface. There is altitude changes, right? But across the
Right.
land and across the water, there is no drop over distance that conforms to the sphere that they claim, right? So above that surface where you and I operate and we do things, we walk, we go to the bodies of water and swim, we use aircraft to fly across, we're always orientated to that horizontal. Even your vestibular system, your ears, there's a liquid, there's a agua or liquid, un líquido inside of your ears that is part of your horizontal frame of reference, that you can tilt your head, move it left or right, or spin, and you know that you're off balance, and you go back to the balance based on your horizontal, the vestibular system. So that's also a water level, basically, that liquid in your ears, in the inner canals of your ears. The sun above us, it's not the ground that we're standing on, obviously, right? So that phenomena that we observe of the sun, it's just an observation of a luminary that is moving across the sky, and when you see it rising from the east, right? Is moving across the sky from the horizontal guy that is 10,000 miles away from you. So for him, you remember there's no curvature. For him, the sun at noon is 90 degrees above him or whatever, right? And then when he moves towards you, at noon is 90 degrees above you, right? And then he sets. That's like an optical thing that you're observing because of the angle of visibility. So the sun phenomena, it's not showing you any proof of a globe. It's just moving across the sky, across a horizontal that we're standing on. And I mean, your question, you can ask your question again, but I'm just trying to say that what you're observing of the sun is an observable phenomena, and it's not changing the shape of the earth below your feet, because you already know it's a horizontal frame of reference everywhere you go, even though if you're high altitude, low altitude, or even at the sea level. Hopefully you get what I mean. I know I said a lot, but the sun is moving
That
across the
the
sky, not determining the shape. Go ahead.
we're a flat surface, but the surface is irregular. So we have visual phenomenon about the sun, and because this difference of altitude and from where we are observing, we can had we can have a image that the sun is setting and upping from the horizons. I think this
Yeah,
what I understand.
yeah. You can say it like that. Yeah, I get what you're saying. As long as you know that the ground is not doing that curvature, even though we observe in the sun setting, there is other variables like the perspective, the horizontal, also light attenuation. You know that light doesn't travel forever because above the ground there is the medium. El aire, the air that we're in, this medium, humidity, water, dust particles, right? And the light is going across the medium and it's attenuating with distance. The light, if you look up, maybe I know you are English, you're learning English, so this is a good term to probably learn about light attenuation. So the light is going across the medium, and there's gonna be a point that the light is gonna be blocked. It's gonna disperse in the medium, and it's gonna be like absorbed in the medium. And the light is there's gonna be a limitation of the light. Just like when there's a storm above your head. It's dark. You don't see the sun during the storm. It's very dark during the storm
Yes.
because there's a lot of clouds in the air. But when you look horizontally towards across hundreds of miles or thousands of miles where the sun is setting away from you, that's that point the light is being caught. The light cannot pass that point and reach your position or that area. That's those variables. It's not just one thing causing this effect. There's a bunch of different things because we also have an unknown of the mechanisms of the heavens above. The sun and what I told you before, the mechanisms of the luminaries. There is missing variables of that stuff. We don't know exactly how those mechanisms work. So you have to add the medium that you're in, the perspective, light attenuation, and then whatever mechanisms are of the heavens above that causes the effect that we observe from the ground. There's a lot of things put together there that causes the effect that we observe.
Yeah, I understand the attenuation concept. Is from in my area, computer networks suffer from attenuation in signals. So it's the how the signal will suffer from disturbs in the way, and will get lost at certain distance.
There you go. Yeah, that makes sense. Signals attenuate across the medium, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the light is similar to that, right? Cool. So there's a lot of maybe what was it like 7 years ago? There was a bunch of field engineers and uh, people in Brazil that have like credentials that they did a bunch of tests in Brazil. They went to Europe. They went to Peru, I think it was, and different countries. These Brazilians working with this team of Brazilians working with other people from other countries, a team of different countries, and they were testing for the curvature across many areas of the world. And they use one of the tests that they used was radar. You're talking about signals, and they said this radar was a two-way. It was from one antenna to the other antenna, line of sight, from antenna to antenna, and they did it across the water. And that's one of the tests that they did. And they said if these antennas connect at this distance, I could probably find the video for you. They do multiple tests. They did laser tests, the radar tests, They also did a test with two buildings in Brazil, like really far away from each other.
Yeah, I
So they
see.
said, yeah,
I saw the
they said
laser
that
test, I think.
okay, so that when they connected the radar antennas, and they said there's no curvature between these, there should be, based on the numbers, there should be curvature between this antenna and the other one, but once they connected the antennas and they received the signals, they said there is no curvature between these two antennas where they should be. Well, based on the
Yeah,
claim, yeah.
make absolute sense because you have a barrier with the curvature in the middle of two signals. You have to be.
Yeah, line of sight. And you work with communications stuff, I guess you said, kind of like antennas. So you probably know way more than what I'm saying about this topic, and you know that many of these antennas will have to be line of sight. There's many examples, like with radios. I think it was Marconi. Marconi in the early 1900s. He did a couple. That he did one from England to Australia, like 10,000 miles away. 10,000 miles, bro. How many kilometers in that? I think Brazil, you guys use kilometers. But,
Yeah.
so he did from antenna to antenna 10,000 miles. That's a lot of kilometers. No curvature between those 2 points because the Earth, half of the Earth will be on the way, and the antennas wouldn't connect. Wouldn't connect. But they did. They did. Were able to communicate because it's line of sight from point A to point B, horizontal. So Simon, you do get it. I'm glad that there's more people like you out there, especially in Brazil. Brazil is amazing. I know people from Brazil. It's an amazing country. I know it's not perfect like any other country, but Brazil, I love the Brazilian culture. It's a pretty amazing place, Brazil.
Yeah, really.
One
Thank
of
you.
one of my favorite countries, Brazil. Go ahead. Direct questions. I just wanted to establish the horizontal frame of reference. And I know you get that, so that's amazing that you do get it. Because a lot of people, I don't know why, but they don't get it. But you do. You do have questions about the sun, and that's an interesting topic. So, yeah, if you want to ask another question, you're welcome to do so. Anybody else, if you want to ask a question about the topic, while Simon thinks about his questions, go ahead, Junior. Junior Bald. Go right ahead. Junior's Bold. We also
Hey,
have
my friend.
Smile
How's
joining.
it going?
Smile04.
Well,
Oh,
I'm driving. I'm just listening right now.
sounds good, Junior. He says he's driving. Never mind. Yeah, concentrate on driving, Junior. Good job. Go ahead, Smile. Junior said he's driving, so you got the mic, Smile. Go right ahead. You can ask any questions about the topic. Smile04. Smile is also a beginner in the English learning curve, so you're welcome to ask questions and treat this as a learning curve. All good, he dropped out. Well, thank you, Simon. You're welcome to ask any questions later on. Thanks for replying to me earlier. Obrigado. Gracias.
Thank you for explanations.
You're welcome, Simon, anytime. There might be people here later on that if you come up with other questions, definitely feel free to ask. You're welcome here anytime.
Oh, why do these guys still not understand flat, bro? What's wrong with them, bro? Why are they still stuck in the curve? Like
Who?
we have, bro. What's wrong with these guys? I'm just saying, bro. Like we all know that this shit's fucking 90 degrees to a position, bro. Why are they still stuck in curve? You have no proof. We have proof. They don't. What's going on here?
That's a funny one, Apocryphon, because the other like 2 nights ago, a Glober sent me photographs of buildings like across a body of water, and like the street is not visible, and like maybe 1/3 of the building are covered by water. But these buildings are 90 degrees, and the observer is also 90 degrees, and
Exactly.
there is a horizontal line between those 2 points, and he thinks that the buildings are behind the curvature but not tilting with the curvature. Like, bruh.
It's crazy, bro.
Sup, fellas?
Sup, Cyclone? Good to see you.
Yeah, you too. How's it going?
Yeah, good, man.
Any action tonight?
Lots of it. You missed it. Lots of it. Lots of good people. Definitely
No,
some
man.
Globers that want to argue, but some really good people that had decent conversations and really good people to talk about, and also learning English in the process. So
Nice.
it's
Yeah,
it's
it's a
been
good
working
server for
well.
that. I was thinking it's an ideal platform because, honestly, I feel like outside of the West, and especially the English-speaking West, people are just generally more open-minded to the topic. So this is actually like a perfect server for us to be.
Couldn't agree more. Well, if we want some more people to come in now, I could always start an event up. Someone can
Bang
pick
her
a
up.
topic. All right,
I
what's a
like the
good
one,
topic?
no one's been to space.
All right, let's do it. I can see them rushing in when they see that.
Yeah, let's see if that riles them up.
That title might trigger some people because when you try to take the space away, oh my goodness, it's like the globe, it's like the house, and space is like the comfy blanket or something. You're taking their blanket or something, or like a toy. I don't know,
You know, I
or
was
vice
thinking was
versa.
another good one for a topic for maybe quite a one that's going to trigger a lot of people, and it's almost more onto the religious side of things. But I think as an event or just as a general poll that we put around, it would be good to put one that's like, who do you trust? What do you trust more, the Bible or NASA? And aim that at the religious guys. Bible
That
or
will be
NASA?
that actually is a mousetrap because the NASA, they swear an oath, and they hold in the Bible when they swear their oath. You know.
Yep. But so we could put in the options Bible or NASA, and it'd say or it's the same, and then we'd educate them that no, it's not the same. Very different cosmological views expressed. I don't know. I just thought that would like entice. I mean, you could do it the other way around as well, right? For whichever group, the scriptures, the Vedas, or the Quran. And I mean, no disrespect to the religions. I'm not saying that in like an antagonistic way. I just think for those who actually take religion seriously and have a scripture that they follow, highlighting the difference between that and NASA is quite interesting. Anyway, we got folk joining in. Who we've got? Any new people want to ask questions? No one's been to space. How dare we? Thoughts? Maybe you've been to space. What do you think? We're going to start selecting people at random. That's what happens. Who we got?
Welcome, awesome. You're awesome, and you can open your mic and ask questions while we ask DJ to mute himself so we don't hear his keyboard in the
No,
background.
I like hearing DJ working. He's doing work. I can tell.
I am.
I like to know he's being productive over there.
All right, sorry, a few more clicks. I can't access it. My mute button. 1 second.
You're all right. You're all right.
I'm
Awesome
starting the
in the
event.
chat.
Nobody's been to space. All right, start event.
Nobody's been to space.
And that's
Awesome.
a
What
good
do you
one
think?
because go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
No, sorry, Jamesy.
I
That
was
was
just gonna comment on the title, but no, your body hasn't been to outer space. Maybe your mind has, but not your body.
yeah. I think that was one that Over Fences came up with. She's come up with a bunch of catchy little event titles, so credit due. But yeah, what do you
We
think,
have
guys?
Blue.
Blue.
Just checking on Blue.
Blue. Awesome. Do you think anyone's ever been to space? Do you think space even exists? Are you starting to doubt it? I'm
Hey,
wondering, you guys.
Blue. Maybe Blue will know the answer to this one. Is the blue on the globe like crayon color, or is that blue is real water, the one that you can drink? You know, because when I go to water and I can drink the real one, that's one thing. But then the globe, they use blue to misrepresent water, but I cannot drink that one. I'm just joking. Go.
We did have Arthur there, but he's just dipped. I'm hoping the Globers will have a. Who else we got? Simon Lopez. Simon Lopez. What's up? Saki. What's up? We need you guys to tell
Simon's
us if
from
you think anyone's
Brazil. I
been
spoke
to
to
space.
Simon. My bad. I spoke to Simon, and he gets it. He's from Brazil,
Oh, he might have
and
been in last night. If he was the Brazilian guy that was in last night, I maybe spoke to him briefly. It's probably the reason he gets it.
He
spoke to
does
me.
get it. Yeah, Brazilians do get it. Many of
Yeah, I
them. So
told him
yeah,
that.
cool. Good for him.
Just the facts, man. You've come to the right place if you're only interested in the facts. That's all we deal in. The question today: has anyone ever been to space? I want the Globers to have a usual suspects moment. You ever seen that film at the end where he starts having this realization as he's looking at the whiteboard and he's like putting it all together? I want the Globies to have that moment where they're like, space, and they start considering every time they've ever had any experience of it. TV, textbook, cartoon, story from the government. And they're just like putting it together one after the other. Like, oh shit, none of this is actually evidence.
The fantasy images, filling in the space blanks is all fantasy. Just
Yeah, and it's like a
all
slow mo zoom into their face as they're realizing it's all a cartoon. Some dramatic music in the background. That's what we want to see, guys.
Go ahead, Davy. Davy, welcome to the VC. Davy is like Planet of the Apes icon.
Ooh, an ape person. A spinning monkey ball man. Davy, what's up? Do you think people have been to space? Think space exists? We've also got Awesome. We've got Ilya. Interesting profile picture. What's up, Ilya? Zigmoid. What's up, Zigmoid?
Davy, do you think monkeys came from space? Or have monkeys been to space? Or apes? Because technically, in the globe fantasy, human beings are apes or came from apes, and they claim to they've been to space. No, Planet of the Apes. So reality is you're not an ape and you've never been to space.
Don't be shy, guys.
Hey, I know
We don't
you.
have to point out that space doesn't exist. We could talk about something less frightening to you. Like water being level. That's pretty harmless.
I know you. He has one of the server labels, beginner. So many of the beginners, they hesitate to open their mics because many times a lot of people don't feel too comfortable to engage
Yeah,
in
if you're
certain
practicing your
conversations.
English, you can post in the text chat if you've got questions, if you prefer to write it out. Someone will be monitoring the text chat, so you can put your question in there if you prefer. Autumn, welcome to the chat. How's it going? You got questions, comments, concerns? Channel topic is nobody's been to space. Any thoughts on that?
Go ahead, you people. You're welcome to open your mics. Earlier, many times, Gene CBR has been here, and I kind of throw the new people to him. I mean, Gene CBR, he's an English teacher, and this is an English channel. They're learning English. There you go. You got an English teacher right there. Talk to him. Gene
Yeah, there's a lot of
CBR.
Japanese flat Earth kids walking about now, thanks to Jen.
Welcome, Atom.
Atom or a tomb?
However you say it, but dropping out. Sank one NU one. I think I've heard him before. How are you doing?
Zach, one anyone good?
Good, you?
Good. Go ahead, Cyclone. Zank just spoke.
Zank, is that what you want to be called? Zank?
Yeah, you can call me Zank.
All right, sweet. What brings you by the Flat Earth channel today?
Just listening.
Just listening. Have you listened before, or is this your first time?
No, I've been before a couple of times.
Okay, so you know what our position is generally.
Yeah.
What do you think our position is? If you could steelman our argument, you know what that means? Steelman.
Steel mine, yeah. You basically believe that the Earth is flat and not a globe.
Do you know why we say that the Earth is not a globe and it's flat?
Observation.
Who's Gemsy? You're hot micing, bro.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
Sorry, say that again, Zank.
Observation, I said.
Observation. That's one. What do we mean by observation when we're talking about observation in this context?
Well, you don't see the curvature.
Right. We don't detect any curvature of the surface. The surface of the Earth appears flat to us, yeah?
Yeah.
And what about the motion, the claimed motion of the Earth?
Your belief about that?
Well, I wouldn't really say it's a belief. What do we experience?
That the Earth is stationary.
Yes. So we experience, by observation and our senses, a flat, motionless Earth, according to our senses. Yeah? You agree with that?
Yeah.
Yeah. But we actually go further than that, and we point out that it's also measured and practically used as flat and motionless in things like surveying, navigation, aviation. Have you heard that?
I know nothing about that, so I really can't speak.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's that we check the Earth's surface for curvature using long distance observations, laser tests, horizon distance tests, things like that, to see if the curvature that the ball Earth would have to have is there. Do you think, well, we've already said that you can't observe it. Do you think it can be measured in any way?
The curvature, you mean?
Yeah.
I assume, yeah.
You assume, yeah. Okay. Do you know of anyone who's measured it?
I remember learning about something called the Bedford experience, but I remember nothing about what it actually was. So no, I
The
can't
Bedford
speak
level.
in specifics.
Yeah. We know about the Bedford level. It's a flat canal in England, UK. And Samuel Rowbotham, back in like the 1800s, maybe the late 1800s, mid 1800s, did a little test where he had some guy row away from him down this canal with a little flag on his boat to see if it would drop down behind a curve of water at the distance that it's supposed to, according to the math. And what he found was that he could see the boat and the flag all the way down that 6-mile canal, showing that there was no curvature, and it created quite a stir in England at the time. And they were all going kind of crazy, saying, hey, Mr. Rowbotham here is saying that he's not detecting any curvature. And then a bunch of people who were upset about that got involved and tried to say he'd done it wrong, he wasn't observing correctly, and they were going to do it correctly. And now, somehow, when you read in Wikipedia, when they're talking about the Bedford level, they're somehow trying to claim that that's a globe proof, when in reality the whole thing started because this guy went out and didn't observe or detect any curvature. But either way, whatever you think of that, back in the 1800s, would you not think in 2025 we'd have modern measurements with modern tools?
For the curvature, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that.
Okay. Could you maybe try and find us a measurement if you don't know of one?
You want me to look it up?
Yeah, like, I mean, it should be pretty easy, right? I mean, if it's there, someone should have measured it.
Yeah, give me a second. I'll see if
Alrighty.
I can find one.
Yeah, see what you can find. In the meantime, if any other people are new, listening, have questions, comments, concerns, let us know. Because I have some concerns myself about all this flat surface that we've got on this ball. Quite concerning. So Zank's quest has begun. The Earth Curve quest. Never ending.
You want the curvature of over how long of a distance?
Well, let's say, do you know how much curvature they claim should exist over, say, 10 miles?
No idea, no.
If you were to have a guess, how much do you think it would be?
I think it's very negligible.
Like a centimeter, less, more?
I don't know, maybe 2-3 inches?
2-3 inches. Okay, over 10 miles. See, this is the thing. This is the thing. A lot of people have this idea in their heads that the curvature is a lot less noticeable than it actually is claimed to be. So you think that over 10 miles there'd be a couple of inches of curvature. Well, according to the globe model, they're saying that there should be over 66 feet of curvature over that distance.
Over the 10-mile distance.
Over 10 miles. What do you think about that?
Interesting.
So if you were to stand on one side of a lake that was 10 miles wide, and your friend was going to stand on the other side of that lake that's 10 miles wide, and you're just standing there, so your observer height's 5 feet, 6 feet, whatever. If you had let's say a pair of binoculars or a telescope, would you be able to see him on the other side of that lake?
Yes.
Even if there's 66 feet of drop between you and him?
No, if it's 66 feet, then I don't know.
Well, you wouldn't be able to see him though, would you? Because he's supposed to be, say he's 5-6 feet, he should be like 60 odd or 50 odd feet beneath that curve. So you wouldn't be able to see him. Right? You understand that?
Yeah, I do, but
Okay.
when you say according to the globe model, there should be this amount of curvature.
Yeah.
Like, where is this drawing from?
So it's based on a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles, which is what they tell us the Earth is. NASA, the governments, all this kind of stuff. And if you go onto Google and you type in Earth curvature calculator or distance to horizon calculator, can you type that into Google?
Earth curvature calculator.
Yep. And then you can just click on one of the calculators and you can start plugging in distances, observer heights, and it will tell you how much curvature there should be over that distance according to the globe that they're telling us we live on in terms of size. Okay?
Okay.
But what we're finding is when we go down to, say, a 10-mile lake, and we expect that we won't be able to see the person on the other side because there's supposed to be all this curvature, we find that we can see them, meaning that there is no curvature between us. What do you think about that?
I guess it kind of makes intuitive sense, but I
Yeah.
really don't know.
That's good. That's good, right? It makes sense to you in principle, but yeah, you don't know because it's never been taught to you this way. It's never been highlighted to your attention that you could actually test this claim in this kind of way. Quite a simple way. Yeah. So there's loads of examples of people doing these kind of tests, and I'm sure some of the guys can post the videos or some of the videos in the text channel. Do you see the text channel that's accompanying this VC?
That what?
The text channel on this VC.
Oh yeah, I see it.
So I'm sure some of the guys will post some videos of long distance observations, laser tests, testing this claimed curvature. And what we recommend is that you spend some time understanding the claimed geometry and curvature of the globe, and then you figure out where you can do a test wherever you live, right? Whether you're near a coastline or a lake, preferably a large body of water, so you don't need to worry about topography, right? It should just be a geometric curve conforming with this ball over a body of water, yeah? So yeah, you don't know that because you're new, and that's fine. But I'm just saying this is what you should be thinking about and looking into possibly if you're so interested. But we can also do it the other way, and you can have a look and see who has measured the curvature, like we were saying before. Because you think someone should be able to measure it. Well, same. I think so. I mean, if NASA say that they can put a little robot on one of those lights in the sky, hundreds of thousands of miles away, I would like to think that they could measure 66 feet of drop over 10 miles. Don't you think?
I would think so, yes.
So then it's
But
odd that no one seems to be able to measure it.
wouldn't like a curvature of 66 feet over like a 10-mile distance, wouldn't that be like negligibly small in relation to the Earth's radius? Wouldn't like it, be very subtle?
Well, I mean, again, if you start conjuring the idea of I mean, the Earth is big for sure, but and in the context of the globe, yeah, that's a small portion of it. But the nature of a globe, like if you imagine a basketball, right? Say you took like 3 or 4 inches of that basketball, that curvature has to be present over the entirety of the surface
Yeah, you can
to be a
describe it as
ball.
small real quick, Cyclone. You can say small, but that doesn't mean that it's not measurable. Because you can say it's small compared to the size of the Earth, but it's still you should be able to measure it. If you can measure it, if
Yeah,
66 feet, you can measure 66 feet, right? But if it's not there, so
I'm
you
not saying
gotta.
you can't measure it. I'm just saying maybe because of the
It is
acidity of
small,
it,
yeah.
you
You can
can't
say small,
perceive it.
but the question is measurable, not small or
Right,
medium
but
or large.
again, we're making it a pretty clear binary situation here. It's just, can you see your friend at the other side of the lake, or can you not? I mean, in the example where you can see your friend on the other side of the lake, it doesn't matter about how minute 66 feet might be over this perceived or this conjured globe. It tells
But
you that the curvature isn't there because you see your friend, right?
not necessarily. It would tell me that the curvature is spread over such a large area that it's or a wide field of like area that it's not as
But it has to be
accentuated.
66 feet of drop over 10 miles.
Yeah, which kind of goes back to the Earth's, large radius. Again, I really don't know. I
Well,
have
that
to read
number increases.
more,
That
but
number increases exponentially too, Zank. That number increases exponentially as you get further and further away from the observer.
Yeah, but I mean, either way, saying that, oh, but it's so big, it's like you need to remember, if it was that big, if it was 66 feet a drop, you wouldn't be able to see your friend. The fact that you do see your friend tells you that there is no 66 feet of drop, meaning that lake is not curved, right? That lake is flat over 10 miles. Now, from there, you might say, well, then the globe radius that we're given is just wrong, and it's a larger radius ball. You might say that, but then you'd run into different problems. Or you would say, well, then there's no curvature, because the lake would have to be conforming to the shape of what the Earth is, and it's not conforming to a curve. So then you're just left with flat. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I kind of get the idea, yeah.
Yeah. So like I said, I mean, you should just have a think about where you live, what coastline you have near you, what lakes you might have near you, and you can test it. Do some long distance observations. Basically, just see how far you can see in reality. Compare that to how far the globe says you should be able to see due to the limitations of your view due to curvature. And you'll find that those limitations don't conform with the globe claim. Like, we see way further. We shoot lasers way further. All kinds of stuff. Which I think is interesting. What about you? Think that's interesting? I mean, obviously, you don't know yet, but if you were to test it and you were to find that that is the case, that you're not seeing an obstruction where the globe model claims, would you find that interesting? Would you be curious as to why?
I guess so, yeah.
Yeah. Because if the Earth isn't a ball, like we're all told, would you want to know?
Yeah. I mean, I was never like awfully interested, but yeah, it would be nice to know.
Yeah, because I mean, it's where you live or where you think you live. So to make the best possible decisions for yourself, it would probably be best to understand the truth of reality, where we actually live. Okay, so that's good, because a lot of people, for some reason, come in and say that they don't care. They wouldn't care. What difference would it make? But that seems kind of crazy. I mean, if we're wrong about the Earth being a globe, it opens up a whole lot of questions. Yeah. About the nature of this reality. So, okay, so at least you understand why it's important to know, and you currently think that the Earth is a ball, like you were told. Do you mind me asking, what do you think the best evidence that you've been presented with for the globe is? Like, what's the best evidence?
I would say Einsteinian gravity.
Oof. Einsteinian gravity being the best evidence for the Earth, but Einsteinian gravity is just a concept that he's thought of, like the bending and warping of space-time. That's a concept that assumes a globe, doesn't really prove the Earth's a globe.
Yeah, so with almost everything else in like theoretical physics, but I'm not a scientist. I have nothing to do with science, and like the last time I did like any significant research was almost 10 years ago. So
Yeah, that's fine. No, I'm not expecting you to be able to prove it. Don't get me wrong. It's just,
I just take it as kind of common sense because I mean, if the Earth
ah,
was flat, why would every single government try and
mm,
kind of hand that? So I wonder what they get out of it, or like
yeah.
when
Why would they lie?
yeah, it's just
Do you think governments do lie?
100%. Yeah, look, I was in the military for 12 years, and yeah, governments do lie, but
Okay, so in your
I
experience generally, why do you think governments have lied in the past to their people? Like generally.
usually to kind of tone down or like minimize the risk of say rebellion or like to
Okay.
uh make the actions they committed less appear less grotesque if you take my meaning or like to
Right. To get them to
uh
do things maybe that they otherwise wouldn't do, maybe, and act in ways that they otherwise wouldn't act. To control them, to persuade them, things like that, maybe.
yeah, but that's like usually with stuff that have like a lot of very practical implications that are actually felt. But I
You
wonder
can't
what.
you can't imagine why they would do it with regards to the Earth being a ball. Is that it?
No, I don't know. No, not really.
Yeah, that's fine. Well, we can get on to that in a second. But what were we saying just before we got to the why? Does anyone remember? I had something I was going to say, but now I've been distracted. Is anyone listening to this know what we were just saying?
You were talking about curvature.
Einsteinian gravity. Thank you, Eli. I'm glad someone's paying attention. So, do you think I mean, I was kind of asking you what evidence you think is the strongest for the globe. You think gravity is?
Yeah, because it acts toward the center of the Earth or like any mass, and therefore it
But
could be.
what if they've just told us that that's what's going on? Because in reality, all we witness is something falling to the floor, for example. We don't actually see something falling into the center of a ball, do we?
Well, yeah,
So,
first
so is it possible? Wouldn't it be possible that things could fall on a level surface?
yeah, but what would be the explanation for them falling?
Well, I don't know if we'd necessarily need to give an explanation, but what we could observe is essentially Archimedes' principle. You heard about Archimedes?
I know who he is, but I don't know what the principle is.
It's that story about how he was asked by a king to figure out if the king's goldsmith was cheating him out of gold in his crown. And he was figuring out how he could figure out how much gold had been used in this crown. And he started playing around with object in water and how much water is displaced when you put an object into a body of water, and using that displaced liquid to figure out how much mass of this object is present. So it's basically relative density, like how dense an object is in relation to the density of the medium that it's in. And if an object is more dense than a medium that it's in, it will go down. And if it's less dense, it will go up. So if you drop a golf ball, which is more dense than air, it's going to go down, right? But if you let go of a helium balloon, which way is it going to go?
Up.
Up.
But
So that's
yeah,
not being pulled towards the center of a ball Earth. And that's because helium is less dense than air. So we can describe that observation of seeing things rise or fall based on their density relative to the medium that they're in, with no gravity required, no bendy, warpy space-time, no imagination required.
on a flat. So in the flat Earth model, is the Earth's surface finite in terms like of extension, like how wide it
Well,
goes?
it's a good question. We're not really claiming the size of the totality of the system that we're in, because to know that, you would have had to explore the whole thing, right? No one's done that, at least not to our knowledge. So we're not really claiming a size or a shape. We're pointing out that the surface is measured flat, so it can't be the ball they've told us. And the only evidence we can get empirically is flat, motionless, and contained. So when you're asking about its finite nature, I would say that based on it being a contained system, a closed system, like a terrarium, if you're familiar with a terrarium, I would say it makes logical sense that it's a finite system. Yeah, but what size that makes it, no idea. Couldn't tell you. Does that make sense?
It does, yeah. But so in the flat Earth model, gravity doesn't exist But I was
Well, a couple of things, just quickly. We're not really posing a model, right? In the way that you'll see images and depictions of a globe Earth from outside the Earth, we're not posing a replacement for what the Earth looks like from outside. We can only observe, measure, and test it from here on Earth. So we don't know what it looks like from far away, like a God's eye view. We're not claiming a model that makes claims to say the sun, moon, and stars and how big they are, how far away they are, what they're made of. We're not making those claims. And when we say gravity, we have things going up and down, but it's in relation to a horizontal, and everyone's on the same level plane. So your up and down is the same up and down as a guy in Australia or China or Africa, right? There's not people upside down antipodal on the bottom of a ball compared to you. So we just have an objective up and down, and things order themselves based on their density relative to the medium that they're in. So it's not that we don't believe things go up and down, we do, but we don't accept this bending and warping space-time fantasy that Einstein imagined. Okay?
well, since we don't know where the well, do you think, or do flat earthers think that the Earth has edges?
Well, this is kind of what I was just touching on. So I suppose we kind of need to give you a little bit of an explanation about our position in terms of its containment. So they tell us that the Earth is a big ball in a massive empty space called outer space. Yeah? You're familiar with that?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Earth being a ball flying through space. Well, our position would be that that is impossible. You can't have a gas pressure system like we have here on Earth existing in a vacuum, a low pressure space. Because have you heard or are you familiar with the fact that high pressure flows to low pressure? Entropy?
Yeah.
Right. So on Earth, we have a high pressure system compared to the low pressure system that's claimed to be outer space. Yeah? So going by that law of nature, if we were in a vacuum, all of the air, the high pressure that we breathe here on Earth would have equalized with the surrounding low pressure environment. It would have flown off. So we'd all be dead. Wouldn't be able to sustain life. So it's what we're saying is that in order to have gas pressure that we breathe, we're in a container. We're in a contained environment, a closed system.
The firmament.
Well, there's different names for it across different cultures. The Hebrew cosmology, the Bible and things, they refer to it as a culture, as a firmament, yeah. But a bunch of other cultures had different names for it. We're not making a claim as to its exact nature. All we know is it must be a physical container that can contain gas.
But wouldn't it make sense that there is a gas pressure system because of gravity holding the atmosphere?
No, because the only thing that we can prove that can contain gas and stop a gas from expanding in all directions is a physical container. And gravity, even in the current concept, isn't claimed to be a container for gas. And observably, we know that air moves omnidirectionally in all directions on Earth. It doesn't just go down. So it's not being pulled towards the ground, going up. You understand?
Yeah, I'm familiar with the kind of random molecular motion of gases.
Of gas, exactly. So if you just looked up the definition of gas pressure, you'll see that it's the force exerted by the gas molecules on the walls of its container, right? The molecules have to press against a surface, a container. That's why it's called pressure, because it presses. So it has to physically press to achieve pressure. So
Well,
if you don't have that physical container, you don't have pressure.
yeah, but I forgot the technical term for the thing. It's like the speed required for molecules to escape the force of velocity. I've of gravity. Sorry, I forgot the technical term for it. But it's basically Earth's gravity pulling, the atmosphere towards its center, and the gas molecules lacking the speed necessary to escape the gravity and travel like into the upper layers of the atmosphere or into outer space.
Yeah, but this is
Like why
this is
we
where
have
it
that
crosses.
temperature gradient.
So this is where it crosses into the realm of religious belief, basically, because there's no detection of that occurring. There's no detection of air being pulled down towards Earth's surface or hitting some kind of gravity barrier. And any example of gas pressure that we can actually demonstrate in reality is in a container, a physical container. The definition for gas pressure specifically requires a container, and a container is a physical thing. Gravity, as they're telling us in the globe story, is just a concept, bending and warping space-time. So we know that to have gas pressure, you need a container, not bending and warping space-time. That doesn't do it.
But then why do we have like higher pressure at lower altitudes and lower pressures, at higher altitudes?
Well, a few reasons, but I would say primarily, where is the gas being generated? Or where is it coming from?
I don't think there is only one source. I mean,
But in general, where is it coming from?
I don't know, the Earth itself.
The Earth itself, right? So then it would make sense. It would stand to reason that the thickest concentration is where it's being produced, which is the Earth's surface, before it then distributes out amongst the system.
But since there is nothing to hold it down, aka absence of gravity, and most gases have density low enough to spread, upwards, why wouldn't the pressure levels of pressure be equal?
Well, because in a contained system, in a closed container, if it's an energetic system, let's say, it's not a static system, right? There's energy movement in the system. So the gas gradiates, and we can demonstrate this in reality with containers. We can demonstrate a gas pressure gradient in a container, but we can't demonstrate a gas pressure gradient in a vacuum or without a container. What do you think about that?
I don't really know, but I don't really know it. Like,
Well, at that point, you'd have to say, okay, have I seen a demonstration where this is possible? Because you understand that you can see observations and demonstrations of gas pressure in a container, but you're being told they can achieve gas pressure without a container. But have you ever been shown evidence of that being the case, other than just
yeah,
they point outside and they say, "Here you go, look at it"?
no, I've like used um weather balloons for like drones, and they have like barometrics or barometers, sorry, and they show the pressure, and like you can control the amount of like different gases.
Yeah, but that's not telling you that the pressure is uncontained, because you're in a pressurized system. That would be begging the question to say that the air we breathe is an uncontained gas. What I'm saying is, have you ever been shown a demonstration, say, in reality, on a small scale, that they can achieve gas pressure in a vacuum without some kind of container?
I mean, gravity serves as the container. It kind of
Okay,
serves the
okay, so
same.
let's imagine this then. Do you know what a vacuum chamber is?
Yes.
Right, so we can simulate a vacuum environment similar to what they say space is. So let's say we take a container full of air and we put it into a vacuum chamber and we turn the vacuum on. So it's a low pressure environment with this container. Now, if we open that container of air, bear in mind, this chamber is on the ground on Earth. So it's got all of Earth's gravity that in your mind would be pulling it down. So when we open that container up in the vacuum, what does the gas do? Does it stay in the container or does it not?
No, it gets vacuumed.
So it'll spread evenly throughout the vacuum chamber. It'll spread in all directions, right?
Yeah.
But it's got all of Earth's gravity that you're saying could pull it down and keep it in place
Yeah,
next in this vacuum.
because the vacuum chamber kind of simulates the low pressure conditions of space, which
Yeah,
can be
and
confirmed
so
is like
and
being
so
exposed.
if we imagine that the container of air where the gas pressure is the Earth, all that gas is just flowing into the available space. It's not staying in the container being pulled down to the ground.
Yeah, not to the ground, but toward the center.
Yeah, but it's
Which
not
is
doing
why you
that. It's
have.
spreading out. It's going upwards. So all of Earth's gravity that you've got underneath that container is not stopping the air from going upwards. And that's at the Earth's surface where gravity in the globe idea is claimed to be the strongest. And then it gets weaker as it goes higher up. So if it's not keeping that gas down where it's said to be strongest, how could it be keeping it down when it gets weaker?
But it does pull the gas toward the center, though. I don't know what you mean when you say pulling it down.
Well, it doesn't, though, because if it was pulling it towards the center, then it wouldn't spread evenly throughout the vacuum chamber. It would stay in the container that it was in.
Well, that's assuming the vacuum chamber is the center of gravity in that area.
No. The center of gravity is underneath the chamber, underneath the Earth, or wherever you want to imagine the center of the Earth would be. You've
Yeah,
still got all that gravity in the experiment, but it's not holding it down. It's spreading throughout the vacuum.
yeah. The vacuum simulates a low pressure environment. So when
Which
you
the high pressure flows into.
since when you vacuum out, the air molecules get pulled toward the center.
No, they just spread. They fill an available volume in all directions. They don't form spheres. They don't coalesce to a particular point. They spread out in all directions, right? And you're saying the high pressure would flow to low pressure. Well, then the high pressure of Earth would flow out into the low pressure of space.
Yeah, because the vacuum does not automatically suck the gas away.
No, it's just a lower pressure space which the high pressure gas will flow into and equalize with. Because that's natural law, right? But they're telling us that there's a violation of natural law going on and high pressure is not flowing to low pressure. The high pressure of Earth is not flowing into the low pressure of space. That's what they're saying. But you've just described that this high pressure in the container, in the vacuum, would flow into the low pressure of the vacuum space. So you see there's a contradiction there. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No, not really. This is getting way too complicated for my understanding. I will have
Okay,
to.
well that's fine. We don't have to spend too much longer on that. That was the only reason I was bringing that up with is because you were asking us what we think about an edge, and I was going to make the point that we're not really claiming an edge, but we are pointing out that the system must be a closed system. So it stands to reason that eventually we would get to some kind of containment, whatever that would look like. I don't know. But
I
also,
just thought this out. As you
Oof.
said, high pressure flows to low pressure. So I typed in Google, does high pressure flow to low pressure? It says, uh, AI overview. Yes, air generally moves from areas of high pressure to areas of low pressure. This movement is driven by the difference in pressure, which creates a force that pushes air from the region of higher density, in parenthesis, high pressure, close parenthesis, towards the region of lower density. Here's a more detailed explanation. High pressure. In high pressure areas, air molecules are packed more tightly together, resulting in a higher concentration of air and a higher pressure reading on a barometer. In low pressure areas, air molecules are more spread out, leading to a lower concentration of air and a lower pressure reading. The fundamental principle is that air molecules naturally want to equalize the pressure. They move from the area where they are more crowded, high pressure, to the area where they are less crowded, low pressure. Wind. This movement of air from high to low pressure is what we experience as wind. Examples. This principle is fundamental to understanding weather patterns. For example, low air pressure systems, like storms, are characterized by rising air, which leads to cloud formation and precipitation, while high pressure systems, like anticyclones, are characterized by sinking air, which often leads to clear skies.
And that's the way it works.
So Zank,
So, if I
did
was
you
a
understand?
vacuum, if the sky was a vacuum, the air would flow to it.
Nah, you don't even have to go there, bro. Like you don't have to say that because the reality is that high pressure, low pressure is all based upon containment. That's what it is. Like you can't have that without it.
Well,
That's
hold on.
bottom line.
Let me just check if he's following what Eli just read out. So Zank, did you hear what Eli said there from the
Yeah, I did
AI?
hear what you said, but I don't kind of grasp it really. Like the
You can't
Okay.
foundation
grasp
of
how high
there.
pressure goes to low
Hold on,
pressure.
APOC. Hold on, APOC.
No, I understand that, but I don't know how it relates to the Earth's shape.
It's not about the Earth's shape, but it's about the story that we're in a vacuum, flying around, uncontained, right? Because we breathe gas pressure, right? It's a high pressure system that we're in comparison to the low pressure of space. So very
Exactly.
simply, the high pressure of the Earth that we breathe, our atmosphere, as they call it, even though it's not a sphere, it's just air, doesn't take any shape. That would be flowing out into the lower pressure space because high pressure flows to low pressure. So there would be no air on the Earth; it would just flow out into space. And
Violently.
there's no
Assuming we have
mechanism.
gravity.
Yeah, that mechanism that you are speaking about doesn't exist.
Hello.
Right, so this, hold on. I wanted to say, Zankman, I was going to try and send you a link to some resources, but I guess you don't have DMs on. If you're interested, we have a server that's full of resources, and we've got a specific channel on gas pressure, which has a bunch of scientific papers and demonstrations of what we're talking about. So if you're interested, we can send you that. But yeah, it's just an offer.
Yeah, you can just click on my profile. I'm DJ. You can. There's a link there to the channel. I mean, to the server. Just got to click on it.
The point is that if we're living in a contained environment that creates these pressure levels, whether it be high or low, but the antecedent is the fact that these the molecules in the sky are creating that based upon the way they press upon the walls of its containment. And that's the whole point. That's the whole that is the antecedent of it. Because that's the only way we're going to produce pressure one way or another. And you have to understand that. You have to grasp that. That's the only way it works. Like everybody that thinks like, oh no, gravity's fucking creating this containment. No, bro. That in itself you cannot duplicate or replicate in a lab because gases will form and fill its containment And yes, they do have a what do you call it? A gradient, but you cannot have a gradient without a container. You have to have a container to form the gradient. Just like a coker at a refinery. The
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
refineries.
APOC. We're gonna. You can't speak too much at him. He's
Yeah,
still
you're right.
learning.
I might throw him off. You're right.
Right. So, Zank, did you see? Have you joined the server in DJ's profile?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. So if you scroll about 3/4 of the way down the channel lists, right, there's terabytes of information on this server: videos, documentaries, articles, so that you can research in your own time. But if you scroll about 3/4 of the way down, you'll see an additional information section, and it's all alphabetized A to Z. And you'll see all these different topics. Do you see those channels? So it says like gravity, sun, moon, Antarctica, curvature. See all those topics?
Yeah.
So if you look under G, there's a channel called gas pressure. You see that?
Yeah, I see it.
So there you go. So if you feel like researching more into that particular aspect, that's where you go. And that's just a resource for you for when you leave this call in case you want to do any more research. Because if you just try and Google this or put it in YouTube, the algorithms have been designed in such a way to hide it from you, the good information. And they'll just show you a bunch of propaganda content, like National Geographic and mainstream hit piece type stuff. Which is fine. You should look at that too. But I'm just saying, if you want to research our side of the argument, like in any good debate, you need to understand both sides. And they're trying to stop people from understanding our side. So if you actually want to understand it, you need to do a bit of independent research. So this is a good resource for that. Okay. Did we have another guy who was wanting to ask a question?
That's why I like talking about a coker. A coker is a good example. It's a good replication of reality. I
Right.
always love that, position.
Well,
And
hold on, because
Glover.
someone was trying to get in there, APOC. Let me just
Yeah,
check.
go ahead.
So just wanted to check, because we've got some new people in, maybe. Got Emma at the top. Axel. Just the Facts Man. Len. Letitia Rosa. Mo58. Mo58. So
Do they know about cokers?
I
got
have another
Saki and
question.
Sayo. Who's that?
Zank, it's kind of about the same topic.
Okay.
What about like water columns? Why would the pressure be high at the bottom and like lighter at the top, even though there is no container?
Water columns. Not sure what you mean by that.
Does he mean like the what do they call that? There's a specific word about that. Does he mean the God damn it, I can't even think right now.
You talking about like a
I know
whirlpool or
what he's talking
something?
about. I know what he's talking about.
It's like, I don't know if you've ever done like scuba diving or deep sea diving, but uh, I don't know how to describe this in English, but the water column is basically um like a
Like a
vertical stretch.
vortex.
No, not a
Yeah,
vortex, but
no, he's talking about the amount of pressure the deeper you go, how much is like pressed upon you. Is that what you're talking about, brother? Are you talking about how the deeper you go, the more amount of pressure that's acquired to you? Is that what you're talking about?
it's similar to that, yeah.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. But what we're talking about is like, obviously, the deeper you go, you're gonna have a heavier weight upon you as a scuba diver because there's more water pressing upon you. So this force, if you will, is going to push down on you because you're underneath a heavier weight of water. Does that make sense to you?
No, not really, because whether your head is above or below water, you are surrounded by the same amount. It's just the depth that is different.
No. The deeper you go, the heavier you will feel that pressure of Like put it this way: if I was to put a 10-pound weight on you, okay, then you go deeper. I put a 150-pound weight on you. That's because there's more weight on you that's going to measure that quote unquote pressure. You get that?
Yeah, I kind of understand what you're saying, but I'm trying to apply it to a flat Earth model, but it's kind of not clicking because what would cause these like fluid particles
Well,
to
water on a flat Earth is a pretty good,
Yeah,
easy thing to model because it's just
yeah,
any body of water, right? I mean, is flat and level at rest.
exactly. Let's let's talk about the surface of it. It's still flat.
yeah,
Like no
but
matter
what's
how you want to
acting?
spin it, it's still flat.
Yeah, but what's acting on it that's pulling it down?
The weight of it. That's
Well,
called
you could get
density.
into the gas pressure again because what we can show in a vacuum chamber is that if we remove gas pressure, then there's nothing keeping the water down, and the water turns into a gas and escapes.
Assuming
Right.
there is no gravity.
Yeah, it would
No,
just be
no,
the
no,
air
no, no,
pressure.
no. That's wrong. That's wrong. But the what's wrong is that you're assuming gravity has to be a spheroid to produce that. That's not what we're saying, bro. We none of us will ever say that. Like
Well, hold
obviously
on. We're gonna
there's
get
a
off into
pressure.
the
Go
weeds
ahead.
here. We're gonna get
Yeah,
off
you're
into the
right.
weeds here, and I don't
Yeah,
want
you're right.
to.
You're
I
right.
don't want to get off into the weeds. So
Yeah, you're right.
you can have. I mean, you can look into fluid dynamics and pressure underwater, but that's not really our argument. Our argument was about gas pressure. So, well, regardless of what the answer to your question is, it's occurring on a flat, contained Earth.
Exactly.
Have you got any question? Have you got any other questions that pertain to whether the Earth's a globe or flat?
Yeah. Do flat earthers believe that space travel is possible?
No, because this is what we're saying, right? So we're not in this vacuum of space. We're in a contained system.
Yeah,
So
I
we're in a
understand
closed
that, but
environment.
do you believe
So you
that?
can't leave it. You can't
Yeah,
travel
I understand that.
outside of it.
Is the sun, the moon, and like the other planets, do you believe they are contained?
I don't know what they are. I don't know whether they're in the container, out the container, projected through it. Who knows? We don't make those claims either, right? We're just pointing out what we can prove about the system, that being that it's flat, motionless, and contained. You can't go and test the stars, can't go and take a sample, can't go and travel around them. So your guess is as good as mine.
But if you look at water in general, bro, like the principles of water is always gonna be flat, bro, horizontal. That's
Well,
why we use the horizon for so many measurements. Based upon mean sea level, that's how we build things. It's always going to be a flat position, not
Well,
curved, ever.
which which kind of is only possible on a spherical Earth with a lot of gravity that causes water to conform to its
If
shape.
if if
no,
you
dude, because
okay, okay,
remember, we spoke earlier and we can go and prove that it's not the water, the surface of Earth is not conforming to this claimed globe,
if
because that would necessitate a drop over a distance, a curvature, and that's
if
not measured. APOC, dude, can you chill? Have you been drinking tonight?
yeah, no, we good. Go ahead.
Yeah, just put yourself on mute for a bit, dude.
Okay.
So you can't just default back to this only works on a globe, because then we're going to get back to, okay, so who measured it? And we
Yeah.
can give examples where it's not measured.
Also, you said that water conforms to a shape. No, water is level, and level is not a shape.
No, I'm
I was
talking about.
I was literally gonna say that if you build a platform, an oil
K-pop,
rig.
bro. It's not
Hold
that
up,
deep.
just real
It's
quick.
just that I listen. I'm not telling him more than the response to what he said. He
All
says
right.
that the water is contained by the shape of the earth. No, water is level. Level is not a shape. That's
That's
all
what I
I
was gonna.
said.
That's
But
what
we don't need
that's what
you
I
to
was gonna
say any
say.
more though, bro, because that's it.
No,
Well,
it's level because of the way gravity acts on it.
okay, that's what I was gonna say. If you build an oil platform 10 miles off the coast, they are going to have an elevation to it based off of mean sea level, which would be a horizontal position. So if we build an oil platform that's 20 feet off from the baseline of mean sea level, that's a horizontal position. It's not curving away from you standing on the shore. That just means water is flat because they are deriving it from mean sea level, from a zero position. And then if you were to take an angle to it, like, visually, optically, you take an angle to the top of the crane of the oil platform, you're going to have a height that's based upon a 90-degree position from its position to your position. And that's how we know that it is a certain elevation, because water is flat in the just like he said, in the principle of it. It's flat. Like, water is always going to find itself flat on a big scale, on a large scale. So 10 miles out from shore, you're still going to have a platform that's a certain elevation above water based upon mean sea level. And that's the whole point, bro.
Yeah, which is because water flows until it finds the lowest possible energy state, which
Okay?
basically means spreading out evenly across a surface
Okay?
perpendicular to the force of gravity, and that's why it appears flat or level.
Okay,
Nah,
well, welcome to
dude,
flat Earth. Welcome to flat
yeah.
Earth.
I mean, if at this point you're just saying, well, it's gravity making the water flat. I mean, you can say whatever you like about why the water's flat. I don't really care. If you're agreeing that the water's
But
flat, then that's a flat
Welcome to
Earth.
flat Earth.
even when you say the water is flat, maybe in a small container, but over large
No.
distances, it would curve.
No, that's what you're not
Okay,
getting,
so this
bro.
is where this is APOC, dude.
My bad, my bad. Go ahead.
Just put yourself on mute. So Zank, whether it's a cup, whether it's a bathtub, whether it's a swimming pool, whether it's a pond, whether it's a lake, or whether it's an ocean, it's water. Yeah? That has physical properties which are reliable. Now, we understand those physical properties. That it takes the shape of its container. When it's at rest, it'll be level on the surface. Level, meaning not having one point any higher than another. Horizontal. So we know that to be true. Now, if you're going to assert something beyond that, something different that says, no, those laws of nature don't apply at this point, then you need to prove that. You need to define it very specifically and prove it. You understand that?
Yeah, they do always work
Okay,
because
so
of
in that case, what I need you to do is find me who has measured that 66 feet of drop over 10 miles.
I mean, I don't know if I can find that specific
Well, that's
measurement,
what you're
but
claiming. Okay, so what distance has been measured to curve,
let me look up and see because I haven't
please?
looked into this before. So,
That that's why
That would be a
that's
good
why I
idea.
mentioned that the platforms, the oil rigs that are 10 miles off the coast of the ocean from where you standing, they have an elevation. But that elevation is a 90-degree perpendicular position to yourself. And there's parallel for elevation. And that's why I said it. That's why I brought that out. Because you have to understand that water is flat. In the physics of it all, it's going to be flat, and that's how you will establish the elevation to shoreline.
All right,
10
Apoc,
miles
he
away.
said he's gonna go. He said he's gonna go and look for it. So we're gonna let him go and look
All
for
right.
it. Jesus, dude.
Good shit. Good shit. And my bad. If I'm overstepping you, bro. My bad.
Yeah, it's because. Listen, I don't want to do this here, but you know, we're generally having a no drinking on the mic policy. So if I think you have been, I'm just going to tell you to mute up. And if you don't, then we're going to have to do it. I'd rather not. So do it yourself. Please and thank you. And that's a general rule. That's not just for you. We need to be having very sober conversation here. Okay. While Zank is looking for that contradiction of natural reality, do we have any other people who've got questions, comments? Don't be shy. We got Elul, Eylul, Elul. Welcome to the chat. Sorry if I just butchered your name. Fufu the Fool. What's up, Fufu? Just the Facts Man. Letitia Rosa. Saki, Sayo, Swan, Torque. Ziala, Khalid. Who was that? Hello.
Hello.
What's up? What brings you by the Flat Earth channel?
To sleep.
To sleep. You want to go to sleep to the sound of truth, is it? Okay.
No, I just like the white noise. You guys put me to sleep. Yeah.
All right. That's fine. Well, maybe you'll subconsciously be taking in all the good points about reality that we're making and how space is fake and all that horror story about asteroids flying around. You don't have to worry about it. It'll probably make you sleep better, knowing that asteroids and space don't exist. You're not going to be smashed by a random planet at any point. We're in a contained system, like you're in a big cozy womb. So yeah, don't worry about that.
It's working. Yeah. I'm sleepy now.
There you go. Happy to help. Zank, how you getting on? Found that curvature measurement yet?
I found one, yeah. I'm reading
Great.
the experiments currently.
Who are they saying measured it? What's his name?
A guy called Dan Olsons.
Dan Olsons. Doesn't sound familiar to me. You think he would have been spoken about in school? Here's the guy who measured the curve. So what did he do?
There is also a YouTube video about it documenting how he did it. He basically demonstrated Earth's claimed to have demonstrated Earth's curvature in bodies of water.
How's he demonstrating it?
I'm currently reading the experiments.
All right. Well, that's what we're looking for, to see if it's something that we can go and test. Because as far as we can observe and measure, it's all just flat. So if he's found a curved lake, we'd be interested. But we need to know what he did.
If you could post the link in the side chat, that would be awesome, so I could have a look at it too.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll get our crack squad of flat Earth scientists to review it, peer review, live. How exciting. And we'll see. Have we got a curved lake after all these years? Did you post it?
Yeah.
All right, who can read it? I can't read it at the moment. Someone tell us what they did.
Oh, I know this one. Yeah,
Well, at
so
least it's not
a guy.
Jerry.
No, it's a guy. He goes to a lake and he does some observations. Yeah, it's not a very good one for the globe side. I'll just quickly go over it again and post some screenshots in the side chat.
All right, nice.
Yeah, I've been over this one before. It doesn't work out well for the globe.
Okay, Zank, you ready to listen to DJ's rebuttal?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just got to go over it quickly again just to refresh myself with the rebuttal. So I'll just be a couple of minutes.
You take your time, bro. In the meantime, everyone can just take a second, take a breath full of pressurized air that debunks the globe, and appreciate the still surface that they're living on, which isn't spinning at 1,000 miles an hour and flying around the sun at 60,000 miles an hour and flying through the universe 500,000 miles an hour and then tilting, wobbling, flying around. You're just still. Just like you've always experienced. If that person wasn't asleep before, they are now. This is the Flat Earth meditation session. Meditate on the stillness and ask yourself, am I flying on a tilting, wobbling space ball, flying at millions of miles an hour through an empty space for no reason? Because the government told me so? Reflect on that.
All right, I can debunk it real quick now. All right, so he went there, right? So he's got a picture of this boat that sits on the other side of this lake. I'm not sure what the distance is, but it's really not very far across this little lake. Right, so I just took some screenshots. Okay, so this is the boat on a, and what you'll notice is this is a nice clear day, right? There's no waves, very smooth water, right? So we can see the boat, and the boat is anchored in a spot regularly on, on the far side of the lake that he's making the observation to. Okay, so he goes back there on a day that looks like this, right? So in the next screenshot, we see he goes back there when there's obviously a ton of wind and the lake is extremely choppy and we have a bunch of waves, right? So he's got his camera set up, right? So here's a screenshot of his camera setup, right? So he's got like this like swivelly thing where he can like lower the camera right down to the surface of the water. So if you have a look, the camera's like just a few inches off the surface of the water. And he thinks that because we can't see the boat in the distance, that's the curvature of the Earth. And there is actually a longer version of this video where he did originally go there before this on a nice clear day, right? And he could actually see the entire boat, right? But someone said there might be refraction or something like that, and that was the reason you could see the boat. So he decided to go back on a different day and do it again, right? And in this video, this is the one where he went back there, and he went back on like a super choppy day, like with waves. So obviously, if you hold the camera down close to the surface of the water, right, the waves on the lake are going to obstruct anything in the distance, right? We all know that the boat is going to shrink very small, right? Because it's far away from you, right? Things, when they get far away from you, they get smaller and smaller and smaller. But the waves, right, are still in the foreground. Okay, so you can have something very small in the foreground block something in the background. So yeah, this wouldn't be very good evidence of Earth curvature.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Do you understand what DJ just said there, Zank?
Yeah, but I disagree with it. It's still good evidence of the Earth's curvature because despite atmospheric refraction, the amount of curvature observed still very closely matched the amount that he predicted.
Do you think waves could block something in the background?
Yeah, but where did they block something in the background here? And how did they block it to a degree that almost exactly matched the prediction that he made?
Well, he put the camera down close to the water, right? And then there's waves, right, blocking the view from things that on the other side of the lake, right? But he went there, right? If you look for the full version of this video, he actually went there on a day before this, where there weren't any waves, and he could see the boat, right? So it didn't match up when it was a calm day, but he goes back on the windy day, right? And obviously waves can block something, right? Something small in the foreground can easily block something large in the background. Okay, kind of like the concept of how you could kind of hold your hand up and block a mountain, a giant mountain with a tiny hand, right? Same kind of concept, right? It's perspective. So,
I got a couple of questions, DJ, if you don't mind. So you said you weren't sure of the distances. Has he not provided exact distances to what he's looking at? And also, when you're saying he went for 2 days, was the observer height claimed to be the same? And if so, does that mean he's saying on one day he could see further, and the next day from the same position he couldn't see as far? Am I correct there, or?
Yeah, you are actually. It looks like the observer height varies a little bit. Like he's got like this little swivel thing. I don't know if you can see the side chat. You said you couldn't, but
no.
He's got like a little handle. It's kind of like a seesaw, right? And the camera's on the far side of the seesaw, so we can like raise it and lower it, right? So we can get some nice cherry picking happening with the footage. Right, so I actually just found a screenshot of the previous time that he went there on the day that didn't have the waves. And in this one, you'll see that you can clearly see the boat on the other side. It looks completely flat, and this is actually a black swan, right? This is actually a debunk, right? Because from these low observer heights, you would have to have a horizon at, a very, very short distance, less than half a mile. By the looks of that, like 3 or 4 inch camera height, the horizon should be at about like 0.6 miles or something like that. But yeah, it's kind of sketchy, observation, just because he went there on a day where there's obviously like super choppy conditions, right, with waves. So
are you saying, Zank? Sorry, DJ, finish off.
No, you're right. I'm finished.
I was going to say, Zank, so are you saying that you can confidently say that what's going on here is due to the physical curve of that water, or is it possible that there's other things going on like waves or optical or atmo type effects?
If there is anything playing a part here, it could be the atmospheric refraction, but I wonder why the observed, curvature exactly matched the predictions that he made. If that was
Well, did it? Well, when we say the curvature, you're not actually seeing a curvature.
Yeah, it's
you're
a
only
drop
seeing flat
space.
water.
Yeah.
You're only seeing a horizon line, which is a flat line.
Which goes down the further away it is.
Right, so that's going to lead us to this next point about what is the horizon, but I lost my train of thought on what I was saying there. But either way, can you appreciate that there could be a number of factors that might be stopping or changing what you observe about that boat without just being potentially Earth curvature?
Yeah, there could be atmospheric refraction. Yeah.
Okay, so we would need something more than this to say that there's curvature there, but it leads us on to a good point. What do you think the horizon is, if you could define it?
I don't think I can do it in English, but I know what the horizon is.
Do you think the horizon is the leading edge of a curve of the surface?
I think it's just an apparent like line or curve that kind of separates.
Well, hold on. You
Sur-
said an apparent line or curve. Do you think the horizon? Do you think the horizon looks curved?
yeah.
From where?
I mean, I've seen ships sail away, and you can see like the ship disappearing hull first.
On a flat horizon, though, right? It's not a
They
curved
wouldn't be,
line.
they wouldn't be
It's a
disappearing
f-
hull first if it was a
well,
flat
it's
line.
a flat line that you observe. The apparent line that you were talking about is a flat line, is it not?
No, it's not.
You see it curve?
Everybody does.
I don't. Could you show us a picture of what you see?
Sure.
Because the horizon's called the horizon because it's horizontal, or vice versa, which means it's a flat line. But I'm interested in what you think you're seeing. Has anyone else in here ever seen a curved horizon?
Nope.
Nope.
You might be the only one, Zank.
So just quickly, one last thing, right? Like, look at the screenshot I just put. If anyone wants to look at the video, right? 6 minutes 50 seconds. Right, there's decent sized waves in the lake, right? It's not fair to hold the camera down close to the surface, right? And then you've got big waves, right? And then say it's hiding something from the other side, and that's Earth curve, right? That's disingenuous, right? Obviously, if there's waves and you hold the camera down below the waves, it's going to block whatever's in the distance, right?
Yeah, to be fair, I think Zank did kind of concede that this wasn't proof necessarily of curve because it could be a number of different factors like waves or optics or refraction, he even said. Zank, you still looking for that curved horizon?
Yeah.
If everyone saw it, wouldn't you have found it by now?
Well, not observationally.
What do you mean not observationally? That's
Oh,
what you
here.
said, you saw it.
Picture. This is a good picture.
Hey, come on now. I only saw it, I didn't see it, You get me?
Oh,
How do I post
I'm
an
starting
image
to understand.
chat?
Yes, but no, but yes.
Well, if you're new, you might not be able to.
Yeah, I got it. Let me try and send a link.
Is anyone brave enough to click that link?
Yeah, I clicked it. So, I mean, it's just a shot out of a plane, right? And then we got the horizon up near the top of the frame, and there's like the slightest, like, little bit of curvature, right? Probably just because of whatever lens was being used.
From a plane. So it's not the case that everyone sees it, like you were saying, unless they're on a plane, according to you. But I've been on a plane plenty of times. The horizon isn't curved; it's still flat. You might think you see a curve if you're looking through multiple lenses, and the plane windows are designed to flex and curve. So you're looking through a curved lens, minimum with the window. So maybe you might trick yourself into thinking you see a curve. But even mathematically, according to the size of the globe, they tell us it is. They say you wouldn't be able to see any curve from a plane, not even at 120,000 feet. And the planes are supposed to be flying at what, 35, 40,000? So they're saying 3 times that height, you're not supposed to mathematically be able to see curvature. So, no, the horizon is observed to be a flat line, not a curved one. So let's try the definition again.
I'm
You
trying
think
to post another image that I found that clearly shows the curvature.
well?
You really need to make sure you take the lens into consideration, right? Because if you have any lens, you're going to have some barrel distortion, right? But if this is being taken off of anything with like a low focal length, like a phone or something like that, if the horizon, right, is above the center of the frame, it's going to show convexity, right? It's going to show curvature. And usually, if you pan the camera up a little bit and make the horizon below the center of the frame, it's going to curve the other direction, right? It'll curve concave. So you really need
Hey,
to take the
DJ.
lens.
Which what it shows in the image.
Yeah, but do you understand what I'm saying about lenses?
Yeah, but if it was always the lenses, then like every image ever taken of the Earth or like from an airplane by like any space agency or like a scientific institution would always
No, they
follow the.
just Photoshop it. They just Photoshop it.
So if you
That's what
take
they
a look
say
at
anyway.
this image I sent,
Hey, DJ, I was going to say this might be a good opportunity to use the bot for the Neil deGrasse Red Bull clip.
Ah, yeah, I'll see if it works. It doesn't work for some videos for some reason, but yeah, I'll give it a try. Okay, so what is posted now is the Lake Pontchartrain Tiny Earth.
Oh,
Where
no.
you got that drastic miraging effect, and it looks like the power lines all of a sudden start to curve off like crazy. So we can go over that after if you want. That one's easy, very easy to debunk. But I will try to bring up that Neil deGrasse clip.
Yeah, Zank, you know who Neil deGrasse Tyson is?
yeah, I know.
The PhD astrophysicist guy. So here's a clip of him saying that you would never see curve even at 120,000 feet. But we'll let the clip play.
Hold on. Hold on, I gotta server deafen the.
About 2 millimeters above the surface of this globe. That's his edge of space jump. Now, I don't. It's fine. He wants to. I don't have a problem if he does it, but the honesty of it would greatly diminish what I think people thought he was actually doing. And not only that, they made sure to photograph him standing there with a really wide angle lens, which curves horizontal lines. So in the photo, you see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, wow, he's in space, look at that. No, he's not. At that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth if you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You just don't. That stuff is flat. And then I showed examples of wide-angle lenses curving horizontal. I tweeted that.
You did.
But I don't want to be a spoiled, curmudgeon or anything. I just wanted to put. I don't.
All right, that's a good point for it.
There's so much to actually be impressed.
So that's Neil deGrasse Tyson, the PhD astrophysicist, telling us that there is essentially nothing we can do, nowhere we can go to ever observe this claimed curvature. So their story is not, hey, yeah, it looks flat when you're down here, but if you go in a plane, you can see it's a ball. That's not even their claim. Their claim is you will never be able to see it. You just have to believe them. Any questions? Or we wanted to go on to Pontchartrain. DJ, did you want to do that?
Sure. The Pontchartrain one is just a textbook definition inferior mirage effect. We can recreate the exact same effect over a flat living room floor. It's been done tons of times, and if you go there on different days, it's absolutely not curving like that. So I can just show you really quickly. 1 second.
So there is
Okay.
another video of Neil deGrasse Tyson where he says you need to go up a really high altitude to be able to notice Earth's curvature, but he still mentions that it's a sphere.
Yeah, he believes it's a sphere, right? But he's just saying that when you go up to the height of, say, a plane, or up 4 times the height of a plane to the Red Bull jump, right? That was 129,000 feet, right? Or you go up to the altitude of the Virgin Galactic, which was 300,000 feet, that you wouldn't see any curvature of the Earth, right? So we're just using him as a hostile witness, right? He genuinely believes, or tells us he believes, that the Earth's a globe, right? We're not saying that Neil deGrasse Tyson is proving the flat Earth, right? This isn't flat Earth proof. This is just dismissing your claim that you would see curvature from a plane. That's all. And just quickly, if you have a look at 39 minutes after the hour, what you'll see is an inferior mirage on a bridge, right? It's just a flat bridge, right? And when you get lower to the surface, you have a warmer layer of air closer to the ground, right? Because the sun heats up the ground, so you have a warmer layer of air, and then it gets cooler as you go up, and it causes an inferior mirage, right? Exactly what you see in the Pontchartrain image on the right. Okay, so you get that mirroring effect, and then it looks like the power lines bend down, just like the hand railing of the bridge bends down. So, I mean, it's very easy to explain that kind of thing away. And then I can show you other footage on different days where it's just completely flat, right? Looking across that same area. And also, last thing, if that was actually like following the curvature of the Earth, it would mean the Earth is like super tiny, right? So once again, it's just not really good evidence of Earth curvature at all.
Do you have those images where you said they appear to be completely flat? Because every single image I've looked at so far shows a consistent sink or drop in elevation.
Yeah, absolutely. So we even have drone footage. We have I got like a whole folder here called Pontchartrain. So right, here's a side view, right? So this is a much further view, right, from the side angle, right? So there's a side view, and I've drawn some red lines across, so you can see it's horizontal.
Yeah, if you look at the last image you sent, the height of each power-like line or tower seems to be going down. Like the red line at the end, it's not showing you any of the bases, but at the left you can clearly see them.
No, at the end you can see the land beyond that, right, on the other side of the lake, right? It doesn't look anything like that original image that you had posted. Okay, and you can
Well,
see the other
also,
images. You can see the side view, and yeah, I've got another one where you can very clearly, obviously see the inferior mirage taking place, the mirroring effect. Go ahead, Cyclone.
I was going to say, I mean, if it's there's nothing wrong with things appearing to be lower in the distance, because that's just what happens with perspective. If you've ever taken any perspective art courses, you need to draw the vanishing point, well, the horizon line, and everything converges into that vanishing point. Same reason if you're on a long street with street lights, the street lights will appear to descend towards the ground or get lower. When they don't really, it's just optical perspective. But yeah, we've seen all these Pontchartrain cartoon images. You'd never... Well, it's rare to see anything like that, but even if you did, it's atmospheric mirage and effects. Like DJ's showing. Do you think there's any other evidence of curvature being actually measured?
Actually, in all the videos that DJ sent, you can still see the sinking.
Yeah, it's literally called sinking. Like, that's the type of miraging effect that you're getting here, right?
But
And
you
have a
know
look at
that
this last
happens
screenshot that I've posted. Right, you can see the mirroring effect on the surface. Right, you
yeah,
can
but
see
the
the miraging
quality is a
effect.
bit.
Yeah, that's because it's zoomed right in. Right, that's just because I took a screenshot of a screenshot, just so I could post it there. So you can see that at 43 minutes after the hour. And then the image under that, you can see the exact same thing happening with some cans over a flat living room floor. Okay,
That's
so
really happening.
let me show you one last example. Right, okay, 1 second.
Some real gravy tonight, boys. Good stuff. DJ
Okay,
crushing it, as
just
always.
1 second. What's is it? Xanic? Xanic, have a look at this one, right? Just take a second to upload. Okay, so this is a bridge, right? So pay close attention when it finishes uploading to the left-hand railing, and as he gets down closer to the surface, right, look at what happens to the left-hand railing. It starts to look like it's curving down. Right, this is the exact same type of miraging effect that we see. Right, 1 second.
Is this video manipulated in any way? Because
No. This is just a typical inferior mirage, right? So I can look here's the comparison. Okay, so it looks exactly the same as the effect we're seeing in these Pontchartrain images. Now, inferior mirage happens when you have warmer layer of air closer to the surface, right? And then it gradually gets cooler as you go up vertically. Okay, and that's what causes this type of miraging effect.
do you have the source to the last image you sent, where the power lines, like mirage or whatever?
Which image is that? I think that's
The comparison between like the railroad and the the rails and the power lines.
the one on the right, or the actual one on the left, the rail.
No, the one with the power lines curving.
Oh, that's the like the main Pontchartrain image off the flatearth.ws site that you linked.
No, the one I linked looks very different.
Yeah, it's the same as this. It's the exact same effect as what you see in the one that you linked. Right? This is the one that you linked.
Yeah, it does not look like the one you linked.
It looks exactly the same. What are you talking about? It's
Never
even
mind.
more obvious. It's even more obvious of an inferior mirage than the one I linked. Anyway, man, I think you've kind of, you've seen enough of that one. Have you not? I mean, it's obviously, I mean, you can analyze all of those images. You can look up inferior mirage. In fact, I'll give you the citation, the definition of what that mirage is from the
I
American
don't know what
Meteorological
an
Society.
inferior mirage is. I'm just talking about what it looks to be. I don't know what an inferior mirage is.
You do or you don't?
No, I don't.
Oh, okay. 1 second. All right, here's like a definition. I can give you the link to this source as well if you want, but it's just the American Meteorological Society. Okay, so it will go on to explain that it happens when you've got a warmer layer of air closer to the surface. Usually if you have like a warmer water, for example, than the air temperature above it, or it will happen when you look down a hot road or like a hot footpath, and when you have quite a drastic temperature difference from warm to cool, you get what's called an inferior mirage, right? Which is the opposite of a superior mirage. And it will cause the light to basically bend a certain way, right? Which displaces the object in the distance downward. Okay, so that's what you're going to see here. It's like textbook definition, inferior mirage. It's actually what happens sometimes when we think we see boats going over the horizon. Quite often it's just caused from ocean swells or waves, but occasionally it can be, from this effect as well.
Good stuff, DJ. I'm gonna have to take off, boys, but good stuff as always.
Yeah, cheers,
I'll
Cyclone. Yeah, I
listen to
gotta
it.
head off in a minute too. It's late for me too.
Who have we got on the flat Earth side who can keep this rolling?
Oh, no, I don't know. I'm
There
sure
we
someone
go.
else can. Yeah.
Crit, you're the man.
Does this guy want to know like why we see too far or something like that, or what?
He's trying to find Earth curvature. Like right now, he's kind of like trying to seek Earth curvature out.
Yeah, he's done planes and Pontchartrain so far. He's trying to actually see it, I think. So
Yeah, like how much curve does old boy think you'd see?
it's a good question.
Yeah.
Like at ground level. At ground level, how much curve would you expect to see? How many degrees of curvature with just ground level?
Yeah. So look, Zanuck. Look, there's another example of inferior mirage there as well.
Let me take a look.
Right, Jack, we're going to have to speed up the responses a bit here. We've got a live show. We don't mind a respectful moment of silence or two for the globe, but, let's keep it rolling.
Oh, well, I told you I gotta look into it because I really don't know.
That's fair. So Crit also asked a question, which was, how much curve would you expect to see? Did you hear him ask that?
Like the 66 feet thing?
Well, whatever you would expect to see, I guess, was his question.
I know, I don't know how to measure it.
Well, like, how about degrees? Like, you have a circle has 360 degrees. How much
Okay.
curvature would you expect to see?
Over a horizon?
Yeah, over a distance, like just looking out into
I
the
don't
ocean.
know. I don't know.
Well, how would you be able to judge what you're looking at if you don't even know what you're looking for?
I don't know. I'm not saying that there are other people who also don't know. I personally don't know, but
Well, remember what Neil deGrasse Tyson said, right? He said even from 129,000 feet, you wouldn't be able to see it from that height, right? That's 4 times the height of a plane. He did a different interview where he said you wouldn't even see it from the Virgin Galactic height, which is, 6 times the height of a plane. So to claim that Lake Pontchartrain, is curving drastically like that, right? It's just it doesn't match up.
but then why would he say it's a sphere right afterwards?
He believes it's a sphere, right? We're just using that clip just to show you that when you showed the picture of the plane, right, that's not the curvature, that's just a lens effect.
Okay.
That was the only reason that we showed you that, right? It's just to show you what the experts on your side are saying about how high you would have to be to see curvature. That's all, right? Because a lot of people come in, they're like, I went on a plane and I saw the curvature, right? So, and that's not true. You don't see it from that height, like Neil said, right? From a plane, you would only see 0.1% of the curvature of the surface of the Earth, right? Not enough area left to right to be able to see any curvature, even if it was a globe. That's all. Right? It doesn't prove that it's flat. Right? This isn't flat Earth proof. So here's another example, just quickly in the side chat, if you want to have a look at it. Right? We've got a little toy boat, just over a very, very short distance. It's just a couple of meters or something like that, right? And once again, we have the boat looks like it's disappearing over the horizon, and it's just the miraging effect once again, the inferior mirage.
How do you kind of verify that it is this miraging effect?
Well, it fits the definition of how the mainstream claims that this miraging effect works, and it's consistent, right? So if we heat up a surface and then we get down low to the surface, right, we'll get the same type of effect each time, right? It'll look like things get lower, right? It'll displace things lower in the distance, right? I posted the definition. You can read into the technical side of it if you want, right? But there's a list of like miraging effects, and it depends on the temperature, which affects the density of the air, right? Over a gradient, right? So it'll get warmer to cooler or cooler to warmer, right? Depending on the conditions of that particular scene that you're looking over. And it'll cause things to look like they're higher or lower or squished or stretched, right? These are like known mirages. Very common over water, very common over roads and things like that, especially the inferior mirage when you're looking over roads and footpaths and things.
But if that was the case and it's the inferior mirage effect, why would it always be bottom up?
Well, it's not always bottom up, right? So what this is actually showing you is bottom up, right? But bottom up obstruction doesn't happen very often. Okay, I grew up on the east coast of Australia, where we have a lot of cruise ships in the area. I grew up like surfing and fishing, always at the beach doing things when I was young. While you're waiting for fish or waiting for waves, you'd be looking out, watching fishing boats and cruise ships going out. And what happens most of the time is what you can see in this GIF that I just posted, right? They'll go away, 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 and they'll get smaller and smaller and smaller until they get down to a certain size, and you can't really see them anymore, right? Because they breach the angular resolution limitation of the human eye. So 0.2 degrees, right, is the angular resolution limit of the human eye. So once anything gets below that certain size, whether it be a fly or a bird or a ship or a plane, right, the human eye can't see it anymore. Now you can still see the horizon because it's really big, obviously, but you can't see the ship. But what we found is that when you take out one of these zoom cameras, right, these super zoom cameras that people can get now, you can zoom back in and you can see the boat again, just like you can see in this GIF, right? This is a giant boat. You couldn't see the boat at all when he was zoomed out, but then when he zooms back in, you can see the whole boat again. Okay, so this is what happens most of the time. Now, you can see it's like still conditions. There's no waves in this video. If you add waves into the equation, it's going to look like it disappears bottom up. Even if they're just 1 meter waves or something, or half meter waves, right? It's going to look like it disappears bottom up because the ship is going to get smaller, right? But the waves are uniform across the entire surface. So you've still got those waves close to you. And due to perspective, right, something small in the foreground can block something large in the background. And also the waves get larger when they get closer to the shoreline because the land gets shallower, right? The water gets shallower and it causes something called shoaling, which makes the waves even higher. So, yeah, that can happen. I mean, that's the most common reason, right? And then occasionally you can get something called sinking, right? Which is like a less extreme version of that inferior mirage, where you just have a slight temperature difference from warm to cool. Okay, but you
Now,
don't have. Yep.
even in the GIF that you sent with the
Yep.
really big ship, you can still see that the bottom is down first.
No, we don't see that in that image. Right, obviously there's going to be some missing because it's under the water, but we can generally see the entire ship there.